defend their freedom and their democracy. President Biden also spoke with our G7 partners yesterday and President Zelensky about our collective response to President Putin's brutal war, and we announced a new round of actions to ratchet up the pain on Putin. This includes banning U.S. services that help Russian elites and companies build wealth and evade sanctions, additional restrictions on a broad range of inputs and products like bulldozers and industrial engines that Putin needs for his military, and sanctions on big executives at Russia's largest banks and Russian military officials. The United States also sanctioned the top 3 most watched TV stations in Russia that bolster Putin's war by spreading his propaganda. And for the first time ever, the G7 agreed as a whole to ban or phase out Russian oil. We will keep building on our unprecedented sanctions that are enacting a heavy toll on Russia's economy, with GDP expected to collapse by double digits. Our export controls with more than 30 other countries have throttled Russia's access to critical technology it needs to maintain its military. With that, allow me to kick it off.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 10th. My name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you from our Orlando, Florida studios. I'll be with you for the next several hours, bringing you all of the latest developments on every top story that we are following here, not only in our country, but internationally as well. Before I get to those top stories, I'd like to invite you to follow me on social media at Regina Live Now. Our hosts not only sit here and control the entire show, literally everything that you see on the screen, but we also take to our social media to update you on the very latest information from stories that we follow throughout the day. So be sure to head on to Twitter and find all of us on our social media pages. But as promised, I'm going to give you a look at some of the major top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. And we actually do have a little bit of a breaking news update from a manhunt that officially ended yesterday, a nationwide manhunt for an Alabama corrections officer and an escaped murder suspect that stretched more than a week finally came to an end. And we're learning this morning that the corrections officer, specifically named Vicky White, has since died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. So we're going to have the latest details for you on that in just a moment. We are also monitoring President Biden's announcement today. He's expected to speak at 11:30 a.m. With a new plan to help fight inflation. His goal is to lower the financial burden on people across America, which is a top issue on voters' minds. And we're told the speech will also contrast an approach to raise taxes on 75 million families and a plan to end programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Now, this is all happening as we do have some news to bring you here on Live Now from Fox regarding gas prices. Obviously, we felt that pain at the pump for quite some time, but this is all happening this morning as we learn that AAA's gas calculator shows the national average cost of a regular gallon of gas hit $4.37, the highest since September of 2014. And these prices are coming as the European Union edges towards oil sanctions on Russia. We're also following the very latest when it comes to the Supreme Court leak fallout, and I actually do want to show you some video of the Supreme Court. Yesterday, actually late last night, the Senate passed a bill to boost security for Supreme Court justices as the fallout continues a week after this leak. We've seen protests literally happening on the lawns of some of the conservative justices, so this bill is going to allow more protection, more security for some of those who serve on the nation's highest court. So again, thank you so much for streaming live now from Fox. I do want to start off back with some information about the manhunt officially ending in the Alabama corrections officer case. So we're actually going to head to some video that I want to show you here on Live Now from Fox. This is actually the moments that another vehicle was apprehended that they were allegedly driving in. So officials in Lauderdale County, Alabama, announcing yesterday that both escaped inmate Casey White and corrections officer Vicky White were apprehended in Evansville, Indiana. The two were reportedly spotted at a motel, and a brief pursuit happened until the vehicles collided. So that is the action that you are looking at right now. This is some of the video that we got from the scene just yesterday. Now, officials from Vanderburgh County say Vicky, who had been driving, then shot herself. She was taken to a local hospital where she later was pronounced dead. She was 56 years old. An autopsy of Vicky White is scheduled to happen today, but to really bring you all the nuts and bolts of what we saw over the last, at this point it was 10 days, and then what we saw yesterday with their apprehension, I do want to bring you the latest report from Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez this morning.
The manhunt for Casey White and Vicky White ending as dramatically as it started. Law enforcement in Evansville, Indiana, slamming their car into the suspect's vehicle Monday after the pair was spotted near the sheriff's office and tried evading officers.
The Marshals Task Force officers intercepted them, actually collided with them to try to end the pursuit. When this occurred, the female driver of the vehicle shot herself, and the passenger was injured.
Officials then apprehended the escaped Alabama murder suspect and the former corrections officer accused of helping him break free more than a week after they first disappeared. The pair was rushed to the hospital after the crash. Mr. White sustained minor injuries, but officials say Miss White died from a self-inflicted gunshot. The manhunt for Casey White and Vicky White ending as dramatically as it started. Law enforcement in Evansville, Indiana, slamming their car into the suspect's vehicle Monday after the pair was spotted near the sheriff's office and tried evading officers.
The Marshals Task Force officers intercepted them, actually collided with them to try to end the pursuit. When this occurred, the female driver of the vehicle shot herself, and the passenger was injured.
Officials then apprehended the escaped Alabama murder suspect and the former corrections officer accused of helping him break free more than a week after they first disappeared. The pair was rushed to the hospital after the crash. Mr. White sustained minor injuries, but officials say Miss White died from a self-inflicted gunshot.
All right, everybody, it does appear that we are having some issues with this package. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that we've got the full story for you right here. This is the beauty of live television, everybody. So one sec as I get this story for you. And we are also monitoring some breaking news this morning out of Philadelphia. But again, as of right now, I do want to bring in this latest story for you here. It looks like we've got the full one. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
The manhunt for Casey White and Vicky White ending as dramatically as it started. Law enforcement in Evansville, Indiana, slamming their car into the suspect's vehicle Monday after the pair was spotted near the sheriff's office and tried evading officers.
The Marshals Task Force officers intercepted them, actually collided with them to try to end the pursuit. When this occurred, the female driver of the vehicle shot herself, and the passenger was injured.
Officials then apprehended the escaped Alabama murder suspect and the former corrections officer accused of helping him break free more than a week after they first disappeared. The pair was rushed to the hospital after the crash. Mr. White sustained minor injuries, but officials say Miss White died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
Well, they're criminals. Sometimes they do things that are unexplainable.
The Whites were not related, but authorities say they were involved in a, quote, special relationship. The pair vanished from Alabama's Lauderdale County Jail on April 29th after Miss White told co-workers she was taking Mr. White for a court-ordered mental health evaluation. A lie officers say has impacted everyone among their tight-knit ranks.
There's no excuse for what she did. In spite of that, she was family, and our employees are going to take it very hard.
The hunt for the Whites stretched across 3 states. Mr. White is expected to be extradited back to Alabama as the investigation into his escape continues. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Alrighty, everybody, and I do want to let you know that we are monitoring some breaking news out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We did that shot that I just took you to. We did have some footage live from the scene. It does look like their camera kind of tuned out for a second, but we do have our Fox 29 Philadelphia reporter Steve Keeley on scene showing us some video from moments ago saying breaking, 3 dead in a gruesome crash scene into a SEPTA Allegheny train station of Frankfurt Market Line. Honda Pilot driver dead, 2 pedestrians dismembered, 1 decapitated in a horrific accident before 3 a.m. I'm going to remove this lower for you for just a second. He said another victim stable at the hospital. I do believe we have some more tweets coming in from Steve as well. Another vantage point from the scene saying the driver was going 100 miles an hour or even faster east on Allegheny Avenue, according to Philadelphia police, who actually said that they heard and saw the Honda Pilot crash into this station. Again, if you are from this area, it is located at Market Frankfurt Line, and it is the line elevated train. Again, confirming that the driver is dead, a woman and a man pedestrian also dead, and then another person at a local hospital. So we are going to work on getting some more video from the scene live, as well as a potential live report from Fox 29 Philadelphia, Steve Keeley. But we did want to let you know that we are continuing to monitor this breaking news that we have just gotten into our desk minutes ago. So stay with us for more details on this very tragic turn of events before the sun rose in Philadelphia this morning. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on with some more top stories that we are following for you here on Live Now from Fox. The latest when it comes to the Supreme Court leak that happened at this point more than a week ago. Now, we're learning this morning that as reaction continues to the Supreme Court abortion decision, Congress is acting to protect the justices. The Senate is passing a bill late last night to improve security for Supreme Court justices, providing better protection for them and their families. Crowds have gathered outside the court and the justices' houses, voicing support and anger for the potential decision. Now, the bill passed the Senate with no objections and now moves to the House. But this did not stop protesters from continuing to do just that. Going to lower the volume a little bit right here, but as you can see, this is protesters in front of Justice Alito's Virginia home last night. The demonstration was organized by the group Shut Down DC. Several members gave speeches, and a moment of silence was held for the rights the group argues Justice Alito is threatening to take away. The crowd held signs supporting abortion, one reading, "Don't like me at your house, get out of my uterus," while chanting saying, like the abortion court. The protest in front of Justice Alito's house comes after the same group held a march Saturday night from Justice Kavanaugh's home to Chief Justice John Roberts. So when it comes to all of the protests that we have seen, plus more information on President Biden condemning an arson attack on a Wisconsin pro-life group, I do want to bring you the latest from Washington, D.C., as Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has all of that information for us this morning.
Certainly not suggesting anyone break any laws.
A day after a Molotov cocktail was thrown into a pro-life organization's office in Wisconsin, the White House issued a statement saying that the president supports freedom of expression, but, quote, that expression must be peaceful and free of violence, vandalism, or attempts to intimidate. Authorities are investigating the Sunday morning attack on the Office of Wisconsin Family Action. Madison police have yet to name a suspect, but have acknowledged that the group's anti-abortion stance is what made them a target.
Hate or violence do not advance any cause.
Increased concern has been raised for Supreme Court justices following the leak of Justice Alito's draft opinion, which could overturn Roe v. Wade. A protest at his Northern Virginia home is planned for this evening.
Does the president plan to condemn the leak of the Supreme Court draft opinion or the doxing of the justices now that we've seen violence unfold?
Well, I would say that we have been clear, and the president's position has long been that we should not see protest that takes the form of violence, that takes the form of vandalism, and that threatens anyone. That has long been his position for his entire career and continues to be his position.
Psaki added that the justices have not been victimized by violence at this point. In a letter sent to colleagues today, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi lauded the protests, writing, quote, "We have been moved by how so many have channeled their righteous anger into meaningful action." Last week, Senators John Cornyn and Chris Coons introduced bipartisan legislation to increase protection for Supreme Court justices and their families by expanding security around the clock. There have been a few snags in getting this bill through as quickly as planned. And in addition, there is a federal law prohibiting an attempt to influence somebody involved in a court case by picketing outside of their home. When asked about this, Psaki said that they do not encourage anybody to break the law. From the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Alexandria Hoff for that report. Meanwhile, that arson attack that she first mentioned at the beginning of her story, we actually did speak with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team live from Wisconsin just yesterday about the investigation that is ongoing after a pro-life building was attacked and vandalized. So we actually did have a Fox News correspondent head out there as well. So this next story that I want to play for you focuses specifically on that situation. Let's listen in.
If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either. That's just part of the message outside Wisconsin Family Action here, and it continues inside the building.
What you're seeing around me right now, this isn't the answer to anything.
Also written in debris and glass in her office. Wisconsin Family Action President Julian Appling says the message is clear.
It's precipitated by the leaked Supreme Court opinion, right? I mean, it's obvious.
Madison police say it appears someone threw a Molotov cocktail inside the building. And just after 6 Sunday morning, someone spotted flames coming from the building right near the airport.
We have a different view on a number of issues. The solution to that is not to blow up our office, so to speak, or attempt to.
Appling says it's fortunate their space was empty at the time.
I'm very sad for them that they're so angry and don't have more productive ways to spend their time and their energy rather than trying to harm us.
In addition to Madison police and fire, federal agencies are also investigating.
Violence is not the answer.
That's where many are finding common ground. In a tweet today responding to this, Governor Evers says violence is not the way, and he will work against overturning Roe with empathy and compassion. In a statement, the Planned Parenthood of Wisconsin president says, quote, "Our work to protect continued access to reproductive care is rooted in love. We condemn all forms of violence and hatred within our communities." Appling has a message of her own to send.
We've got to find different ways to answer these questions and deal with the anger.
Wisconsin Family Action tells me they're discussing added security in Madison. Madeline O'Neill, Fox 6 News.
And as we continue our coverage of this story, I actually do want to take you out to a live now look we have over this beautiful sunrise happening over the Big Apple right now. It is only 5:18 a.m. here on the East Coast. And actually here yesterday on our show, we took you live to New York as New York Attorney General Letitia James announced that New York will work to protect women's rights to abortion. Yesterday, she specifically announced a bill that would create a state program to financially support abortion providers in New York and will also provide them with the resources needed to care for out-of-state patients who come to New York to seek abortion. So let's listen to some of what she had to say here on Live Now from Fox.
Every person in this nation should have the freedom to control their own body and their own health care. And this fundamental right is implicit in our Constitution, and that right should not be abridged and or denied. And we are taking action today to make sure that remains true here in New York, both for New Yorkers and for people living in states that are poised to ban abortions. We're here today to announce new legislation to protect and expand access to abortion. This new bill, sponsored by State Senator Cordell Clear and Assemblymember Jessica Gonzalez Rojas, will create a dedicated state program that will give financial resources to abortion providers in our state. Again, give financial resources to abortion providers in our state. And these funds will help New Yorkers who need financial support to seek abortions. And it will also provide and support the influx of individuals who have and will continue to come to New York from other states to seek abortions. Because if Roe is overturned, 26 states will ban and or are likely to ban abortion. And 58% of women of reproductive age, or about 40 million women, live in those states. And a significant number of members of the LGBTQ community as well live in those states. And over the past few years, as states have rolled back this right and made it harder to get an abortion, New York has already experienced an uptick in people coming to our state to get an abortion. According to the CDC, in 2019, almost 9% of abortions performed in New York were for people from other states. That amounts to about 7,000 individuals. Every person in this nation.
And again, this announcement comes as emotions increase for pro-choice and pro-life supporters following that leaked Supreme Court opinion suggesting the Supreme Court may be in favor of overturning Roe v. Wade. Now, I do want to continue this conversation. Our very own Live Now from Fox host Daytona Everett actually caught up with a law expert speaking on the Senate vote this week happening tomorrow to codify abortion rights, and as well talking about this legislation that was announced by New York Attorney General Letitia James to expand abortion accessibility in New York. So let's listen into that segment here on Live Now from Fox.
Are top of mind, not only in New York, but also on Capitol Hill. To break down all of the top news here, I'm going to bring in our expert, our constitutional law expert, Jessica Levinson. Jessica, thanks for being with us. You were here when all of that news was breaking last week, and now we have lawmakers like Tish James coming out in New York and saying they want to kind of initiate and maintain abortion rights despite whatever happens.
I think that that's exactly what we're going to see throughout the country, where we're going to see blue states and particularly attorneys general taking a larger role here, but blue states saying, not only are we going to provide abortion services for people who live here, but we're going to provide more resources, and we're going to make it easier for people to travel into our state to obtain abortions. You and I talked about this last week, this idea of traveling to and from states to try and obtain abortions is going to be one of the next big battlegrounds legally and politically. And then we see the opposite in red states, where we see proposals. You and I have talked about a proposal coming out of Louisiana, another proposal out of Missouri, where it's absolutely, as I said, the opposite, where in fact states are not just trying to ban abortions, but criminalize them, and in ways that could potentially affect the use of contraception.
Right. I'm actually pulling up a map here that shows those states that have banned abortions already. That's in the red, and then the blue states saying no ban, and then those pink states likely to ban. So 4 additional states could add on when it comes to the possibility of Roe v. Wade being overturned. That would make 26 states that would move forward with the full ban of abortions, and some being a little more strict on it than others, and we'll get into that in a moment. But we've had this conversation in the past, Jessica, about how that would change people traveling across state lines. Letitia James saying that they already have seen a surge in people who are trying to get abortions coming into New York. She said Ohio and Pennsylvania being 2 of those states. And now that could even increase with changes in the future. But what is the legality of all of that? Is this going to restrict that possibility if they end up changing the legislation even on that front? Could it be that you can't even travel across state lines?
So that's what some red states are going to try and say. They're going to try and say, not only can you not get an abortion within our boundaries, but you can't travel to get one. And we've already seen blue states have responded to that. There's a bill pending in Connecticut, I believe, where the blue states are saying, pardon me for my technical difficulties, where the blue states are saying, not only can you travel, into this place, into this state, but we will actually provide you with resources. We will not cooperate with your home state, and we will allow you to countersue for damages. So politically, we're going to have that battle where we have the red states saying, don't travel out of states, the blue states saying, yes, come here, you can find a place to obtain an abortion. But then legally, the question is, can a state like Missouri reach outside of its borders and tell its residents what to do? I think the better answer is absolutely no. You cannot do that. We've seen that with respect to, imagine a law where we take abortion out of it. Imagine a law where it's Arizona saying, you're not allowed to, I think we've used this example before, wear polka dots on Tuesdays, no matter which state you're in. Arizona can't reach into other states to try and enforce that type of restriction.
Well, many of these states, as you kind of stepped into, are becoming quite restrictive, including Louisiana. You mentioned a proposal out there which wouldn't just ban abortion, it would essentially make it a felony and step into other things such as IUDs and birth control. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the Louisiana language talks about creating personhood at the time of fertilization. And based on that definition, what I understand, not being a medical expert, is that it would call into question the ability to use, for instance, emergency contraception like Plan B, and other types of more commonly used contraception like IUDs. That's certainly what critics of the proposal have said, that it's not just affecting surgical abortions, it's not just affecting the use of abortion pills, but again, it's also stepping into the realm of fairly commonly used contraception. We're going to see more of that. That's the part of the Louisiana bill that I actually think is quite predictable, where we're going to see conservative states pushing the line again, not just we're outlawing abortions, but we're criminalizing abortions, and we're going to try and define personhood really, really, really earlier than we ever have in our nation's history. But this really surprising part about Louisiana's law is that it says this goes into effect notwithstanding a Supreme Court decision, which is not how our government works. State laws have to respect federal laws, and the Supreme Court makes decisions about what the federal law is. And it says if state court judges try and prevent this law from going into effect, the legislature can impeach the state court judges. This calls into question all sorts of really important separation of powers concerns.
Which leads us into our next point, because we have Senator Schumer speaking out today in New York, talking about a proposal, the Senate to vote on Wednesday, about codifying Roe v. Wade into federal law. This is obviously somewhat unlikely, but if that was to go through, what would that do? How would that change things?
So if, in fact, and I agree with you, I think it's maybe more than unlikely, I think it's all but exceedingly improbable that this would happen, then you have a federal law. And if the Supreme Court decides to uphold that federal law, which I do think is a question, whenever the federal government acts, it has to point to a source of authority, unlike the states. So if the federal government can point to a source of authority to the Supreme Court's satisfaction and the law is upheld, then any state law that tries to outlaw abortion would be preempted under the Supremacy Clause. The Supremacy Clause saying you have a federal law, you have a state law, they conflict, we know what happens, the federal law wins.
But of course, states are definitely going to be watching what happens with the Supreme Court, which the timeline on that, how quickly could we be hearing an official ruling?
So I think for these big blockbuster rulings, the typical rule of thumb is that we get it the last week of, we get these rulings the last week of June. Now, it could be a week earlier, it could be a week later, but that's about when we'll see it. Will the leak, which is unprecedented, shake up the timeline? Potentially, but I still expect last week of June.
All right, we'll be watching that. Last question for you, Jessica, because aside from just all of the conversations surrounding abortion rights, there's also the conversation of the investigation underway into who leaked these very, very confidential documents within the Supreme Court. What are your thoughts on the investigation thus far and possible interviews to people who had their hands on them and did eventually leak them?
So, yeah, as we've talked about a little bit, I think the universe of people who potentially leaked this opinion is about 45 people, the 9 justices and the 36 clerks. Supreme Court justices get 4 judicial law clerks every term. My guess is that it's probably about half that it's really, we're looking at either a conservative justice or a conservative clerk. It's hard to emphasize what a betrayal this is of how the Supreme Court functions. How will this particular investigation go? I don't know if they're going to ever find the person who leaked it. I don't know if we're going to find out years later. But I still suspect that it was somebody on the conservative side of the aisle, somebody who supports the majority opinion, to try and solidify the majority, to make it look like if anybody changes positions, then they're just bowing to political pressure, and to try and have this conversation and maybe diffuse the energy of Democrats further away from the midterm election. So again, it's just a hunch. I don't know for sure. In terms of how the investigation is going, the Chief Justice has put the marshals on it, and we may never know more than that.
Yeah. Well, we could go on for a long time about everything surrounding this, and there's sure to be new developments every day, but we appreciate you, Jessica Levinson, joining us here on the show to break it all down. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me.
Abortion rights.
All right, thank you to our very own Daytona Everett for that very informative interview as we continue to monitor the fallout of that Supreme Court leak. And then tomorrow, a big day since this happened, as the Senate will look to vote to codify Roe v. Wade into federal law, which is not likely. Now, I do want to shift gears here before we send you to a quick 2-minute commercial break and bring you live out to a SEPTA train station in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, only a little after 5:30 a.m. Eastern time here, and you can see the sun beginning to rise. But this is a look, and viewer discretion is advised as the camera zooms into this very gruesome car crash that happened just before 3 a.m. according to our Fox 29 Philadelphia reporter Steve Keeley, and he actually did bring us some video of the scene when he first arrived. You could see him getting ready for his live report with his local station. But I do want to take you out to some of the video that he provided for us here, saying breaking 3 dead in a gruesome crash scene into a SEPTA Allegheny train station. So if you're from this area, this is in the Allegheny area of Pennsylvania, the Philadelphia area, specifically on Frankfurt-Martin line. He said that the Honda Pilot driver is dead. So as you can see, that is what the remains of this car was. It was a Honda Pilot. The driver is dead. 2 pedestrians dismembered, 1 decapitated in this horrific accident. I'm going to get rid of this graphic for just a moment. Again, he said this happened before 3 a.m. and another victim is in stable condition at a local hospital. Now, some more information onto how this possibly could have happened. He said the driver was going 100 miles an hour or even faster east on Allegheny Avenue. So that really just shows you the impact that immediately occurred when the car crashed into this train station. Again, he actually spoke to a Philly police officer, as you can see here in his tweet, who heard and then saw the Honda Pilot crash into the SEPTA Allegheny station of Market Frankfurt line elevated train. Again, a driver dead, a woman and a man pedestrian dead, and then another person in stable condition at a local hospital. Here is a live now look at that scene once again for you on Live Now from Fox. This is who we are and what we do. When we get breaking news, we are able to bring you front row to all of the action happening. And as you can see, it does look like somebody is very upset here on the sidewalk. Perhaps that they knew this person, perhaps that they knew somebody involved in this crash. Again, the driver of that Honda Pilot in the right-hand corner of your screen, you can see the camera zooming in. We do know that the driver of this Honda Pilot is dead. 2 pedestrians also confirmed dead, and then another person transported to a local hospital, and we can confirm that they are in stable condition. Now, if you are joining us from this area, we actually have more information from Bob Kelly with Fox 29 Philadelphia, talking about a detour that is happening. As you can see, this is still a very active scene. He's saying, update, all trains will bypass Allegheny Avenue Station due to this police police investigation. Commuters can use Tioga or Somerset Station. So can confirm that this part of the SEPTA station, this Allegheny Avenue station, is closed and trains are being detoured around it, as this is still a very active scene. You could see the car still located right there where all of this unfolded before 3 a.m. Viewer discretion is advised. You can see police officers surrounding this vehicle, a lot of debris from this crash surrounding the car located on the sidewalk there. Again, to give you some perspective as to just how intense and how gruesome this crash got very quickly. Steve Keeley reporting that the driver was going at least 100 miles per hour or faster. So how did this happen? Why was this driver going so fast? Hopefully we are able to get you more details as this investigation progresses throughout the morning. But this is breaking news that we are going to continue monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue bringing you to the scene live of this breaking news situation out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But we're also going to get into some more top
Russian
stories
tanks
that
and
we are
armored
following
vehicles
for you here
rolled down the streets
on
of
Live
Moscow
Now from
on
Fox.
Victory Day.
The latest when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. President Vladimir Putin in Russia celebrating Victory Day, which marks their reign over the Soviet Union back in World War II, basically paralleling his troops' forces when it comes to what they were doing back in the day and their current operations on the ground in Ukraine. So stay with us for the latest report from Trey Yingst, as well as more video we've got coming from the ground in Ukraine. And then again, we're going to continue to monitor this breaking news situation out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for you. At least 3 dead after a car crashed at a SEPTA train station in the Philadelphia area, specifically the Allegheny station. We know that the driver is dead, 2 pedestrians dead, and another person in stable condition at a local hospital. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Tuesday, May 10th. As promised, we are continuing to bring you live out to the scene of a very gruesome crash at a Philadelphia area train station. If you look to the right-hand side of your screen, this is not live footage. We actually recorded on some of the shots that our Fox 29 Philadelphia team provided to us just moments ago. But basically what we know right now is this Honda Pilot driver. That is what this vehicle was before it was completely dismembered in this high impact crash. The driver was going at least 100 miles per hour, according to our Fox 29 Philadelphia reporter, Steve Keeley, who is currently on scene. He actually was able to provide us some video in one of his tweets that I do want to show you here on Live Now from Fox. We do know that the driver of this Honda Pilot is confirmed dead. 2 pedestrians were confirmed dead as well, dismembered, as he says. One actually decapitated in this horrific event. It happened before 3 a.m. It is only now 5:39 a.m. here on the East Coast. And again, he did confirm in another tweet here that the driver was going 100 miles an hour or even faster. And this is happening at the Allegheny station, a SEPTA train station in the Philadelphia area. Another one of our Fox 29 Philadelphia reporters, Bob Kelly, bringing us some more details about the fact that all trains are going to be bypassing this current station as this investigation continues. It's still a very active scene out there, so commuters can use Tioga or Somerset stations if you are joining us from this area and do plan on taking the train to get to that commute to work. We did want to bring you this update for you here on Live Now from Fox. We also have a tweet here from SEPTA, the station itself, saying all trains again will bypass Allegheny Station due to police activity. Shuttle buses will also operate between Somerset and Tioga Station. So SEPTA working this morning to get commuters on their way at proficient timing after this very horrific crash. Again, this is not live. This is some recorded video that we got from the scene just moments ago, but the debris all over the ground, the glass, really just the hood of the car completely crashed in there. Again, this Honda Pilot driver going at least 100 miles per hour. So if we do get some more information or we do get a press conference from Philadelphia police, we will absolutely bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, because that is who we are and what we do. We are able to bring you front row to a scene when news breaks. Meanwhile, as we do continue on with some more top stories from across the country, I do want to shift our focus to the latest information surrounding the Russian invasion of Ukraine, officially entering day 76 today. Now, it was something that we brought you live raw and unfiltered yesterday morning. Russia celebrating Victory Day, which was the anniversary of its triumph over Germany in World War II. President Vladimir Putin drawing parallels between that struggle back then and his country's current efforts on the ground in Ukraine. But many are actually breathing a slight breath of relief this morning, as Putin did not officially announce an escalation into the conflict, which many feared that he would do. So Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has been on the ground in Ukraine since the beginning of this war, and he is in Kyiv with the very latest for us this morning.
Russian tanks and armored vehicles roll down the streets of Moscow on Victory Day. As the country commemorates the day Germany surrendered in World War II, Russian President Putin spoke about his war on Ukraine.
You are fighting for the homeland, for its future, so that no one forgets the lessons of World War II, so that there is no place in the world for executioners, punishers, and Nazis.
While the Russian leader didn't make any announcements about broader military mobilization, as some expected, he did falsely accuse the Ukrainians of being Nazis and planning to build nuclear weapons. Poland also held events to commemorate Victory Day. At one memorial in Warsaw, Russia's ambassador to Poland was doused in red paint by anti-war protesters. Ahead of the annual celebrations, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the Russian invasion.
Russia has forgotten everything that was important to the winners of the World War II. But Ukraine and the whole free world will remind them, so that then no one will forget.
His remarks come as Ukrainian forces successfully push back a Russian advance around the city of Kharkiv. Analysts believe Russian troops in this area could retreat over the border within days. In the south, Russian troops continue to encircle the Azovstal steel plant, where an estimated 2,000 Ukrainian troops are holed up underground. Ukrainian officials confirmed over the weekend that all civilians had been successfully evacuated from the plant after being trapped for weeks through humanitarian corridors organized by the United Nations. A spokesman for Ukraine's Ministry of Defense says his troops are still defending the facility.
In the Mariupol direction, the enemy continues to blockade our troops near the Azovstal plant, and with the help of artillery fire and tanks, conducts assault operations.
Tonight, Russian forces targeted the city of Odessa with missiles as their attempts to take more of southern Ukraine continue. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Meanwhile, like we do every day here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you more video from on the ground there in Ukraine. Specifically, we are showing you some video as Ukrainian forces used Soviet-era Ukrainian self-propelled howitzer artillery systems to target Russian forces in Ukraine's Kharkiv region. RFE/RL's Ukrainian service correspondent Marian Kushnir said, quote, "In the background, you can see a Ukrainian self-propelled howitzer 2S1 firing at a concentration of Russian infantry and vehicles. That's the target of the Ukrainian artillery." Now, Germany has actually pledged to send 7 self-propelled howitzers to Ukraine, and the Netherlands will also send 5, according to a report, as NATO countries began ramping up Western-made arms aid in March. So basically, a howitzer is that cannon-like military weapon that you could see right there on your screen. Ukrainians have also deployed an experimental Ukrainian-made wheeled self-propelled howitzer. That's according to the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. So again, bringing you some more video on the ground of the weapons that are being used by Ukrainian forces against Russian forces as the invasion enters day 76. Meanwhile, we brought to you over the weekend the fact that Dr. Jill Biden, our First Lady here in the United States, was overseas to celebrate Mother's Day with displaced family members, displaced mothers. Well, we actually do have a very sweet video to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. I want to bring up the volume for just a moment.
Тихо, 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 тихо. Так. Ой, мама дорогая. Ой, я
A very sweet moment here as a mother was reunited with her son on Mother's Day in a village near Kharkiv after more than 2 months apart, according to police. This video was shared by the National Police of Ukraine, showing this woman in a village which borders Kharkiv that was occupied by Russian troops, embracing, hugging her son, crying tears of joy. They had been separated by the occupation for a total of 74 days, according to the police. And according to this mother, she called it 74 days of hell. They said symbolically this happened exactly on Mother's Day. Thank you to all the defenders who are defending Ukraine. It is a thank you that Ukrainians return to their homes every single day. Some more video to make you smile here out of Ukraine. And this is a favorite of mine, this little guy named Patron. I'm actually going to lower this graphic for you here so you can see him on his leash there on the floor. This is a bomb-sniffing dog named Patron, receiving a Distinguished Courage Award from Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Now, the Jack Russell Terrier sniffs out bombs and has helped Ukraine's demining team by locating explosive devices planted by Russian troops. According to Ukrainian emergency services, the dog has sniffed out over 150 devices since the invasion began. Now, when Patron is working with his handler, if he finds anything, he scratches at the ground and barks to alert everyone to the danger. So you could see Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky meeting little Patron there, handing him his Medal of Honor. Definitely a sweet story that we wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to head out to the White House right now. This is a live now look of the sun rising in Washington, D.C. That is because we have some more information and news coming regarding the war in Ukraine out there in Washington, D.C. This is some video as President Biden signed a bill yesterday that would expedite the process of sending military aid to Ukraine. Now, the signing came as Russia continues bombarding the eastern part of the country out there, and the war is now in its third month. Last month, the House passed the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022, and the chief executive said the United States must stand with the people of Ukraine. Now, Congress could act on approving an extra $33 billion in aid to Ukraine within the next few weeks. So again, we wanted to bring you this video from inside of the Oval Office here on Live Now from Fox. Staying on this topic, I actually do want to continue with some more information from our Fox 13 Tampa team as they talk about this bill signing and the latest from on the ground out there as Russian forces continue their attacks in the eastern region of Ukraine.
President Biden signed the Lend-Lease Act of 2022. What this does is it revives a World War II era program which will help the U.S. send more weapons to Ukraine and get them there faster. And based on what Vladimir Putin said today, Russia's war on Ukraine will likely go on for much longer. This was Russia's annual Victory Day in which they celebrate the defeat of Nazi Germany.
President Putin used it to repeat his false claims that Russia is fighting Nazis again. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, he's been watching all this and saw what Putin said today. So what was your takeaway? Where do we go from here?
Well, in a couple of ways, Vladimir Putin defied expectations. For example, he did not declare any kind of victory in battle in Ukraine after 2.5, now nearly 3 months of invasion. And he also said just basically Russia's going to stay the course, keep doing what it's been doing, meaning continuing to grind on as we are seeing, which appears to lead basically to a stalemate at this point as this war continues to devastate Ukraine and, of course, weigh on Russia's economy. In Moscow, Vladimir Putin celebrated victory over Nazi Germany by falsely claiming Russia is still fighting Nazis in Ukraine.
Everything indicated that a clash with neo-Nazis was inevitable.
Meanwhile, on an empty street in Kyiv, Volodymyr Zelensky said it's Putin who is channeling Nazi Germany by invading, destroying, and mass murdering civilians. He said on the day of our victory over Nazis, let's call out the absurdity of Russian generals resplendent in their manicured parade uniforms and weighed down by their many medals for being complicit in Putin's hijacking of history.
Russia has forgotten everything that was important to the winners of World War II.
On Russia's annual Victory Day, analysts expected Russia to declare victory in Mariupol and overstate his gains in Donbass, maybe announce a new operation in Moldova, and repeat his nuclear threats. None of that happened. And it suggests Putin may now realize that many of his own people would not celebrate escalation and that his threats and lies may be wearing thin.
With Russia's economy cratered and a lot of soldiers not coming home to their parents, Russian citizens have to be thinking that that they've been sold something that just doesn't correspond to reality.
In Ukraine, the updated battle map show not much has changed in weeks. The circles show where we are seeing some movement, and it's the Ukrainian counteroffensive taking back captured towns and villages outside of Kharkiv. Russia's responding to this now by sending some troops in the battle for Donbass back up to the north to try to retake those towns and villages. That's heightened forces for Russia's offensive in Donbass, which is already sputtering, which once again is a prescription for stalemate. And take it all together, when you look and read into Putin's remarks, he's repeating, of course, the same false propaganda, but without the same level of bluster, which means he may be making some adjustments to sell this invasion to the Russian people, which is an indication he does not plan to cease or fundamentally change what he is doing. And with that in mind, Congress is fast-tracking President Biden's request. Remember, President Biden requested $33 billion in humanitarian relief plus military support for Ukraine. Well, Congress is not only moving forward on that with plans to take it up as early as tomorrow, but they've increased the request from $33 billion that President Biden wanted, now upwards of $39 billion.
So Ukraine, getting back to Ukraine, they're trying to join the European Union. Well, today the president of France comes out and says, well, that's not going to happen anytime soon. So what's the holdup there?
Macron said it's process and red tape, and it just isn't feasible for the foreseeable future. He said, for example, there are 80,000 pages of rules and regulations that a member country must meet, everything from conformity on the food code to environmental regulations. The list goes on. And he said that's a process that takes decades, plus all 27 members of the union would have to unanimously agree to admit Ukraine. They would therefore require it to meet all of these different rules. Just the review process would take us conceivably into years into the future, which is why he said Europe will continue to offer a great deal of military and humanitarian support. It just isn't feasible at this point to admit it into the union right away.
All right. To be continued. Thank you, Craig.
All right, thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that more in-depth report regarding Vladimir Putin and Russians celebrating Victory Day. His speech in that march yesterday, right before the celebrations continued, as well as what we've got going on the ground in there, what we've got going on the ground in Ukraine. Meanwhile, we are slowly approaching the top of the 6 o'clock Eastern Time hour, but I do want to continue on with some more top stories that we are following this morning. Some new news that we've gotten into our desk. Rapper Young Thug is in a Fulton County, Georgia jail this morning. This is actually a story that we are going to get a live report on here in just a little less than an hour at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. But basically, he's been charged with conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, otherwise known as the RICO Act, and participation in a criminal street gang activity operation. Jail records show officers booked Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams Jr., just yesterday. The court document refers to the group as the Young Slime Life Enterprise and stated that members conspired to associate together and with others for the common purposes of illegally obtaining money and property through a pattern of racketeering activity and conducting and participating in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. So that's a direct quote from the court documents. Now, the indictment lists more than 180 acts that support just the first of the 56 separate charges handed down to the various members of the YSL, the Young Slime Life Enterprise. And among those other charges are murder, aggravated assault, firearms violations, theft, drug possession, participating in a street gang activity, armed robbery, and carjacking. Right now, Williams is only charged with 2 of those counts. So be sure to stay with us at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We are going to head out live to Fulton County, Georgia. This is something that our Fox 5 Atlanta team is covering for us this morning, and we'll get some more information from them here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, another story that we are closely following, investigators still working to determine what killed 3 American tourists at a Bahamas resort over the weekend. They're hoping pending autopsies and toxicology reports could shed some light into the cause of what could have ensued this. Now, Fox News correspondent Phil Keating is in Miami with the very latest details. Let's listen in.
The State Department now investigating the situation in the Bahamas after 3 Americans were found dead this weekend at the Sandals Emerald Bay Resort. One of the 3 victims identified as a man from the Florida Panhandle, Vincent Chiarella. He was staying in one of the resort's villas with his wife Donis for their anniversary. She survived and was airlifted to a Miami hospital. Her son telling ABC News that she woke up during the scare and could not move. Another couple who died, identified as Michael and Robbie Phillips of Tennessee, had been staying in the villa right next door. Bahamas health officials say some hotel guests had gone to a clinic Thursday with nausea and vomiting.
All of them had reported feeling ill, and they, as was reported already, were seen by the medics.
Toxicologists are now looking at both villas to see if environmental factors could be to blame. Authorities do not suspect foul play.
They're looking at the water heater, the air conditioner, and propane to see if carbon monoxide poisoning is possible, because they've been focusing on the idea that the woman said she couldn't move and she had a lot of muscle weakness.
The Sandals Resort is assisting the investigation into these mysterious deaths. For now, the resort does remain open, and Bahamas health officials say there appears to be no threat to anybody else staying on the property. In Miami, Phil Keating, Fox News.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to tap into our Fox 29 Philadelphia coverage live as Steve Keeley brings us the latest on this very horrific car accident that claimed the lives of 3 people. The driver of that Honda Pilot to the right-hand corner of your screen confirmed dead. 2 pedestrians confirmed dead after the car was driving at more than 100 miles per hour and crashed into a SEPTA train station. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 10th. My name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. Thank you so much for starting off your morning with us. We are going to begin with some breaking news that we've got out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Now, this is not live right now. This is actually recorded footage that we've got from the scene of a very gruesome crash that we learned killed 3 people after the Honda Pilot that you could see to the right-hand side of your screen crashed into a SEPTA station in Kensington, which is in the Philadelphia area. Now, we do have Fox 29 Philadelphia reporter Steve Keeley live on scene. We are monitoring their coverage this morning in major breaking news situations like this. We are able to take you live to their broadcast as they give us the latest information. But as of right now, what we know, Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott Small saying that the crash happened around 2:45 a.m. Eastern time when an officer on detail at Kensington Avenue and Allegheny Avenue, so if you are from this area, saw a car traveling at a very high speed. The officer heard the vehicle first and believes it was easily going 100 miles per hour. Now, authorities say the car jumped the curb and hit a turnstile. We've actually got Steve Keeley officially going live here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
We're the only ones on this side because I thought that would be the classy move, not to show you body parts being taken away by the medical examiner and picked up off the sidewalk. But let me show you the crack now with daylight into the Allegheny station. And you can see the big 15-foot section just shoved in and crumbling where this Honda Pilot hit this building in excess of 100 miles an hour, according to the officer who has a beat here from Philadelphia, because this is nonstop crime around here, nonstop trouble. And this, if you don't know it already, you should. This is Philadelphia's capital of fentanyl and heroin abuse and sales, etc., etc. And a man and woman were on the street somewhere when this Honda Pilot came barreling down. And look at Allegheny. It curves right here, for those of you who don't know, under the L. They were coming down Allegheny eastbound, this car, registered out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania, 2.5 hours northwest of Philadelphia, Northumberland County. Obviously didn't know Allegheny, or maybe didn't know what he was doing when he was driving. So the driver killed, and then these 2 pedestrians killed. And you can see between the Honda Pilot and the medical examiner van, that turnstile, that is super heavy steel. That is now a mangled mess, and parts of that 100 feet away. So Alex, Mike, one of the worst accident scenes a lot of these veteran cops ever saw. And then they start recounting all the other ones. But this one's pretty bad. I can see part of the turnstile embedded into the front end of the Honda Pilot, that blue piece of steel sticking up. This could have been so much worse based on all the people that were out here, but it's as bad as it gets now. And then the only survivor is a man 53 who had an ankle monitor on when they took him away, I noticed, and he's got a broken pelvis, but he had an outstanding arrest warrant, so now he's held as a prisoner at the hospital. But as one cop said, he ain't going anywhere from all the injuries he got in this, but at least he survived this.
So the guy, police officer, was actually on a beat out here at Kensington and Allegheny. We always have police out here. And the police officer heard the vehicle coming, then saw it, and believed that vehicle was easily going 100 miles an hour eastbound on Allegheny Avenue. Then it jumped the curb at Kensington and Allegheny, and that's when it struck a turnstile. We believe it struck 3 pedestrians and then struck the building itself.
Veteran cops said they never saw a more horrific, gruesome scene with these victims.
It's really gruesome. One of the pedestrians that's closest to the vehicle clearly decapitated, and parts of his body dismembered, and parts of the body were actually burned because immediately after this accident the engine compartment of the vehicle caught on fire. Now the other pedestrian that's closer to the building, just a few feet away from the front of the vehicle, appears to be a female. Her body is also mangled, crushed, to the point where all 3 of these victims were pronounced dead immediately on location.
All right, so this happened just before 3, and here we are over 3 hours later. But there you see the train going by, bypassing the station for obvious reasons. And you'll notice the Kensington and Allegheny street signs. Right below that, that white surveillance camera is a Philadelphia Police real-time crime camera that captured this. But trust me, it's probably a half a second where it has the car coming into, past, under, and then into that building. Guys?
What a horrific scene.
Oh my God. All right, there was another heist car last night, too. Look at that.
Yeah, Philadelphia police are searching for a suspect who led.
All right, a big thank you to our Fox 29 Philadelphia team reporter Steve Keeley on a scene there with a live report. Like I mentioned, in major breaking news instances like this, where we do have an owned and operated station in the area, we are able to bring you live out to their broadcast because, as you can see, Steve Keeley was on scene with the very latest information, speaking with one of the Philadelphia police officers. And we actually do have some tweets from earlier here from Steve Keeley. So this is a look at the scene when it first happened. It happened at around 2:45 a.m. Eastern time. So Steve did post this video to Twitter that I want to play for you here on Live Now from Fox. And you can see that he said 3 dead in a gruesome crash scene into a SEPTA Allegheny train station of Frankfurt Market Line. A Honda Pilot driver dead, 2 pedestrians dismembered, 1 decapitated in this horrific accident. And then I'll lower this graphic for you to see that he did confirm another victim is in stable condition at the hospital. Now, you actually did hear him just mention that victim in stable condition, actually the police had an arrest warrant out for him, so he is expected to be okay. Not really sure what is going to happen from that point on with his charges, but some more videos, some more tweets and information coming on Twitter from Steve Keeley, adding that the driver was going 100 miles an hour or even faster on Allegheny Avenue. That's according to a Philly police officer who heard and then saw the Honda Pilot crash into this SEPTA Allegheny station. Again, the driver dead, a woman and a man pedestrian dead, and then another man in stable condition at a local hospital. Now, to kind of add to the information we've got coming into our desk, we've got Fox 29's Bob Kelly adding that all trains are actually going to bypass Allegheny Avenue Station due to this ongoing investigation. Still a very active scene out there right now. Commuters can use Tioga or Somerset Station. So again, if you are joining us from that area and planned on making that commute, this is one of the detours. SEPTA also confirming that the trains will bypass Allegheny Station due to this police activity. Shuttle buses also operating between Somerset and Tioga Station. So some people taking the train because they don't have cars. So they are providing buses for people who need to now get to a different station to head on their commute due to this very, very gruesome accident. And we do have an interview here from our very own Steve Keeley. I do want to see if we're able to get the sound for you here. So let's listen in on Live Now from Fox for what this police officer had to say. All right, it does not appear that that is going to play for us, but again, we wanted to show you these tweets from Philadelphia's Steve Keeley working with Fox 29. Again, we did have a live report from their broadcast just moments ago. In breaking news instances like this, we are able to take you to their show. It's one of the operations, the beauty and magic of Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are following for you here this morning. We do have the manhunt for the Alabama corrections officer and the escaped inmate coming to an end yesterday, officially learning that the corrections officer, Vicky White, pictured here, has since died due to a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. We're going to have all the nuts and bolts, plus the latest update from Alabama authorities who were involved in this investigation. We are also going to bring you the latest on the fact that the Senate passed a bill late last night to boost security for Supreme Court justices as the fallout continues a week after the Supreme Court document leak that could potentially overturn Roe v. Wade and fundamentally change abortion rights for women in America. The Senate is expected to vote on whether or not they will codify Roe v. Wade into law tomorrow. We'll have some more information for you on that. And then we are also going to bring you the latest information on President Biden's announcement expected at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. He's got a new rollout plan to help fight inflation. So stay with us. All that coming up after this quick break. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 10th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando studios, continuing to bring you all of the latest breaking news, live events, and updates that we've got for you on top stories, not only here in our nation, but internationally as well. Speaking of a major top story that we are following, we have some new information regarding the manhunt that officially ended yesterday for an Alabama corrections officer and an escaped murder suspect that stretched more than a week. Now, this is some footage from the scene yesterday where officials in Lauderdale County, Alabama announced that both the escaped inmate Casey White and corrections officer Vicky White were apprehended here in Evansville, Indiana. The two were reportedly spotted at a motel and a brief pursuit happened until the vehicles collided. So this is some of the footage that you could see from that accident right there yesterday. Officials from Vanderburgh County say Vicky, who had been driving the car, shot herself in the head. She was taken to a local hospital where she later died. She was 56 years old. We do know that an autopsy is scheduled for today. But to bring you some more information on this manhunt that officially came to an end, let's get the very latest from Fox's Jackie Ibanez this morning.
The manhunt for Casey White and Vicky White ending as dramatically as it started. Law enforcement in Evansville, Indiana, slamming their car into the suspect's vehicle Monday after the pair was spotted near the sheriff's office and tried evading officers.
The Marshals Task Force officers intercepted them, actually collided with them to try to end the pursuit. When this occurred, the female driver of the vehicle shot herself, and the passenger was injured.
Officials then apprehended the escaped Alabama murder suspect and the former corrections officer accused of helping him break free, more than a week after they first disappeared. The pair was rushed to the hospital after the crash. Mr. White sustained minor injuries, but officials say Miss White died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
Well, they're criminals. Sometimes they do things that are unexplainable.
The Whites were not related, but authorities say they were involved in a, quote, special relationship. The pair vanished from Alabama's Lauderdale County Jail on April 29th after Miss White told co-workers she was taking Mr. White for a court-ordered mental health evaluation. A lie officers say has impacted everyone among their tight-knit ranks.
There's no excuse for what she did. In spite of that, she was family, and our employees are going to take it very hard.
The hunt for the Whites stretched across 3 states. Mr. White is expected to be extradited back to Alabama as the investigation into his escape continues. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jackie Ibanez for that report. Now, something we do here on Live Now from Fox is air you the latest press conferences surrounding major breaking news like this story in its entirety. So I do want to play you the latest press conference we got from Alabama authorities after these two were apprehended. Now, I do want to note that when this press conference happened, Vicky White was not yet pronounced dead, but they still give a lot of insight and information into how they were apprehended, what happened, what clues and details led them to finding the pair. So I do still want to play it for you here on Live Now from Fox, but that is the one detail they did not have yet, the fact that Vicky White did end up dying due to that self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. But let's continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Led us to the arrest and the capture of them today was a tip that came from citizens, and they call those tips in because of the coverage y'all have provided us. You don't know how much I personally appreciate the way y'all have helped us in this case. We got a dangerous man off the street today. He is never going to see the light of day again, and you know, that's a good thing for not just our community, but that's a good thing for this country. So thank you very much for your help. I'll be glad to take a few questions.
What's the nature of Vicky White's wounds?
Don't know, just know she's been transported to the hospital for treatment. There was a wreck. I don't know if the wounds are related to the wreck or not. I'm sorry.
Are they caught in the same vehicle that you see in the pictures that were circulated today?
I'm sorry?
Are they caught in the same vehicle that was seen?
Yes, I think so. That Ford F-150.
What's the connection to Evansville, Indiana? Why there to that?
Don't know if anything particular drew them to that town. You know, but that's where we got the latest tip. which came in late last night, I think, or last night. Followed up on it first thing this morning, and they were able to get some leads there, and it led to their capture.
Where exactly did the chase start?
Where did the chase start? I'm not sure. My understanding is that they had located them at a hotel, and they ran, spotted them, ran, and the pursuit ensued.
Sheriff, we spoke to some of the folks that called that tip in up in Indiana, and they said they had actually alerted local law enforcement last week on Tuesday about that abandoned truck, and that it's taken several days for all the tips coming in to be able to get through those, get down the list. Was there something last night that changed your idea about why it might actually be a real sighting of Casey White, Vicky White?
No, I'm not aware of the earlier tip.
Sheriff, when will they be brought back here?
Not sure. They'll have to be extradited if they don't waive extradition. That can take some time. Of course, court proceedings involved in that. Over here, I heard someone over here.
Will they actually be brought back here, or was
Yes.
their connection, is it just too deep to...
No, they will be brought here. He has to be brought back here, and she does, to face arraignment on the new charges. He is charged with escape. She has multiple charges on her now. They will have to be brought back here for arraignment. We've already made arrangements with the Department of Corrections. He will be brought here for arraignment. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning, it doesn't matter. The judge has agreed to come out. He will be arraigned and immediately transferred to the Department of Corrections.
Are you concerned about Vicky White coming back to this detention center since she worked here?
She will not be logged. She will not be confined in this detention center.
Sheriff, what, if anything, at this point would you like to say to Vicky, perhaps?
I hope she survives this. I don't know the extent of her injuries. I hope she survives it. We don't wish any ill will on Vicky in terms of her health or her well-being, but she has some answers to give us, and hopefully we'll have the opportunity to get those answers.
Was there any kind of struggle?
Not that I'm aware of. I think it was just a pursuit. They wrecked and they were taken into custody. I understand he surrendered.
Were they found with any guns or
I haven't got that information. I'm not sure.
How was she injured?
Don't know. I don't know if it's a result of the wreck or if it's some other kind of injuries.
Is there any indication, Sheriff, that one of them shot themselves during this chase?
Can't confirm that. I know that no law enforcement officers fired any shots for sure.
Sheriff, the eyes of the country, people across the world, in fact, have been watching and following this manhunt, from here in Lauderdale County and now through 3 different states. How have you managed to keep going every day and keep that energy that we've seen here throughout this search?
I just wanted to get them off the street. I was committed to that. I was committed to every resource we had available to us to use those resources to make this event happen, to make this press conference possible.
Did you expect this outcome?
I'm sorry?
Did you expect this outcome?
I did. I've always expected this outcome. I knew we would catch them. It's just a matter of time. What was so challenging about this escape was, most escapes from a county jail especially, they're not planned. They're just sort of spontaneous. There are no resources available, no plan in place about what am I going to do when I get out here other than just run. This escape was obviously well planned and calculated. A lot of preparation went into this. They had plenty of resources, had cash, had vehicles, had everything they needed to pull this off. And that's what made this last week and a half so challenging. We were starting from ground zero, and not only that, we were they got a 6-hour head start on us. So it's been a and this just speaks volumes to the effectiveness and the efficiency. It speaks volumes to the effectiveness and efficiency of the United States Marshal Service. This is what they do. They track down fugitives, and today is obvious that they do it well.
Is there any reason to believe they had help in their escape?
No evidence that I know of that there was anyone else involved other than Casey White and Vicky White.
Someone going to get the money?
That I don't know about. That's not my deal.
Are they talking yet or keeping quiet? Do they have anything to say once they're in custody?
I have no idea. They're obviously in Indiana, and I'm here, so I don't really know what's going on as we speak. But
are you all sending folks to Indiana? Do you have people up there?
The U.S. Marshals are up there. We will probably wait until they get back here. I don't see any need in us sending someone up there because they'll be brought back here And now if they don't waive extradition and are up there for a while, we may end up sending a team up.
Sheriff, can you talk about lessons learned? We've talked over the week about protocols that are in place for your employees, but will there be changes or lessons that you've learned from this entire situation?
Well, the lesson that I think I've learned, and I think everybody's learned, you don't know who you can trust. You know, I had every bit of trust in Vicki White. She has been an exemplary employee. And what in the world provoked her or prompted her to pull a stunt like this, I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know. But, you know, I mean, you as a leader, you've got to have people in place in these key positions like she was in, that you have confidence in, that you have trust in. And when they violate that trust, I don't know how you can predict that. You know, we had the policies. You know, a policy is a piece of paper. It can't prevent anything. A policy is there for me as a leader to take disciplinary action when a policy is violated. I can't predict when someone's going to violate a policy. But you know, it just one more time, you know, I've learned that you just don't know people sometimes. You think you do, and you really don't know who they are.
How would you compare this moment to some of the other events that have happened in your tenure as sheriff?
Not just my tenure as sheriff. September of this year will mark the 50th anniversary of me beginning my career. I've never experienced a week like this in my career.
Sheriff, you've been in contact with Pat Davis, Vicki's mom, over the course. You had one sheriff that you said that was kind of your liaison.
Yes.
Have you spoken to her since their capture?
I have not. That deputy is at her home as we speak.
So he's talking to her
he was
right now?
dispatched there. That's one reason we had to delay the press conference a while, to give him time to get to their house.
So she was alerted before the press
Yes.
conference?
You said Vicki won't be in the Lauderdale County Detention Center. Do you know what the plans are once she's brought back here?
Vicki, we will make arrangements to have her detained in another facility. And in fact, those arrangements have already been made. Those arrangements were made 3 or 4 days ago.
Mr. Connolly, can you speak a little to general and the upcoming prosecution of this? Just talk to us about that.
We primarily want to bring him back here and hold him accountable, not only for this escape, obviously, but for the murder of Vicki Ridgway. I'm sorry, Connie Ridgway. So we're going to be working with the Sheriff's Department to make sure that we can get him extradited and get him back here and hold him accountable.
In general, though, how do you, obviously, the extra precautions placed on him given this escape, what are your thoughts about this in terms of bringing him to trial and filing charges? Can you go over the immediate charges that are coming out of this?
I mean, his capital murder case is set for June, so, you know, plan A would be to try him in June for that. And there are a lot of moving parts between there and now, but I mean, that's plan A. And obviously, I know that we got a great staff at the jail, and I know that they're going to be on high alert to house him and make sure that he doesn't get away from us again.
And talk about the charges coming against Vicki and how you will pursue that.
So she's charged with facilitating the escape. That's a Class C felony, so she's looking at up to 10 years in prison.
Mr. Connolly, you've been in contact with Connie Ridgway's family, her sons. Can you talk to me about making that call to them and letting them know about this capture? Has that been done yet?
Yes, I mean, that was our first priority when we found out that they were captured, is to let them know that, and we've done that, so they know.
Can you tell me about that conversation? You seem like you were probably excited to make that call. What was their take on the other end?
Well, to be frank, they already knew it from Facebook. So apparently the people in Indiana had already released it on Facebook. But yeah, well, I mean, but you know, that's part of what we take very seriously, is to make sure that our victims are informed and consulted about the case, and we've done that.
And all of this, everyone talking about Vicki and Casey and their love story and whatnot, they're real victims of Casey White's crimes and alleged victims of Connie Ridgway.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's one of the really sad things about this, that after finally being able to indict him for her murder, of having this twist and turn in that case, it's got to be devastating to them, so we look forward to bringing him to justice.
What was the reaction from Casey's ex-girlfriend who he tried to kill?
I have not spoken to her, so I don't have any reaction from her.
For you, Mr. Connolly, just one last question. There's a lot of media attention, there's a lot of just eyes on this case. What does that mean for you and your office to make sure that everything, your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed to get this pushed through?
I tell you, my main concern is the media. Not, I mean, I obviously in favor of fair reporting, but we want to try this case right here in Lauderdale County. So, you know, our goal in the next days and weeks as we go ahead is we want to be cooperative with the media, but we also want to be mindful that we don't want to change a venue, for instance. We want to be able to try this case here in Lauderdale County among his peers. So we've got to take that into account as we go forward in the days ahead. Thank y'all.
Let me add, a question was asked earlier about.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. We are slowly approaching 6:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. It is Tuesday, May 9th, and we wanted to bring you this full update from authorities regarding that nationwide manhunt for an Alabama corrections officer and an escaped murder suspect. Pictured to the upper left-hand side of your screen, that manhunt literally stretched more than a week, and it finally came to an end just yesterday. Officials in Lauderdale County, Alabama, as you can see here, announcing that both Casey White and corrections officer Vicky White were apprehended in Evansville, Indiana. We actually do have some video from the scene here to show you. This is actually after a pursuit happened when the two were reportedly spotted at a motel. Now, officials from Vanderburgh County say Vicky, who had been driving, shot herself. She was taken to a local hospital where she later died. She was 56 years old. We do know that an autopsy is scheduled for today. So here is that latest update that we wanted to show you on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Before we go, we usually bring you live and worldwide at some point every day, especially when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But some really cool footage to show you out of the United Kingdom this morning. We've got Prince Charles officially sitting in with Parliament today for something called the state opening. So Buckingham Palace actually says that Queen Elizabeth II, who usually attends, will not attend amid the ongoing mobility issues that she has had. She is in her late 90s, so Prince Charles and his wife Camilla sitting in for him this morning. So we just wanted to show you this really cool footage, live, raw, and unfiltered here on our show. Like I've been saying all morning, that's the beauty of who we are and what we do. When major events like this happen internationally, we can bring you front row. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are likely going to be in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for the latest on a very gruesome crash that claimed the lives of 3 people.
the original crash scene. And Bob Kelly, the police haven't even gotten down the street yet. Look at the front end damage to that car. Don't go too far, Greg. So that white van you see with the doors open, the passenger side doors, just got slammed by this white car, and that's at Jasper Street in Allegheny, just a block before this accident. And that just happened while Sue Serio's talking. So I don't know how serious that is, but look at the front end of that car. So that just tells you how dangerous it is, even with everybody, you would think, slowing down, coming up to the original accident scene that happened at 2:45 a.m. So now we're going to walk up Allegheny, and we're going westbound. This car was going eastbound like these cars coming at you now with their headlights. So that car is coming down this street, and there is now Philly police here around the clock because they have a beat here because this is so bad around here. This is the heroin fentanyl capital of the world here. We're just stepping on needles every step of our feet. And so this Honda Pilot is doing an excess of 100 miles an hour, and it goes under the L, misses the blue pillars, misses the street signs, the poles, and then hits the Allegheny station. You can see the SEPTA sign on the top. But now look, you can see why the building integrity is in question and license and inspection is here, because you can see that huge crack in the building there, and that is where the Honda Pilot hit. Unfortunately, it hit a woman and a man at the same time. So you had the driver killed and you had the woman and man killed. And not to get too gruesome, but they were dismembered, decapitated, hit so violently here. That car is still up in the air in the back. And we're going to walk now to the other side of this police car and give you a sense of the turnstile that was hit here. And those are heavy turnstiles, and that is just gone, mangled. Parts of it went everywhere, and all the parts are like 100 pounds or more. And I tried picking up a couple of parts, and I'm using 100-pound dumbbells at home, and those parts are heavier than that. So that gives you a sense of the violent hit to that building. And look at that crack. Wow. So that's why nobody's using that building. That's why the trains are bypassing here. Even the train station on the other side is shut down, so they're not even moving westbound traffic that way. So there you go. Look at this car still up in the air. This car is registered in Shamokin, PA, which is in Northumberland County, and everybody's saying what I said to the cops when they told me that. Where is that? And that's 2.5 hours northwest of Philadelphia. And so who knows why somebody from Shamokin was at Kensington and Allegheny at 2:45 going 100 miles an hour. The obvious questions I asked, was he being shot at? Were police chasing him? Was he trying to avoid police? No, no, no. They have no idea why somebody would be going that fast. And you can see as we go here, the building, the Allegheny curves here, right where the school bus is, sadly, and they didn't make the curve. They just crashed into that building and hit two people. And there's so many people here, even at 2:45, because this is where everybody lives on the street. They live all along the sidewalk. That's why the cops are here full time. And so as bad as this is, and it is bad, it could have been way worse. So in the front of this police car, you can see where SEPTA now trying to pick up the pieces, some of the pieces of that turnstile. Look how far they were thrown. And that's the piece I tried to kick and move with my foot and leg at 4 a.m. and it didn't budge. And that's very heavy to be thrown there. If you even got hit by that, you would have got killed, a cop told me. So this is a very violent, gruesome, horrific crash scene. And boy, they are trying to investigate and find out what's going on. They had one survivor of this crash, a man 53, who had outstanding arrest warrants and extradition reports, and he's had an ankle bracelet that they find on him as they rush him to the hospital with a broken pelvis. They've got this camera here, which is one of this police real-time crime cameras. I think I show you one of them twice a week, and it happens right under that. So this car is coming and going under that camera before it slams into the Allegheny station with such destruction that that station has to close, and maybe, who knows, they're going to have to obviously shut it down for a while to repair that if it's repairable. Guys?
Yeah, just to fix the turnstile will take days, maybe weeks. All right, my God, 6:37.
Russia's war in Ukraine, and then...
All right, thank you to our Fox 29 Philadelphia's Steve Keeley on a scene there for a very gruesome car accident that happened at around 2:45 a.m. Eastern time out there in Philadelphia. Just to give you some insight into why we were able to take his live report. So when we have major breaking news that happens where we do have an owned and operated Fox station, we are able to tap into their live coverage on their morning shows. It's one of the cool things about Live Now from Fox. Obviously, Steve has been following this story from the very beginning. He was literally walking us down the streets where that Honda Pilot was going more than 100 miles per hour before crashing into that Philadelphia SEPTA train station. So we wanted to bring you his live report for you here on our show this morning. We actually do have some more footage from the scene a little bit earlier before the sun began to rise. So if you just are tuning into our stream, we do know that 3 people are dead after a car crashed into a SEPTA train station in Kensington. So this is in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area. Now, the Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector says the crash happened again at around 2:45 a.m. when an officer actually saw a car traveling at that high speed rate. The officer heard the vehicle first and believes it was easily going 100 miles per hour. Authorities say the car jumped the curb and hit a turnstile, hitting 3 pedestrians and then the SEPTA station building. So Small says the crash was very, very gruesome, as one of the victims was decapitated and their body was dismembered and burned due to a car fire that started after the crash. The body of another victim, believed to be a woman, was severely mangled and crushed. Now, the police chief inspector is saying the crash scene was so brutal that all 3 victims were pronounced dead, and the medical examiner is still on scene. A very active scene out there right now. Police say the driver of the car and 2 pedestrians died, and then another person was transferred to Temple University Hospital. And due to this incident, the Allegheny station is being bypassed, and shuttle buses are actually going to run in both directions to bring commuters out to different stations, because this is going to be closed as this investigation will likely go into the later hours of this morning. So a very developing breaking news story, a very gruesome one to say the least. You heard Steve Keeley say they don't know if the driver was running away from somebody, if he was intoxicated. They are investigating into a potential cause, but the driver of the Honda Pilot is confirmed dead. So whether or not we get any more updates from police or any more information from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team, we will be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on with some more top stories that we are following this morning. We're going to head out live to New York City, the concrete jungle this morning. It is about 6:40 a.m. here on the East Coast, and I do want to go into some consumer and business-related news, because actually today I also do want to take you out to the White House right now. We do know that 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, around that time, President Biden is going to be making some remarks on a new plan to help Americans combat inflation. This is all happening as AAA reported record high gas prices this morning. And meanwhile, as inflation continues to surge, the job market is actually continuing to get better. So that is something our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork is bringing us the very latest on this morning. Let's get his report.
Hiring woes continue plaguing the country as fears over a possible recession loom. Still, federal employment data is sending mixed signals.
We have now created a total of 8.3 million jobs in my first 15 months in office. The unemployment rate now stands at 3.6%.
On one hand, job growth is proving steady, even as inflation remains at a 40-year high. Unemployment is still hovering around its lowest rate in roughly half a century. The Labor Department on Friday also reporting the country added 428,000 new positions just last month. So where are all the workers?
You cannot find anybody to apply for work.
For every unemployed person, analysts suggest there's at least 2 open jobs, creating steep competition for workers, especially in industries seeing increased growth, including leisure, hospitality, and manufacturing.
Right now I have approximately 12 people on staff, and we need probably 15 to 17.
And economists predict this ongoing worker shortage could jeopardize long-term economic recovery.
The supply of labor remains constrained,
And that in turn is going to put upward pressure on wages and ultimately upward pressure on prices.
Financial experts say the job market could actually start winding down in the near future, saying a decline is only natural after a prolonged period of growth. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Alrighty, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to turn to some major news out of Georgia that we did get into our desk overnight. We've got rapper Young Thug, a very popular rapper who resides in the Atlanta area. He was arrested last night in Buckhead among 28 other people listed in an 88-page indictment filed over the weekend. We are going to head out live to Fulton County, Georgia, to get an update from our Fox 5 Atlanta team as they follow this story this morning. Stay with us. That's coming up after this quick break.
Hi there. Why don't you ask about, there's another rapper named Gunna who also apparently, I've never heard of him, but apparently is somewhat well known, who has also been indicted. Why don't you ask if he's going to be appearing in court as well this morning? I'm going to say I don't know because he hadn't been formally booked into the jail as of the overnight hours, so probably won't be, but you can ask that. His name is Gunna. The other rapper's name is Gunna. I'm going to mention him in the tag, saying that Young Thug wasn't the only local rapper who's been indicted. There's this other guy named Gunna who's also been indicted, and so you could say, well, is that Gunna guy? Is Gunna? His name is Sergio Kitchens is his real name, but Gunna is what he's called. Is Gunna going to be appearing in court with Young Thug? Is maybe what you could say, because I'm going to mention that Young Thug's going to be in court this morning. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yes. Sure.
Alrighty, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 10th. You're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. But you are actually taking a live now look as the sun is rising over Atlanta, Georgia, because we have some news that we have gotten to our desk overnight that we are continuing to follow this morning. So this is a mugshot of a popular rapper Young Thug. So what do we know about his arrest? Well, this is something that happened late last night in Fulton County, Georgia. Rapper Young Thug charged with conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, otherwise known as the RICO Act, and participating in criminal street gang activity. So we are going to stay in Georgia live to speak with Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner. He is following this story for us this morning. So Mark, just to elaborate for our viewers, and this is something that I kind of had to look up myself, what does racketeering necessarily mean? What are these charges that he's facing?
Yeah, the RICO Act, the racketeering, is basically a group of people that work together, conspire together to form a criminal enterprise. And it got to be multiple people, and they've got to be doing multiple different things to make a racketeering charge. And this particular racketeering charge, according to the Fulton County prosecutor, was vast. In fact, they listed 180 plus different acts that they allege that Young Thug and his other co-defendants were taking part in, all part of the YSL, or Young Slime Life group, that he has accused of being part of. You're looking at Young Thug's mugshot. The Fulton County District Attorney claims the rapper, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams Jr., is part of a gang that used violence, drugs, and even murder to make money. Williams is one of 28 suspected members of the Young Slime Life charged with racketeering. He also faces criminal street gang charges. The 88-page, 56-count indictment lists more than 180 acts YSL members allegedly committed going back to January 2013. Williams' name comes up 35 times, including allegedly renting a car that was used in a murder, making terroristic threats while being kicked out of Perimeter Mall, receiving stolen guns, possession with intent to distribute meth, hydrocodone, and marijuana when he was arrested by Brookhaven police, and being part of a traffic stop in which police found numerous weapons, including an AK-47 with a 30-round magazine. The indictment claims Williams used his music, videos, and social media posts to spread YSL's power and territory. According to the indictment, YSL started in 2012 in the Cleveland Avenue area of southeast Atlanta, but has spread since then. YSL is accused of being affiliated with the Bloods gang. The indictment says its members identify themselves by using hand signals, tattoos, and clothing with YSL or slime written on them, and often wear red for Bloods, green for slime. Young Thug is being held here at the Fulton County Jail, expected to make his first court appearance later on this morning. And while he is certainly the highest profile person who has been indicted in this, he's not the only local rapper who's been caught up. Another rapper by the name of Gunna, whose actual name is Sergio Kitrix, has also been charged with this as well. He is only facing the racketeering counts, not any of the other ones. As we mentioned, Young Thug facing both racketeering and those criminal gang activities.
Yeah, interesting to note that he was not the only high-profile rapper, Mark. Do we know if Gunna is also going to be indicted today?
Yeah, we're not sure if Gunna is going to actually be appearing in court. Part of that is because, at least during the overnight hours, the folks here at the Fulton County Jail said he hadn't been officially booked into the facility. So it's quite possible that he was in the process of being booked in, or it's quite possible if he was booked in, it might be too late for him to get on the calendar for this morning's court hearing. So we'll have to wait on that to see how it all plays out.
All right, well, Mark, definitely a lot of information, a lot of details to break down from those court documents. So we really appreciate you getting our viewers up to speed here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be in touch with your team about those court appearances. You have a good day.
You too.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Like I mentioned to Mark, we will be in touch with our Fox 5 Atlanta team involving this very high-profile story. Rapper Young Thug arrested last night in Fulton County, Georgia. So be sure to stick with us for any more video that we get to our desk. Maybe we will get some cameras inside of that courtroom, but we'll bring you some more details in just a bit. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Before we go to break, I do want to take you out live to the United Kingdom this morning. We just had some looks at Prince Charles sitting inside with UK Parliament for something called the state opening debate. Queen Elizabeth II usually making an appearance, but she's been having some mobility issues. She is very elderly, so she did not sit in for this very high-profile meeting. Prince Charles stepping in for the Queen on this Tuesday, May 10th. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to get the very latest on the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Someone who has joined our show nearly every day, Hal Kempfer. He is a retired United States Marine Corps counterintelligence officer, and he spoke with Andrew Kraft just yesterday talking about Victory Day, talking about what Vladimir Putin said in his Victory Day speech. A lot of people anticipating him to declare war in Ukraine, to ramp up forces. That's not exactly what he said, so a lot of people breathing a sigh of relief this morning. But as you could see, there is still so much damage. Russian forces continuing to attack in the eastern portions of the country. So we'll have an update from our very own Andrew Kraft and Hal Kempfer when you return here on Live Now from Fox.
Joining me now to discuss that even further is national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. Hadn't spoken to you in about a week now, but this was what everyone was talking about today, and that, of course, is this Russian military parade. We have some of it from earlier today there in Red Square in Moscow. Many who have been watching this for so long, this happens every May 9th, and you can go into kind of the historical connotations. We just lost that shot there, unfortunately. But Hal, do us a favor. You know, this was kind of a dud to many who have seen this, who have watched this. No major announcements, no kind of signs that victory will be proclaimed by Putin, no major kind of reorienting of troops on the battlefield in Ukraine. What did you make of it, Hal?
I thought it was, well, welcome back, Andrew, by the way. I thought it was a bit of a lessened event. There were, experts said there were about a third less troops, total forces that were on the ground than in previous years, which I thought was notable. I think that shows the tax that Ukraine has taken on the Russian military as a whole. The fact that the chairman of the armed forces, the chief of the armed forces, General Gerasimov, wasn't there, really stood out. Of course, there's been reports that he was seriously wounded when he was in Ukraine. He went over there ostensibly to take over the main effort, and within a few days of being there was targeted by the Ukrainians and reportedly medically evacuated. The fact that he didn't show up for today's parade tends to underscore that those reports are probably true. I didn't see the foreign minister there, Lavrov. I didn't see him at all. If he was in the crowd, I didn't see him. Many other experts, or I should say others, have said that they didn't see him there. And that may show that he was maybe diminished in status. He kind of stepped into it with some of his comments about Zelensky, and he was saying that the worst anti-Semites or Nazis or Jews or something like that. And of course, Israel raised a rather strong protest, as did others, which all of a sudden he was kind of moved off to the side. And of course, that's kind of symbolic of some of the overwhelming belligerent bellicose rhetoric that's surrounding this, which of course we heard Putin up there again repeating the lies about this is a war or a fight against Nazis, and that somehow the Ukrainians are Nazis and all this stuff, and somehow trying to do this false equivocation of saying that Victory Day in World War II against Nazi Germany was the same thing that they're dealing with today in Ukraine. So it was notable for what you didn't hear, though. He didn't call for a war in Ukraine, didn't declare victory in Ukraine. And of course, if he called for a war in Ukraine, that would have been also would have led to a national mobilization. And I think there's just a grudging realization that he has limits. And it's a two-front war. One's in Ukraine, one's back in Moscow. And I think he realizes he, A, can't afford to mobilize the nation, and B, it could be even more politically embarrassing than anything else, because there's a lot of thought that if he did a national mobilization, a large percentage of those to be mobilized simply would not show up. They would essentially dodge the draft, as it would, and that would have been a huge black eye for him. Probably would have been tantamount to somebody trying to replace him. So that was notable. If I may just say one more thing, though, there was supposed to be a big 77 plane flyover, and they said it was canceled because of weather. The weather that everybody saw was scattered clouds, light winds. As you may recall, Ukrainian intelligence special operations forces have been reportedly operating around Moscow, even on the other side of Moscow from Ukraine, with some special type of attacks. It is certainly feasible that they could have got anti-aircraft weapons like Stingers or Star Streaks in there. I don't know. That's pure speculation. I just found it was rather interesting that the flyover didn't happen. And that could have been because they perceived some sort of threat. But we don't know. It just didn't happen.
Yeah, of course. I just want to keep on this this subject, Hal, because I think it's so interesting. This happens every May 9th. And like you mentioned, there was no air show. But we've heard so much from Putin before, like what we heard today, calling Ukrainians Nazis, like you said, comparing the Nazi defeat in World War II to what is happening right now on the battlefield in Ukraine. But is this indicative that Putin has no off-ramp in the war? You and I have talked about this for so long, because there was no victory to announce or embellish. And remember, you and I had been, well, at least I believe you had been speaking with my colleagues earlier last week that they were going to take the opportunity, declare victory, talk about what are the next stages in the war. There was going to be this, rapid remobilization, if you will. That didn't happen today. And so this was really hyped up, and it kind of fell flat.
That's what everybody thought was going to happen. Everyone thought he was going to declare some sort of victory. Originally, the thought was he would say, okay, we have secured the territorial integrity of the Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk provinces. Of course, they haven't done that yet. So I think he avoided that because I think it was Jake Sullivan today said there are limits. He said words that there are even limits to Russian propaganda, which basically means even they can make stuff up so much that they can't support it. And that was just a bridge too far. They just couldn't support something that, grotesquely false, if you will, that they had not achieved that. So they just stayed away from it. There was a lot of speculation. I didn't know. I mean, I certainly was with everyone else. It's possible he could, declare war to lead to a national mobilization. But he didn't do it. And I have to tell you, I stayed up till midnight last night, and I wanted to hear it live. And that's what really stood out to me, was the fact that he did not declare war, did not mobilize the nation. Although if you do the accounting, if you just simply look at what resources they have, that could have been a bigger embarrassment. First off, a lot of people wouldn't show up for the national mobilization. And the other part was they could have shown up, and it's possible within a few months, they'd run out of money to pay them. And if you run out of money to pay your army, eventually they will probably go home. And this is an army that is suffering morale issues. It's having huge problems. The forces that are in Ukraine are having huge morale issues. There's still reports that they're doing things like shooting their vehicles to avoid going to the front lines. All sorts of things are still coming out. The same stuff that we were hearing over 2 months ago about them avoiding combat service in Ukraine. So I think he's realizing that he's kind of boxed in. The only really off-ramp for him is a negotiated settlement. With that said, I don't see him entering into negotiations anytime soon. Realistically, the off-ramp is probably just his forces continue to suffer huge attrition, and they get to the point where they simply can't hold their positions, potentially getting kicked out of eastern Ukraine.
Yeah. Hal, of course, now May 9th has come and gone. Russia, of course, is not the only country that commemorates this day, Victory in Europe Day after World War II. So many other, especially Eastern European nations, Poland especially. This is going viral, though. I want to put up some of the video. The Russian ambassador to Poland, I believe, red paint was thrown on him today as he was commemorating Victory in Europe Day. I just want to give our viewers a sense, if they haven't seen this yet, take a look at this video right here. That is the Russian ambassador to Poland. Protesters there today as he was going to lay flowers in a wreath at a VE Day memorial. Red paint thrown all over him. Hal, this is a pretty defiant protest to a high-ranking official. To be expected, though, no doubt.
Well, there's a interesting history there. First off, Russia is not very popular in Poland right now. The other thing is you have to go kind of back in history. When World War II started, that actually was an invasion of Poland, which involved a secret agreement between Germany and the Soviet Union. So when Germany invaded Poland from the west, Russia invaded from the east, and then of course they rounded up all the Polish military officers, all their army officers, and conducted summary execution and buried them. And they weren't found till years later. And of course they tried to blame the Nazis, but it was actually Russia and the Soviet Union that did that. Then, of course, as they were sweeping across, the Polish resistance did the famous, uprising against the Nazis, and the Soviets simply stopped outside of Warsaw and let the Nazis basically wipe out the resistance, and then they went in. And that was a cold-blooded calculation by Stalin. He said, "Look, these are armed resistance, and we plan to take over Poland after the war."
The FDA issued a recall to ensure that they are meeting
right out of the Stalinist playbook. Also, according to the British Ministry of Defense, Russia has only gained a handful of miles in the Donbas because of 4 factors. This is also according to a senior U.S. official. One of them is that they won't advance ahead of artillery fire, that they are stuck on paved roads because of spring mud, like you and I have talked about. They have not fixed logistics in the Donbas. And lastly, some troops are just not following orders. So we're seeing still the same problems persist. What does this mean going forward?
Well, what it means is, first off, that thing with, for at least for another week or so, I just read the weather report today, they still have mud problems. Whereas it's not raining as heavily as it was, they still have a lot of mud. So they're kind of stuck to the hardball roads, to the paved roads, except for, of course, tracked vehicles, but even they are somewhat limited. One of the challenges that Russia has is that, we've been moving all this artillery. And when I say we, I mean NATO. Of course, our 155 howitzers have been going over, but other countries' 155 howitzers have been going over. And certain things that they can do is they can share the same ammo. And these howitzers have the ability to shoot rounds which are far more accurate. For example, the laser-guided rounds can literally hit pretty much on the target within 2 meters of a target. So if you have a target that's out there and they can laser designate it like a tank, they can put an artillery round on the tank. They can do the same thing for counter battery fire. Even without lasers, they have extremely accurate long-range munitions, which exceed what the Russians have by quite a bit. So when they fire, and one of the things they're doing right now is they're training the Ukrainians up on these counter battery radars. Obviously, there's a certain amount of a lot of intelligence sharing with the Ukrainians. Obviously, probably too much talked about intelligence sharing with the Ukrainians. But they have a lot of intelligence. They can identify generally where these targets are. And then when the Russians fire their artillery or fire their rockets, they have these new counter battery radars which pick up where they're from, and they can zero in very accurately on where that Russian artillery battery or where that Russian rocket battery is. And then they can reach out these long-range munitions that are highly accurate that the Russians don't have and wipe out their artillery and rockets. Now, if you look at the attrition of Russian artillery and rockets right now, it's increasing, but not at a great degree, not the degree that says they're doing great counter battery fire. However, this stuff is just coming into inventory. And in the Donbass, this is going to make a huge difference. Once they can get this stuff really put into effect, once they can start causing heavy attrition of Russian artillery and Russian rockets, you're going to see their ability to maneuver decrease from the low level it is right now. As you said, they do not want to move beyond their artillery coverage. Well, if they start seeing their artillery wiped out by this counter battery fire, you're going to see even a greater reluctance to move out there, because they know once they get out there, if there's no artillery and rockets, that they are going to be targeted with those Javelin missiles or those NLAW missiles, and at some point they're going to be wiped out, as many units have been. So when you look at this, I'm just waiting. Obviously, the preponderance of artillery, if you look at the number of systems, very much in Russia's favor. However, if you look at the quality of the artillery and the substantive difference that this added artillery is going to make, I think what you're going to see is a turnaround. And you'll see it in eastern Ukraine, around Kharkiv, in Donbass. You may eventually work its way to the south, where they're going to start causing attrition. And when they can wipe out that artillery safety net, if you will, that the Russian forces have, I think you're going to see a dramatic change in the battlefield. And that's where those counteroffensives, as they've been termed, I just call them offensives, but those counteroffensives are really going to start to pick up steam. And there's an interesting thing in war. Once they realize that they can't hold the ground, once they realize that they've lost combat power to stay in place, armies tend to fall apart or flee. We tend to be very organized. Yeah. We're very disciplined. They're not. And I would anticipate something with the Russians that I kind of saw with the Iraqis in Kuwait. Once they realized their situation was lost, I mean, it was, pardon the expression, it was like Monty Python Holy Grail. They just ran away.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to see some of that.
Yeah, of course, Hal, we were hearing from Defense Department officials saying that this could last till September, and then that could be kind of a make or break point. That's, of course, several months from now. I just wanted to get your opinion as well about actions the Biden administration is taking. But before we do that, let's kind of give a roundup of who is visiting Ukraine in the last 24, 36 hours. We saw First Lady Jill Biden. She visited Ukraine, visiting refugees, orphans, and the like. We saw Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He was the highest-ranking North American leader to visit Ukraine. He met with Zelensky. Of course, the past weekend, we saw Nancy Pelosi with the congressional delegation. And then, of course, UN Secretary General Guterres in Moldova today. That is somewhat prescient as well. So a lot of high-ranking officials are meeting with Ukrainian counterparts, are meeting with Zelensky. Of course, we also have U.S. embassy officials and employees. They're back in Kyiv, Hal. So this is, I think, very, very good optimistic signs.
It's huge. Interestingly, in Odessa, the prime minister of the European Union was down there. And actually, one of the things Russia's doing, they can't move on the battlefield. And it almost seems like they act out of frustration. They fire these long-range cruise missiles at Odessa. Not very accurately, but they just fire them over there. Well, anyway, the EU prime minister was visiting in Odessa and had to shelter, go into a bomb shelter with his Ukrainian hosts until the firing stopped. That was very interesting. You know, we talk about, all these political leaders going to Ukraine, in this case, truly going into harm's way with their Ukrainian counterparts. I thought that was an interesting little change, because we had not seen something quite like that, although we did see a little something like that with the attack in Kyiv with the Secretary General, but not quite to that same extent. What this is, it really is saying that the West has put its confidence that the Ukrainians will prevail, and that's an incredibly strong statement. And to say that Putin completely miscalculated, completely underestimated Western resolve, underestimated the European Union, underestimated NATO, just can't be overemphasized. I mean, he just completely blew it across the board. The other thing was, in his consolidation of power, he did what too many autocrats do. They surround themselves with yes men. And he did that with his defense officials. He did that with his intelligence officials. And eventually they just got to the point where you see that, where they basically tell the boss what the boss wants to hear. And this has led to this military calamity for the Russians, the entire Ukrainian campaign, everything from the assumptions going in to how they've conducted themselves on the battlefield. Everything has been just a disaster for the Russians. So I think, if Putin right now is looking at all these foreign dignitaries coming in, all this Western resolve, and I think that was a little bit reflected in his reserve during his speech today during the parade. It was the things that he didn't say that really stood out to me.
Yeah. Of course, I didn't even mention Bono from U2 singing a concert in the train station there in Kyiv. So many world leaders, Western leaders, just like U2 there, coming out to show their support. Right now, the last point I just want to make, I want to put up this tweet from President Biden. His account put that out today. He says, this afternoon, I signed the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022 into law. This bill provides another important tool in our efforts to support Ukraine and its people in their fight to defend their country and democracy against Putin's rather brutal war. We also have a LiveNOW look at the Capitol, Hal, and of course, we got a statement in from President Biden today. Essentially, they want to decouple the Ukrainian aid package from more money to COVID relief, kind of underscoring the urgent need for Congress to act on Ukrainian military aid and relief very, very soon, to the fact that they don't want to tie those two together. The urgency is there. Would you agree?
I would agree. Tremendous urgency. It was kind of interesting when they announced that. I remember it was kind of an offhand remark. They asked them if they're going to link the two, and President Biden said, well, I'll let Congress figure out if they want to link the two. Well, now that he sees that, linking the two is going to cause a huge uphill fight that could really hinder getting the Ukrainian bill passed. Now he's, no, I'm stepping in. Don't link them, decouple them. And it does show from a national security perspective what we're looking at, which is we just got to get that stuff out there. I mean, look, it's a race. It's a logistics race on both sides. And I would say that the Ukrainians feel this very strongly. We feel it, that we just got to get certain systems, got to get certain aid in there as fast as possible. The Russians are also trying to, I don't know if you want to say rejuvenate their forces. They're having a tough time doing that. I think I sent you a thing earlier today talking about, they've been using this metric of battalion tactical groups. But so many of those battalion tactical groups are so undermanned, so decimated, that just counting the number of Russian units in there is very difficult, because you can't be sure how capable those units are. They could be operating at 30%, or I mean, down. They could be down 30% or 40%. So some of these units could be actually going into battle by a metric that we would consider combat ineffective. And they're sending them right back into Donbass, right up to the front lines in that status. So with that, we recognize that getting stuff in there faster, that there's a window of opportunity. If we can get this in there, if all this material from the West can get in there fast, get into the hands of Ukrainians, can be utilized by the Ukrainians, they can make great strides on the battlefield against the Russians, because the Russians can't reconstitute as quickly as they want to. And I think everybody feels that. That's logistics, it's tactics, it's grand strategy, if you will. But it's not the first time. I mean, World War II was that way. We look back at World War II, like with Victory Day, and it almost seems like a foregone conclusion. But I can tell you that World War II, one of the big discussions was always logistics. How long can we sustain this fight? Can we push all the way? And this was big in Europe. It was probably bigger in the Pacific. And in the Pacific, that was one of the big reasons why they decided to use the atomic bombs, was because of logistics. It was so difficult to sustain the fight for so long.
All right, Hal Kempfer, just a great discussion, as always. We always appreciate your insight, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks, Hal.
Okay, thanks, Andrew.
Right out of the Stalinist playbook.
And that was the latest update from our very own Andrew Kraft and intelligence specialist Hal Kempfer, who has been breaking down the war in Ukraine for the past 76 days along with us. If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We do want to keep you all updated on a breaking news situation that occurred earlier this morning. We can report that 3 people have been killed, 1 injured after a car has crashed into a Philadelphia train station. We can report that 3 people, again, are dead after this car crashed into the SEPTA station in Philadelphia's Kensington neighborhood. That did happen just around 2:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott Small, he has been updating our very own Steve Keeley from our Fox 29 team on the ground, who has been covering this story since the very beginning. This was footage that was captured this morning, just in the moments after this crash, and there you are seeing just that car completely and utterly destroyed. The Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott Small says the crash happened around 2:45 a.m. when an officer on detail at the Kensington Avenue and Allegheny Avenue station saw a Honda Pilot traveling at a high rate of speed, so fast, in fact, that the officer heard the vehicle first and then saw the vehicle. It says that he believes that it was easily going 100 miles per hour. Authorities say the car jumped the curb and hit a metal turnstile. It hit 3 pedestrians and then struck the Allegheny Avenue SEPTA station. And that is what you are seeing there. You see the metal turnstiles there in front of that Honda Pilot. The police chief says the crash was really gruesome, as one of the victims was, and we do want to remind you all that viewer discretion is advised, and the words that I'm about to speak are a bit gruesome as well. One of the victims was decapitated. Their body was completely dismembered and burned due to a car fire that started immediately after this crash. The body of another victim, believed to be a female, was severely mangled and crushed, according to police. Police say the driver of the car and 2 pedestrians were announced dead on the scene, and a 53-year-old man was transferred to Temple University Hospital, where he is in stable condition. The medical examiner and building inspectors are on the scene with authorities, gathering evidence, breaking down precisely what happened in the very early hours in this Philadelphia neighborhood. It is worth mentioning that the police chief did speak to our very own Steve Keeley, and he said that that 53-year-old man who was one of the pedestrians that was struck and taken to the hospital, he has a broken pelvis. He was actually found with an ankle monitor on him. There was a warrant out for this man's arrest. And so he is now not only being treated at the hospital, but in police custody. Police say the crash is caught on video, and investigators plan to speak with the pedestrian in stable condition. Of course, due to this incident, the Allegheny train station is being bypassed, and shuttle buses will run in both directions between Somerset and Tioga. If you are joining us from this area, we do want to keep you updated on your morning plans, as many of you are waking up to this news on this Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. We are just about 7 minutes away from an update from Steve Keeley. We here on Live Now from Fox, we reach out to our owned and operated stations across the country to bring you all of the latest details. So he will be touching base with the Fox 29 team just past the 7:30 mark here. So we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the latest details and video coming in on this breaking news situation. We'll also get the latest report from Steve Keeley, who is on the ground and has been covering this story since the very beginning. And we'll also do a roundup of all of the top stories around the country. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we do want to take you and bring you up to speed here on the latest news coming into our newsroom on the latest on this breaking news situation coming out of Philadelphia. We can report that 3 people have been killed, 1 injured after a car has crashed into a Philadelphia train station just before the 3 a.m. Eastern Time hour here earlier this morning. Our very own Fox 29 Steve Keeley is on the ground covering this story for us, and he has been since the very early hours of the morning. He provided all of these images that you are seeing on your screens right now. What we know at this time is that the Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott Small, he has confirmed that the crash happened around 2:45 a.m. when an officer on detail at the Kensington Avenue and Allegheny Avenue station saw a Honda Pilot traveling at a high rate of speed. The officer heard the vehicle first and believes that it was easily going over 100 miles per hour. Authorities say the car jumped the curb and hit a metal turnstile, hitting 3 pedestrians, and then struck the Allegheny Avenue SEPTA station. And that is the image that you are seeing on your screen. That white Honda Pilot crashing into that turnstile and ultimately crashing into that station. Small says the crash was really gruesome, and we do want to remind you all that viewer discretion is advised, not only with the images that you are seeing, but with the details that I am about to share. One of the victims was decapitated, and their body was dismembered and burned due to a car fire that started after the crash. The body of another victim, believed to be a female, was severely mangled and crushed, according to police. The medical examiner and building inspectors are currently on the scene with authorities, breaking down exactly what happened there. There you are seeing the medical examiner vehicle for the city of Philadelphia on scene. We do have some details regarding the pedestrian that did survive. So once again, it was the driver of the car and 2 pedestrians, a male and a female, who lost their lives as a result of this crash. The other pedestrian, a 53-year-old man, was transferred to Temple University Hospital, where he is currently in stable condition. The police says that he broke his pelvis. He was also found with an ankle monitor on him. There was actually a warrant out for this 53-year-old man's death. And so we are going to work on getting those details for you. Police say the crash is caught on video and that investigators plan to speak with the pedestrian who is in stable condition, of course, to try and work out some more details as to what exactly happened this morning at 2:45 a.m. Eastern Time in this Philadelphia area. We are working to get you the latest live report from our very own Steve Keeley, who is covering this story for us this morning live on the ground at this Allegheny station. This is an area that obviously is always on police patrol. We did hear the police chief Smalls outline that this is an area that has a high crime rate. And so there is always an officer stationed on detail at the Kensington Avenue and Allegheny Avenue kind of cross an intersection there, I should say, which is ironically where this incident occurred. And so that is why there was a police officer already there who witnessed this, who was able to provide the details that the car was going at least 100 miles per hour. And like I said, our Fox 29 team is on the ground covering this story, providing us with the latest details. And we are just minutes away from the latest update from Steve Keeley, who has been reporting this not only on the ground there, but also on Twitter as well. We'll work to pull up those tweets for you here on Live Now from Fox. But if we do take this video for you in full, obviously this is live, raw and unfiltered video that came in just this morning. You'll be able to see there Steve Keeley, who was prepping for a live shot earlier on this morning. But there you are seeing just the utter devastation as a result of this accident. And we do actually have those tweets for you to pull up that Steve Keeley was able to tweet out and update all of his followers earlier this morning. 3 dead in a gruesome crash scene. into the SEPTA Allegheny train station of Frankfurt Market Line. The Honda Pilot driver is dead, 2 pedestrians dismembered, 1 decapitated in a horrific accident before 3 a.m. We do want to remove this lower for you all. Another victim was taken to the hospital, so those were updates that Steve Keeley was able to provide us live, raw, and unfiltered very early on this morning. We do want to pull up that second tweet for you here. The driver was going 100 miles an hour or even faster. That was the update from the Philly police chief who heard and then saw the Honda Pilot crash into this station. Once again, the Allegheny Street station of Market Frankfurt line. We do want to also provide for you an update from Bob Kelly, our Fox 29 team, updating on the kind of traffic repercussions that this incident is going to have. All trains will bypass Allegheny Avenue Station due to the police investigation. Commuters can use Tioga or Somerset stations. We also got an update from SEPTA themselves saying that shuttle buses are going to operate between Somerset and Tioga stations. So if you are joining us from that area, we do want to make sure that you know about those alternate routes there this morning. We also have been working on getting you that latest update from Steve Keeley. It does appear that it's going to take a little bit longer than we had originally anticipated, so we'll move you along to get to you to some other top stories this morning while we stand by and wait for Steve Keeley and the Fox 29 team to provide the latest updates on this breaking news situation that did come into our newsroom just earlier this morning. We do, of course, want to take you out to a live look at the White House on this Tuesday morning because we are expecting President Joe Biden to address the nation on inflation. This is a morning and obviously a topic of conversation that many are highly interested in as the national average for a gallon of gas hits an all-time high of $4.37. So for those of you waking up this morning, we have hit a new all-time high. President Biden is expected to speak on inflation at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The goal is to lower the financial burden on people across America, which is a top issue on voters' minds. We're told the speech will also contrast an approach to raise taxes on 75 million families and plan to end programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. This is all happening, of course, though, on the morning that AAA's gas calculator shows the national average cost of a regular gallon of gas has hit $4.37. These prices come as the European Union edges toward oil sanctions on Russia amid the Kremlin's invasion of Ukraine. We have, of course, hit day 76 of this invasion. Another topic in the nation's capital that we are keeping a very close eye on is the Roe v. Wade draft leak and all of the fallout that has come in the week after Politico published that opinion draft that was written by Justice Samuel Alito. Just overnight, the Senate passes a bill to boost security for those Supreme Court justices. All of this as reactions to that leaked draft continue to make waves across the country. The Senate did pass this bill late last night to improve security for the justices, providing better protection for them and their families. Crowds have gathered outside the court and the justices' houses, voicing support and anger for the potential decision. The bill passed in the Senate with no objections. It was a bipartisan bill, once again aiming to put the court on par with the executive and legislative branches, ensuring the 9 justices are provided security as some protesters have gathered outside of their homes. We do want to bring you the latest protest images that have come into our newsroom just last night. And I did want to allow you to listen in to some of the chants that were heard outside of the house of Justice Samuel Alito. His Virginia home was surrounded by protesters, and this is what we have been seeing over the past couple of days. Over the weekend, it was outside of Justice Brett Kavanaugh's house, and just yesterday, it was outside of Justice Samuel Alito's home. The demonstration was organized by the group Shut Down DC. Several members of that group gave speeches, and a moment of silence was held for the rights of the group, arguing that Justice Alito is threatening to take away their abortion rights. We heard chants like "abort the court." The protest, of course, was in front of Justice Samuel Alito's home, and that is the justice that penned that draft that was leaked now over a week ago. Our Fox News correspondent, Doug Lazater, he has the latest on the situation from Washington.
This leaked draft opinion to overturn Roe has touched off a renewed debate over abortion, but it's also creating new security concerns for the court.
Thank you for your mercy. We thank you for your grace.
Protesters from both sides kept at a distance from the Supreme Court, which is now ringed by a massive security fence. But protests won't be confined to just the court. The group Ruth Sent Us, a nod to former Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, has circulated an online map of what it calls extremist justices, calling for protests at 6 of their homes, even offering stipends. Some lawmakers are calling for new protections for the justices.
Well, this is a place where they sleep. This is a place where if they've got children in the home, where they're raising children. It's an implicit threat of physical violence.
The White House says these protests, even at the homes of justices, do not necessarily cross a line.
Peaceful protest? No. Peaceful protest is not extreme.
Nor will the White House condemn the release of the draft Supreme Court decision. And Chief Justice John Roberts calls that leak absolutely appalling, and an investigation is underway. Some Democrats joined in the outrage.
Well, John, I completely condemn the leak, and whoever leaked it, should be prosecuted.
At the same time, others suggested the leak was a distraction.
But to compare a leak to taking away the rights of over 100 million women and saying the leak is more important, give me a break. Forget it.
There's also a plan to target Catholic churches this weekend, what organizers call a Mother's Day strike. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And as a result of some of these protests, we have seen a fence installed around the Supreme Court in the days after this Politico Supreme Court draft leak. And police are currently investigating a fire that has broken out at a Wisconsin Family Action, a pro-life group. Officials believe this may have been the work of an arsonist. Our Fox's Madeline O'Neill tells us the incident happening as emotions run high across the country over the issue of Roe v. Wade. Let's take a listen to the latest.
If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either. That's just part of the message outside Wisconsin Family Action here, and it continues inside the building.
What you're seeing around me right now, this isn't the answer to anything.
Also written in debris and glass in her office. Wisconsin Family Action President Julian Appling says the message is clear.
It's precipitated by the leaked Supreme Court opinion, right? I mean, it's obvious.
Madison police say it appears someone threw a Molotov cocktail inside the building. And just after 6 Sunday morning, someone spotted flames coming from the building right near the airport.
We have a different view on a number of issues. The solution to that is not to blow up our office, so to speak, or attempt to.
Appling says it's fortunate their space was empty at the time.
I'm very sad for them that they're so angry and don't have more productive ways to spend their time and their energy rather than trying to harm us.
In addition to Madison Police and Fire, federal agencies are also investigating.
Violence is not the answer.
That's where many are finding common ground. In a tweet today responding to this, Governor Evers says violence is not the way, and he will work against overturning Roe with empathy and compassion. In a statement, the Planned Parenthood of Wisconsin president says, quote, "Our work to protect continued access to reproductive care is rooted in love. We condemn all forms of violence and hatred within our communities." Appling has a message of her own to send.
We've got to find different ways to answer these questions and deal with the anger.
Wisconsin Family Action tells me they're discussing added security. In Madison, Madeline O'Neill, Fox 6 News.
situation in Wisconsin. Pro-choice activists continue to push back against the leaked U.S. Supreme Court draft, suggesting the possible overturning of course, that 1973 Roe v. Wade decision. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff, she has more information for us from the White House.
We're certainly not suggesting anyone break any laws.
A day after a Molotov cocktail was thrown into a pro-life organization's office in Wisconsin, the White House issued a statement saying that the president supports freedom of expression, but, quote, that expression must be peaceful and free of violence, vandalism, or attempts to intimidate. Authorities are investigating the Sunday morning attack on the Office of Wisconsin Family Action. Madison police have yet to name a suspect, but have acknowledged that the group's anti-abortion stance is what made them a target.
Hate or violence do not advance any cause.
Increased concern has been raised for Supreme Court justices following the leak of Justice Alito's draft opinion, which could overturn Roe v. Wade. A protest at his Northern Virginia home is planned for this evening.
Does the president plan to condemn the leak of the Supreme Court draft opinion or the doxing of the justices now that we've seen violence unfold? Well, I would say that we have been clear, and the president's position has long been that we should not see protest that takes the form of violence, that takes the form of vandalism, and that threatens anyone. That has long been his position for his entire career and continues to be his position.
Psaki added that the justices have not been victimized by violence at this point. In a letter sent to colleagues today, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi lauded the protests, writing, quote, "We have been moved by how so many have channeled their righteous anger into meaningful action." Last week, Senators John Cornyn and Chris Coons introduced bipartisan legislation to increase protection for Supreme Court justices and their families by expanding security around the clock. There have been a few snags in getting this bill through as quickly as planned. And in addition, there is a federal law prohibiting an attempt to influence somebody involved in a court case by picketing outside of their home. When asked about this, Psaki said that they do not encourage anybody to break the law. From the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexandria for that update. We do, of course, want to let you all know that on Wednesday, just tomorrow, we are just shy of 24 hours away from the Senate voting to codify abortion rights. Now, of course, that is not expected to pass, as they would need 60 senators to vote in favor. But our very own law expert, Jessica Levinson, she dissects this Senate vote and what we are expected to see with our Live Now from Fox Phoenix team. So let's listen in.
Abortion rights are top of mind, not only in New York, but also on Capitol Hill. To break down all of the top news here, I'm going to bring in our expert, our constitutional law expert, Jessica Levinson. Jessica, thanks for being with us. You were here when all of that news was breaking last week, and now we have lawmakers like Tish James coming out in New York and saying they want to kind of initiate and maintain abortion rights despite whatever happens.
I think that that's exactly what we're going to see throughout the country, where we're going to see blue states and particularly attorneys general taking a larger role here, but blue states saying, not only are we going to provide abortion services for people who live here, but we're going to provide more resources, and we're going to make it easier for people to travel into our state to obtain abortions. You and I talked about this last week, this idea of traveling to and from states to try and obtain abortions is going to be one of the next big battlegrounds legally and politically. And then we see the opposite in red states, where we see proposals. You and I have talked about a proposal coming out of Louisiana, another proposal out of Missouri, where it's absolutely, as I said, the opposite, where in fact states are not just trying to ban abortions, but criminalize them, and in ways that could potentially affect the use of contraception.
Right. I'm actually pulling up a map here that shows those states that have banned abortions already. That's in the red, and then the blue states saying no ban, and then those pink states likely to ban. So 4 additional states could add on when it comes to the possibility of Roe v. Wade being overturned. That would make 26 states that would move forward with the full ban of abortions, and some being a little more strict on it than others, and we'll get into that in a moment. But we've had this conversation in the past, Jessica, about how that would change people traveling across state lines. Letitia James saying that they already have seen a surge in people who are trying to get abortions coming into New York. She said Ohio and Pennsylvania being 2 of those states. And now that could even increase with changes in the future. But what is the legality of all of that? Is this going to restrict that possibility if they end up changing the legislation even on that front? Could it be that you can't even travel across state lines?
So that's what some red states are going to try and say. They're going to try and say, not only can you not get an abortion within our boundaries, but you can't travel to get one. And we've already seen blue states have responded to that. There's a bill pending in Connecticut, I believe, where the blue states are saying, pardon me for my technical difficulties, where the blue states are saying, not only can you travel into this place, into this state, but we will actually provide you with resources. We will not cooperate with your home state, and we will allow you to countersue for damages. So politically, we're going to have that battle where we have the red states saying, don't travel out of states, the blue states saying, yes, come here, you can find a place to obtain an abortion. But then legally, the question is, can a state like Missouri reach outside of its borders and tell its residents what to do? I think the better answer is absolutely no. You cannot do that. We've seen that with respect to, imagine a law where we take abortion out of it. Imagine a law where it's Arizona saying, you're not allowed to, I think we've used this example before, wear polka dots on Tuesdays, no matter which state you're in. Arizona can't reach into other states to try and enforce that type of restriction.
Well, many of these states, as you kind of stepped into, are becoming quite restrictive, including Louisiana. You mentioned a proposal out there which wouldn't just ban abortion, it would essentially make it a felony and step into other things such as IUDs and birth control. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the Louisiana language talks about creating personhood at the time of fertilization. And based on that definition, what I understand, not being a medical expert, is that it would call into question the ability to use, for instance, emergency contraception like Plan B, and other types of more commonly used contraception like IUDs. That's certainly what critics of the proposal have said, that it's not just affecting surgical abortions, it's not just affecting the use of abortion pills, but again, it's also stepping into the realm of fairly commonly used contraception. We're going to see more of that. That's the part of the Louisiana bill that I actually think is quite predictable, where we're going to see conservative states pushing the line again, not just we're outlawing abortions, but we're criminalizing abortions, and we're going to try and define personhood really, really, really earlier than we ever have in our nation's history. But this really surprising part about Louisiana's law is that it says this goes into effect notwithstanding a Supreme Court decision, which is not how our government works. State laws have to respect federal laws, and the Supreme Court makes decisions about what the federal law is. And it says if state court judges try and prevent this law from going into effect, the legislature can impeach the state court judges. This calls into question all sorts of really important separation of powers concerns.
Which leads us into our next point, because we have Senator Schumer speaking out today in New York, talking about a proposal, the Senate to vote on Wednesday, about codifying Roe v. Wade into federal law. This is obviously somewhat unlikely, but if that was to go through, what would that do? How would that change things?
So if, in fact, and I agree, I think it's all but exceedingly improbable that this would happen, then you have a federal law. And if the Supreme Court decides to uphold that federal law, which I do think is a question, whenever the federal government acts, it has to point to a source of authority, unlike the states. So if the federal government can point to a source of authority to the Supreme Court's satisfaction and the law is upheld, then any state law that tries to outlaw abortion would be preempted under the supremacy clause. The supremacy clause saying you have a federal law, you have a state law, they conflict, we know what happens, the federal law wins.
But of course, states are definitely going to be watching what happens with the Supreme Court, which the timeline on that, how quickly could we be hearing an official ruling?
So I think for these big blockbuster rulings, the typical rule of thumb is that we get it the last week of, we get these rulings the last week of June. Now, it could be a week earlier, it could be a week later, but that's about when we'll see it. Will the leak, which is unprecedented, shake up the timeline? Potentially, but I still expect last week of June.
All right, we'll be watching that. Last question for you, Jessica, because aside from just all of the conversation surrounding abortion rights, there's also the conversation of the investigation underway into who leaked these very, very confidential documents within the Supreme Court. What are your thoughts on the investigation thus far and possible interviews to people who had their hands on them and did eventually leak them?
So, yeah, as we've talked about a little bit, I think the universe of people who potentially leaked this opinion is about 45 people, the 9 justices and the 36 clerks. Supreme Court justices get 4 judicial law clerks every term. My guess is that it's probably about half that it's really, we're looking at either a conservative justice or a conservative clerk. It's, you know, it's hard to emphasize what a betrayal this is of how the Supreme Court functions. How will this particular investigation go? I don't know if they're going to ever find the person who leaked it. I don't know if we're going to find out years later. But I still suspect that it was somebody on the conservative side of the aisle, somebody who supports the majority opinion, to try and solidify the majority, to make it look like if anybody changes positions, then they're just bowing to political pressure, and to try and have this conversation and maybe diffuse the energy of Democrats further away from the midterm election. So again, it's just a hunch. I don't know for sure. In terms of how the investigation is going, you know, the Chief Justice has put the marshals on it, and we may never know more than that.
Yeah. Well, we could go on for a long time about everything surrounding this, and there's sure to be new developments every day, but we appreciate you, Jessica Levinson, joining us here on the show to break it all down. We'll talk to you soon.
Yes, thank you to Jessica Levinson and our very own Daytona Everett, breaking down the latest when it comes to all of the repercussions that this Roe v. Wade opinion draft leak has had over the course of the past week since it was published by Politico. Once again, the Senate is set to vote to codify abortion rights on Wednesday, and we will keep you all up to date on the latest protests that are expected around the country, not only today, but in the coming days leading up to this vote, and surely after it as well. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories, including the nationwide manhunt for that Alabama corrections officer and escaped inmate, how it ended in Indiana. We'll also get you up to speed on all of the latest business news. The gas prices hit an all-time high. What does this mean for all of you tuning in? We'll have those answers. And also, President Joe Biden is set to speak at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time on his efforts and his administration's efforts to combat inflation. We'll be bringing you those remarks in addition to the latest out of Philadelphia after a car has crashed into a train station, leaving 3 dead and 1 injured. All of those details are coming up after this break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Today is Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. If you are just joining us, welcome into our show. It is just 2 minutes shy of the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And as always, as we do every morning, we do want to get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring, not only stateside, but worldwide. Let's take you out to our triple box view of all of the top stories, which includes some breaking news that came into our newsroom earlier this morning out of Philadelphia. 3 killed, 1 injured after a car crashed into a Philadelphia train station. We're going to take you through all of the latest video coming into our newsroom and also all of the latest details courtesy of our Fox 29 team out in Philadelphia who have been covering this story since the beginning. We also are expecting to hear from President Joe Biden on inflation today. Those remarks are expected around 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We will get you all of the details on what we are expecting the Biden administration to announce as gas prices have hit an all-time high today. AAA reporting that the national average for a gallon of gas is $4.37, which would set a new all-time high. This as inflation is also at a 40-year high. So many of you tuning in with concerns about all of that. We will get you all of the latest details as to what this new national high, all-time high, I should say, for a gallon of gas means for all of you tuning in. We also are monitoring the very latest as a result of the Roe versus Wade draft leak that was published by Politico just 1 week ago. The Senate overnight has passed a bill to boost security for the Supreme Court justices who are now being met with protesters outside of their homes. We do have latest video coming into our newsroom of those protests, in addition to what we can expect tomorrow when the Senate is going to vote to codify abortion rights. All of those details are going to be coming up later on in the show. But for now, we do want to begin first and foremost with this breaking news story out of Philadelphia this morning, where a car has crashed into a train station that has left 3 killed and 1 injured. The driver of that vehicle, along with 2 pedestrians, a woman and a male, lost their lives this morning in a violent and gruesome car crash. Our very own Steve Keeley, he has been on the ground covering this story since the very beginning. And what we know is that a Honda Pilot has crashed into a SEPTA station in Philadelphia's Kensington neighborhood. This is what authorities are providing us with. The Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott Smalls, he has confirmed that he did have an officer on detail at the Kensington station and Allegheny Avenue. So Kensington Avenue and Allegheny Avenue. That is the intersection where this officer was on detail. He actually heard the car coming and then saw the car coming, saying that it must have been going at least 100 miles per hour before it jumped the curb and hit a metal turnstile. There you are seeing that metal turnstile there, and we actually do have our Fox Philly team live on the scene providing us with the latest details. Let's listen in.
It's very heavy steel that's all mangled, and that was the one piece that didn't get flung from here about 50 yards. Those pieces are now in the back of the SEPTA flatbed. That guy is wheeling away the spare tire from the Honda Pilot. And now look at the crack in the building on the Allegheny station. You're hearing the train rumble ahead. The trains are no longer stopping here for now. We don't know if they'll stop at the station across Kensington Avenue, but for now, this is being bypassed for good reason. And it is a pile of brick, and here is why. Here is the video that we shot when we arrived around 3 a.m. This was a white Honda Pilot, registered out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania, a 2.5-hour drive from Northumberland County. We don't know why the driver was here in Philly from Shamokin. We don't know whether the car's owner was actually driving. We don't even have the identity of the driver. Philly police are still trying to sort that out because the driver, like the 2 pedestrians he killed, was in pieces, and that is trying to put it nicely. We had people decapitated here, dismembered, and under the vehicle and in the debris of that building that collapsed down. Then they had a fire on top of that when the engine compartment caught a fire. So 3 dead, 1 person hit survived, 53 years old, at the hospital with broken bones, but had a warrant and was wearing an ankle monitor to check out his whereabouts. And so he's now being held as a prisoner at the hospital. And Philly police now have this as a permanent beat where they are here around the clock because of the trouble here. And the officer that was on duty at the time first said he heard the car, then saw it, and said this car was going 100 miles an hour at least. When it came eastbound on Allegheny, obviously didn't make the right turn as it continues on Allegheny, went straight, did not hit any of the pillars that hold up the L, did not hit the telephone pole or the lights or the signs, and just hit these two people and then hit that building full force at 100 miles an hour or more. Now that that truck's gone, you can see where that SEPTA bus is to the left across the street. So that's Allegheny. That was the direction this Honda Pilot was going. And you see, as these cars go through the intersection here, as they have to stop because of the traffic, they're turning. You see, even though you're on the same street, you turn. That car didn't turn, went straight into the building from over there at Allegheny. And I asked the obvious questions. Was the car being chased by a bad guy? Was it being shot at? Were police in pursuit? No, no, no. We have no idea why somebody would be going that fast, and perhaps because somebody was from Shamokin, they didn't know Allegheny twisted here. We don't know whether they were still, conscious, whether the gas pedal stuck, whether they were under the influence. Who knows why somebody would be going that fast on a local street through a place that is crowded with people 24/7, because this is the heroin fentanyl capital of the United States right here at Kensington and Allegheny. Infamous for lots of reasons, and now add another with 3 dead. Alex, Mike?
That's going to be
what a tragedy there.
Wow.
And that was the latest update from Steve Keeley, who has been covering this story since the very beginning of the early hours of this morning. There you heard him walking us through all of the latest details that were made aware to him, of course, from officials. He says that he does still not know why this car was traveling at 100 miles per hour. They still have not identified the driver because of the severity of which all of those injuries were discovered as a result of this crash. We have reported, and we do, of course, want to remind you all that viewer discretion is advised, not only for this video, but also for the details that we are going to outline here, that there were individuals who were completely dismembered, some who were decapitated as a result of this crash. And Steve Keeley there outlining that the street does take a turn, that the driver must not have been familiar with this road because most locals know that road does have that turn, and so you obviously have to slow down to make that turn, and that this driver instead was traveling at over 100 miles per hour, skipped the curb and rammed into this train station, knocked bricks off of the wall, smashed windows, ran into a metal turnstile that has resulted in 3 people losing their lives and 1 injured currently at Temple University Hospital. We do want to break down all of the latest details that we know. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this was an incident that occurred in the very early hours of this morning at around 2:45 a.m. Eastern Time at a Philly train station in the Kensington area. Now, there is always a police officer, and this has become a beat, which means an assignment. It's a beat is another synonym for an assignment when it comes to the police industry. And so there is always an officer assigned to this location because, as Steve Keeley was just breaking down for us, this is an area that does have a high crime rate. Fentanyl sales are largely linked to this area. And so once again, there was a police officer who was already stationed at this detail at Kensington Avenue and Allegheny Avenue. He actually heard the Honda Pilot before seeing the vehicle because it was traveling at such a high speed. The Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott Small saying, and this is a direct quote, was going easily 100 miles per hour. Authorities say the car jumped the curb, hit the metal turnstile, and hit 3 pedestrians, and then struck the station. So 2 of those 3 pedestrians were pronounced dead at the scene. Their bodies completely dismembered. Some bodies burned as a result of a fire that sparked directly after this car made impact with that turnstile. Police say the driver of the car and 2 pedestrians once again were pronounced dead. The medical examiner and building inspectors are on scene with authorities right now, collecting evidence. We did just see Steve Keeley there break it down where this investigation currently stands, and there's still a lot of questions. What was forcing this driver to drive at this high speed? This car is registered over 2 hours away. Was it the owner of this vehicle who was actually driving the car? Was the car stolen, and that is why it was being driven at such high speeds? All of these questions, Steve Keeley, our Fox 29 team on the ground, trying to get some answers there for us, and we'll be touching base with them throughout the morning, as we have been doing since our show launched 3 hours ago, to get you the very latest on the ground here out of Philadelphia. We are going to shift gears and get you up to speed on some other top stories, but we'll be touching back with our Fox 29 team throughout the morning as we try to dissect precisely what happened at 2:45 a.m. Eastern Time that left 3 dead and 1 injured. We are going to shift gears, though, and head out to Alabama. A nationwide manhunt for an Alabama corrections officer and an escaped murder suspect has finally come to an end. Officials in Lauderdale County, Alabama, announced yesterday that both escaped inmate Casey White and corrections officer Vicky White were apprehended in Indiana. The two were reportedly spotted at a motel, and a brief pursuit ensued until the vehicles collided. Officials from Vanderburgh County say Vicky, who had been driving, shot herself. She was taken to a local hospital where she later died. She was 56 years old. In an autopsy of Vicky White, that is actually scheduled for tomorrow. So as soon as we have details on that autopsy, we'll be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. But our very own Jackie Ibanez has the whole story. Let's take a listen.
For Casey White and Vicky White, ending as dramatically as it started. Law enforcement in Evansville, Indiana, slamming their car into the suspect's vehicle Monday after the pair was spotted near the sheriff's office and tried evading officers.
The Marshals Task Force officers intercepted them, actually collided with them to try to end the pursuit. When this occurred, the female driver of the vehicle shot herself, and the passenger was injured.
Officials then apprehended the escaped Alabama murder suspect and the former corrections officer accused of helping him break free more than a week after they first disappeared. The pair was rushed to the hospital after the crash. Mr. White sustained minor injuries, but officials say Miss White died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
Well, they're criminals. Sometimes they do things that are unexplainable.
The Whites were not related, but authorities say they were involved in a, quote, special relationship. The pair vanished from Alabama's Lauderdale County Jail on April 29th after Miss White told co-workers she was taking Mr. White for a court-ordered mental health evaluation. A lie officers say has impacted everyone among their tight-knit ranks.
There's no excuse for what she did. In spite of that, she was family, and our employees are going to take it very hard.
The hunt for the Whites stretched across 3 states. Mr. White is expected to be extradited back to Alabama as the investigation into his escape continues. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And from the latest in Alabama to the latest in Ukraine we go, where we can report that today is officially day 76 of war as Russia is firing hypersonic missiles in Odessa. We do want to lower this volume for you, and a reminder to all of you tuning in that this video is live, raw, unfiltered video that we get into our newsroom throughout the day, which is why at times audio may be a little hot, but we always try and adjust that for you so you live all of the latest news happening around the world in the rawest form here on Live Now from Fox. Ukraine's Black Sea port of Odessa came under repeated missile attacks, including some hypersonic missiles, after Russia marked its biggest patriotic holiday just yesterday, that Victory Day parade aid that we brought to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show just 24 hours ago. Also, a Ukrainian official said that the bodies of 44 civilians were found in the rubble of a building destroyed by Russia back in March. All of this as Russia celebrated Victory Day, the anniversary of its triumph over Germany in World War II. President Vladimir Putin drawing parallels between that struggle and his country's efforts in Ukraine, but many are breathing a sigh of relief as Putin did not announce an escalation in the conflict. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, he is in Kyiv with the latest.
And armored vehicles roll down the streets of Moscow on Victory Day. As the country commemorates the day Germany surrendered in World War II, Russian President Putin spoke about his war on Ukraine.
You are fighting for the homeland, for its future, so that no one forgets the lessons of World War II, so that there is no place in the world for executioners, punishers, and Nazis.
While the Russian leader didn't make any announcements about broader military mobilization, as some expected, he did falsely accuse the Ukrainians of being Nazis and planning to build nuclear weapons. Poland also held events to commemorate Victory Day. At one memorial in Warsaw, Russia's ambassador to Poland was doused in red paint by anti-war protesters. Ahead of the annual celebrations, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the Russian invasion.
Russia has forgotten everything that was important to the winners of the World War II, but Ukraine and the whole free world will remind them, so that then no one will forget.
His remarks come as Ukrainian forces successfully push back a Russian advance around the city of Kharkiv. Analysts believe Russian troops in this area could retreat over the border within days. In the south, Russian troops continue to encircle the Azovstal steel plant, where an estimated 2,000 Ukrainian troops are holed up underground. Ukrainian officials confirmed over the weekend that all civilians had been successfully evacuated from the plant after being trapped for weeks through humanitarian corridors organized by the United Nations. A spokesman for Ukraine's Ministry of Defense says his troops are still defending the facility.
In the Mariupol direction, the enemy continues to blockade our troops near the Azovstal plant, and with the help of artillery fire and tanks, conducts assault operations.
Tonight, Russian forces targeted the city of Odessa with missiles as their attempts to take more of southern Ukraine continue. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Kyiv for that report, to Trey from Kyiv, I should say, for that report. He has been on the ground covering this invasion since the very beginning, offering all of the latest details. And we can report not only is Russia firing hypersonic missiles at Odessa, but also the Kharkiv region is coming under heavy shelling. Ukrainian forces used Soviet-era Ukrainian self-propelled howitzer artillery systems. That is a mouthful, but that is the system that the Ukrainian forces are currently using to target forces in Ukraine's Kharkiv region. The Ukrainian service correspondent Marianne Kusner, and that is who you are listening to. Unfortunately, he's speaking in Ukrainian, but he says, quote, in the background, you can see Ukrainian howitzers firing at a concentration of Russian vehicles. And so that is the video that is being published here by Radio Free Europe, showing some of the fighting that is currently happening on the ground in areas of Ukraine, not only those southern port cities of Odessa and Mariupol, but also in the Kharkiv region. And we do have some happy news and happy video to bring to all of you today. This is footage of a mother reunited with her son on Mother's Day in a village near Kharkiv after more than 2 months apart. 74 days is what these two individuals spent apart, police said, but the video was shared by the National Police of Ukraine, showing a town which borders Kharkiv being reunited here, a family reunited after 74 days. Symbolically, this happened exactly on Mother's Day. Thank you to all of the defenders who are defending Ukraine was the post that was written alongside this video. And we do have some other video to bring to you. This is Patron, the bomb-sniffing dog that has made headlines around the world. And I did want to make sure that you could see the dog there, but even with my lower on your screens, you can still see him. We do want to make sure that Patron gets all of the airtime that he deserves here because he was gifted a Medal of Honor by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The Jack Russell Terrier who sniffs out bombs has helped Ukraine's demining team by locating explosive devices planted by Russian troops. According to Ukrainian emergency services, the dog has sniffed out over 150 devices, and there you are seeing Patron being gifted a medal along with his handler there by President Zelensky of Ukraine. That is the very latest news on the war in Ukraine, as we can report that we have hit day 76 of this conflict. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the stories stateside on this Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you soon. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we do want to get you up to speed on a national story that we have been covering for quite a few weeks now, a baby food shortage that is happening across the country. Over 40% of all brands are actually sold out. We have been following this shortage that has parents worried sick. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, she is in Washington with more on what you parents tuning in need to know.
It's incredibly stressful to not know if I'm going to be able to feed my baby next week.
Concern for parents over how to feed their babies. The nationwide shortage of formula is growing worse. More than half of states have a 40 to 50% out of stock rate of formula. The shortage began with supply chain problems, then made worse after a major producer, Abbott Nutrition, had a voluntary recall in February when 4 infants that drank their products became sick. 2 died. The Food and Drug Administration in March announced they found Abbott's plant in Sturgis, Michigan, failed to maintain sanitary conditions.
As a parent, you just want to provide for your child, and it's your worst nightmare if you're unable to do so. And I feel that we're on the verge of a public health crisis if this isn't fixed.
In a statement, Abbott Nutrition said they are working with the FDA to fix problems at the Michigan plant and are ramping up infant formula production at other facilities. Quote, "We are dedicated to doing everything possible to ensure parents and caregivers have what they need to feed their babies."
Ensuring the availability of these products is also a priority for the FDA, and they're working around the clock to address any possible shortage.
Doctors warn against homemade formula.
There's a chance for a bacterial infection through those homemade formulas. So we recommend against making your own formula.
Some major retailers like CVS and Walgreens say they are limiting the number of formula people can buy in order to prevent hoarding. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that update. You did just hear a very short excerpt from Press Secretary Jen Psaki on the baby formula issues. But the shortage of baby formula may soon hit crisis levels, and now families across the country are calling on the government to intervene. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki discusses what the FDA is doing to help curb the shortage. So here's that full excerpt for you all. Let's listen in.
The FDA issued a recall to ensure that they are meeting their obligation to protect the health of Americans, including babies, who of course were receiving or taking this formula, and ensure safe products are available. That's their job. Ensuring the availability of these products is also a priority for the FDA, and they're working around the clock to address any possible shortage. So what the FDA is doing, which while they're independent, they are part of the administration, is taking a number of steps to address. That includes working with major infant formula manufacturers to ensure they're increasing production, because part of this issue is, of course, making sure there's stock on the shelves, right? And working with the industry right now to optimize their supply lines, product sizes to increase capacity, and prioritizing product lines that are of greatest needs. Because obviously, as someone who my child has long been out of formula, fortunately, but it's close enough that I remember when you're trying to go to the store and get the specific kind of formula for your age child or whatever their needs are. So they are taking steps with that in mind. They're also exercising flexibility and expediting review of notifications of manufacturing changes that will help increase supply, particularly in the case of specialized formula. So that applies to that as well for medical needs. And they're also trying to streamline import entry review processes for already notified infant formula products coming from notified foreign facilities. So what they're trying to do in the shorthand of it is increase supply by working with a range of manufacturers and what their capacity is to ensure that the kinds of formula that was recalled is where they're able to help ensure it's on the shelves.
And that is the latest information on the government's response to this shortage. Dr. Joshua Weschler of the Children's Hospital of Chicago sat down with our Fox LiveNOW from Fox Phoenix team to discuss this baby shortage formula and give some advice to all of the parents tuning in. Let's listen in here.
States across the country having trouble stocking their shelves with infant formula. Here to talk a little bit more about this issue and also help parents get through this now what's becoming a crisis for some states is Dr. Joshua Weschler. And we appreciate you coming on here because I know there are so many concerned parents. And I just want to first start with why this shortage is happening. It didn't seem to be something that we were warned about all of a sudden. It seemed like this was this report that some people couldn't even find it on the store shelves.
Well, this has actually been going on for several months. There was a couple of infants that had died of a bacteria called Chronobacter, and it was ultimately traced back to a factory in Sturgis, Michigan, that produces a number of formulas for Abbott. And formulas hard, the formulas that are really necessary for patients that have complex allergic diseases or very restricted on formulas for a variety of reasons. But it seems that that's ultimately affected even the folks that are requiring cow's milk formulas as well, things like Similac, which is really less available now given the shortage. When we started off this crisis, it was really a crisis of the hypoallergenic formulas. And so my patient population was severely affected. And really, Facebook was in some sense their only alternative, or the patient advocacy groups was really their only alternative at that point. And we didn't talk so much about the term DME, but this is durable medical equipment. So a lot of people who don't buy formula in the stores, who are on specialty formulas, get their formula from DMEs. And it is these DMEs that have seen massive shortages that have led patients to have to purchase formulas outside of that normal process. For the regular old formulas, that can be manageable cost-wise, but for these hypoallergenic formulas, we're talking hundreds of dollars per month in expenditures. And for a lot of families, just staying on a hypoallergenic diet is already itself a massive expense. So there's lots of costs that's endured by families during this process. So, you know, what's been more recent is now we're seeing this affect the cow's milk formulas. And I think that's just because in the beginning of the process, the supply of the cow's milk formulas is so widespread that it was able to hold up for a good month or so. And we kind of saw this early on in the pandemic, where there were some things that really held up pretty well in the supply chain. There were other things where shortages developed more quickly, but then those other things that held up well, some of them eventually there were shortages of, because it's just, there gets a point where whatever the supply is on the market, it's just not enough to keep up. And it's hard to imagine that one single factory can be this crucial. But it's not as much just the factory, but it's also the fact that when there's word of mouth out there that there is a potential national shortage, people go and stock up. I spoke with some friends today, some colleagues actually, about this, and they told me that, you know, once they saw that the hypoallergenic formulas were starting to go, they started stocking up on their baby formula, and their babies are not on specialty formulas, but that's how they have enough of a supply right now. But even their supply might only be 1 or 2 months, you know, and I have patients that are just counting down the days. You know, there are 100 and some odd days left until there's nothing left. And we generally hear from the DMEs that it'll be 8+ weeks to get someone a 1 month supply of formula, and for a period of time they were only giving them 1 week at a time, and that does create really significant issues. And I truly have seen a lot of weight loss from this crisis. So we've kind of looked at the last several months, when normally as a pediatrician we're focused on growth, and growth is sort of a parameter. We say, you know, how are you doing? But for the last several months we've said, oh well, I guess it's from the crisis, so I guess your growth isn't good, and that's from the crisis. And it's a horrible answer, I think, but it is really what's going on. So.
And when we are talking about these different types of formula and how now it just seems like no matter which brand you were using, and then all of a sudden you decide, okay, well, that one's not on the store shelf today, maybe I need to switch brands. That's all something too that some parents need to be concerned about, especially if your baby does have some other underlying health issues that you may be dealing with.
Well, it certainly, you can't just switch one formula for another. In the category of formulas that tend to treat kids with severe allergic disease, they're referred to as elemental formulas, and there's only a few on the market. And so if you're switching from, if you can't find availability of one particular elemental formula, you have to switch to another elemental formula. And if you can't find any elemental formula, you can't start feeding your baby something that they may not tolerate without talking to your doctor. And there's even within the formulas that are broken down but not entirely elemental, there's only a select few of those as well. And again, you just can't switch to any formula without really understanding what's in it.
Right. It's really important that you're having that conversation with your doctor. I know that a lot of the stores try and help alleviate some of this problem by putting some restrictions on the amount you're able to buy, but what are parents supposed to do if they are running into problems where they aren't able to find that exact formula that they need available right away?
Yeah, it's not entirely a simple issue right now. There's Facebook groups that have popped up, but I think that poses a big challenge in terms of what you're receiving. People are buying formula on places like eBay. Again, I think that poses another big issue. There are available formulas that can be purchased direct from companies that may not sell in the grocery store. I think the challenge with these formulas is cost. And so you really run into an issue where you may be able to find something, but it's just a matter of how much you're willing to pay for it. And certainly having a conversation with your pediatrician in particular or if you see a specialist who helps manage that formula, that specialist, I myself, am a pediatric gastroenterologist, manage a lot of patients with eosinophilic gastrointestinal disorders. They, of course, require those elemental formulas. You have to have a conversation with your doctor about what's going to be a suitable option. They oftentimes are in contact with the sales representatives from those companies who can work to understand who may have received a recent shipment of that formula and therefore where that formula might ultimately be available, or at least an alternative.
I think it's something that's just so concerning to parents, because at the end of the day, really, it doesn't matter if your baby was being breastfed and now they're on formula, or maybe they were on formula from the get-go. At the end of the day, you still want them to be able to be fed those important nutrients so they can continue to develop and grow.
No question. I mean, the first year of life, it's critical for growth, and any amount of failure to thrive that occurs as a consequence of loss of an appropriate formula is significant. We've certainly seen kids that were off their formula for weeks or even a couple of months. Most of them lose weight to some extent. In rare cases, we've actually had to hospitalize kids if we're transitioning them to a formula and we're not entirely certain if the composition of the formula is going to be well tolerated. But that first year of life for growth, or for other children that are older, that are on these other specialized formulas, every amount of growth is valuable and can affect not just your weight gain, but ultimately your linear growth as well, brain development, and it can be very difficult to have prolonged periods without significant nutrition.
So as parents are facing this shortage, and maybe they do notice, okay, our supply is dwindling and we're having a hard time finding exactly what we need. I know you kind of warned people about buying the formula, from Facebook groups or wherever you might be joining in on the conversation on social media, but some even saying, make sure you're not trying to, minimize the amount by adding more water to make it last longer. Anything else you're trying to warn your patients about?
Yeah, you don't want to certainly alter the mixing practices of the formula. You don't want to make new formula compositions that ultimately are not going to be well tolerated or potentially put the baby at harm's risk. If you're obviously putting in too much water and you have a very dilute formula, it could create issues for a baby as well. And you certainly need to be wary of whether the formula is potentially contaminated because of the source you got it from. Obviously, buying it from a supermarket or getting it from a reputable supplier is going to make sense. But if you're buying it from a place and you can't really verify the content, it could pose an issue.
And as we are trying to get through this, I know obviously, as I mentioned before, stores trying to help kind of limit your amount that you have on hand at a time. Anything else that you think can be done to try to help alleviate this problem? And then also, do you know when we might see an end in sight coming to the shortage of this formula?
Two great questions. I mean, I think this really raises the question of a national conversation around a stockpile. I mean, it's really something we haven't ever talked about as a nation. Whether we would have a national stockpile of formula to feed young children dependent on formula. Certainly the pandemic created all sorts of needs for stockpiles of various things. I think this is now rapidly becoming one thing we absolutely need to consider a stockpile for. As far as when it will end, we don't know. We have no idea when this facility may be up and running again. Obviously, it was producing a very significant amount of formula. I think the fact that people have now switched to alternative formulas has created sort of a daisy chain effect within the supply chain. There were already supply chain issues to begin with. Even last year, we were seeing small amounts of effects on shortages. I believe as much as 9% of stores would have periodic shortages. Now we're up to maybe even 40%. So yeah, there's not really a clear end in sight. And, certainly working with an advocacy group can be an option for patients on hypoallergenic formulas. There's good patient advocacy groups out there, such as the Cured Foundation, and they really help connect people who can bring formula that can be consumed from one family to another.
And again, at the end of the day, while we're having this problem, it's all about the babies and helping set them up for the best possible outcome. And so hopefully this will just be something that we can push through, just like we have with all of these other supply chain issues, but this one, a really important one when it comes to feeding your babies.
No question. I completely agree with that. I really hope it ends sooner rather than later. I think we all thought maybe this would be an 8-week shortage, but it's clearly turned out to be much more significant than that.
Yeah, and hopefully just some of the restrictions that they're putting in place will help kind of alleviate some of those problems. But obviously, it's something we need to, as you said, think about for in the future. Dr. Joshua Wexler, thank you so much for kind of breaking things down and reminding us too, just at the end of the day, when you have those concerns, it's important to be talking with your pediatrician, with those doctors, so that your baby can have the best journey possible to growing up.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
And that was the latest from our very own Christy, along with that doctor from the Children's Hospital of Chicago, providing us with all of the information that we need to know, and all of the information that all of you need to know for those of you who are parents tuning in with concerns about this baby formula shortage that really has been rocking the nation for quite a few weeks now. We do want to take you back out to Philadelphia, where we are still monitoring the latest details after 3 people were killed, 1 injured after a car has crashed into a Philly train station earlier this morning. We're going to work on getting you all of the latest news off of this incident, and we will bring it all back to you right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is 8:40 here on the East Coast, and we do want to get you caught up on a breaking news story that we have been monitoring all morning long out of Philadelphia. We did have breaking news earlier this morning that a Honda Pilot, a car, has crashed into a Philly train station, killing 3 people and injuring another. The latest details that we know is that this car has crashed into a SEPTA train station in Philadelphia's Kensington neighborhood. This is the information provided to us by authorities. Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott Small, he actually spoke with our Fox 29's Steve Keeley, who has been following this situation since the beginning, and he confirmed that the crash happened at around 2:45 a.m. An officer is always stationed on detail, in another way to say that, on assignment here at Kensington Avenue and Allegheny Avenue. This officer that was stationed there overnight, he actually heard the car coming before he saw it coming. He says that it was easily going 100 miles miles per hour. Authorities say the car jumped the curb, hit this metal turnstile that you are seeing there on your screens, hit 3 pedestrians, and then struck the station. There you're seeing bricks on the ground. We do want to warn you that viewer discretion is advised, not only with the images that you are seeing, but with the details that I am about to provide. The chief says that the crash was really gruesome. One of the victims was decapitated and their body was dismembered and burned due to this car fire that started immediately after the crash. The body of another victim, believed to be female, was severely mangled and crushed as a result of this crash. Police say the driver of the car and 2 pedestrians were pronounced dead. Another 53-year-old man was transferred to Temple University Hospital, where he is in stable condition. We actually heard from the police chief and Steve Keeley report that this 53-year-old man who survived the crash and who is currently recovering at the hospital, he was actually wearing an ankle monitor bracelet. There was actually a warrant out for his arrest, so now he is obviously in police custody. The medical examiner and building inspectors are on the scene currently with authorities. Police say the crash is caught on video, and investigators plan to speak with a pedestrian in stable condition. Here are all the latest details from Steve Keeley, who has been on the scene since this situation broke early this morning. Let's take a listen. And unfortunately, it does appear that that does not have audio, but we do have another version of Steve Keeley's latest report where he breaks down all of the details here. Let's listen in.
There's the original crash scene. And Bob Kelly, the police haven't even gotten down the street yet. Look at the front end damage to that car. Don't go too far, Greg. So that white van you see with the doors open, the passenger side doors, just got slammed by this white car, and that's at Jasper Street in Allegheny, just a block before this accident. And that just happened while Sue Serio's talking. So I don't know how serious that is, but look at the front end of that car. So that just tells you how dangerous it is, even with everybody, you would think, slowing down, coming up to the original accident scene that happened at 2:45 a.m. So now we're going to walk up Allegheny, and we're going westbound. This car was going eastbound like these cars coming at you now with their headlights. So that car is coming down this street, and there is now Philly police here around the clock because they have a beat here because this is so bad around here. This is the heroin fentanyl capital of the world here. We're just stepping on needles every step of our feet. And so this Honda Pilot is doing an excess of 100 miles an hour, and it goes under the L, misses the blue pillars, misses the street signs, the poles, and then hits the Allegheny station. You can see the SEPTA sign on the top. But now look, you can see why the building integrity is in question and license and inspection is here, because you can see that huge crack in the building there, and that is where the Honda Pilot hit. Unfortunately, it hit a woman and a man at the same time. So you had the driver killed and you had the woman and man killed. And not to get too gruesome, but they were dismembered, decapitated, hit so violently here. That car is still up in the air in the back. And we're going to walk now to the other side of this police car and give you a sense of the turnstile that was hit here. And those are heavy turnstiles, and that is just gone, mangled. Parts of it went everywhere, and all the parts are like 100 pounds or more. And I tried picking up a couple of parts, and I'm using 100-pound dumbbells at home, and those parts are heavier than that. So that gives you a sense of the violent hit to that building. And look at that crack. Wow. So that's why nobody's using that building. That's why the trains are bypassing here. Even the train station on the other side is shut down, so they're not even moving westbound traffic that way. So there you go. Look at this car still up in the air. This car is registered in Shamokin, PA, which is in Northumberland County, and everybody's saying what I said to the cops when they told me that. Where is that? And that's 2.5 hours northwest of Philadelphia. And so who knows why somebody from Shamokin was at Kensington and Allegheny at 2:45 going 100 miles an hour. The obvious questions I asked, was he being shot at? Were police chasing him? Was he trying to avoid police? No, no, no. They have no idea why somebody would be going that fast. And you can see as we go here, the building, the Allegheny curves here, right where the school bus is, sadly, and they didn't make the curve. They just crashed into that building and hit 2 people. And there's so many people here, even at 2:45, because this is where everybody lives on the street. They live all along the sidewalk. That's why the cops are here full time. And so as bad as this is, and it is bad, it could have been way worse. So in the front of this police car, you can see where SEPTA are now trying to pick up the pieces, some of the pieces of that turnstile. Look how far they were thrown. And that's the piece I tried to kick and move with my foot and leg at 4 a.m. and it didn't budge. And that's very heavy to be thrown there. If you even got hit by that, you would have got killed, a cop told me. So this is a very violent, gruesome, horrific crash scene. And boy, they are trying to investigate and find out what's going on. They had one survivor of this crash, a man 53, who had outstanding arrest warrants and extradition reports, and he's had an ankle bracelet that they find on him as they rush him to the hospital with a broken pelvis. They've got this camera here, which is one of those police real-time crime cameras. I think I show you one of them twice a week, and it happens right under that. So this car is coming and going under that camera before it slams into the Allegheny station with such destruction that that station has to close, and maybe, who knows, they're going to have to obviously shut it down for a while to repair that if it's repairable. Guys?
Yeah.
And that was the latest update from Steve Keeley on the scene here in Philadelphia after this car crashed into this Kensington's train station. And there you heard him outline precisely how the crash happened, how this vehicle was traveling at 100 miles per hour, jumped the curb, hit 2 pedestrians who lost their lives and hit another one who was transported to a local hospital. And obviously the questions that now linger. Why was this person traveling so fast? Why was this person in this portion of Philadelphia at 2:45 a.m. Eastern time? This vehicle is registered over 2 hours away. Why was this vehicle even in this area to begin with? Was the driver the owner of this vehicle? And these are the details now that reporters will try to work out and that police officers are going to be investigating throughout the day. We, of course, will keep you updated on any new developments that are made in this case. Speaking of cases, we do want to take you out to Georgia, where we are monitoring another breaking news situation that we did break for you all this morning. Rapper Young Thug is in a Fulton County, Georgia jail right now. This all as a result of racketeering charges. He's charged with conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, otherwise known as the RICO Act, and participation in a criminal street gang activity. Jail records show officers booked Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams Jr., just yesterday. The court document referred to the group as the, quote, Young Slime Life Enterprise, and stated that members conspired to associate together and with others for the common purposes of illegally obtaining money and property through a pattern of racketeering activity and conducting and participating in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. The indictment lists more than 180 acts that support just the first of the 56 separate charges handed down to the various members of this YSL, Young Slime Life group. Right now, Williams is only charged with 2 counts. We do have our reporters covering this story for us. Let's take a listen.
You're looking at Young Thug's mugshot. The Fulton County District Attorney claims the rapper, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams Jr., is part of a gang that used violence, drugs, and even murder to make money. Williams is one of 28 suspected members of the Young Slime Life charged with racketeering. He also faces criminal street gang charges. The 88-page, 56-count indictment lists more than 180 acts YSL members allegedly committed going back to January 2013. Williams' name comes up 35 times, including allegedly renting a car that was used in a murder, making terroristic threats while being kicked out of Perimeter Mall, receiving stolen guns, possession with intent to distribute meth, hydrocodone, and marijuana when he was arrested by Brookhaven police, and being part of a traffic stop in which police found numerous weapons, including an AK-47 with a 30-round magazine. The indictment claims Williams used his music, videos, and social media posts to spread YSL's power and territory. According to the indictment, YSL started in 2012 in the Cleveland Avenue area of southeast Atlanta, but has spread since then. YSL is accused of being affiliated with the Bloods gang. The indictment says its members identify themselves by using hand signals, tattoos, and clothing with YSL or slime written on them, and often wear red for Bloods, green for slime. You're looking at Young Thug's mugshot.
And as this investigation unfolds, we will be sure to keep you all updated on the very latest. We're going to take you out to a live look at New York City on this Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. The sun has risen there in the Big Apple, and there's a look at Lady Liberty. That's her name. Don't wear it out, as the cool kids would say. Investigators, we also want to bring you up to speed on another investigation that we are keeping a very close eye on, though. Investigators are still working to determine what killed 3 American tourists at a Bahamas resort over the weekend. They're hoping pending autopsies and toxicology reports could shed some light on the cause. Our Fox News correspondent Phil Keating, he is in Miami with the latest on this story. Let's take a listen.
The State Department now investigating the situation in the Bahamas after 3 Americans were found dead this weekend at the Sandals Emerald Bay Resort. One of the 3 victims identified as a man from the Florida Panhandle, Vincent Chiarella. He was staying in one of the resort's villas with his wife Donis for their anniversary. She survived and was airlifted to a Miami hospital. Her son telling ABC News that she woke up during the scare and could not move. Another couple who died, identified as Michael and Robbie Phillips of Tennessee, had been staying in the villa right next door. Bahamas health officials say some hotel guests had gone to a clinic Thursday with nausea and vomiting.
All of them had reported feeling ill, and they, as was reported already, were seen by the medics.
Toxicologists are now looking at both villas to see if environmental factors could be to blame. Authorities do not suspect foul play.
They're looking at the water heater, the air conditioner, and propane to see if carbon monoxide poisoning is possible, because they've been focusing on the idea that the woman said she couldn't move and she had a lot of muscle weakness.
The Sandals Resort is assisting the investigation into these mysterious deaths. For now, the resort does remain open, and Bahamas health officials say there appears to be no threat to anybody else staying on the property. In Miami, Phil Keating, Fox News.
And thank you to Phil for that report. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the business news, as we are about 40 minutes away from the opening bell in the stock market today. We'll see you soon. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. But we are taking a Live Now look at New York City as the New York Stock Exchange is set to open in just about 30 minutes time. We do want to get you up to speed on all of the latest business news this morning as we are monitoring quite a few stories in regard to the business sector. First and foremost, gas prices have hit an all-time high this morning. The AAA is reporting that the national average for a gallon of gas has hit an all-time high of $4.37. This does come on the same day that we are expecting President Joe Biden to make an announcement on how his administration plans to combat inflation. We do, of course, want to begin our business recap here with a look back at how stocks closed just yesterday. That will give us some kind of indication as to what we are expecting today. Here is the closing bell just yesterday when it comes to, of course, the stocks and a broad sell-off on Wall Street on Monday as a result of the Dow hitting its low for the year. Investors are shutting stocks and shunning them, really selling off on worries that further interest rate increases and China's COVID-19 policies will weigh on growth. Tech and energy companies were among the worst losers. The Dow actually tumbled 653 points. There you are seeing on your screens. The S&P 500 lost 132, and the NASDAQ gave up 521. Long lines are already forming at Sam's Clubs, gas stations, because gas prices are at an all-time high. We have just reported that, $4.37. Fox Business Network's Madeline Allworth, she is at a Costco gas station in New Jersey with more on this story.
People line up at Costco gas pumps to save around 20 cents per gallon. In New Jersey, the state average for gas is $4.47. Here, they're charging $4.23. That is also below the national average of $4.32. We are nearing the record high again, which is sending people to hunt for those good deals. And it seems that high prices are here to stay.
I think it's highly unlikely that we're going to see gasoline prices go below $4 a gallon unless the world, along with the U.S., goes into a recession that depresses demand significantly.
LiveNOW believes that we could be headed for $5 a gallon nationally if things don't change. And at this current price point, we're already seeing some Americans make changes to how often they travel and how far they drive. I spoke to one shopper who says that if it gets to that $5 mark, it would absolutely change the way that he drives.
Then I probably wouldn't go really anywhere else. Just like the food shopping and back home and to work, and that's it. I wouldn't do anything else.
Right now, experts believe we could see another 5 to 10 cents added to the national average this week. In Clifton, New Jersey, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
And of course, since Madison put together that report, we can report that the national average for a gallon of gas has hit an all-time high of $4.37. Well, the job market continues expanding, even in the midst of inflation, interest rate hikes, and of course, this new all-time gas price. But just because there's plenty of open positions doesn't mean they're in high demand. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has a look at how the ongoing worker shortage could impact future economic recovery.
Hiring woes continue plaguing the country as fears over a possible recession loom. Still, federal employment data is sending mixed signals.
We have now created a total of 8.3 million jobs in my first 15 months in office. The unemployment rate now stands at 3.6%.
On one hand, job growth is proving steady, even as inflation remains at a 40-year high. Unemployment is still hovering around its lowest rate in roughly half a century. The Labor Department on Friday also reporting the country added 428,000 new positions just last month. So where are all the workers?
You cannot find anybody to apply for work.
For every unemployed person, analysts suggest there's at least 2 open jobs, creating steep competition for workers, especially in industries seeing increased growth, including leisure, hospitality, and manufacturing.
Right now I have approximately 12 people on staff, and we need probably 15 to 17.
And economists predict this ongoing worker shortage could jeopardize long-term economic recovery.
The supply of labor remains constrained, and that in turn is going to put upward pressure on wages and ultimately upward pressure on prices.
Financial experts say the job market could actually start winding down in the near future, saying a decline is only natural after a prolonged period of growth. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And all of the
And sticking with the latest in business, we did hear from Vice President Kamala Harris and President Joe Biden yesterday on their efforts to lower internet costs. All of this happening just one day before we are expecting to hear President Joe Biden today speak on inflation and how his administration plans to combat record high inflation that is impacting all of you tuning in. Let's listen back into this live address.
Then the pandemic hit, and Julissa began attending school virtually. She told me she did the best she could. She completed homework assignments on her phone and relied on a spotty mobile hotspot to virtually attend class. But without reliable access to high-speed internet, Julissa began to fall behind. Her story is the story of so many people. Today, more than 30 million people in our country do not have access to high-speed internet, either because they live in communities where high-speed internet is not easily available, or more often, because they cannot afford the cost of a plan. These folks there are seniors who have to take their telemedicine visits in the local library without the privacy that they want and are due. These are parents who cannot afford to work remotely and small business owners who cannot sell their products online. These are students like Julissa who are being held back from achieving their incredible and God-given potential. In the 21st century, access to the internet is essential for success. Every person in our nation, no matter how much they earn, should be able to afford high-speed internet and a high-speed internet plan. So that is why we are all here together today. Last year, knowing this was an issue, our administration invested $65 billion to expand access to affordable high-speed internet through the bipartisan infrastructure law. As part of this investment, we funded the Affordable Connectivity Program, also known here in DC as ACP. Through this program, if a member of your household receives SNAP benefits, Medicaid, free or reduced price school lunch, or a number of other programs, or if your household makes below a certain income, then you are eligible to receive a discount on your monthly internet bill of $30 a month, or $75 a month if you live on tribal lands. Altogether, nearly 40% of American households are eligible for this important program. And so far, we have helped more than 11.5 million households lower their monthly bills and have access to affordable high-speed internet. Households like Julissa's. In May of 2020, her family signed up for high-speed internet through the ACP, and because of this initiative, Julissa could attend class and do her homework without worrying about her internet connection. And she told me the ACP single-handedly saved her junior year, and this fall, she will be the first in her family to attend college at her top choice school. Indeed. So the point, of course, is that when we connect people with high-speed internet, we connect them with opportunity. The opportunity to get an education, to train for a new career, to build a business, to keep in touch with loved ones who are far away. In short, the opportunity to live healthier, happier, and more prosperous lives. This is what so much of our work as an administration comes down to, fighting to make sure every person, no matter who they are or where they start, has the opportunity to succeed and thrive. Today, we take another step forward in that fight. Earlier this year, our administration called on internet service providers to take action to help folks get interneted and connected, in part by offering more affordable high-speed internet plans to their customers. As the President will speak in a moment, the providers joining us today have answered that call. And so, before you hear from them, it is my great pleasure to introduce a woman who has felt the impact of this program firsthand, a mother who knows the difference that access to high-speed internet can make for the young people of our nation. Please welcome Alicia Jones.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm grateful for this opportunity today. Over the course of the last 2 years, we have all navigated unfamiliar territories and unsettling times. We face much grief and heartache during this COVID-19 pandemic. We were all affected differently. However, for my family, one thing that remained consistent and reliable was our internet service. Through the emergency broadband benefit and now the Affordable Connectivity Program, the burden of paying for this essential service was lifted. I knew that with all of the other struggles that we faced, providing internet for my family was not one of them. I have 2 children, 2 boys, 18 and 12 years of age. And through our high-speed broadband provider, Comcast, we were able to stay connected with family, receive telehealth care, and go to classes and access other necessary resources. And now that this critical service has been upgraded to even faster speed with the Internet Essentials Plus program, we all now strive to do our best with our next ventures. This is what we consider our game changer. I am currently enrolled in a medical billing and coding program certification through my community college. And now that I can attend my classes virtually, knowing that my connection is fast enough to keep me present and actively participating. My oldest son will be entering Delaware State University this fall. Through this internet service, he has already achieved his certification as a Christian mental health mentor because he could have access to these classes in the evenings. This is why we are here today, to discuss the continuation and improvement of quality, high-speed internet provided through the Affordable Connectivity Program. I would encourage each of you that hears this message today to sign up for the Affordable Connectivity Program and change the future of your family just like I did for mine. To discuss more about the Affordable Connectivity Program, it is now my great honor to present to you our very own President of the United States of America, President Joe Biden.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the sunny Rose Garden. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That old saying, all that needs to be said has already been said. but I'm going to say it again. Look, Alicia, thank you very much for your story, and I want to thank the Vice President Harris, for leading this effort in this administration on this issue. And I'm proud to announce today that our administration has brought together Democrats, Republicans, the private sector to lower the high-speed internet cost for tens of millions of Americans. You know, but before we get into the details, I want to talk about why this matters. You already know that, actually, from hearing my two colleagues speak before me. But here in the United States of America, how many times have you seen a mom or a dad drive up to a parking lot outside of McDonald's and just so they could get connected to the internet so their kid could do their homework during the pandemic, literally? It's just not right. It's not who we are. We saw during the pandemic how essential high-speed internet really is, and allowing seniors to connect with their doctors through telemedicine, as the Vice President referenced, when it wasn't safe to go in person, allowing students to keep learning back when schools were closed, allowing millions of workers to do their job remotely, allowing a small businesses to stay afloat on the strength of their online sales, allowing farmers to use precision agricultural technology to improve their yields, and allowing countless families to stay connected to the people they love, even when they weren't able to get together. You know, the need for high-speed internet is a little bit like it used to be, probably what my grandfather talked about, the need to have a telephone. It's pretty consequential, and only going to keep growing, this need. High-speed internet is not a luxury any longer. It's a necessity. And that's why the bipartisan infrastructure law included $65 billion to make sure we expand access to broadband internet in every region of the country, urban, suburban, and rural. Everywhere. Everywhere. So every household in America can get connected. By expanding access to it's only part of the challenge, though, as was referenced by the Vice President. It was about affordability as well. And today, too many families simply can't afford to get connected, even if there's access to get connected. So they go without high-speed internet, or they sacrifice other necessities in order to make it work. That's why in November, when we passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we also created something called the Affordable Connectivity Program. I refuse to call it the ACP. I am so tired of acronyms in Washington. I can't stand it. I cannot stand it. But I'm going to have to learn, aren't I? Here's how it works. If your household income is twice the federal poverty level or less, that's about $55,000 per year for a family of four, or $27,000 for an individual, or a member of your household is on Medicaid or supplemental security income, or a number of other programs, you're eligible for the Affordable Connectivity Program. Nearly 40% of the households in America qualify. And if you qualify, you're going to get a $30 credit per month toward your internet bill, which most folks will mean they get on for nothing. Look, zero. Let me explain. In the past, $30 a month meant you had to settle for a slow internet service unless you wanted to pay a heck of a lot more out of pocket. But over the last few months, my administration has worked closely with internet providers. This is a case where big business stepped up, urging them to cut their prices and raise their speeds. I'm trying to get others to do the same thing with inflation, but these guys are the best. Well, look, we secured commitments from 20 providers, most of whom are in the garden today, going to lower prices for high-speed internet for tens of millions of households. So now families who are eligible can select a plan from a participating provider and receive high-speed internet at no cost in most cases. These include providers like AT&T. Is AT&T here? Thank you, man. AT&T, Comcast, where are you? Stand up, man, let them see you. Frontier, Spectrum, Verizon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're really changing people's lives. You really are. along with small providers serving rural areas like Jackson Energy Authority in Tennessee and Idea Tech in Kansas. You guys here? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All told, providers taking part, everybody is going to cover about 80% of the United States population, including about half the rural population. Each of them is committed to offering families who use this program at least one high-speed plan that's fully covered. For example, Verizon lowered the price of its high-speed service from $40 a month to $30 a month. Spectrum doubled the speed of its $30 a month plan for eligible households. And we made sure that there would be no hidden fees, no tricks. This is straight stuff. This means fast internet, good download speeds with no data caps, and no extra fees for millions of American families. And it's going to change people's lives. You know, from rural Appalachia to Brooklyn to the Black Belt, families who have struggled to get internet that they need, even to find if they could connect to it, let alone if they could afford it. For schoolwork, telemedicine, starting a business, and so much more. And we finally get connected reliably and affordably. And I want to thank the companies who are working with us to deliver this for all families. It's a big deal. And this is a great example of what we can achieve as the federal government and the private sector work together to solve serious problems. And this is not only is it this great news for family budgets, it also means more jobs, more new small businesses, more connectivity. So many people in so many communities that have been left behind. Already more than 11.5 million have signed up and are on the program. Thousands more are signing up each day. And you can get started by taking advantage of this in this new phase today. But we urge there's about 30 million additional people are eligible for this plan that basically get free internet and good internet. We want each of you, each and every one of you, to take advantage of the chance and cut your internet cost. To find out if you're eligible, you can dial 877-384-2575. Now, if you got that, you're way ahead of me. 877-384-2575. And for English or Spanish. Or if you're able to get onto the internet, just visit just go to getinternet.gov and you'll be able to connect as well. You know, we're also working with local, state, and federal agencies, as well as local and national organizations, to help get more eligible families enrolled so they can get connected. You got to know how to know, as a friend of mine used to say. You know, this program is a big deal. It's the only one piece of work that we're doing to try to bring down the cost of high-speed internet to every single American. We're also promoting a competition. More than 65 million Americans live in a place with only one high-speed internet provider. Research shows that when you live somewhere with limited internet options, you pay 5 times more on average than families that have more choices. That's what the lack of competition does. It raises the prices you pay. So we're working to fix that problem as well. For example, my administration is taking steps to put a stop to the exclusive deals that landlords make with internet companies. Because those sweetheart arrangements, millions of Americans who live in apartment buildings only have one internet option. And they can stop, if they can stop those exclusive deals, then families will have options to choose a provider that they want. And that means companies will have to compete for their business, which in turn means lower prices. In addition, more than 30 million Americans live in places where the speeds are too slow or where there's no broadband and there's no infrastructure at all. That's especially true in rural communities. And as I said at the start, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, we're delivering high-speed internet infrastructure to every part of the country. And I mean that literally, every part of the country. The bottom line is this. My top priority is fighting inflation and lowering prices for families and things they need. Today's announcement is going to give millions of families a little more breathing room to help them pay their bills. You know, we work with Democrats and Republicans and business and nonprofits to make this happen. And we're going to keep working to fight inflation and lower cost to all American families for a lot of other things as well. But again, I want to thank the businesses that are here today. I want to thank the internet companies, the providers. It really matters. You're going to change people's lives. And by the way, you know, one of the things that is, it's a totally different subject. I'm just going to touch it for a second. There's an awful lot of growing data that what's happened because of COVID and other things, the mental health problems are become a serious problem. Feeling left out, feeling you can't participate, not knowing what to do. I know, and Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General, is going to talk about this in other contexts, but, you know, I really think that just knowing that you belong, knowing and feeling that you can get access to what other people get on a regular basis will make a big difference for people. So God bless you all, and may God protect you, and all the members of Congress who made this happen. I was going to name each one of you, and I was told don't, because people who aren't here wanted to be here. But I think I should name you anyway, shouldn't I? I mean, no? Well, I don't know, man. Anyway, they're all in the front row here, so, and they're all doing a hell of a job. Started off when I had the list, I said, give me the, and I started off, I said, Sherry Boutros. I said, wait, there's a lot of people aren't here, don't do it. Anyway, but the people who are here are, you know, John Hickenlooper, Sherry Boutros, Dan Kildee, Debbie Dingell, Tom O'Halloran, Alyssa Slotkin, and Representative Sansbury. So, but there's a lot more too. But anyway. Thank you. It's going to make a big difference. Thank you, everybody, and stick around and sunbathe. All right, thank you.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. Time here on the East Coast is just before 9:30 in the morning. Here's a look at some of the top stories we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. Gas prices have hit an all-time high of $4.37 a gallon ahead of President Joe Biden's speech on inflation, which we will be carrying live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox coming up in about 2 hours. Also, that nationwide manhunt for an Alabama corrections officer and an escaped inmate has ended in Indiana. Also, the U.S. Senate has passed a bill that would boost security for Supreme Court justices following that historic bombshell leak of that Supreme Court draft opinion, which does show that a majority of those Supreme Court justices are leaning toward overturning Roe v. Wade, which would have a major impact on abortion laws across the country. We are also following some weather as well here on Live Now from Fox that we do want to get to and show you. This is some video of New Mexico. We're talking intense winds that are challenging, making for some challenging conditions for firefighters in New Mexico. They are battling the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire. It's a combination of two fires that merged together, and it has scorched around 190,000 acres and is currently the largest wildfire burning in the United States. Our Fox Weather's Max Gordon has the latest from Las Vegas.
The winds continue to gust here. That has firefighters concerned that embers carried on the wind could cause additional spot fires. Aircraft are also likely going to be grounded today, unable to help out in the firefighting efforts. Luckily, there is some relief on the way as the most extreme conditions die down. A fire weather warning expires this evening, as does the high wind warning, though firefighters will still have to contend with dry, gusty winds as the fire moves through the drought-stricken New Mexican wilderness. Nearly 1,700 firefighters are trying to get the blaze under control. They've made significant progress, with containment jumping up from 21% yesterday to 43% today. Still, 172 homes are confirmed to have been burned, with thousands of residents evacuated. New evacuations were ordered on the north end of the fire as brutal winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour kicked up on Sunday.
This is a long-term event. It's getting into country that it continues to be extremely inaccessible, unsafe for us to put folks in, steep, rugged terrain. And you see that's in the wilderness that's moving further north into some of that type of country. So it will continue to grow to the north.
Fire officials credit well-built containment lines and aggressive firefighting for holding the fire in many places during this wind event. A priority remains on protecting houses and other buildings. In Las Vegas, New Mexico, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Max, thank you for that report. It is hurricane season in just a few months, but some folks in Louisiana are still fighting their insurance companies for payments after last season. 4 companies at least have gone bankrupt since Hurricane Ida hit the state, leaving many families without the money to fix their homes. Fox News' multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor has this story.
People are anxious here as we're getting ready for hurricane season, and many homes are still relying on blue tarps. The insurance bankruptcies have impacted thousands of families. The damage from the last few storms just too much for some companies to handle. 4 named hurricanes in 2 years and a deadly tornado have put a massive strain on Louisiana's insurance market.
We are under pressure for insolvencies, several companies failing, others withdrawing from our market in the aftermath of their losses.
More than 60,000 homeowners now have to find new coverage. The Vaqueros are one of them.
The mold was just from top to bottom to our ceilings. And especially the kids' rooms took on a lot of water. We had to throw away, some toys and books and clothes.
It's been 8 months since Ida, and the Vaqueros' home still looks like this. They were waiting on an insurance check before their insurer went under.
You just assume that you pay for insurance all this time, and you think they're going to take care of you. So you never expect that all of a sudden they're just gone. It's scary not knowing if we're going to have insurance when hurricane season comes, and is our house going to be fixed?
When companies go under, if the state can't find another insurer to take over the claims, they'll pay policyholders through the Louisiana Insurance Guarantee Fund. It's safety net for failed companies.
Those folks will see, I do believe, better service and quicker payment because the Guarantee Fund has the money they need to service those policies.
Nicole Ficaro hopes she'll see a check soon.
Just want to get my kids back in their homes so they can do what kids are supposed to do and we can be home as a family.
The state's insurance commissioner is optimistic that companies will return to the state after several years of mild weather. However, Colorado State University is predicting this season to be another active year with 19 named storms. In New Orleans, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you for that report. Sticking with weather and climate-related news, you were taking a live look at Santa Monica, California this morning. Beautiful out there today. And to a story that we do want to talk about, Los Angeles mayor is expected to issue new water restrictions amid drought. A huge drought that the state is facing, and it comes as two of the state's largest reservoirs hit critically low levels when they really, in fact, should be at their highest. We, of course, want to turn to our Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette, who is live in LA this morning. Gigi, what more can you tell us about the mayor's announcement expected later today?
Well, good morning, Mackenzie. Good morning, everyone. Mayor Eric Garcetti is expected to make that big announcement together with officials from Los Angeles' Department of Water and Power. They oversee the water usage here in the city of Los Angeles. This as the state enters its third year of the drought. You mentioned those critically low reservoir levels. I think we may have a picture of Lake Shasta, which is only at about 38%. And this year, the state has recorded its lowest levels, the driest months on record. We're talking about January through March. April and May not looking very good either. So this is very important. The city of Los Angeles, no stranger to watering restrictions. It used to be that depending on what side of the block you lived on, if you were an even-numbered home or an odd-numbered home, you could only water on certain days of the week. It was about 3 days out of the 7. You could only water your lawn those 3 days, and there was a limit on time. This, of course, to conserve water, and folks in Los Angeles have long been encouraged to replace their home lawns with drought resistance, more desert type plants that don't require as much water. The city had many programs where they would actually finance the transition of your front yard to a drought resistant yard, and then they have do-it-yourself workshops to help you do it yourself and transition your lawn over. So a lot of water restrictions. We're no stranger to it, and now we're going to have more restrictions imposed on us, but this is a thing that we're seeing in the state, and apparently it's the way things are going to be for a while here in the West as we face these drought conditions. Mackenzie?
Yeah, Gigi, we did show some video of that lake and reservoir that you were talking about. Any idea of exactly how many people this is going to impact?
Well, the city of Los Angeles has a population of about 4 to 6 million people, but that is only in Los Angeles. Then you've got countywide and statewide water restrictions. So this is something the entire state is going to feel one way or another. Of course, we have many farms here in the state of California, many dairy farms, many almond farms. We have wineries. This is affecting a lot of people, not only people at home, but a lot of businesses that depend on that water, that critical water supply.
All right, our Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette live for us in LA this morning. As always, Gigi, thank you for that report. We'll, of course, be touching base with you as this story develops. And we do want to switch gears and bring you some news out of New York, Wall Street. Here is a look at the New York Stock Exchange, which just opened within the past few minutes. You can see up about 385 points at this very moment. But again, stocks just opening about 6 minutes ago. And we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be here with you for the next few hours, bringing you up to speed on some of the top stories we are following today, and you're looking at them right there on your screen at this very moment. You can see the stock board opening just within the past 9 minutes. Appears as though stocks are trading up at this moment, despite news that gas prices here in the United States have hit an all-time high, a nationwide average of $4.37 a gallon. So definitely some major news that we, of course, will continue to monitor. And that does come before President Joe Biden's speech at about 11:30 this morning that will be touching on inflation and what his administration is doing for Americans to help outline what Americans can do to fight inflation. Again, that is set for 11:30 this morning. We also have a live feed from Boston, Massachusetts of a former Food Network star, Mario Batali, who is expected to appear in court today. It's a sexual misconduct trial, again, set to begin a little later this morning. We, of course, will bring you any updates as soon as we get them. We also have the U.S. Armed Services hearing in Washington, D.C. We do have the National Intelligence Director, Avril Haines, who is testifying to the Senate Armed Services Committee about worldwide threats to the United States. Let's listen in.
Your competitor in areas of relevance to national security is pushing to revise global norms and institutions to its advantage and is challenging the United States in multiple arenas, economically, militarily, and technologically. China is especially effective at bringing together a coordinated whole-of-government approach to demonstrate its strength and to compel neighbors to acquiesce to its preferences, including its territorial and maritime claims and assertions of sovereignty over Taiwan. And a key area of focus for the IC is President Xi Jinping's determination to force unification with Taiwan on Beijing's terms. China would prefer coerced unification that avoids armed conflict, and it has been stepping up diplomatic, economic, and military pressure on the island for years to isolate it and weaken confidence in its democratically elected leaders. And at the same time, Beijing is prepared to use military force if it decides this is necessary. The PRC is also engaged in the largest ever nuclear force expansion and arsenal diversification in its history, is working to match or exceed U.S. capabilities in space, and presents the broadest, most active, and persistent cyber espionage threat to U.S. government and private sector networks. And Russia, of course, also remains a critical priority and is a significant focus right now in light of President Putin's tragic invasion of Ukraine in February, which has produced a shock to the geopolitical order with implications for the future that we are only beginning to understand but are sure to be consequential. And the IC, as you know, provided warning of President Putin's plans, but this is a case where I think all of us wish we had been wrong. Russia's failure to rapidly seize Kyiv and overwhelm Ukrainian forces has deprived Moscow of the quick military victory that it had originally expected would prevent the United States and NATO from being able to provide meaningful military aid to Ukraine. And the Russians met with more resistance from Ukraine than they expected, and their own military's performance revealed a number of significant internal challenges, forcing them to adjust their initial military objectives, fall back from Kyiv, and focus on the Donbass. The next month or two of fighting will be significant as the Russians attempt to reinvigorate their efforts, but even if they are successful, we are not confident that the fight in the Donbass will effectively end the war. We assess President Putin is preparing for a prolonged conflict in Ukraine, during which he still intends to achieve goals beyond the Donbass. We assess that Putin's strategic goals have probably not changed, suggesting he regards the decision in late March to refocus Russian forces on the Donbass as only a temporary shift to regain the initiative after the Russian military's failure to capture Kyiv. And his current near-term military objectives are to capture the two oblasts in Donetsk and Luhansk with a buffer zone, encircle Ukrainian forces from the north and the south to the west of the Donbass, in order to crush the most capable and well-equipped Ukrainian forces who are fighting to hold the line in the east, consolidate control of the land bridge Russia has established from Crimea to the Donbass, occupy Kherson, and control the water source for Crimea, that is to the north. And we also see indications that the Russian military wants to extend the land bridge to Transnistria. And while the Russian forces may be capable of achieving most of these near-term goals in the coming months, we believe that they will not be able to extend control over a land bridge that stretches to Transnistria and includes Odessa without launching some form of mobilization. And it is increasingly unlikely that they will be able to establish control over both oblasts and the buffer zone they desire in the coming weeks. But Putin most likely also judges that Russia has a greater ability and willingness to endure challenges than his adversaries, and he is probably counting on U.S. and EU resolve to weaken as food shortages, inflation, energy prices get worse. Moreover, as both Russia and Ukraine believe they can continue to make progress militarily, we do not see a viable negotiating path forward, at least in the short term. The uncertain nature of the battle, which is developing into a war of attrition, combined with the reality that Putin faces a mismatch between his ambitions and Russia's current conventional military capabilities, likely means the next few months could see us moving along a more unpredictable and potentially escalatory trajectory. At the very least, we believe the dichotomy will usher in a period of more ad hoc decision-making in Russia, both with respect to the domestic adjustments required to sustain this push, as well as the military conflict with Ukraine and the West. And the current trend increases the likelihood that President Putin will turn to more drastic means, including imposing martial law, reorienting industrial production, or potentially escalatory military actions to free up the resources needed to achieve his objectives as the conflict drags on, or if he perceives Russia is losing in Ukraine. And the most likely flashpoints for escalation in the coming weeks are around increasing Russian attempts to interdict Western security assistance, retaliation for Western economic sanctions, or threats to the regime at home. We believe that Moscow continues to use nuclear rhetoric to deter the United States and the West from increasing lethal aid to Ukraine and to respond to public comments at the U.S. and NATO allies that suggest expanded Western goals in the conflict. And if Putin perceives that the United States is ignoring his threats, he may try to signal to Washington the heightened danger of its support to Ukraine by authorizing another large nuclear exercise involving a major dispersal of mobile intercontinental missiles, heavy bombers, strategic submarines. We otherwise continue to believe that President Putin would probably only authorize the use of nuclear weapons if he perceived an existential threat to the Russian state or regime, but we will remain vigilant in monitoring every aspect of Russia's strategic nuclear forces. With tensions this high, there is always an enhanced potential for miscalculation, unintended escalation, which we hope our intelligence can help to mitigate. Beyond its invasion of Ukraine, Moscow presents a serious cyber threat, a key space competitor, and one of the most serious foreign influence threats to the United States. Using its intelligence services, proxies, wide-ranging influence tools, the Russian government seeks to not only pursue its own interests, but also to divide Western alliances, undermine U.S. global standing, amplify discord inside the United States, and influence U.S. voters and decision-making. And to finish with our state actor threats, the Iranian regime continues to threaten U.S. interests as it tries to erode U.S. influence in the Middle East, entrench its influence and project power in neighboring states, and minimize threats to regime stability. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un continues to steadily expand and enhance Pyongyang's nuclear and conventional capabilities, targeting the United States.
And if you are just joining us, we are bringing you a live feed from Washington, D.C., where we do have the National Intelligence Director, Avril Haines, who is testifying at this very moment to the Senate Armed Services Committee, discussing worldwide threats as Russia's war in Ukraine continues and now moves on about 11 weeks. So definitely a story and a live feed that we, of course, will continue to dip in and out of as we continue the show here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to switch gears and bring you another top story that we are following today. Gas prices are on the rise again. According to AAA, gas prices, the national actual price of gasoline unleaded, the average has hit a new all-time high today. We are talking $4.37 a gallon. So definitely a huge jump from what this was even just a year ago. So we do want to take you live out to Dallas, Texas at this very moment, where we do have our Fox 4 Dallas team covering this story for us. So not only the national average rising across the country, but big cities and cities really across the country are feeling the impact at this very moment. So we do want to head out live to Fox 4 Dallas's Brandon Todd, who is live for us this morning. Brandon, gas prices rising pretty much everywhere. What can you tell us about the Dallas-Fort Worth area?
Well, good morning. The same applies here in Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm at Fuel City. It's a popular fuel stop just outside of downtown Dallas, and the price per gallon is $4.19 here. And of course, you add in inflation to that, as well as the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia, and gas prices may not be going down anytime soon. AAA saying that the price of regular unleaded gasoline in the Dallas-Fort Worth area is averaging $4.14 a gallon. That is up 13 cents from just yesterday. The previous record high was $4.07 a gallon on March 10th. Of course, the latest spike isn't really sitting well with drivers here in North Texas. Even though gas prices are lower here than much of the country, some people just telling us they'll be cutting back on the amount of driving that they do, but cutting back especially as they head into the summer. And of course, that is not helping the travel industry as well. A lot of concern there. Worldwide oil supply struggling before Russia invaded Ukraine. So investors are fearing that it'll get worse as Europe now looks to join the U.S. in boycotting Russian oil imports. And I guess if there's one possible bright spot in all of this, at least in the short term, and that is that oil prices saw their biggest one-day drop yesterday since late March. Live in Dallas, Brandon Todd. Back to you.
All right, Fox 4 Dallas's Brandon Todd, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, giving us an update on the gas price situation in the Lone Star State. So again, a big thanks to our Fox 4 Dallas team for that report. And we do want to head back out live to Dallas, just give you a live shot of the cityscape right there, where, as you just heard Brandon mention, of course, gas prices really skyrocketing everywhere. It is a story that we will continue to follow as this story develops. We also do want to take you out to the White House as well, where we do know President Joe Biden is expected to give a briefing, an update on inflation and, of course, those rising gas prices across the country. So as soon as we get that shot of the White House, we, of course, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, it's about 9:51 here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Time here on the East Coast is just before 10 o'clock in the morning. You are taking a live look at the stock board right now, the New York Stock Exchange opening just about 23 minutes ago. You can see stocks trading up at this very moment, about 348 points. Definitely something we will continue to watch here on Live Now from Fox. And we do want to take you to a live feed that we are getting from Washington, D.C. We do have the U.S. Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, who is currently testifying in front of the Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs, and also discussing the Financial Stability Oversight Council and that annual report. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Changes to their rules. But the actual data shows that physical risks associated with global warming, that is to say severe weather events, do not threaten financial stability. Economic damage from weather-related events as a percentage of GDP has actually trended down steadily over the last 30 years. And we're not aware of a single bank failure in the modern era caused by any weather event. As I have previously warned, the real risk is political. Some unelected financial regulators want to accelerate our transition to a lower carbon economy, and they want to misuse their powers to allocate capital away from traditional energy companies to do it. At a time of skyrocketing energy prices, we certainly don't need financial regulators making it even more expensive for Americans to fill up their gas tanks or heat their homes. Addressing global warming requires difficult political decisions that involve trade-offs. And in a democratic society, these trade-offs must be made by elected representatives accountable to the American people through a transparent and deliberative legislative process. Instead of pursuing political issues that are outside the mandate and expertise of financial regulators, the FSOC should enhance coordination across regulators on existing threats to the financial system. To this end, I was encouraged that the FSOC annual report identified certain issues that are worthy of regulatory attention, such as enhancing the resilience of the U.S. Treasury market and improving the cybersecurity resilience of the financial sector. But I do worry that progress on addressing these challenges could be stalled because of FSOC's focus on political issues. Finally, in your role as chair of the President's Working Group on Financial Markets, or PWG, you released a report last November on stablecoins. Although I disagree with the report's recommendation that all stablecoin issuers must be insured depository institutions, I was glad to see it acknowledge that it is the responsibility of Congress to create new rules for stablecoins. Last month, I released the discussion draft of a bill, the Stablecoin Trust Act, to establish a regulatory framework for stablecoins. There are tremendous potential benefits of stablecoins in our society. Today, stablecoins primarily facilitate trading of digital assets, but tomorrow, stablecoins could be widely used in the physical economy for payments and automating transactions. Because of the dollar price stability of stablecoins, they have the potential to serve all the traditional functions of money, including acting as a medium of exchange. Stablecoins could also improve upon traditional forms of money by increasing payment speed, reducing transaction costs, helping to combat illicit finance, and enabling programmable contracts. The proposed regulatory framework I've released will allow stablecoins to continue flourishing while protecting consumers and minimizing potential risks from stablecoins to the financial system. It's critical that Congress provide clarity in this area as soon as possible. Congress needs to enact a sensible regulatory framework before something bad happens with a stablecoin that harms consumers. If that were to happen, Congress will rightfully share some of the blame. Thankfully, I'm optimistic that the administration is working with members of Congress and that we can find common ground on bipartisan legislation that addresses the risks of stablecoins while also encouraging innovation and competition. Secretary Yellen, I look forward to hearing your testimony and discussing these and other important issues with you today.
Thank you, Ranking Member Toomey. We'll hear from the chair of FSOC today, Treasury Secretary Yellen. Thanks for your service and your testimony. Please begin, Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much, Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and members of the committee. I'm pleased to speak with you today about the Financial Stability Oversight Council's 2021 annual report. The report is a collaborative effort of the council member agencies, and it's a vehicle for providing Congress and the public with the council's collective assessments of potential risks to U.S. financial stability. Today, I will highlight a few topics in the report and provide an update on the Council's activities since the report's publication. First, the report discusses vulnerabilities in the non-bank financial sector, which were highlighted by the turmoil in financial markets in March 2020. While the Dodd-Frank Act reforms increased the resiliency of the U.S. financial system, the market turmoil in March 2020 demonstrated that the liquidity mismatch and use of leverage by some non-bank financial institutions can make them vulnerable to acute financial stresses, and these stresses can be transmitted and amplified to the broader financial system. The Council has taken steps to examine these risks, including reestablishing its hedge fund working group to develop an interagency risk monitoring system and to propose options to mitigate identified risks. And earlier this year, the Council issued a statement to express support for the Securities and Exchange Commission's efforts to reform money market funds and their work to consider potential reforms to open-end funds. The Council is also working to support improving the resilience of the Treasury market and is coordinating with the Interagency Working Group on Treasury market surveillance. Potential steps to be taken include improving data quality and availability, evaluating expanded central clearing, and enhancing trading venue transparency and oversight. The SEC has proposed certain reforms to enhance transparency and oversight over alternative trading systems that trade government securities. The SEC has also proposed updating the definition of a government securities dealer to include market participants that play an increasingly significant liquidity providing role in overall trading and market activity. And additionally, the Office of Financial Research is working to fill identified data gaps for uncleared bilateral repurchase agreements through a pilot data collection, which should improve visibility into a major source of financing for non-bank financial institutions in Treasury markets.
If you are just joining us, we are listening in to a live Senate committee hearing on banking, housing, and urban affairs happening in Washington, D.C. at this very moment. You saw U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testifying in front of the Senate. There she is right now. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have a live report from Los Angeles about rising gas prices. We'll be right back.
decision-making in Ukraine. What do you think President
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I will be joining you for the next hour or so, bringing you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look at several feeds and top stories that we are following today. Former Food Network chef Mario Batali in court. You see him right there in that suit inside of a Boston courtroom where he is facing a sexual misconduct trial, again, beginning today in Boston. And the former Iron Chef star pleaded not guilty to these allegations back in 2019, but because of COVID and pandemic restrictions, this trial was delayed. We, of course, will be dipping in and out of that feed inside of the courtroom throughout the day. Also, we do have the U.S. Armed Services hearing happening at this very moment in Washington, D.C., where we have the National Intelligence Director, Avril Haines, testifying to the Senate Armed Services about worldwide threats to the U.S. as Russia's war in Ukraine continues and now enters week 11. Also, you can see the stock board opening right up on your screen there at this very moment. The New York Stock Exchange trading up at about 332 points, just about 35 minutes after opening. And another story we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Gas prices are rising again. It's something none of us want to hear, but unfortunately does continue to happen. We do want to take you live out to Santa Monica. You're taking a live look at Santa Monica right there. The sun rising on the west coast, a beautiful shot of the beach. But again, back to gas prices. They are rising up to $4.37 a gallon. Now that is for the national average. So again, the national average cost of a regular gallon of gas hit $4.37 today, which is the highest ever according to AAA. And just for some context, this time last year, nationwide, we were paying on average about $2.97 a gallon. So definitely a huge impact just over the past year. And we do know California, also known for high gas prices, the average price of gas there even higher. So let's, of course, head out to our Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez, who is live for us there outside of a gas station. Mario, Californians are used to higher gas prices, but what is it like there today?
$4.37 national average. Well, here in California, we're close to the $6 mark, $5.84, and we're really close to breaking another record high. And across parts of Southern California, you might even find gas over the $7 mark. It is getting higher. It's been going up over the last 13 days every single day. And take a look at this. We're in the city of Hawthorne. This is a few miles from the Los Angeles International Airport. $5.09 is considered cheap for our standards, and we've been talking to people here driving in from a few miles away from other cities to fill up as drivers are becoming more and more desperate to save money, anything they can. So inflation and the start of the Russian-Ukraine war in February drove the cost of gas up in the last few months and causing the national average to set new records 4 days in a row in March. And while we saw a slight drop, prices are going back up. It's around $5.80 this morning across Southern California, from our beach communities to the high desert. Experts expected prices would surge again after the U.S. Senate passed a bill last month banning imports on Russian oil and gas, adding that prices would increase if that oil wasn't replaced by American oil. The beginning of summer travel, we know, is right around the corner with Memorial Day weekend and the end of the month. And AAA is predicting those prices will continue rising through the summer. So, Mackenzie, from year to year, the state average has gone up $1.74, almost $2, and residents here in California, they are feeling the pain. We've talked to a lot of rideshare drivers who say they're thinking about quitting, switching jobs because they really just can't afford it anymore. The payout, just not worth it.
Yeah, Mario, and I did want to ask, you know, Californians used to a lot of higher prices in general. You said $5.09 is cheap for California, but again, rising as the national average rises. But I did want to ask, is there any help on the way from California government officials for people having to deal with these high gas prices?
There is, but not in the immediate future. Governor Gavin Newsom and Democratic lawmakers are working on legislation, a bill that would send $400 gas tax rebate checks to every California driver with a registered vehicle, but they're still working on some of the details, whether or not it would be for every driver or those in a specific income bracket, and it could take months. The governor says it could be October before those checks are sent out. In the meantime, what can people do? AAA says make sure your car is in tip-top shape. Try to carpool, and we've heard from people here using public transit and carpooling more than they ever have before, Mackenzie.
All right, Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez, as always, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. We, of course, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mackenzie.
All right, again, that was our Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez reporting live for us outside of that gas station. We do want to take you back out live to this beautiful shot of Santa Monica, California. As you heard Mario say, gas prices reaching about $5.89 a gallon in California. So if you live in some of the other states across the country, $5.89 is huge for Californians out there. But nationally, the national average cost of a regular gallon of unleaded gas now hitting a new high, $4.37. So if you have to fill up, definitely expect to see that increase when you head to the gas station today. And we do want to take you back out live to several feeds that we are following here today. 3 live shots that we have, of course, stocks there trading up on this Tuesday morning. And we also have a look inside of a Boston courtroom where we do have a former Food Network chef, Mario Batali, who is in court today facing a sexual misconduct trial in Boston, Massachusetts. These charges these allegations stem from back in 2019, but this trial was put on hold because of the pandemic. And we do want to take you back out live to the Armed Services hearing, where we do have the National Intelligence Director, Avril Haines, testifying to the Senate Armed Services on worldwide threats.
I think there's a lot of effort going on to do that. So we'll wait to see what percolates of all this in our relationship, and I'll just end it there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sheen. Senator Fisher, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to our panel today. Last week in the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, Undersecretary of Research and Engineering Heidi Shue stated, quote, "Strategic competitors of the United States are rapidly developing their nuclear arsenal in new and novel ways, with a clear intent of increasing their reliance on these weapons in their security strategies," end quote. Director Haines, do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
General, do you?
Yes.
Throughout the war in Ukraine, Putin and other Russian leaders have overtly threatened nuclear use, including Russian state TV airing an animated video showing the British Isles being completely destroyed by a nuclear attack. General, in the United States, we view nuclear weapons primarily as tools of deterrence. But do you think that what we're seeing indicates Russian leadership views nuclear weapons as tools of coercion and intimidation?
Yes, I believe they view those as tools of coercion and intimidation.
Thank you. General, also the Defense Intelligence Agency's 2021 report on China's military power states, quote, "The accelerating pace of the PRC's nuclear expansion may enable the PRC to have up to 700 deliverable nuclear warheads by 2027. The PRC likely intends to have at least 1,000 warheads by 2030, exceeding the pace and size the DoD projected in 2020, end quote. I know what you say is limited in this setting, but is it your assessment that China's nuclear forces will stop expanding when it reaches that point of 1,000?
It is my assessment that they would continue to develop the weapons they have.
Director Haines, is that view shared by the rest of the IC? That China's arsenal is going to continue to grow past that point in time?
I mean, our assessment basically says that China will continue to essentially expand their nuclear arsenal and diversification for a period of time. It's unclear how long that will be.
But you anticipated it will continue past the 1,000 warheads that we have looked at in the past?
I think for us to get into numbers, we should do that in closed session.
Okay, thank you. General, as the statement notes, China's nuclear expansion is larger and more rapid than previous assessments projected. Admiral Richard has made a similar point, noting, quote, "When I first testified here, we were questioning whether or not China would be able to double that stockpile by the end of the decade, and they are actually very close to doing it on my watch," end quote. What are the implications of the fact that this threat is evolving faster than we've anticipated, and how should we factor that in our assessments?
Senator, we can get into much more detail in the closed session, but I would just say from a strategic competition perspective and nuclear deterrence, this makes it much more challenging for us to defend. And when you factor in Russian nuclear capability with Chinese capability, I think it's a problem for Strategic Command and the department.
Thank you. Also, General, if we can move to a different theater now, if ISIS and al-Qaeda are able to operate in Afghanistan without consistent or effective CT pressure, how long does the intelligence community assess it will take for either organization to reconstitute their external attack capabilities?
We assess ISIS probably a year, slightly longer, and longer for al-Qaeda.
You know, last October we heard from Secretary Call. He told the committee that we could see ISIS-K generate the capability in 6 to 12 months. And then in March we heard from General McKenzie that the capability might be 12 to 18 months. So I look forward to hearing more about how and why these intelligence estimates have shifted forward. I think that's important for this committee to know, and it's important to understand when we look at the dramatic reduction we've seen in our intelligence collection in the region since our withdrawal. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Senator Gillibrand, please.
Director Haynes, thank you so much for your testimony. I want to talk a little bit about advanced persistent threats, and I want to know what type of support are you providing critical infrastructure providers to deal with APTs? Specifically, I'm concerned if this war in Ukraine does escalate, that attacks from Russia will come to American businesses and our critical infrastructure. I know this is generally the job of CISA, but in your engagement with critical infrastructure providers, what are the biggest areas of need that they have shared with you? And are there any additional authorities that would be helpful to you in enabling you to support critical infrastructure providers in securing their networks?
Thank you, Senator. And I know this has been a major issue of focus for you, and in fact that you've supported some of the things that have been done in New York with reserves, for example, in this area, which have been really effective. And I know that General Nakasone has been looking at expanding that and as around the United States in different ways. I think for us, look, we have quite obviously heightened awareness of cyber threats to critical infrastructure, and it's been a driving force behind a number of sort of cyber defense measures that we've taken in the intelligence community to support, in effect, as you say, CISA and FBI and others in doing their work. One is lowering thresholds for reporting. We've asked for network owners to really lower their threshold for reporting suspected malicious activity. That's critical from our perspective in order for us to be able to identify what the threat is. Another is just making more information publicly available. We're increasing the amount of information that we release to the private sector, both to help combat the rise in cybercrime and recently in our efforts to posture industry for potential Russian cyber attacks, for example, something that we've been trying to get out to do significantly more briefings on and help industry, in effect, get ready for things so they can take action that would make them more resilient in these circumstances. And this includes some close hold releases, so as to dampen malicious cyber actors' warning before mitigations can be put into place. Another has been our significant outreach to the private sector. DHS partners held over 90 engagements with more than 10,000 partners, just even on the Russia piece. And it includes sharing preventative measures to help these partners mitigate vulnerabilities. Another has been facilitating hunt teams on networks. And we've also asked company owners to actively hunt for Russian techniques, essentially, on their networks, and to facilitate this, it provided lists of vulnerabilities, indicators of compromise to look for on a company's networks. But those are just some of the things that are focused on helping on the infrastructure piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do you need any additional authorities or resources to amplify this effort?
So we've asked for resources in our FY23 budget that are designed to help with this effort, and so absolutely in that sense. We haven't identified particular authorities that we need, but I will tell you that we will come to you if we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Haynes and General Barrier, I saw that the annual threat assessment notes that advances in dual-use technology could, quote, enable development of novel biological weapons that complicate detection, attribution, and treatment, end of quote. I've advocated for a One Health security approach where we incorporate people across multiple disciplines, including the intelligence community, to increase our biodefense and prevent the next pandemic. In the context of ongoing biological threats, how would you suggest we develop a multidisciplinary approach like this? Where can we prepare and prevent both naturally occurring diseases but also deliberate threats?
I can start on this. I'm very passionate about this issue. I completely agree with you. I think we have not in the intelligence community sort of been able to work with other parts of, for example, the federal government, even in the scientific community within the federal government as effectively as we need to. And we have been developing mechanisms in the intelligence community to do so more. We're working more with the national labs than we ever have before. We're working more with HHS, with CEC, with others to try to make sure that we're also supporting their work and that we can understand some of the issues that they see as critical to our work. And so that's been a big piece of our effort in the intelligence community within the National Counterproliferation and Center. We have been doing a major effort on essentially working with global health, and we actually now have a new national intelligence manager that works on these issues specifically and is hoping to support that kind of outreach on this, and be happy to give you a brief at some point in more detail if that's useful.
Thank you.
Senator, for DI, I think it's about partnerships. So it's a partnership between the National Center for Medical Intelligence, the Defense Counterproliferation Center, as well as NCPC. The role really for DI and NCMI is to provide warning on these pandemics, so I'm passionate about it as well. And I think it's an area that's going to expand in the coming months and years as we look forward to this, and I look forward to engaging you perhaps at DI on this topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Senator Cotton, please.
General, what's your assessment on the state of the fighting between Russia and Ukraine and eastern and southern Ukraine today?
Senator, I think I would characterize it as the Russians aren't winning and the Ukrainians aren't winning, and we're at a bit of a stalemate here. And what has been the most interesting evolution for me in watching how the Russian forces have misstepped is really the lack of a non-commissioned officer corps. When I think about small unit tactics and how this is unfolded between Ukraine and Russia, I think the NCO Corps is a big piece of this, and I think the Ukrainians have that about right.
Who faces greater risk from a stalemate, Russia or Ukraine?
I think we have to take a wait and see approach on how this evolves and what is in the decision calculus for Putin and his generals as this unfolds.
And a stalemate, to be clear, does not mean an armistice or peace. It means continued but indecisive fighting in which both sides are losing personnel, equipment, weapons, and vehicles, right?
I think it's attrition warfare, and it depends. It depends how well the Ukrainians can maintain what they have going on with weapons and ammunition, and how the Russians decide to deal with that, either through mobilization or not, and decide to go with what they have in the theater right now.
Which side do you think at this point is more capable of generating additional combat power in the form of trained and motivated troops, Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
even though it's 1/3 the size of Russia?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because I think the Ukrainians have it right in terms of grit and how they face the defense of their nation. I'm not sure that Russian soldiers from the far-flung military districts really understand that.
Fighting to defend one's own home from a war of aggression is a highly motivating factor, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And Russians probably are not terribly motivated to be the next wave of recruits into Vladimir Putin's war of aggression?
I would say not, based on what we've seen.
If that's the case, and this stalemate, as you call it, continues not just for weeks but for months, which side do you think faces the greater possibility of a decisive breakout? The Russians with their ill-trained and unmotivated troops, or the Ukrainians with their supremely motivated troops?
Senator, I think right now with the stalemate as it stands, if Russia doesn't declare war and mobilize, this stalemate's going to last for a while, and I don't see a breakout on either side. If they do mobilize and they do declare war, that'll bring thousands of more soldiers to the fight, and even though they may not be as well trained and competent, they will still bring mass and a lot more ammunition.
What are the prospects of a catastrophic collapse of morale and will among Russian forces?
Remains to be seen. I think the Russians still are a learning organization. If appropriate lessons could be applied with leadership, you might see that turn around.
Do you know the current count on how many generals have been killed in Ukraine on Russia's side?
I think the number is between 8 and 10.
Do you know how many generals we lost in 20 years of war in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Not many.
And those we lost were happenstance, right? The bad guys got a lucky shot at a convoy or a helicopter?
Yes.
Does the fact that Russia is losing all these generals, and as you pointed out, they have no trained NCO corps, suggest to you that these generals are having to go forward to ensure their orders are executed in a way that General Barrier never would have to go forward if he was in a combat command, because he could count on the captains and the lieutenants and the sergeant barriers to execute his orders?
Yes.
Sounds to me like the balance of forces here are moving more decisively in Ukraine's favor and will continue to over time, as long as we continue to support them with the arms and the intelligence that they need.
Well-led forces that are motivated and have what they need can do a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Blumenthal, please.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to pursue Senator Cotton's line of questioning, if I may. In my exchange with the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff several weeks ago, I commented that our approach to Ukraine seems somewhat schizophrenic. We say we want Ukraine to win, but we're afraid of what Putin may do if he loses. I have urged since 2014 that we provide more lethal weapons to Ukraine. When I visited Ukraine recently with some of my colleagues, a bipartisan trip, one of them asked President Zelensky, are you fearful about the Russian prospect of invasion? It was a number of weeks before the invasion. He said, the Russians invaded us in 2014. We have been fighting them since then. And in my view, the implication is that we have failed over a period of years under different administrations to provide Ukraine with the arms that it needs to counter and deter increased Russian aggression there. So my question to you is, do you agree that we should increase the kind of military aid, as well as humanitarian assistance and economic sanctions, that we've been providing by orders of magnitude that will enable Ukraine to win? And would you also agree that if we simply provide more of that kind of aid, tanks, artillery, armed personnel carriers, even planes, Stinger and Javelin missiles, all of the arms that Ukraine needs to fight lethally and defensively, that Putin may engage in sword rattling and threats and implications of what he might do, but enabling Ukraine to win ought to be our objective. Let me ask you first, General.
Senator, in your statement there, it really gets at national level decision making on what our policy should be with regard to arming Ukraine. My role as the director of DIA is to keep an eye on this conflict and provide information to decision makers so that they can make those kinds of decisions. In terms of what Putin might do to escalate, I think the best that we can do, rather than describing what those escalatory measures would be to understand what they might do and be ready in terms of indications and warning to be able to notify decision makers that that was actually occurring or about to occur. So I take an intelligence perspective of the conflict itself and leave the policy to decision makers.
Do you, and I'll ask Ms. Haynes the same, think there is a serious immediate prospect that Putin would engage in the use of tactical nuclear weapons?
Right now, we do not see that, and I think that's a huge warning issue for us and something that we're very, very focused on.
Ms. Haynes?
Thank you, Senator. I think on the first part of your question, as General Berry said, obviously we try to provide the intelligence to help policymakers like you make these decisions. And among the questions that come up in that discussion are whether or not, frankly, Ukraine can absorb additional assistance and how much of it. And that's very hard for us to tell. We have, in fact, more insight probably on the Russian side than we do on the Ukrainian side. But that's something, obviously, for the Defense Department to work through, essentially, as they go through this. But we also, obviously, get asked this question of whether or not certain actions will escalate things with Russia, as you indicate, and if so, how? And that really gets to the second part of your question, because where we're supporting Ukraine, but we also don't want to ultimately end up in World War III, and we don't want to have a situation in which actors are using nuclear weapons. Our view is, as General Berrier indicated, that there is not a sort of an imminent potential for Putin to use nuclear weapons. We perceive that, as I indicated in my statement, as something that he is unlikely to do unless there is effectively an existential threat to his regime and to Russia from his perspective. We do think that that could be the case in the event that he perceives that he is losing the war in Ukraine, and that NATO, in effect, is sort of either intervening or about to intervene in that context, which would obviously contribute to a perception that he is about to lose the war in Ukraine. But that there are a lot of things that he would do in the context of escalation before he would get to a nuclear weapon, and also that he would be likely to engage in some signaling beyond what he's done thus far before doing so.
Thank you. My time has expired.
On behalf of the chairman, Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much to each of you for being here today. Ms. Haynes, I want to come to you. We've talked a lot about Ukraine and Russia this morning and appreciate your frankness in this, but let me ask you about Wagner and the proxies and what you're seeing not only in Ukraine, but also what you're seeing when it comes to Libya, into other areas, in the aggressiveness of the use of the proxies.
Thank you, Senator. We can probably go into more detail in closed session,
Okay.
but I could just say more generally that we do see Wagner being used, in effect, in Ukraine. We see that that's
And how
something
about
that the Russians-
Africa?
Yes, absolutely. Wagner has been historically present in Africa, and it's a more recent event, obviously, in the current crisis that Russia deployed them effectively in Ukraine.
Okay. All right. General Barrier, do you have anything you want to add on that?
We, Senator, we track ISIS in Africa, Syria, other places. I think we'll get into a richer discussion on the closed session about ISIS, or excuse me, Wagner operations in Ukraine. Sorry.
Okay. That is helpful. Let me ask you also, and by the way, thank you for the China map. I will say this, I think we could have a picture of the globe and say that is where China is seeking to be aggressive. It is something that is not lost on me, that they are anxious right now to expand their reach. But let's talk about DIA and how is the DIA collaborating with our allies and our partners to counter Beijing's cyber espionage operations?
Senator, we are. We're closely collaborating with our Five Eyes partners, in this case, our Australian and New Zealand partners, on this very issue, along with our partners over at the National Security Agency with General Nakasone. There is a concerted effort by the Five Eyes to understand these activities in cyberspace emanating from China. So we're working that very, very closely. We can provide more details in a close.
And can you provide us with some of the lessons learned from the Russia-Ukraine conflict that helped to inform some of this work?
Cyber activity?
Yes, sir.
So I think the key there would be information operations and disinformation operations and their level of effectiveness on the Russian side, or ineffectiveness on the Russian side, and then looking at the level of effectiveness on the Ukrainian side. When I compare and contrast information operations, I think the Ukrainians have been much more successful in the information operations in space. Russians have had some success with cyber activities in the Ukraine, and I think the PRC and she are looking at all of that as they sort of unwind this conflict and learn the lessons from that.
And Ms. Haynes, how is the intel community utilizing AI and machine learning as they look at applications, look at how Beijing is continuing to move forward? So how are you preferencing some of the new technologies that can help us in this effort?
Thank you, Senator. So we are using artificial intelligence and in particular machine learning across the board for our mission set. And just to give you an example of the kind of things that we're able to do with it, I think it has been extraordinary in terms of helping us with analysis, being able to focus in on certain data sets that we're able to effectively manipulate more easily and without as many human resources effectively to identify patterns. We're able to use that then, have analysts that are educated and experts take that information and use it in their analysis in different ways. We have something called an artificial intelligence unity project that is really looking across the intelligence community at different applications of artificial intelligence and machine learning, and then trying to leverage those so that we can actually allow other elements to build off of the work that's being done by, another element that they might not have thought of before, and also doing it at sort of a cheaper cost and so on. So there's a variety of ways in which we're doing it. It's hard to talk about it in an unclassified way, but we're certainly, this is a major area of effort and investment, and we can provide you with further details if that's useful.
My time has expired. I will come to you for a written response on the recent article that quoted a senior intel source saying they're about referencing the uptick in al-Shabaab activity. So thank you very much.
On behalf of the chair, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Senator King. So it's paramount to our national security that we keep our most sensitive secrets properly protected and classified, particularly when protecting sources and methods. But I am very concerned about the levels of overclassification and pseudo-classification that we're seeing across the federal government. Everyone understands the need to protect information about our most sensitive capabilities from our enemies, but our classification system has spiraled out of control when it means, for example, that our own four-star generals can't share information with their fellow.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you were just listening in to Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren speaking at the U.S. Armed Services hearing, where we have been hearing consistently from, of course, senators, but also the National Intelligence Director Avril Haines testifying to the Armed Services Committee about worldwide threats and, of course, the ongoing war in Russia. In the meantime, we do want to break away from this and bring you to a live feed that we have coming to our desk from Houston, Texas. And this is actually about the ongoing controversy and fallout, if you will, of the Supreme Court Roe v. Wade draft opinion, which essentially shows that a majority of the Supreme Court justices want to overturn Roe v. Wade. And it does look as though they did just walk away, but we were hearing from a Houston judge who is unveiling a resolution opposing the Supreme Court draft opinion on Roe v. Wade. So unfortunately, this press conference was pretty short, but if we get any more information about it, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to show you several feeds that we have coming into our desk as well here on Live Now from Fox. We do have the White House coming up in about 50 minutes or so. We are expected to hear from President Joe Biden. He is expected to address the ongoing inflation concerns for Americans and likely to address rising gas prices, which, as we reported to you earlier today here on Live Now from Fox, the national average for a gallon of unleaded gasoline now at $4.37 a gallon. So inflation and, of course, rising gas prices impacting Americans across the country. Also, coming up at noon Eastern Standard Time, we are expecting an update on the capture of an Alabama inmate who escaped more than a week ago. That manhunt for the Alabama corrections officer and the escaped inmate that you see on your screen ended in Indiana after authorities spent more than a week searching for the pair. The corrections officer that you see on your screen, who allegedly helped the inmate escape, has since died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. This inmate, though, back in police custody. And as promised, we, of course, will bring you these live feeds as soon as we get them. It is 10:42 here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here. Here's a look at some of the top stories we are following today. Several live feeds coming into our desk at this very moment. Stocks opening up about 103 points at this very moment. Also, we are awaiting President Biden's address to the country about inflation. That's expected to begin at 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. We will bring you that feed live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as we get it. Also, coming up at noon, we are expected to get an update on the capture of that Alabama inmate who escaped with a corrections officer about a week and a half ago. Again, from Alabama, that manhunt did end in Indiana last night. That update is set for noon Eastern Standard Time. Also, the U.S. Senate has passed a bill that would boost security for families of the Supreme Court justices following that bombshell leaked draft opinion, which shows a majority of the Supreme Court justices believe that Roe v. Wade, which legalizes abortion nationwide, should be overturned. And one of the big stories of the day, gas prices hitting a new high. The national average for unleaded gasoline is now $4.37 a gallon. So definitely some major news that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. President Joe Biden likely to address that when he addresses the country at 11:30 this morning. And we do have a live look inside of the U.S. Armed Services hearing in Washington, D.C. Let's go ahead and listen in.
They're in a conflict, in effect, with NATO and the United States on a variety of issues, including in cyber and so on.
So you believe that they're fighting us, that they're fighting us as well as they're fighting Ukraine, correct?
In a sense,
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
perception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're arming them and we're talking. Okay. General Barrier, does the United States or Ukraine have air superiority over the war zone? Which one has air superiority?
I would call it, Senator, I would call that an air standoff right now. I mean, the Russians can fly tactical aircraft over the line of troops in the local area, but they cannot expand into western parts of Ukraine without coming under an air threat.
But Ukraine is more than we are, the United States, obviously, because we're not involved in their airspace.
We're not involved.
Would you say that Russia possesses strong air defenses?
I think the Russians have very credible air defense systems.
Does Ukraine have any countermeasures to thwart Russia, artillery, rockets, and long range? Does Ukraine have any air defenses?
Ukraine has air defenses. They also have counter-battery radars that allow them to defend themselves from incoming artillery, or at least see it.
Would you agree that anyone in Ukraine right now is under serious threat? Obviously they are, correct?
I would agree they are, yes.
Okay. In the past 2 weeks, we've seen several high-profile visitors take trips to active war zone, or Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Speaker of the House, First Lady, and this is for both of you. What is our intelligence community doing to lessen the risk of a high-ranking official? How are we protecting these people going to Ukraine? Our people going to Ukraine? I mean,
Senator, I think that would be a discussion for the closed session.
Okay. So we could guarantee that the First Lady was safe when she went to Ukraine. We could guarantee that 100%, correct? Both of you. I'm just asking.
I would not say that, no. I would not say
Thank
that.
you. Is it your best advice that we don't go to Ukraine right now? Any of us in here?
Senator, I wouldn't say that. I would say with proper planning and coordination that it's possible.
General, 100%. 100%. Can we guarantee going into a war zone that our Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State went on a train?
Senator, I don't think we can ever guarantee anything 100%.
Thank you. Well, that's kind of the point I'm making. You know, we're kind of poking the bear here, saying, you know, we're sending we're bragging about it. And even President Biden said today, wait a minute, you know, we got to cut back on this, pointing that, you know, how many generals have been killed and we're part of it. I totally agree with that. I totally agree that, hey, we want to help Ukraine. Obviously, we all do. But we do not want to take that step forward to where we get a lot of our men and women involved in this. And it looks like to me that we're taking way too many chances of sending people over there for a photo op other than doing the right things, which we are doing but we just don't need to step over that path. And thank you for what you're doing. But I think all of us need to look at that point of, hey, there's a point of no return here if we cross that line. And if we were on the other side, the same way, and we had somebody helping, we had a plane shot down, a ship sank, and then bragging about killing generals, as Senator Cotton said, we're walking a tightrope here. And that's just the only point I want to bring up. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the chair, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Haynes, again, looking at your office's 2022 annual threat assessment.
If you are just joining us, we are taking a live look at the Armed Services hearing happening in Washington, D.C. We do know that the National Intelligence Director, Avril Haines, was previously testifying to the Senate Armed Services Committee, talking about worldwide threats. Of course, the latest about Russia and Ukraine, speaking about the ongoing war that has now entered week 11. We did just hear from a senator who is on this committee asking one of the generals if the First Lady, Jill Biden, if she was in fact safe going into a war zone when she met with Ukraine's First Lady and refugees in Ukraine over the weekend. If you missed it, the First Lady, again, she did fly to Europe, where she spent about 5 days there meeting with refugees who have fled Ukraine due to the ongoing war in that country. So again, some of these senators asking questions about why our leaders and their wives, essentially, the First Lady, why she went over there, and if she was actually safe going into a war zone. So this is the latest information that we have coming into our desk from the ongoing war in Ukraine. Let's go ahead and continue listening in.
Thank you. I want to ask you a specific question about the MQ-9, the Reaper drones. So the Air Force has been reluctant to invest in upgrading the platform and proposes to retire it potentially like in 2035, even as the demand from combat commanders for the system remains high. Their argument, has been that the platform's not survivable in a China-Russia scenario. I think it's pretty clear that it would be survivable in a Russian scenario now. Do you have an opinion on the continued utility of reconnaissance platforms such as the MQ-9, particularly as we face increased activity in the so-called gray zone below the threshold of armed combat?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No.
Senator, I have been the beneficiary of MQ-9 operations for the last 20 years. It's an outstanding platform. It's done great things. With increasing threats emanating from China, their ability to reach out and touch those kinds of things, I totally understand why the Air Force wants to divest of that platform. The efficacy of that in the coming years in low-intensity conflict, counterterrorism operations, it'll always be useful in a low air defense kind of environment. But in a high-end environment, I don't think it's very survivable.
But we have, looked at the, Russian surface-to-air missile threat environment as, high-end. Turns out, like a lot of things, day one of the war is much different than day 60 or 90 or 180 of any conflict. So I'm concerned that not only this platform, but sometimes we look at divesting, from platforms that could provide incredible utility, further along in the timeline. General, I got another question for you here in my last minute. Anti-satellite, a ban on ASAT testing. The administration recently announced this. It's a policy I agree with. Russia, China, they do not, share this goal. Nor do they abide by any kind of similar policy. The Russians and the Chinese both over the last about decade and a half have performed ASAT tests, the Russians more recently. The DIA's 2022 report on challenges to security in space lists orbital debris as a significant challenge to space operations and concluded that the debris endangers spacecraft of all nations in low Earth orbit, including astronauts and cosmonauts aboard the ISS, but also China has a space station as well. Given the fact that both the Russians and Chinese conduct manned space operations, what would be your assessment as to why they continue to put their people in harm's way by conducting these dangerous tests?
Senator, I think they value that capability in space as an asymmetric advantage over our superior technology and continue to pursue those kinds of capabilities. Whether or not they would actually use it is another discussion.
Do you expect them to do more anti-satellite tests?
We have not seen evidence that they plan in the near future of doing more, but I would expect as they go through their development processes, they will do more tests.
All right, thank you, General, and thank you, Director Haynes.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Senator Rounds, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by thanking both of you for your continued service to our country. Director Haynes, in April, Secretary Blinken told Congress that Iran's attempts to assassinate former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo were real and ongoing. And this month, Israeli press reported that an agent for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's Quds Force was thwarted from an assassination attempt on a U.S. general in Germany. Why is Iran apparently so emboldened right now, and how can the intelligence community and national security communities at large change this dangerous trend and deter Iran from these malicious actions?
Thank you, Senator. So I think we should probably pick this up in closed session. What I think I can say just in open session is a fair amount of their motivation in this scenario we assess to be in relation to Soleimani as part of their sort of efforts for revenge, and is a particularly challenging area, I think, to deter them from action in this space. But we can discuss what more specifics, I think, in closed session. Thank you, sir.
Very well. Director Haynes, once again, the crisis at the United States southern border has literally exploded under this administration and continues to deteriorate. Reuters reported that the U.S. officials at the Department of Homeland Security are preparing for as high as 9,000 arrests per day. Now, as the economic and political conditions in Latin America continue to spark waves of migration that put pressure on our southern border, how serious does the intelligence community see this as a threat to our country? And also, how and to what degree is the intelligence community shifting resources to address the surge at our southern border?
Thank you, Senator. So we have stood up a migrant crisis cell, which is essentially a cell that helps to bring together intelligence from across the community to support DHS's efforts. And it's really looking south of the border at effectively migrant movements that may be coming towards the southern border so that we can help them to prepare, in effect, for encounters on the border.
Are you in agreement with the assessment that there could be as many as 9,000 arrests a day? Is that an assessment that you would concur with?
Sir, I don't look at those particular questions. That is within the Department of Homeland Security.
I'm just curious because when you're doing your planning to determine what your needs are, clearly in order for you to do the planning, you've got to have an assessment of what the expected flow would be. I'm just curious if it's not meant as a gotcha question.
No, of course. So we don't assess our needs along the border because we don't actually have needs along the border. In other words, that's sort of the DHS role, is to figure out how can we plan for the number of incidents or encounters that they'll have on the border. And for us, what we're trying to do is understand what are the drivers, what are the ultimate flows that are likely to occur, and we try to set up intelligence so that we can actually provide some indication and warning of here is where you're likely to see an increase in the flow, either south or north, or how it is, and where it's coming from ultimately. Does that make sense?
It does. It just catches me a little bit by surprise that in your planning that most certainly you have to have a good communication with Homeland Security. I'm assuming there's a good communication there.
Of course.
And that based upon what their needs are is really what you're doing is providing them with additional resources. And you're also at the same time gathering intel based on the possibility, the strong possibility that individuals would try to come in through the southern border. And based
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the U.S. Armed Services hearing, and we are hearing from the National Intelligence Director, Avril Haines. She is testifying to the Senate Armed Services Committee about worldwide threats. She is currently answering and taking some questions not only about Russia and its threat to Ukraine and the rest of the world, but also the surge of migrants at the southern border as well. So that is the very latest from the Armed Services hearing. And coming up in about 30 minutes, we are expected to hear from President Joe Biden, where he will address inflation concerns for Americans. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Cables, encrypted military communications are a few of the myriad applications that rely on this network. 2 NATO commands, the Joint Support and Enabling Command in Ulm, Germany, and Joint Force Command in Norfolk, are monitoring threats against undersea cables in the Atlantic, but the vast majority of these cables are controlled by private sector companies. In the U.S., France, Spain, Japan, China, these contractors, companies and contractors who work with them, such as Google and Amazon, oversee the planning, production, design, deployment, and maintenance of the cables. To what extent is the DoD and IC looking at integrating and communicating with these private actors so that we can monitor threats to the cables?
Senator, I'm going to take that one for action, do a little homework to get you a fulsome answer.
And I would like additionally to know whether China, Russia, or other malign actors have an organic capability to map our networks, to cut into or tap into them, to listen to military or other government communications. So I would like a response back to that. Here's my second question. Unless, Director Haines, unless you have something to offer on the undersea cable.
Thank you, sir. I actually, I'd love to do it in closed session if that's all right.
I'll look forward to that.
Okay.
Now a question about our intelligence estimates of the strength of other militaries. I think there were a number of estimates that the Afghan military would perform much better than they did. And there were a number of estimates that the Russian military was much stronger than it is proven to be. So what are we doing to assess why we overestimated the strength of both of those militaries and recalibrating the way we assess military strength of other nations?
Senator, I'll start. We're taking a holistic view of how we do analysis and evaluate foreign militaries. You know, it starts with the relationships that we have with our foreign partners, understanding their militaries, understanding their understanding of adversary militaries, and working an all-source assessment to have granularity inside the capabilities of these militaries. Certainly the ANDSF was an issue. Certainly the Russian overestimation of Russian capability was an issue. But if you back up, if you look at Russia's growth since the early 2000s, their war in Chechnya, their war in Georgia, what they did in Ukraine, their operations in Syria, and you understand the reforms that they went through, we saw that from the outside. What we did not see from the inside was sort of this hollow force, lack of NCO corps, lack of leadership training, lack of effective doctrine. So those are the intangibles that we've got to be able to get our arms around as an intelligence community to really understand.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Kane. Senator Wicker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Berry, let me quote from your prepared statement. Beijing appears willing to defer the use of military force as long as it considers that unification with Taiwan can be negotiated and that the cost of conflict outweigh the benefits. General Berry, I believe the United States should prepare Taiwan and send a clear message to Beijing that a military invasion would be too costly. I also believe the primary objective of the United States and its allies with regard to Taiwan should not be so much to repel a Chinese attack, but to prevent it from ever occurring. So, General, from your assessment of China's capabilities and timeline, as well as Taiwan's current defensive posture, what needs to be done? What can the United States be doing for or supplying to Taiwan in order to prevent a Chinese attack from ever occurring?
Senator, thank you for that question. First, I would say that I believe the PRC would rather not do it by force. I think they would rather do this peacefully over time. There are some things that we can do with Taiwan. I think they're learning some very interesting lessons from the Ukrainian conflict, like how important leadership is, how important small unit tactics are, how important an NCO corps is, and really effective training with the right weapon systems and what those systems with the right people would be able to do to thwart that. So I think we have to engage with our Indo-PACOM partners within the Department of Defense, the Taiwan military and leadership to help them understand what this conflict has been about, what lessons they can learn, and where they should be focusing their dollars on defense and their training.
Is their NCO corps where it should be at this point?
They have a largely conscript force. I don't believe it is where it should be.
And so the volunteer part of their armed forces, is that where it should be, the non-conscript?
They have a very short enlistment period. I can provide you additional details in a written response.
Okay. You also have written that the PLA Navy is the largest Navy in the world and has the capability to conduct long-range precision strikes against land targets from its submarine and surface combatants. You later have written that Russia is fielding its new, quote, ultra-quiet submarine capable of threatening North America from the Pacific Ocean. General, do you assess that China and Russia will continue to grow both of their naval fleets and invest in new capabilities?
Yes, I do believe they will both invest in new capabilities and grow their fleets.
And is the United States on pace to build and commission as many ships as China is building?
I would refer that question to the Secretary of Navy and Chief of Naval Operations.
But surely the intelligence community has an assessment of that.
DIA has an assessment of Russian naval capabilities and Chinese PLAN capabilities.
And DIA is familiar with what the plans of the public plans of the Navy are at this point.
Broadly, but I think that the Navy will make those investment decisions based on how they perceive the threat as well, and we'll certainly collaborate with our partners in the Navy on any of that.
Let me switch to Afghanistan. Director Haynes, you submitted the 2022 Office of Director of National Intelligence annual threat assessment on Afghanistan. The report says that the Taliban takeover threatens U.S. interests that 500,000 Afghan refugees could attempt to cross into surrounding countries, and almost certainly terrorist groups will establish and expand safe havens from which to plot attacks. So, Madam Director, given these assessments in your office's annual threat assessment, would you assess that the chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan has left the homeland more susceptible to terrorist attacks?
Thank you, Senator. I agreed with what General Berrier indicated earlier on about the threat, essentially, that we're seeing from al-Qaeda and from ISIS-K, which is to say that we see ISIS-K as the more concerning threat. At this point, we do not assess that they currently have the capability to sexually affect external attacks directed from Afghanistan to the United States at this stage, but they could build that capability over time, and they certainly have the intent to do so. With al-Qaeda, we are not seeing as much of a threat, and that doesn't mean that it couldn't grow over time, and that's obviously something that we're monitoring during this period.
General Berrier, has the exit from Afghanistan left our homeland more vulnerable?
Senator, I would say not more vulnerable, but this is certainly an issue that the intelligence community has to keep on the warm plate, if you will, to make sure that we can monitor those networks, what they're doing, and where they're migrating to.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much, Senator Wicker. Senator King, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Director, I'm concerned about the leaks last week of the fact that the details of intelligence that's being shared with the Ukrainians, both in terms of sources and methods, alerting the Russians what we know, perhaps how we know it, and also feeding Vladimir Putin's paranoia about conflict with the West. Are you actively pursuing the source of those leaks from last week?
Thank you, Senator. We obviously always actively pursue any information that we have that indicates that anybody may be disclosing classified information, without authorization.
Well, I hope you will pursue that, because I think sometimes leaks are embarrassing. We don't worry too much about them, but I think in this case they were harmful, and I hope that this will be an active investigation. A question to both of you. We all believe that the intelligence community did a really excellent job of predicting the invasion, alerting the world as to what was going on, what the disposition of Russian troops were, the involvement of Belarus, all of that. What we missed was the will to fight of the Ukrainians and the leadership of Vladimir Zelensky. And we also missed that in Afghanistan. Within 12 months, we missed the will to fight. We overestimated the Afghans' will to fight, underestimated the Ukrainians' will to fight. I realize will to fight is a lot harder to assess than number of tanks or volume of ammunition or something. But I hope that the intelligence community is doing some soul searching about how to better get a handle on that question, because we had testimony in this committee and in the intelligence committee that Kyiv was going to fall in 3 or 4 days and the war would last 2 weeks. And that turned out to be grossly wrong. Are you looking at this question of how to assess will to fight and domestic leadership?
Yes, Senator, you heard from General Berrier, obviously, a number of things that DIA is doing. For the intelligence community writ large, we have a process at the National Intelligence Council taking a look at these issues. It is, I would say that it's a combination of will to fight and capacity, in effect, and the two of them are issues that are, as you indicated, quite challenging to provide effective analysis on, and we're looking at different methodologies for doing so and trying to get some
this is your lane, assessing military capability, and a big part, as you testified earlier, the reason the Ukrainian war is going the way it is that the Ukrainians are fighting for their land and the Russians don't have the same will to fight. I hope that this is something you're focused upon, because again, I think we failed on this question in Afghanistan, and in Afghanistan we had testimony over and over that the government would last 6 months or a year beyond the departure of U.S. troops. It lasted -2 weeks. Is this something that you're focused upon?
Senator, I am focused on it, and I really appreciate this dialogue because I think there's an important nuance that we have to discuss. One is the will to fight, and the other is the capacity to fight. So in closed briefings, we talked about this capacity to fight, and given the correlation of forces that the Russians had and what the Ukrainians had, it was the thought of senior analysts that it wasn't going to go very well for a variety of factors. But there was never an intelligence community assessment that said the Ukrainians lacked the will to fight. Those assessments talked about their capacity.
Yeah, but there wasn't
to
an assessment
fight.
that they did either. The assessment was Ukraine would be overrun in a matter of weeks. That was grossly wrong.
Grossly wrong, but not a question of will to fight. It was capacity at that time, as the DNI just said. So we are taking a look at that.
Are you saying
peeling back
the
all of that.
Ukrainians' will to fight hasn't been an important part of this struggle?
No, I'm not saying that. I think it's been everything.
And that's what we didn't know, correct?
Well, we assessed their capacity to face the size of the Russian forces that were amassed on their border was going to be very difficult for them.
Well, all I'm saying is the intelligence community needs to do a better job on this issue.
I think the intelligence community did a great job on this issue, Senator, and we will.
General, how can you possibly say that when we were told explicitly Kyiv would fall in 3 days and the Ukraine would fall in 2 weeks? You're telling me that was accurate intelligence?
So we were really focused on the Russian forces at the time, and so when we backed this
we were
up,
wrong about that too, weren't we? We overestimated the Russians.
Well, the intelligence community did a great job in predicting and talking through
and
the
I
timeline
acknowledge
and
that
how
at
the
the
Russians
beginning
will
of my
do that.
question. I understand that.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. What they failed at was predicting what was going to happen after Russia invaded.
So as I look at the totality of the entire operation, I think the enormity rests on the predictions of what the Russians were going to do versus whether or not the Ukrainians were going to be successful.
Well, if you don't concede there was a problem on this, then we've got a problem.
Senator, I didn't say that. We are going to take a hard look at this, but I think in the totality of the entire operation, there were a lot more successes than failures.
I won't argue that point. I'm just trying to make a point that I think there was a major issue that we missed that had a significant influence on how this has unfolded. And had we had a better handle on the prediction, we could have done more to assist the Ukrainians earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Hawley, please.
Thank you, Mr.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We were taking a listen there of that Senate hearing on worldwide threats, talking a lot about Russia and why our whole mission there, and what we were thinking about was that Russia was going to be much stronger than they were. That's what the intelligence had, and that Kyiv would fall in 3 days, and that was not the fact there at all as it continues to rage on the war. So we'll be listening a little bit later to that on Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to wait here for President Biden. He will be speaking at the White House on Inflation Nation as what his administration is going to try to do to try to curb this really downturn that we are seeing in the economy. Take a look right now. Dow started up about 300 points in the green. We have now since gone south on that, almost 100 points in the red. So we'll keep an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, everyone, we will take you out to the Senate floor where we do have senators speaking on the abortion bill that will fail on the floor of the Senate. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. We are slated about 25 minutes away from President Biden talking about what his administration is going to do to try to curb inflation. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that for you right here in the mix. I want to go out right now to the Senate floor, where we do have some senators speaking on the proposed abortion bill.
By somebody at the Supreme Court. This reaction is way out of step with the views of most Americans when it comes to the sensitive and emotional issue of abortion. A poll last summer found that 65% of Americans believe abortion should be illegal in the second trimester. Opposition to third trimester abortion is even stronger. An overwhelming 80% of Americans are opposed to late third trimester term abortions. But under this legislation, states would have no power to stop the radical procedure known as partial birth abortions, as long as one provider signed off that the mother's mental health might be affected. What that is not defined and is left to the imagination. But just when you think it's bad, it gets worse. This bill would also invalidate laws that prevent abortion from being used as a method of sex selection. In other words, this legislation allows a parent who's hoping for a son to abort a baby girl. This is a type of practice that sadly became common in China during the era of the one-child policy. It's not something that should happen in America. Not only that, this bill undermines state efforts to protect unborn babies with disabilities, like Down syndrome. Unborn children being killed based solely on gender or disabilities is a devastating problem in other countries. We cannot allow such grotesque practices to become mainstream here in America. America is better than that. This bill that the Majority Leader has teed up a vote on tomorrow would also invalidate conscience laws, which protect health care providers who have deeply held objections to abortion. Conscience laws are extremely common. 46 states allow individual health care providers to refuse to provide abortion services. This law that we'll be voting on tomorrow would wipe away all of those existing state laws. Any health care provider who had a deeply held religious or moral objection to abortion would be required by federal law to provide them anyway. Any health care provider who refused to do so could find themselves on the receiving end of a lawsuit. This radical pro-abortion legislation removes a range of common sense protections that exist in states across the country. It does away with state laws that limit the performance of abortions to licensed physicians, meaning non-physicians could perform and prescribe abortions. And it provides no protection for babies who survive a botched abortion. It invalidates informed consent laws, which require health care providers to share information about the baby with the mother, such as whether the child is capable of feeling pain. And it gives the Attorney General of the United States sweeping authority to block state laws protecting the right to life. This legislation would overturn existing laws and allow abortions on a scale our country has never seen before. It's a sad commentary that the conscience of America, on the conscience of America, when all but a handful of our Democratic colleagues are fighting to implement these radical policies. As it stands today, the United States is only one of a handful of countries that allows elective abortions after 20 weeks. Other countries on that list of 7 include the People's Republic of China, ruled by the Chinese Communist Party, and North Korea. This should be a massive red flag for our colleagues across the aisle that our compassion for the unborn ranks right up there with the People's Republic of China and North Korea. But unfortunately, they don't see the inherent humanity of these lost innocent lives. The extent to which the Democratic Party continues to embrace such radical policies never ceases to amaze me. As shocking as this legislation is, it's not entirely new. It already failed to pass the Senate once this year. It couldn't even earn the support of all 50 Democratic senators. It failed on a 46-48 line vote. Democrats haven't made any changes that will move the needle in their direction in this bill that we'll vote on tomorrow. I simply do not agree that the American people want abortion laws in our country that put us on par with the Chinese Communist Party and North Korea, two of the world's most aggressive human rights abusers. America cannot be its best if we do not value the lives of our most vulnerable. I believe babies, fellow human beings with heartbeats, fingerprints, just like the rest of us, deserve to have protection under the law, under state laws that would, if in the event Roe were overturned, be the ultimate arbiter of what the laws would be in those individual states. The Declaration of Independence itself guarantees the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I believe that right to life extends to the unborn, just as it does to every other American. I've always believed in defending the right of the unborn to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and I'll continue to fight this bill no matter how many times the majority leader brings it to the floor. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here today. As you can see, we are just moments away from President Biden there, where he will be talking about the inflation crisis here in our country. We'll also be keeping an eye on the Dow as he will be speaking in just moments here. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, get that out of the way. When we come back, if President Biden is not going yet, we will go out to the Senate hearing featuring the Treasury Secretary. So it's all economy related this next half hour coming up on Live Now from Fox.
That network should be at the center of any strategy for the Indo-Pacific region, and the maturation of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or Quad, involving the United States, Japan, India, and Australia, presents a strategic opportunity to establish a durable framework. I would ask our witnesses to share what military and non-military factors are most likely to impact Chinese decision-making with respect to potential action against Taiwan. Turning to Iran, in the 4 years since then-President Trump pulled out of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or JCPOA, Iran has made key nuclear advances. It has decreased breakout time to several weeks from a year under the previous agreement. It has increased uranium enrichment to 60% instead of just under 4% allowed under the agreement. Iran has hardened its infrastructure and replaced damaged equipment with more advanced models. And while negotiations to return Iran to the JCPOA are in the final stages, the final outcome has not yet been determined. Beyond its nuclear advances, Iran and Iranian proxies continue to mount drone and rocket attacks in the region, including against bases in Iraq and Syria with a U.S. military presence. Saudi Arabia and also now the United Arab Emirates have also come under attack. Director Haynes, given these current dynamics, I would like your thoughts on how best to de-escalate tensions with Iran while preserving space to return to the JCPOA. Finally, this year's threat assessment again highlights the challenges posed by environmental degradation from climate change. I understand it is the DNI's view that climate change will increasingly exacerbate risk to U.S. national security interests as issues like rising temperatures, poor water governance, pollution, changing precipitation patterns, and other climate effects are likely to lead to an array of human challenges such as food and water insecurity and threats to human health. We live in a complex and dangerous global security environment, from Russia's aggression in Europe to China's influence in the Indo-Pacific to countless other malign actors around the world. Prevailing in this environment will require resolute, thoughtful strategies. I look forward to our witnesses' insights into these issues, and I thank them again for their participation. Now let me turn to the ranking member, Senator Inhofe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I join you in welcoming our witnesses. When our witnesses testified before this committee last year, or we had witnesses, they provided a dire assessment of the threats to our national security. It's clear, and I really can't overstate this. The security situation we face today is significantly more dangerous and complex than it has ever been, or it certainly was a year ago. The Chinese threat is beyond anything we ever dealt with before. This year, Beijing announced a 7.1% defense budget increase. They've had 2 decades of real growth.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break while we wait for the president. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
And where they're migrating to.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much, Senator Wicker. Senator King, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Of ours across the world, and UAE and Saudi Arabia are examples of that in both respects.
Cybersecurity is my final one for you all. Cyber, right now, seems like it'd be just a common
skills that enable them to do well in the job market, and it makes it hard to buy a house or.
Absolutely. And a lot of folks who are under the load of this crushing debt actually don't have a degree.
Yes, a lot of people don't finish their degrees, and that's a huge
Do you
problem.
think if we cancel student debt, it might encourage entrepreneurship, the starting of small businesses?
Well, it would provide greater resources to do so.
It'd make it easier. And collectively, are those things good for the economy or bad for the economy?
Well, they could be good for the economy. There are some trade-offs involved that need to be analyzed.
Okay. As Secretary of the Treasury, if President Biden issues an executive order to cancel student debt, are you and the Treasury Department prepared to fully support the implementation of such an order?
You know, certainly we will support anything that President Biden decides is his policy, and he's in the process of thinking through how he wishes to approach student debt.
Yeah, I understand he is thinking it through, and he's talked about it publicly, and I just think that this is a real transformational possibility, and I hope we do it in a way that will actually make a real difference for people's lives. I want to switch topics here. Last week, I chaired a subcommittee hearing examining overdraft fees and their effects on working families. We heard testimony about the predatory practices of overdraft services offered by some banks. My office will be releasing a white paper showing the stark contrast between how banks and the American public view these fees, the way banks see it, the way their customers see it. If overdrafts have become a necessary financial safety feature, then the public should not view them as predatory or illegal, as the white paper concludes. We also heard that some banks rely on these overdraft fees to stay solvent. Imagine that, the bank relying on overdraft fees so that the bank can remain solvent. Do you believe that a bank that relies on exorbitant overdraft fees to make any profit is a safe and sound financial institution?
Well, I would certainly hope that that is not the major source of profit for a bank that is serving the public. And certainly some of these fees, at least to my mind, are abusive.
Yeah, I would think that of all businesses, a bank ought to be able to keep a healthy balance sheet without pilfering the folks who are literally putting their money in the bank. How do you plan on working with other regulators to hold banks that use overdraft fees to stay afloat accountable?
So this is not an issue that FSOC has taken up. I think it's one that's in the domain of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and also individual supervisors, but it seems to me like a natural thing for CFPB to be paying attention to.
Well, some of the banks are already moving in the right direction. As Secretary of the Treasury, would you encourage banks to follow their peers? Do you think it would be a good idea if they follow their peers and instead of continuing these predatory practices?
Well, I think it would be a positive development if they do so.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. Senator Sinema from Arizona is recognized from her office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing today. Secretary Yellen, thanks for joining us. Arizonans continue to be concerned about inflation and rising prices. Both parties need to work together to address supply chain bottlenecks, reduce costs for families, and fight inflation, just like we worked together to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. While I've been concerned about inflation for some time, I've also heard that recently many leading market analysts like Goldman Sachs have begun revising their inflation projections downward. Now, this is potentially an indication that economic conditions may be improving and that inflation may be cooling off, and it's promising news for Arizona families and businesses who are struggling in this current economic environment. So, Secretary, what do you think analysts are seeing in the market that's causing them to adjust their forecasts, and do you find those arguments persuasive?
So inflation has been very high, but many analysts think that it's recently peaked and at least on a year-over-year basis is likely to come down. The Federal Reserve has begun to, I think, address inflation in a forceful way, and that's another factor that people see that the Fed has expressed a commitment to take the steps that are necessary to bring inflation down. And of course, the administration is focused on everything that we can do to also bring inflation down, from steps ranging from opening up the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to respond to the pressures in energy markets, from Russia's invasion of Ukraine to continuing work to address supply chain bottlenecks. But the course of inflation remains very uncertain. It depends in part on the pandemic, which continues to affect the economy. We're seeing lockdowns in China that continue to build supply chain pressures and problems. And, you know, in the United States, I think consumer spending patterns are returning to something more normal, shifting somewhat away from goods and back toward services, which should be helpful. But, you know, the inflation outlook still remains quite uncertain.
Thank you. You know, on Friday, we learned that the price of used cars, a traditional leading indicator of inflation, has dropped for the third consecutive month. In my mind, this means that used cars are depreciating in value again, which is another sign of economic activity returning to normal. So how do you think about this indicator, and how do these data points inform the FSOC's thinking and work when it comes to inflation?
So I guess when I think about the car market, you know, the major thing I think is we had a huge run-up in the prices of both new and used cars. It contributed almost a third to the pickup in inflation we saw, and it partly reflected a rapid recovery in consumer demand to buy cars as the economy was recovering from the pandemic, coupled with a shortage of semiconductors that actually depressed the ability of the industry to produce cars. And so we saw a drying up of inventories, extreme shortages, and huge pressure on the prices of new cars that spilled over to used cars as well, dramatic pickup in prices. And that's beginning to mitigate now as the economy continues its recovery. So prices are finally beginning to come down a bit, but they remain very, very high until the semiconductor situation is resolved.
Well, Secretary, I'm glad you mentioned the semiconductor issue because, of course, as you know, that's very important, not just to our nation's consumer issues, but also for national security, and it's important to Arizona's economy. My last question, as you know, I chair the Financial Innovation Caucus as the Democratic co-chair, and I'm committed to ensuring that we address systemic risk while cultivating an ecosystem that encourages responsible innovation, and especially that applies to Web3 and crypto. In February, the Financial Stability Board recommended that regulators improve coordination and information sharing to better address the cross-border and cross-sectoral nature of crypto assets. That's an important goal, and alongside that, I'd like to see greater regulatory clarity for crypto companies so that they know the rules of the road and they can build valuable products and services that help everyday people. And I want this innovation happening in the U.S. so that we are creating jobs and opportunities for people. But clarity and coordination ensures that companies aren't simply built to exploit temporary regulatory gaps. So action by regulators to provide clarity to companies will provide clarity to consumers. That ensures that companies are focused on creating value and lowering costs rather than just taking advantage of regulatory loopholes or a lack of understanding or enforcement by their regulators. Now, the FSOC and the regulatory entities that comprise its membership sit at the center of this dilemma. So how are these objectives being incorporated into the work going forward?
So let me first say that I completely agree with the discussion that you just gave, that there can be benefits from innovation in these areas, and we want to make sure that there is a solid regulatory framework in place so that firms and consumers understand what the rules of the road are, and we don't end up with regulatory arbitrage. That's critical also from an international perspective. And we're working certainly with our G7 colleagues and through the FSB, Financial Stability Board, to make sure that our rules, to the best of our ability, are coordinated globally, since these industries can, these firms can locate in many different places. The Financial Stability Oversight Council has been directed by the president as part of his executive order to issue a report on the risks, the financial stability risks associated with cryptocurrencies, and we're in the process of doing that.
Thank you, Senator Sinema. Senator Ossoff. Thank you. Senator Ossoff from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Yellen, for joining us. You noted, and FSOC has noted, cyber risk as a threat to financial stability. I'm working to protect credit unions and credit union customers in Georgia and across the country from cyber risk. Would like you to comment on the authorities that the National Credit Union Administration lacks and, in my view, should have to ensure that third-party services provided to credit unions, such as data processing, loan underwriting. Increasingly, credit unions rely upon third-party service providers in order to undertake those tasks. But there is no requirement that those credit union service providers notify the NCUA of a cyber attack, nor does the NCUA have the authority to examine those credit union service providers for cyber vulnerabilities, whereas traditional commercial bank regulators do have such authorities. Do you agree that empowering NCUA, and I'm developing legislation to do this, to examine credit union service providers for cyber risk and requiring mandatory reporting of cyber incidents would help protect credit unions and their customers from cyber risk?
So I'd be glad to have a detailed look at the legislation that you're proposing, and would be glad to provide technical advice. I'm not an expert in this area, but I am aware that NCUA lacks some of the ability to supervise, look at servicers that the bank regulatory agencies have. And if I understand that properly, that certainly seems like an important gap that deserves to be filled.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm going to ask you for your assistance identifying the appropriate official at Treasury or elsewhere in the administration for designation to work with parties in Georgia on a range of issues of concern to my constituents, and hoping that you can briefly commit as I work through these issues to helping me identify that official and working to connect them with the appropriate authorities in Georgia. I'm going to begin with...
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. I want to begin with the Port of Savannah and the Port of Brunswick. Senator Warnock and I worked with your staff in the White House and the Georgia Ports Authority last year to establish a pop-up container yard to relieve some of the congestion in the Port of Savannah. At the Port of Brunswick, we worked last year to add a roll-on, roll-off berth. There's a lot of car shipping through the Port of Brunswick. I've just introduced legislation to expand the navigation channel, to expand capacity. Will you please work with my office to identify the appropriate official designated to work with the Georgia Ports Authority on an ongoing basis to relieve congestion at the port, improve shipping operations, and in so doing, address supply chain bottlenecks and rapidly rising costs for American consumers?
Absolutely. I promise you that we will work with you on that.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen. I want to raise as well the challenge posed by rapidly rising rents and home prices. I want to focus in on Metro Atlanta, and I'm asking for your commitment that you'll identify the appropriate Treasury official or other administration official to work with the Office of the Mayor of Atlanta, the Atlanta Regional Commission, other local, municipal, and county officials to develop a regional housing plan with the assistance and consultation of the appropriate federal agencies. Will you help me with that?
Certainly. I mean, it might be that HUD should be involved in that as well. I'm not sure what our division of responsibilities is, but be glad to connect you with the appropriate people in Treasury.
Great. I appreciate that. I want to also discuss the State Small Business Credit Initiative. This, as I understand it, has been useful for small businesses in Georgia. Last year, Congress authorized an additional $10 billion to expand access to capital for small businesses through the State Small Business Credit Initiative, and Georgia expects to receive about $200 million through our Department of Community Affairs to support lending to small businesses. So I'm asking for a similar commitment that you will work with my office to determine how we can expedite the full provision of that resource to the state of Georgia to help Georgia's small businesses.
Yes, of course, we're working very hard on getting the money out under that initiative, and we'll work closely with you to make sure it's successful.
Thank you. With my brief remaining time, just a quick macroeconomic question for you. And of course, in your experience previously as the Fed chair, curious to get your view on the following. What economic purpose has been served and what has been the effect of continued bond buying through quantitative easing programs at the Fed since last summer? I know that that's now being wound down. And I'm not asking you to comment on future Fed policy or weigh in on what the Fed should be doing. What I want to understand is, what is your understanding of the purpose and the effect of continuing that bond buying through quantitative easing, even as the price level has continued to rise?
the Fed has ceased the bond buying under that program. The purpose of it was to ease financial conditions at a time when the economy appeared to require support when it was weak. By buying longer-term bonds, it tends to flatten the yield curve or push down the term premium in longer-term bonds and promote, spending on housing or other things that rely on long-term financing. But the program has ended, and the Fed has announced that it's going to be diminishing its holdings over time, and that serves to tighten financial conditions.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator Van Hollen's recognized from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Madam Secretary. Great to have you here. I do want to start by recognizing the good news in the jobs market. Jobs have come roaring back much faster than anybody anticipated as a result of the American Rescue Plan. We have a tight labor market, and I want to associate myself with those of my colleagues who say one thing we could do right now is to reduce the cost of quality child care so that more people could enter the workforce. My questions to you are going to focus mostly on the situation in Ukraine and the sanctions. I want to applaud you and the President for the actions you took at the G7 to further tighten sanctions. Of course, our goal is to make sure that Russia feels the pain of the sanctions more than others around the world. Obviously, the war is creating all sorts of economic repercussions. So we have to make sure that we target those sanctions and make it felt. Here at home, we are working to close any loopholes. As you know, I chair the subcommittee that on the Appropriations Committee that oversees the Treasury Department, and this emergency proposal we've made includes an additional $52 million for FinCEN as well as the IRS Criminal Investigations Group to go after any efforts at Russian money laundering, and we need to accelerate the implementation of the Corporate Transparency Act and the Anti-Money Laundering Act, and look forward to working with you on that. But I am concerned that as we're plugging these holes here at home, other countries are opening doors to more purchases from Russia overseas. And it doesn't do us a lot of good to batten down the hatches here if we're just opening up escape and pressure valves overseas. So I asked Secretary Blinken last week whether we had used any of our secondary sanctions authority, whether the Biden administration used any secondary sanctions authority to go after countries, banks, others that could be found to be evading our sanctions. His answer last week was no. My understanding is to date we've not applied any secondary sanctions. Is that correct?
Well, we make it clear when we put in place sanctions that any entity that provides material support to help a sanctioned entity evade those sanctions can themselves be sanctioned. And that is something that we are prepared to do, and we think our willingness and ability to do so is having a very substantial impact. When you look around the world, you find that financial institutions, whether they're in China or in other countries that may not be terribly supportive of our views on the war that Russia's waged in Ukraine, they are very worried about themselves being the target of sanctions for providing material help in evading sanctions. So,
Madam Secretary, if I could, I don't think, maybe it is, is it your testimony that no financial institutions around the world are providing material support to?
I'm not going to go so far as to say no.
Let me, if I could, because of a limited time, I just want to read you a couple headlines, recent headlines. BBC, wealthy Russians flee to Dubai to avoid sanctions. It reads, Russian billionaires and entrepreneurs have been arriving in the United Arab Emirates in unprecedented numbers. Property purchases in Dubai by Russians surged by 67% in the first 3 months of 2022. I have to believe that some Dubai banks that have connections to the United States banking system have been involved. Here's a Financial Times first sentence. China's independent refiners start buying Russian oil at steep discounts. New York Times, India finds Russian oil irresistible deal despite the diplomatic pressure. You have some countries that are actually increasing the volume of their imports of Russian oil.
Well, we haven't said that it's not a violation of our sanctions for countries to buy Russian oil.
Right. So that is my question. I thank you for raising that. You do have it. Here's the question. I hope you would agree that we don't want countries increasing their exports of Russian oil above what they were before the war. Would you agree that that's something that is not in our interest?
Well, I think, personally, what I think is in our interest is depriving Russia of revenue from selling oil in global markets. And that's a somewhat different thing than saying that we wish to hold Russian oil off of global markets, because when we do that, we can end up driving up the price of oil globally, which counterintuitively can be raise Russian revenues rather than lower them. So
no,
I think
I do
we have
appreciate
to be
that
very
balance.
careful about this.
I appreciate that balance. We are paying increased, prices for oil in the United States because of the global markets. Others are too. It seems to me we should be taking strong action against those that are sort of taking advantage and war profiteering effectively off of the situation. We're going to pursue this. I've had conversations with Senator Toomey about secondary sanctions. It seems to me we have enough flashing, lights here indicating that sanctions are being violated, that it triggers the material support provisions. And I look forward to following up with you and your
We'd like
team.
to work with you on that. This is an important issue.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen. I will now do my questions. I did not go in the round of questions. Secretary Yellen, we know how important financial stability is as we face the global uncertainty of pandemic, supply chain disruptions, and Russia's attack on Ukraine. Putin's price hikes causing pain at the pump and market distortions in our country. What are the long-term financial stability impacts of those Russia's illegal actions?
Well, they certainly are causing pain in the United States and around the globe. And we're very worried. The IMF issued a recent report showing there's diminished prospects for global growth and higher inflation. We're likely to see and are seeing tighter monetary policy all around the world. So we're in an environment of high inflation and rising interest rates. A global downturn would have many repercussions on the United States, which could impact the well-being of and earnings of financial institutions, including American banks. And in an environment of rising interest rates with high.
And now we go to the president right now speaking on the inflation here in our country.
Two potential paths forward to address the number one challenge facing families today, inflation. This will not be my only speech on inflation, I'm sure, but when you look at the economy today, it's clear we've made enormous strides. And our plans and our policies have produced the strongest job creation economy in modern times. In addition, 8.3 million jobs in my first 15 months in office at a record. Unemployment rates are down to 3.6%, the fastest decline in unemployment to start a presidential term ever recorded. And in addition, Americans have applied to start 5.4 million new small businesses last year, 20% more than any other year on record. And I see, and as I see it, everything across the country is, as I go across the country, our economy has gone from being on the mend to on the move. But for every worker I met who's gained a little bit of breathing room to seek out a better paying job, for every entrepreneur who's gained the confidence to pursue their small business dreams, I know the families all across America are hurting because of inflation. I understand what it feels like. I come from a family where when the price of gas or food went up, we felt it. It was a discussion at the kitchen table. I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority. And I'm here today to talk about solutions, and there's going to be more we're going to have to talk about as well. But first, I want us to be crystal clear about the problem. There are two leading causes of inflation we're seeing today. The first cause of inflation is a once-in-a-century pandemic. Not only did it shut down our global economy, it threw the supply chains and demand completely out of whack, especially in countries where more effective recovery responses weren't available, especially in those sectors that rely on semiconductors. These supply challenges have been further hampered by the onset of Delta and Omicron viruses. And you've all seen it, you've all felt it. And this year we have a second cause, Mr. Putin's war in Ukraine. We saw in March that 60% of inflation that month was due to price increases at the pump for gasoline. Putin's war has raised food prices as well, because Ukraine and Russia, two of the world's major bread baskets for wheat and corn, are essentially completely stalled. Ukraine has 20 million tons of grain in storage in silos right now. They're trying to figure out how to get out of the country into market, which would reduce prices around the world. Normally we'd have already begun to export them into the market, but it hasn't because of Putin's invasion. So we're working with our European partners to get this food out into the world so they could help bring down prices. But it's difficult because, again, of Putin and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And those two major contributors to inflation are both global in nature. That's why we're seeing historic inflation in countries all over the world. But here's the good news. Because of the actions we've taken, America's in the stronger position to meet this challenge than just about any other country in the world. Some of the roots of the inflation are outside of our control, to state the obvious. But there are things we can do and we can address, and we need to do. That starts with the Federal Reserve, which plays a primary role in fighting inflation in our country. I put forward highly qualified nominees to lead that institution, and I strongly urge the Senate to confirm them without delay. The Fed has dual responsibilities. First is achieving maximum employment, and second is stable prices. And while I'll never interfere with the Fed's judgments and decisions or tell them what they have to do, they're independent. I believe that inflation is our top economic challenge right now, and I think they do too. We've built a strong economy with a strong job market. And I agree with what Chairman Powell said last week, that the number one threat is the strength, and that strength that we built is inflation. So the Fed should do its job, and it will do its job, I'm convinced, with that in mind. Now, as I said when I came to what Congress and the President can do to fight inflation, Americans have two potential paths forward. The first is my plan, the Democratic plan put forward by congressional Republicans is a second alternative. Here's how each of us would tackle inflation. My plan is to lower everyday costs for hardworking Americans, and lower the deficit by asking large corporations and the wealthiest Americans to not engage in price gouging and to pay their fair share in taxes. The Republican plan is to increase taxes on the middle-class families, let billionaires and large companies off the hook as they raise prices and reap profits at record amounts. And it's really that simple. But let me explain why this choice is so important. Let me start with the Putin price hike, high gas prices. and energy prices. My plan is already in motion. I led the world and other countries to join with us to coordinate the largest release of oil from our stockpiles of all the countries in history, 240 million barrels to boost global supply. Here at home, U.S. oil and gas production is approaching record levels. In fact, we produced more oil domestically in my first year in office than my predecessor did in his first year. To further drive down prices, my administration is allowing the sale of gasoline using homegrown biofuels this summer, which wasn't allowed before. And to reduce our dependence on foreign oil and reckless autocrats like Putin, I'm working with Congress to pass landmark investments to help build a clean energy future as well. From tax credits for businesses to produce renewable energy, to tax credits for families to make their homes more energy efficient. I met with nearly a dozen CEOs of America's largest utility companies. And they, to a person, told me that, and including Southern Company, American Electric Power, and 10 others, they confirm that if we pass the investments I'm talking about, we'll immediately lower families' utility bills by as much as $500 a year, according to their one estimate. That's by what they're going to make their homes more secure in terms of heat not getting out and air conditioning not escaping because they have good insulation. Now, what's the congressional Republican plan with respect to energy? First of all, their plan is to give oil companies a free pass. For example, right now oil companies are sitting on 9,000 unused leases, oil leases, which are the property of the federal government, on the property of the federal government. Under my plan, they would have to pay taxes, and if they don't use those leases to produce more oil, they just can't sit on it. Unlike under the Republican plan, they'd be allowed to continue to sit on this land without producing while shipping record profits back to their investors. The fact is, the average cost of a barrel of oil has been steady for weeks. So why do gas prices keep going up so high? Republicans have offered plenty of blame, but not a single solution to actually bring down the energy prices. You know, we have no plan. They have no plan to bring down energy prices today. No plan to get us to a cleaner, energy independent future tomorrow. So in the future, American families are no longer subject to the whims of dictators halfway around the world. The next thing is let's compare our plans when it comes to lowering everyday cost. My plan is to make concrete, common sense steps to bring down the biggest expenses that families are facing. Let's take drug prices. My plan will let Medicare negotiate prices for prescription drugs, like they do with the Department of with the military, as it relates to what the administration is able to negotiate for prices for military. The cap, and I also call for a cap on the price of insulin, which 200,000 American children rely on because they have type 2 diabetes at $35 a month. It costs $10 to make the insulin. They make a significant profit instead of the average price of about $640 a month. Think of the difference it will make in millions of American families, like the family I met with in Virginia about 3 weeks ago, struggling every day, every single month to afford their son's insulin. And on this and other issues, I've laid out specific proposals to Congress to bring down the cost of everyday costs many American families face. And that's in addition to the work my administration has already done to lower prices. Another reason why prices are up for products people need relates to whether or not the manufacturer has access to all the materials they need to build a product. Think of the materials you need to build a house. If you can't get the materials from the ship to shore, from the shore to the home, the prices are going to go up. That's why we brought labor and industry together on the West Coast to improve operations at the ports, to speed up the transfer of products from abroad to shore, from shore to the location where they're going to be used, so that those products can move more quickly and cheaply. We haven't had enough truckers, for example, to deliver the lumber. or other goods. That's why we are executing a plan to get more truckers on the job. It reduces the time it takes to move the goods quickly. Another problem we face is in some industries, it's just there isn't enough competition. And I've often said that capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, it's exploitation. So we're promoting competition for everything from internet services to meat processing. We basically have 4 meat processors in the whole country. They process the meat that goes into the hamburgers you buy. So they set the price. When there's no competition, they can set the price higher and higher. So we're helping smaller companies get into the game to compete and help bring down the overall prices. The bottom line is easing these bottlenecks and making our supply chains more secure is a major focus of my economic strategy. So things move more quickly. Prices go down, not up. You know, some parts of my plan I've been able to get done on my own. I mean, just without congressional approval. Some parts are being held up by Congress. But all of my plan is focused on lowering costs for the average family in America, to give them just a little bit of breathing room. Now, what's the congressional Republican plan? They don't want to solve inflation by lowering your costs. They want to solve it by raising your taxes and lowering your income. I happen to think it's a good thing when American families have a little more money in their pockets at the end of the month. But the Republicans in Congress don't seem to think so. Their plan has actually made working families, going to make working families poorer. You don't have to take my word for it. It's in writing. They've made their intentions perfectly clear. Senator Rick Scott, Wisconsin, a member of the Senate Republican leadership, laid it all out in a plan. It's the ultra-MAGA agenda. Their plan is to raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year total income. The average tax increase would be about $1,500 per family. They've got it backwards, in my view. I proposed a minimum tax for billionaires. In recent years, the average billionaire has paid about 8% in federal taxes. Congressional Republicans have proposed increasing taxes on teachers and firefighters. 55% of the largest corporations paid net zero in federal taxes in 2020 on $40 million profits. That just isn't right. That's why I proposed a minimum tax for corporations. Their plan would also raise taxes on 82% of small business owners making less than $50,000 a year, but it would do nothing to help to hold big corporations and companies accountable. Think about it. Republicans in Congress are so deeply committed to protecting big corporations and CEOs that they would rather see taxes on working American families and try to depress their wages to take on inflation. Never mind the fact that many of these companies are recording record profit margins, even as they raise prices record amounts. Look, you've heard me say it before, I'm a capitalist. I'm not out to punish anybody. I have no problem with companies getting and generating reasonable profits. But in this moment of peril, with the war overseas and inflation surging around the world, the last thing we should be thinking about is rewarding companies for exploiting the situation. While families struggle to pay their bills, some corporate executives are on earnings calls with investors on Wall Street cheering their record profits and explain how they're using this period of inflation to cover the rise in prices far beyond what they need to do to cover their costs. And all this time, they're not even paying for a fair share of taxes in the first place. You want to bring down inflation? Let's make sure the wealthiest corporations pay their fair share. My plan asks those companies to pay their fair share in taxes. Congressional Republican plan, let them off scot-free. And if you weren't extreme enough in the Congressional Republican agenda, they put it in writing. It also calls on Congress to put Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid on the chopping block every 5 years. Now, if I hadn't seen it in writing, I think somebody's making this up. But their proposal is every 5 years, all those programs would cease unless they're re-voted. That the Congress comes along and says, yeah, we want to keep these plans, affirmatively voting for them. Well, imagine the change that are going to take place then, man. Imagine all the bargaining that's going to take place. You Democrats want to maintain Social Security, you got to give up such and such. Look, I want to give Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices and make it stronger and lower your cost. Republicans kind of want to make, and Congress want to make Medicare's very existence up for vote over and over again, along with Social Security and Medicaid. Really, ask yourself, how well are we going to sleep at night knowing that every 5 years, MAGA Republicans, if they're still the Republican, this, as I said, this is not your father's Republican Party, if we're going to have to vote on whether you will have Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and what amounts you'll have in each of those programs. You know what they're likely to do? Use them as hostages every 5 years to get their way on other things. Think about it. Give us another tax cut for billionaires or Social Security gets it. Stop investing in clean energy or we're gonna kiss your Medicare goodbye. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I can't believe that the majority of Republicans buy onto Scott's plan, but that's a plan in writing, and he's in the leadership. Finally, let's do one more comparison. Let's compare our two plans when it comes to the deficit. Republicans love to attack me as a big spender, as if that's the reason why inflation's gone up. Let's compare the facts. Under my predecessor, the deficit exploded, rising every single year on the Republicans. Under my plan, we're on track to cut the federal deficit by $1.5 trillion this year. Let me say it again, $1.5 trillion by the end of this fiscal year. The biggest one-year decline in all of history for America. That's in addition to last year, we cut the budget $350 billion. The deficit, not the budget, the deficit, $350 billion. My Treasury Department is planning to pay down the national debt this quarter, which never happened under my predecessor. Not once, not once. Because unlike my predecessor, the deficit has gone down both years I've been here. That is not an abstraction. It matters. It matters to families because reducing the deficit is one of the main ways we can ease inflationary pressures. Look, the bottom line is this. Americans have a choice right now between two paths, reflecting two very different sets of values. My plan attacks inflation and grows the economy by lowering costs for working families, giving workers well-deserved raises, reducing the deficit by historic levels, and making big corporations and the very wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. The other path is the ultra-MAGA plan put forward by congressional Republicans to raise taxes on working families, lower the income of American workers, threaten sacred programs Americans count on like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and give break after break to big corporations and billionaires, just like they did the last time they were in power, when their top priority was the reckless $2 trillion tax cut, majority of that going to the very wealthiest Americans, which ballooned the deficit and not a penny of it was paid for. Look, I know you got to be frustrated. I know. I can taste it. Frustrated by high prices, by gridlock in Congress, by the time it takes to get anything done. Believe me, I understand the frustration. But the fact is, congressional Republicans, not all of them, but the mega Republicans are counting on you to be as frustrated by the pace of progress, which they've done everything they can to slow down, that will hand power over to them and enact so they can enact their extreme agenda. look at their agenda. We'll put up on a webpage somewhere, I think I can do this, the Scott Plan. It's in writing. We need a government focused on what families actually need. So I urge all Americans to think about the path I've laid forward. We're going to have to do more beyond what I laid forward. But then think about the Republicans in Congress are actually proposing. Which path is right for you and for your family, and quite frankly, for America? Let's build on the extraordinary process and progress we've made instead of tearing it down. Let's focus on what matters. This really matters to average Americans. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and may God protect our troops. If you're going to ask me about what I spoke about, I'll try to.
Mr. President, why do you believe so many Americans believe that your administration is not doing enough to combat inflation? And do you believe that you and your administration bear some measure of responsibility for the inflation that we're seeing across the country?
First is we're in power. That's the first thing. And you justifiably right, we control all three branches of the government. Well, we don't really. We have 50-50 in the Senate. You need 60 votes to get major things done. I've been pushing the things I've been proposing here, and you've heard me speak to today since I got in office. And I need to get 60 votes to be able to even pass them, number one. Number two, I think that, they're not focused. All they're focused on, understandably, is the problem they're facing. They get a 5.5% raise, an average raise in their salaries, and yet inflation exceeds that. And they look around the world, and they know that a lot of it's extremely complicated. And so they're frustrated, and I don't blame them. I really don't blame them. There's a lot we have to do. But you know as well, I shouldn't say you, I think what I have to do is explain in simple, straightforward language what's going on. Like, the reason why 30% of the inflation last year is because automobiles cost more. Why'd they cost more? They couldn't get the computer chips to make them. People were making a lot more money. They wanted to buy the automobiles. They couldn't buy them because the cost went up so high because there were so few of them. The same way this year. The same way this year, the reason why prices are up. They understand, but they don't. Look, most people, the vast majority of Americans are hoping that their government just takes care of their problem and they don't have to think about it in detail at the kitchen table or at the dinner table. And that's understandable no matter what their background. But right now, it's confusing. There's a war in Ukraine. And they're scratching their heads like, what the heck is Russia doing? Should we be helping? They think we should be helping the innocent Ukrainians. But what impact does that have? Do you think the average person, whether they have a PhD or they have any other job, sits and thinks, wow, there's thousands of tons of grain in elevators in Ukraine. They can't get out. And Ukraine's one of the biggest producers of corn and wheat. Huh. I wonder whether that's the reason my prices are up.
Do you take any responsibility for the inflation in this country? Do you take any responsibility for your policies?
I think our policies help, not hurt. Think about what they say. The vast majority of the economists think that this is going to be a real tough problem to solve, but it's not because of spending. We've brought down the deficit. The bottom line is, how much does America owe? How much in the hole are we going? We're reducing that.
Today you have retail gasoline prices and diesel prices at record highs.
Yes.
Yet you have yet to ask Americans to consume less. You're a train guy. Have you ever thought of your administration asking Americans to drive less, to take public transport? Well, if you ever raised a family like mine, you don't have to tell them. They're doing everything in their power to figure out how not to have to show up at the gas pump. That's why, for example, one of the things that's going to help a lot, but it's going to take time, is our infrastructure bill. The truth is, they don't have that many options in terms of transportation around the country right now. If you live in the Northeast Corridor, you do. If you're driving back and forth between Baltimore, Washington, New York, et cetera.
but you don't have many choices. You don't have a whole lot of choices to deal with other aspects of transportation in terms of local transportation. And so what happens is, and unless they're electric, we find ourselves the cost of flying, buying a ticket on a plane costs more because of gas prices. So this is a process. But it's a process that I've been consistent about, wanting to lower prices and shift to renewable energy so we're not as dependent. I have conversations almost every day. Well, that's an exaggeration. At least twice a week with one of my European counterparts, heads of state, and how can we help them, in fact, wean themselves off of Russian oil because they're so totally dependent. So we're working like the devil to help them transition, because as long as Russia's able to make money selling oil, they're going to continue to be able to do the bad things they're doing. So there's a lot. It's really complicated. I'm not suggesting American people can't understand it. They understand it, but they have, they're working 8-10 hours a day just to put food on the table. And so I think what's happened is we have, in a sense, I never expected, let me say this carefully. I never expected the ultra MAGA Republicans who seem to control the Republican Party now to have been able to control the Republican Party. I never anticipated that happening.
Mr. President, a year ago, the administration was saying that inflation was transitory. That's obviously not the case now. How long do you think it will be until we see prices coming down?
I'm not going to predict that. It ranges depending on what economists you're talking to by the end of this year, and some say it's going to increase next year. But there's others say by the end of this year you're going to see it come down by the calendar year. I don't know, but I know what we have to do to make sure that we can bring it down.
Will you drop Trump's China tariffs? Do you support any restrictions on abortion, or what limits do you believe there should be as the Senate is
because I want the story to be about inflation.
You called out Rick Scott a little while ago in your remarks. Earlier today, anticipating your remarks, he said, and I'm just quoting here, that the best thing, most effective thing Joe Biden can do to solve the inflation crisis he created is resign. He's the problem. The senator added later, Joe Biden is unwell, he's unfit for office, he's incoherent, incapacitated, and confused. These are his words. Offering him a chance to respond.
I think the man has a problem.
Can I ask you let's wrap this up. Will you drop former President Trump's China tariffs?
We're discussing that right now. We're looking at what would have the most positive impact.
To erase them.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm asking.
I'm telling you we're discussing it, and no decision has been made on it.
Thank you, guys. That's a wrap.
President Biden are wrapping up there, talking about inflation and the gas prices that continue to climb. Right now, national average at $4.37. That's a record. We should also just mention here to clear up, President Biden did refer to Rick Scott, the senator from Wisconsin. He is the senator from Florida, and also talking about the gas price hike because of Putin. We saw that the gas prices were indeed going up before the war there in Ukraine. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thanks for joining us here today. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then when we come back, we're going to take you out to Indiana, get an update on the Alabama inmate that was captured yesterday and the corrections officer that is now dead. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, they're calling it retirement gone wrong there for the corrections officer in Alabama who shot and killed herself. This is all stemming from the Alabama inmate there who is on the run as well. It all ended in Indiana yesterday. We're getting a fresh update. The update has been going live for the past 30 minutes. We've wound the tape here, so you didn't miss anything since we were in President Biden's inflation speech here. So you are going to watch it in full right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. We'll start this conference quickly here. Before we introduce what had happened over the last 24 hours, I'd like to introduce people who've been involved in this since yesterday, and that's Gabe Guerrero. He's the Great Lakes Task Force Deputy Commander. Southern Indiana U.S. Marshal Dan McClan. Steve Lockyer, our coroner. Chief Billy Bolin. Assistant Chief Phil Smith. And ISP Justin Bean, who's part of our task force. As everybody knows, we're here today because we were seeking out this particular fugitive from Alabama who had been in on a capital murder offense and had been in Evansville for approximately 1 week. We were fortunate to have cooperation from law enforcement from Alabama, Mississippi, our U.S. Marshal Task Force, which is comprised of members of the Sheriff's Office, the Indiana State Police, and the Evansville Police Department and the U.S. Marshal Service. Because of all the resources, we received a lot of tips. We got some good surveillance videos that showed a pickup truck that had been left at a car wash and then a subsequent vehicle that they took and escaped in from the car wash, which was a Cadillac. We recently found out that they'd been staying at a hotel down the road here. It used to be a Motel 6, and now I think it's changed names. And they had a 14-day stay there. We were fortunate that during our investigation yesterday, an Evansville police officer who was just doing his good diligence of patrolling and being smart noticed the vehicle in the parking lot of the hotel and notified us immediately. So the task force members got together, they drove down there, set up surveillance on the hotel. Soon thereafter, the two suspects exited the hotel and fled out of the hotel parking lot northbound on U.S. Highway 41, turned in at an industry known as Anchor here in Evansville. They went through the parking lot, went through a grass field. The members of the U.S. Task Force basically rammed the vehicle and pushed it into a ditch. And we later found out, had they not done that, the fugitive was going to engage in a shootout with law enforcement. So by our quick thinking and our actions, sometimes people may call that unnecessary action, but that action may have saved many of my deputies and fellow law enforcement officers' lives. And that's why I represent the Sheriff's Office. I want to bring my people home, and I don't care about the fugitives' lives if it protects my people's lives. And here I commend them for a job well done. They knew they were going up against a dangerous felon, a murderer, and we have photos of the weapons that were located in the vehicle. There were at least 4 handguns, semi-automatics, 9mm, and this is known as an AR-15, which shoots a .223 caliber round. So any one of these weapons could have been used to ambush our officers while they were attempting to capture a murder suspect. So I commend them for the quick and aggressive action. It probably saved a lot of chaos by doing quick action there. Once the vehicle crashed, the female suspect shot herself. The male suspect gave up when we approached the vehicle. They were both taken out of the vehicle. Life-saving measures was attempted on the female, but she suffered a grave injury and subsequently died at the hospital last night. We interviewed the suspect for quite some time. I don't want to get into all the details of that because some of that may be used against him, but we have him presently in our Vanderbilt County Jail. He signed a waiver of extradition to go back to Alabama. I've notified the sheriff there, and they are going to make arrangements to pick the suspect up and return him to the state of Alabama. Due to safety and security measures, we won't be divulging that to you. It won't be a public spectacle. When he leaves, he'll go out a hidden exit, and it won't be for public display. So we won't divulge the date and time when the Alabama authorities take the prisoner back to Alabama. Once again, I can't shout out enough praise to all the law enforcement here in our community for the hard work that they do. The task force, I was asked by a member of the media this morning if this was like an odd occurrence, and it's certainly not an odd occurrence. We arrest dangerous felon subjects every single week. We've been involved in multiple shootings in this community. We've shot people, we've been shot at. So this is law enforcement. This is today's law enforcement. It's a very dangerous occupation. So I hope the public realizes what we do is dangerous, and we have to take action to protect ourselves so each and every one of these fine men and women go home to their family and their loved ones, and we don't let the criminal win the war. So I appreciate you being here. That pretty well wraps up what I have to say. We have multiple members here. If anybody wants to add to what I said, you're welcome to do that. Or if anybody has questions they want to ask off this, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Two questions, Sheriff. First of all, we know that Vicki White had $90,000 in cash with her. Have you located that money?
Yeah, we got a photo. They had about $29,000 left over. Here's a picture of the money that was left in the vehicle that we counted last night after we inventoried the vehicles.
And my second question, sir, James, the owner of, or the manager of the car wash who first called police about the truck, will he be receiving the $25,000 reward?
Now, I don't know anything about the reward money, personally.
Is there anyone here who could address that? Because, I mean, it seems like he sort of solved it.
Yeah, and but that would be something that we'll deal with. Right now, that's not on our
How did
radar.
they get the F-150 and the Cadillac?
What's that?
How did they get the F-150 and the Cadillac?
They purchased the F-150 and drove it here. And where they got the Cadillac, I'm not sure at this moment.
Do you have any idea what they were doing here for?
Well, I think he said that he was just trying to find a place to hide out and lay low. And they thought, they'd driven long enough that they wanted to stop for a while, get their bearings straight, and then figure out their next place to travel.
Do you get any indication that they were visiting anyone potentially at this hotel?
No, we don't believe they have any relatives, friends, or acquaintances in Evansville, Vanderbilt County.
Is there any dash or body camera video of the incident yesterday?
There may be some dash or body camera video. We haven't got that far yet for examining and releasing that.
What about surveillance from the motel?
And there may be, but like I said, that's a lot further into our investigation.
Sheriff, can you please speak to James Stinson, who called apparently on Tuesday to report not only that truck, but also the seen images of Casey White with tattoos on his arm, and was told there's nothing we can do right now. It's not reported as a stolen vehicle. Those were his words. Why did it take so long to get a response?
Okay. Well, here, I'll let the police chief answer that.
So I'll back up just a little bit. On May 2nd, we had an officer on the evening of May 2nd proactively driving through lots, and he was running plates just to see if they were stolen. He actually was the first one to run this plate on the evening of May 2nd, and it didn't come back stolen, didn't return anything. On May 4th, we got the call to the car wash, and the first officer went out, and the caller was not on scene when the officer was there. We do have body camera footage of the officer running the plate, looking in the car. He ran the VIN number, and then he left because it was an abandoned vehicle that we can't tow that. It would have to be 48 hours at the owner's request of a place before we can tow it off private property. But the owner of a residence can choose to have it towed on their own. He called back a couple hours later and had not seen the officer on scene, so we sent another officer back out, met with him. The second officer that went out also ran the info and explained the process to him, that we would have to wait 48 hours before we could tow it, but if he wanted to tow it on his own, he could. and that's when they towed the vehicle, was on May 4th after that second run. From everything we've seen, there was no mention that this was connected to Alabama. On the 911 Gives Hope, or 911 audio, there was no mention that it was connected to Alabama. So at that point last week, there was no tie at all to this being involved with anything out of state. There was no mention to it being connected with them. So it was just an abandoned vehicle for us at that point.
Did Casey White explain why he stopped at the car wash?
No, there's no reason. He just happened to pull in there. I think he's going to try to ditch the vehicle there.
Can you clarify the 14-day stay? They were only gone for about 11 days, and you said a 14
That he had paid for 14 days stay at the hotel.
He paid in advance?
What's that? Yes, yes.
Sheriff, did he give you any sense of an end game? Did they have somewhere they were headed to?
Say that again?
Did he give you any sense of an end game, a place that they were headed to?
No. No, they said they were just trying to contemplate where they could go and kind of be discreetly away from the public's eye.
Did they have any disguises? Did they have any disguises with them?
Wigs. They had multiple wigs.
Sheriff, presumably he was in this area since we're in this area presumably since May 3rd, almost a week. What other interactions have you been able to trace? If they were here that long, surely there were other businesses or whatever that they would have...
Well, to that point, just like yesterday, there's hundreds of tips that come in. Someone claims they've seen the suspects, but we've had people claim they saw them in Richmond, Indiana, and we just go through every single tip. But from my standpoint, we've got the case solved. We've got a person deceased, and we have another person in custody headed back to Alabama. That's my concern.
Hey, Sheriff, when we hear that when he was getting pulled out, when he was coming out of the car, he said, "My wife is dead and I didn't do it." Do we know if that's true, and were they married?
They were not married. They shared the same last name. In our preliminary investigation, we don't believe he shot her, but once the coroner examines the body through a pathology, he can make a determination of that.
Sheriff, how do you know that he was aiming Casey White to have some sort of violent confrontation with police? Obviously, you showed that arsenal of weapons inside the car. Did he express in your interviews with Casey any desire to do that?
Yes. He said that he was probably going to have a shootout at the stake of both of them losing their lives.
Sheriff, did they have a plan? Were they trying to get somewhere? Obviously, he wanted to escape.
Their plan was pretty faulty. They're criminals. Their plan was faulty, and it failed. Thank God.
Say anything about why she shot herself?
Well, no. And once again, what was going through her mind, I have no idea.
Sheriff, did he express how long that relationship had gone on between the two?
And that's under our investigation. We're not going to divulge that right now.
Sheriff, did he express any remorse for her death?
No.
Did you get the sense they were actually doing this together? He was not forcing her in any way?
Right. No, he was not forcing her. It was a mutual relationship.
Sheriff, can you clarify where she shot herself?
Well, we'll let the coroner talk about that after the pathology this afternoon.
When is that coroner's report expected?
Well, we think this afternoon.
Well, we're going to initiate this afternoon.
Yeah. The autopsy will be conducted this afternoon, and they'll put a report out when they're ready.
Hey, Sheriff, if you don't know how they got how did you guys know to look for a Cadillac?
No, we saw the Cadillac in surveillance video at the time they ditched the pickup truck, and then they left in the Cadillac.
Is he cooperating? Will he be facing any charges here?
We're not going to charge him here. He has much more serious charges in Alabama, and we want to get him down there and let them take care of that.
Were any drugs found, Sheriff?
We haven't found any drugs of any significance.
Sheriff, you run a jail. How do you feel that somebody that works in a jail, of course not a jail, but somebody that works in a jail did this?
Well, it's certainly an unpleasant thought, and it's kind of shocking that somebody would do that. But remember, they're human beings, that they have their own minds, and for whatever reason, that they've developed some type of relationship, and so it's startling. But, you know, they're humans, make mistakes.
Sheriff, how many law enforcement vehicles were damaged?
Maybe 3 at most. And that's a small price to pay to stop a murderer.
Were any officers
Just one had a slight head injury from banging his head inside the vehicle, but he's okay now.
Where did she get the gun that she used on herself?
What's that?
Where did she get the gun that she used?
Well, I have no idea. If we should have had one from her agency, they could have stolen some, they could have bought some, and that's where we're got to piece all together. If you want to look, here's the pictures of the vehicle. Here's his and hers vehicle here. And this was a ditch that really nobody knew, including the suspects. But this ditch actually helped us in the pursuit, because as they forcibly rammed the vehicle, it turned over on its side, and that disrupted his plan to try to have a shootout with law enforcement. And he even made that statement.
I want to ask you, this has been a whirlwind couple of days for local law enforcement here in Evansville. I know things like this don't happen very often.
Right.
Can you speak to that, just kind of what this was like for you, your department, as well as maybe really doing a time here, the members of the Evansville Police Department, and maybe a collaboration between everyone here?
Well, yeah, remember, in law enforcement, you can be a town like in Posey County where a deputy was shot in the head. You can be in New York City. You can be in Evansville, Indiana. Crime is everywhere. Unexpected crime, violent crime is everywhere. So we never go to work thinking we're not going to encounter an unusual or serious situation. Like I said, our task force members routinely go out and arrest violent felons, murderers, and they get shot at, and they get attacked, and they get resisted. We get involved in pursuits. We're in a very dangerous occupation. And Evansville, Indiana is a fairly large community. I think people forget that. We're 180,000 people, and we're a hub of a very large demographic area, so we serve a population base of over 350,000 people. And it's conducive for criminal activity, and we have to prepare for that every single day.
Sheriff, do you know anything about the provenance of any of those weapons? Is it possible that any of them were part of her service as a corrections officer?
It could be, but right now we will continue our investigation, but that's the least of my worries at this time. But we will try to find an origin for each and every one of these weapons.
And during his cooperative interview last night, did he say anything along the lines of who planned this and how much planning went on?
Yeah, but I'm not going to get into the interview with the detectives.
What about the money? Where did the money come from? Do we know that?
Well, she supposedly maybe sold a home before she left town and got a large sum of money from that.
Was there any negotiation with Vicky before she shot herself?
Was there what?
Any negotiation? Did you have any communication before she shot?
I think she may have had a little bit of communication with our dispatch, possibly. I wasn't aware of it 100%, but I think she may have been talking to our dispatch.
Sheriff, is that a police-ordered issued taser there in that photo?
That's from her duty belt. This is her duty belt she wore as a confinement officer, correction officer in her home state of Alabama.
Hey,
She just took that with her when she left.
And were those in the hotel room or the car? The guns?
In the car? In the car. They were in the vehicle.
Hey, Sheriff, after you guys seen the initial video at the car wash, what was the indication? How did you guys figure out that they were still maybe in the area?
Well, it was a long, drawn-out process, like the police chief said. It's just bits and pieces of information kept coming in and tying things together, and it wasn't till over the weekend where it looked like more of a possibility that they had been here for sure. And once again, after 6 days, it was just hard to believe they were here. I wouldn't think somebody on the run would stay in a community like Evansville for 6 days. But we brought the resources in and continued our investigation based on the information we had.
Sheriff, following up on that. As far as in the jail right now, is he being held in the general population or?
No, he's just in a holding area.
Now, they were at the hotel for quite a long time. Is there any indication at all that maybe the clerk or someone who worked there knew it was them? I mean, this is a nationwide manhunt. Could they possibly been threatened?
Well, I mean, we don't have any reason to believe that right now. But once again, we're less than 24 hours in this investigation. We have a lot more of the puzzle to put together.
Well, how many days was that surveillance at the hotel?
Just yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. A very short window of time.
Was Casey White injured yesterday and how?
He had a couple bumps and bruises from the crash.
Sheriff, can you confirm that there was a Facebook video that was circulating at the side angle of the arrest actually taking place? Can you confirm that it was Casey White in that video?
I haven't seen the video, but Casey White was at the scene, so you got that for sure.
Also, can we get JPEGs of those posters so that we can actually have a digital version of that when you're showing us?
Possibly, yeah.
Sheriff, what was the approximate amount of time after the crash that I think you shot herself?
I think it was almost instantaneously. Before our deputies and task force members got to the vehicle, she shot herself.
I know you said it used to be a Motel 6. Can you say the actual name of the hotel?
Yeah, I got it written down here. So. Motel 41.
Is that nearby?
Yes, probably less than a mile south of here.
North, Dave, it's actually to your left.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. To the left. I'm sorry.
Was that F-150 pre-purchase?
She had bought that vehicle. Yes.
In Tennessee or Alabama?
I don't know where she may have bought it in the state of Tennessee. I'm not sure.
But did she purchase it ahead of the escape like
No, I think after.
Sorry, the marshal said that car was actually purchased by Casey White for $6,000 in Tennessee the same day they escaped. Is that not accurate?
That's probably accurate.
Sheriff, can we see you hold the shot of Casey one more time? Thank you.
Everybody okay with that? And I know you've asked a lot of questions, and as the sheriff, I think they're good media-related questions, but we're trying to take dangerous people off the street, and so a lot of the where they bought the car and where they did this and that is a minor concern versus us getting them off the street and making our community safe. Now, this investigation will go on maybe for weeks, and we will uncover things in the future that we don't have at this time. But like you said, we're less than 24 hours from the time that we were involved in pursuit, a serious crash, and somebody losing their life.
Sheriff, agencies are involved in the investigation at this point?
Several. We have the United States Marshal, the Indiana State Police, the Evansville Police Department, the Vanderbilt County Sheriff's Office, many members of law enforcement from Alabama, Mississippi, some members of the FBI, and probably agencies in between. So there's plenty of agencies involved.
Sheriff, as someone in law enforcement or any of the people behind you who are involved in law enforcement, in your mind, what about her assistance, 17-year veteran of a corrections facility, how did that assist, how did that help this take so long?
I'm not understanding your question.
As someone involved in law enforcement, Vicky White had a 17-year-long career as a corrections officer. Presumably, that had something to do with why it took so long, over a week, 11 days, for this to come to an end. I'm asking, with her expertise, have you contributed?
There's absolutely no merit to what went on.
All right, we were listening to the sheriff there after the wild afternoon that they had there in Indiana as that Alabama inmate has been captured. He is waiting to go back to Alabama, and then we learned of that tragic update, corrections officer fatally shooting herself before being arrested. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break.
Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. So we heard their plea and we're answering their request. Today we will be introducing a resolution urging the Secretary of State and the Biden administration to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, because they are. The Wagner Group is operating all over the world. It is seen by the Treasury Department to be a proxy of the Russian military. Putin has been engaged in war crimes on multiple fronts for 20 years. One of the most disruptive forces on the planet is Putin's Russia. And as we look at what can we do, we should be all in helping Ukraine. We should be all in making sure that Putin is marginalized and his country is marginalized as long as they engage in the behavior they're engaging in. So this designation will matter in U.S. law. There are only 4 other countries that have such a designation. They're Cuba, Syria, Iran, and North Korea. Dick and I are about to we're trying to include Russia to be the 5th. That's the company they should be associated with. These are totalitarian regimes that are up to no good. So I believe if we had a vote on the floor of the United States Senate urging the Secretary of State to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, it'd get 90+ votes. The hope is that we can take this resolution and put it in the Ukraine supplemental, because I think it does 2 things. It sends a strong message to the people of Ukraine: we listen to you, and we agree that the person who is destroying your country, who's murdering, raping, and killing your citizens, runs a nation that is a state sponsor of terrorism. And we're also letting the Russian people know that our fight is not with you, but is with Putin. And he has led your country down a path that's unsustainable for you. That as long as he's your leader engaging these activities, you'll be isolated on the world stage. So the audience is twofold. To the Russian people, change course, because if you stay with Putin, it's going to be a miserable existence for the Russian people. To the Ukrainian people, we're all in helping you. And I can't think of a stronger signal to be sent at a crucial time than the United States Congress working with the Biden administration, labeling Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. It will matter in our law. It will matter on the world stage. And Senator Blumenthal has been the most consistent, outspoken, unwavering voice on the Democratic side and in the whole Congress in making sure this moment does not pass. Putin has challenged the world. He's put in question everything we believe in. If he's still standing when this is over, and he's not labeled a state sponsor of terrorism, we've missed a mark. Every law in the book regarding war crimes has been violated. Every international norm has been turned upside down. For 20 years, he's literally gotten away with murder. Now it's time to designate him in a fashion befitting his conduct. He is a terrorist, and Russia is in the hands of a terrorist state run by Putin.
Thank you. First of all, let me say how grateful I am and proud to be standing with my friend and colleague who has been such a passionate critic of totalitarianism and torture all around the world. And I've been privileged to travel with Senator Graham, to work with him on issues like this one. And he stands for freedom and democracy, not only in Ukraine, but in the Middle East, wherever it is threatened. And we've introduced this resolution. I urge you to look at the findings. These findings are a litany of terror that Putin has launched against individuals whom he's tried to poison, against countries like the Chechen capital, Grozny, or Syria, Aleppo, places where he's used chemical weapons. If there is anybody who embodies terrorism and totalitarianism and torture, it is Vladimir Putin. And Russia, unfortunately, is in his hands. And so this resolution is absolutely appropriate, and it will put Russia outside the pale of civilized nations. It puts Russia outside the family of nations that adhere to basic norms of decency and morality. And we ought to condemn Vladimir Putin's acts of terror not only as war crimes, but also as state-sponsored terrorism within the three laws. There are three specific laws that apply here, which impose sanctions and penalties. Now, a number of these penalties are already in existence. I don't want to exaggerate what the practical effect would be. Sanctions in terms of economic penalties, export controls, those kinds of economic sanctions exist to an extent now, but I would argue that all of the banks in Russia would be encompassed by the de-swifting or deconnecting of financial institutions under this designation of Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. And equally important, individuals would have a right of action against Russia. Now, I know that may seem a little bit far-fetched, but in fact, it has been done against nations that commit terrorist acts, that kill or injure Americans, and designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism would waive its sovereign immunity. I don't mean to talk too much like a lawyer, but that's really important stuff for anybody who wants to vindicate individual rights. Designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism essentially squarely recognizes that it's in the company of Syria, Iran, Cuba, North Korea. That's the company it keeps. That's the moral sphere that it inhabits. And so I think that obviously the Secretary of State could do this on his own, and I hope that tomorrow he will. But in the meantime, this bipartisan action, I think, is more than message sending. It is a real action we can take to bolster and support the Ukrainian people. They've asked for it. We should act on it. And I really want to thank Senator Graham for his leadership. The more we can do to isolate Russia, the stronger our position. And this measure offers that prospect. And again, I just urge you to read the findings in here, because if you needed any persuasion, it's all here in black and white.
Well said. Yes, ma'am.
So we know Russia right now is acting as a foreign adversary. There's another foreign adversary, which is China. They haven't invaded another country, but they're attacking their own people. We know they're persecuting people of faith. They're engaged in, there's evidence of them doing forced organ harvesting. Would this not be enough to also label them as a state sponsored of terror?
Well, we're focused on Russia because Russia has taken the international order and turned it upside down. The abuses you described in China, I think, are real. But if China went into Taiwan, I hope they understand what comes their way, right? So what we're trying to do is show China and other bad actors in the world, the world community is tired of this. Designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism would open up opportunities for individuals to right wrongs. It would put Russia in a unique club. And I hope China is watching. So we believe, Dick and I believe, that for 20 years we've given too much of a pass to Putin, that in a bipartisan way we have not done enough, and we're about to change that. Of all the things we could do this week, the $40 billion is really important. It puts weapons in the hands of the Ukrainian military who are fighting like tigers. It marginalizes Russia even more, and it helps the Ukrainian economy survive under this onslaught. But why did the Ukrainian parliament specifically ask for this? Because they understand the day that the United States says with a single voice that Russia is in the hands of a terrorist called Putin and the whole country is sponsoring terrorism would be a game changer in terms of the outcome of this war. So the money is incredibly important, but if we could marry up the money with the designation that Russia is a state sponsor of terrorism under our law, that would be a double blow.
And the money is really profoundly significant as a deterrent. And I think vis-a-vis China, this is another potential deterrent. The Chinese don't want to be in this club. Russia doesn't want to be in this club. But in terms of the deterrence to China taking the totally misguided action, I think they're watching. And if we act to put Russia in this club, it will be another deterrent to China.
So just quickly to be clear, this would be only a designation you could make if they were to invade. This isn't something you could put on, punish a country with for harming their own people, just to be clear.
Well, I mean, like Iran has been a bad actor all over the Mideast. Your concerns about China are legitimate, but we have in front of us the invasion of a sovereign nation by Russia, war crimes on an industrial scale. Under our law, we can't really cooperate with the International Criminal Court. We're not a member, and I'm not suggesting we join. But Dick and I are looking for ways to put pressure on Putin's Russia. I think we should be cooperating, sharing evidence we have about war crimes being committed by Russian forces inside of Ukraine. I think if the United States Congress could put into the supplemental aid package the designation of Russia being a state sponsor of terrorism, it would send the strongest signal yet that Putin as a leader of Russia is no longer considered legitimate. What are we trying to do here? We're trying to bolster the Ukrainians' ability to fight for their own freedom. We're trying to delegitimize Putin. This would be the strongest statement yet that he's not a legitimate leader in the eyes of the United States Congress and the Biden administration.
And just to answer your question very directly, it isn't necessary that there be an invasion by a state sponsor of terror. The whole idea is a state sponsor of terrorism. Russia arguably was sponsoring terrorism before they invaded because they had their surrogates, their proxies, their mercenaries in Ukraine. I visited Ukraine in a bipartisan delegation shortly before the invasion. One of my colleagues asked President Zelensky, "Are you fearful about the Russians invading your country?" And he looked at us and he said, "The Russians invaded our country in 2014. They've killed 14,000 of our people. They've been sponsoring terrorism, as these findings show, for years and years and years. And they should be held accountable in every possible way." I agree, this measure ought to be part of the supplemental, because we're acting not only with the economic and the military force of the United States of America, but also our moral force.
Two questions, if I may. To what extent, if any, would this influence any approach to a diplomatic solution? Is that still on the table? How would this impact reaching a diplomatic solution to ending the war? And then second part, unrelated, but on the supplemental, I wanted to ask, we're starting to see production constraints with regard to our ability to quickly produce key weapons, stingers, javelins. Are we reaching our limits? We have agreements to send Taiwan weapons over the next few years, and they've raised concerns that we may miss those deadlines. What can we do? What is done by the supplemental to ensure that we're bolstering our production capability, and are we at risk of reaching our limits as the U.S.?
Let me answer both questions, and Senator Graham may have a different answer. First of all, whatever the diplomatic solution, or the solution militarily or diplomatically, the Ukrainians have to decide what they want. I think their goal ought to be to win. I think we should support their winning. I said today in the Armed Services Committee, we've been schizophrenic. We want them to win, but we don't want Putin to lose in a way that might escalate. We've got to be all in on Ukraine winning. And whatever they do diplomatically is their choice. But obviously, we've been negotiating with Iran, maybe not directly face-to-face, but the JCPOA was under negotiation. Whatever you think about the prospects for the JCPOA, there's no legal barrier to our negotiating diplomatically. On the second question, yes, we are reaching our limit. Absolutely. We ought to be using the Defense Production Act. That's the answer to your question. We need to use the Defense Production Act for a variety of different arms and weapons platforms, including the Javelin missiles. We've already sent 1/3 of our total inventory of Javelin missiles, or more, to Ukraine. Replenishing those stocks means ordering defense manufacturers to do more of them and not be selling Javelin missiles to countries where our own national security isn't involved. They may have contracts with those countries, but they should be focusing where our national security is involved. And the Defense Production Act is the answer.
Just to add to it, I couldn't agree more with what he said. There was a time when we were the arsenal of democracy. We need to embrace that.
All right, so we've been listening there to senators speak on the very latest there on their plans for more aid to Ukraine. And you are watching Live Now from Fox. Wanted to just show you what's going on right now in Wisconsin. Take a look at this, everyone, as this is in St. Croix, Wisconsin, as you are seeing some damage from yesterday's powerful storms. You had high winds mixed in there with thunderstorms, and this is some of the aftermath that you are seeing right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back here, we will be taking you out to Atlanta, where we're getting an update on some major arrests, including rapper Young Thug. What happened? We'll have all the details coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out right now to Atlanta here. We're getting an update from Fulton County District Attorney about yesterday's indictment and arrest of alleged associates of a criminal street gang, including rapper Young Thug. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I want to acknowledge the DA and Fulton County Sheriff. We're here today to speak on the arrest of Jeffrey Williams that in collaboration with Fulton County DA's office and the Fulton County Sheriff, on yesterday. This collaboration is representative of the partnership of the Atlanta Police Department and the DA's office on our aggressiveness in going after gang members. The mayor, as well as the DA, gave a interview on last week expressing their concerns about what we were seeing in our city and how we would go after any offender. And at the direction of the DA taking the lead on us yesterday, making sure that we were able to get one of our top offenders off of the street. In partnership with them, utilizing our tactical teams, we were able to go out to the individual's location and arrest him without any significant consequences to him or any other parties at the house. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the DA.
Thank you, Chief Bryant. Today I'm joined by the Atlanta Police Chief, Chief Rodney Bryant, as well as my sheriff and our sheriff, Sheriff Patrick Labatt. We are here today about a grand jury indictment that was returned that included not just Jeffrey Williams, which is of some notoriety and media attention, but about 28 defendants that operated within our community between the time period of 2012 and 2022. It is our allegation that they operated as a criminal street gang and commenced to do havoc in our community. That havoc includes crimes of violence, crimes of thefts, crimes involving drugs. I've made no secret about it, nor any apology, that as the District Attorney of Fulton County, my #1 focus is targeting gangs. And there's a reason for that. They are committing conservatively 75 to 80% of all of the violent crime that we are seeing within our community. And so they have to be rooted out of our community. I said just a week or two ago, it does not matter what your notoriety is, what your fame is. If you come to Fulton County, Georgia, and you commit crimes, and certainly if those crimes are in furtherance of a street gang, that you are going to become a target and a focus of this district attorney's office, and we are going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. I agree with Chief Bryant. What you see yesterday and what you will see in the upcoming months and years is the result of a lot of hard work by both the Atlanta Police Department and this office. We are proud to bring forth this indictment and hopefully to bring justice to a lot of the community who was victimized through the course you see in this indictment. But more importantly, the most important thing that we are here to do is to keep this community safe, and we believe removing these 28 defendants will keep Fulton County safer. Yes, sir.
The indictment's got Young Thug and a bunch of other rappers. There was one name I was actually expecting to see there that I didn't, and that's Jack Harlow. Can you speak to that?
What I'll tell you is that as large as this indictment is, I told my team that let's not be sexy, now let's not overreach, let's be conservative in our approach, which is always the approach that I take. And in taking that approach, 28 defendants were indicted, and they were indicted for the crimes that I believe were appropriate for this RICO indictment. And so I won't speak to any person that is not named.
These are serious, significant charges. I would imagine you're going to see some pretty serious sentencing here. I know it's early, but can you talk a little bit about the type of sentences they might be facing?
Well, we'll ask on the different charges for the maximum penalties, and there's obviously many people that are looking at life under this indictment. You're absolutely right. These are serious times. They're serious allegations, and it is my opinion that violence in our community deserves maximum penalties.
In a recent interview, you said in the coming weeks and months to expect indictments, RICO charges, gang charges. We see that with fear, but this is only focused on the YSL gang. At that time, you used plural indictments. Should we expect more indictments against singular gangs in the coming weeks and months? Is that what you were meaning with that quote?
Yeah, and if you're already aware, we dropped an indictment not that long ago against YFN. It is certainly a tool that I believe in, which is using RICO. I believe the reason that I believe in it as a tool is it allows juries and the communities to see the complete picture of a crime so they can truly be educated and have facts to weigh when they're making decisions. And so if you're asking, should you expect to see other RICO indictments against other street gang organizations? Absolutely.
And two questions specific to YSL. With the 20-some people arrested here or named, how big is this gang? Is that a good portion of the gang you're operating in Atlanta, and how long were you investigating them?
If you look at the indictment, the crimes that are alleged within it go all the way back from 2012 to 2022. I wouldn't say that it contains every act of crime that YSL committed. It is a significant gang that operates here in Atlanta, Georgia, and not every member became a defendant within this indictment, but certainly a significant amount did, and certainly some of the leadership, which is what's most important. We're not going to just target the children that are running out at the direction of leaders and not target leaders.
Madam DA, how much?
Go ahead, Michael.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. How much did social media, music play a role in bringing this indictment?
Social media is a wonderful tool for prosecutors in every indictment we bring nowadays.
And let's talk about, obviously, YSL. They're the territories at Cleveland Avenue. It's no secret. We've seen a ton of violence. Innocent bystanders get hit. So you guys believe that by getting them off the streets, that people in that neighborhood who are living in fear can actually have some peace now?
I believe that people in that neighborhood and at every corner of Fulton County deserve to be safe, even if it is financially lower, socially, economically. You know, I don't think that part of the community should be left behind. Me and the mayor and the police chief have talked about the fact that Cleveland in our community is referred to as Bleveland, that it is somewhere where just violence occurs, where they're marking up territory, it's blood territory. It's horrible. And you're absolutely right. That community deserves to be safe, and we are hoping that this helps to keep them safe.
Let's talk about safety. We know these gang members are going to be housed or brought in at the same time. How are you and Sheriff Labatt working to keep them away from each other in the jail, especially with Wyeth and Lucci being targeted as that came out recently?
Well, I won't step outside of my lane. I am the district attorney of Fulton County. I am not the sheriff. I have great confidence in the sheriff. He knew that this was coming as a law enforcement partner, and I believe that he is well prepared, but you'd have to speak to him to make sure that everyone within his facility is safe.
This indictment names a few, it's not just social media posts, but songs that have been released by Young Thug and others, where it goes through the lyrics evidence supporting the RICO conspiracy. And I'd like you to speak to the First Amendment issues that obviously raises.
This issue's been ruled on by the courts. I knew that question was coming. I believe in the First Amendment. It's one of our most precious rights. However, the First Amendment does not protect people from prosecutors using it as evidence if it is such. In this case, we put it as overt and predicate acts within the RICO count because we believe that's exactly what it is.
Let's allow Sheriff Labatt to answer.
I have one more from Ms. Willis. What's the last time you prosecuted a RICO case? Was that the APS case?
This office? No, since I've been here as the district attorney, I think we've indicted probably 4 or 5 RICOs at this point. So it's a tool I use.
First of all, good afternoon. I believe both Madam DA and Chief Bryant are really raising the level of consciousness in what we're doing within Fulton County, and certainly they deserve our appreciation. With respect to the specific question as to safety and so many people being brought in, we are housing them accordingly to include other facilities. So I encourage everyone to really download the Sheriff's app if you want to know specifically where individuals are, and you'll be accommodated accordingly.
Sheriff Labatt, like as I dug into the indictment, there was an element of it where they were talking about Octavius Greer communicating with an inmate, where the inmate had a cell phone that was contraband. But it was clear from the indictment that you had been, or that all of you had been monitoring that conversation. Like, it leads me to ask a question you're probably not going to answer. Was that cell phone deliberately given to an inmate so that those conversations could be monitored?
So I did have an opportunity to read your editorial that you posted in the Buckhead blog or whatever it was from that perspective. And so you're right, I'm not going to answer that. So, appreciate it. We'll leave that to Madam DA.
Can you tell us of the 28 who were indicted, how many have been arrested, how many are large, how many are already in custody?
You know, and I do not have that exact number. I can tell you approximately 10 were already in custody. I believe as of last night, we had arrested at least 3 as of last night. I expect to see more arrests today and in the upcoming weeks, but I'm realistic. It's probably going to take the next 2 weeks to get everyone in custody.
You know where, there's been some discrepancies about where Gunn is. Maybe this is better for the sheriff. Where he's being, is he in custody?
Short answer, Michael, he's not in custody.
Okay. I mean, has there been arrangements for him to surrender, or is he considered a fugitive right now?
Well, we're making arrangements as much as he had representatives call me last night directly. So we'll muddle through that piece and let you know. And again, download the Sheriff's app.
Yeah,
Make sure.
Sheriff, one more question.
Yes, sir.
Have you had to take any special precautionary measures at the jail in light of high profile? I mean, you mentioned people being housed differently, but just safety for your corrections officers, and what kind of, are you able to reveal some of the things you've had to do in light of?
And that's a great question, and I appreciate you taking the time to come visit us a couple of weeks ago. To that extent, based on some of the things that we found, we've already begun new procedures. And so the opportunity for us to maintain safety is paramount. Thank you.
Follow up on Michael's question with the indictment and names being out there now. Are any of the individuals considered fugitives? Is there a worry that some of them are on the run now? Do they know that they're indicted?
In this business, I'm certain that there will be some people that won't volunteer to come into custody. There is no concern that somebody will escape being arrested.
One last question, I'm sorry. How significant was the arrest of Christian Eppinger with regard to the timeline of this indictment? Like, I had been looking at it where that arrest set off this 90-day clock, but I'm reasonably certain you were looking at YSL before all of this. Did that create a sort of a time situation where you wanted to get this done?
No. There was long ago a time sensitive importance or significance to this particular case. I was a prosecutor, as you know, for 16 years, 4 months, and 4 days in this office. The murder of Donovan Thomas in 2015 created violence like Atlanta has never seen. It was a goal of my predecessor and any person or prosecutor in this office to make sure that that family received justice, because everyone is entitled to justice. It was a commitment I made from the first day I walked into this office. Very shortly after me becoming the DA, I sat down with Mr. Thomas's mother, and I made her a promise that her son was as valuable as any other person within our community, and that I would put resources on it.
That was almost enough.
All right, so that was the update there with officials talking about that major criminal street gang arrest, including Young Thug, with more than 20 people arrested yesterday in that RICO violations. And coming up in just a little bit, in the next hour, we will have the State Department briefing. That'll be coming up in the next hour. We'll feature that for you here on Live Now from Fox. And in the meantime, when we come back here, we are going to get a fresh update from officials talking about a stabbing incident that happened at a high school in the Atlanta area. We'll be featuring that for you coming up next here on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. There was a stabbing at a high school, which did prompt a lockdown just earlier here today. Deputies still searching for the suspect. Let's go ahead and get the latest as the police chief is speaking out of Douglas County.
Looking for suspects involved, as well as still continuing the investigation.
Do you know the condition of that student?
At this time, I don't have any updates on the condition of the student. But we're, respecting the family and letting them notify everyone they need to and giving them their space.
Was the student conscious and alert when he left the school?
Yes.
What's the status of the suspect?
Still outstanding, but again, working with our partners at the Sheriff's Department, we are conducting a very, very thorough search.
What does the school video show?
Well, we're still assessing that. That's part of the investigation. So as the investigation goes, we'll have more information to share. We just don't have a full story right now for you because it's only just been a little while.
Male or female student that was stabbed? Male or female that was stabbed?
It was a male student.
Two males involved?
From the way it looks, there may have been two males involved.
Anyone else injured during this altercation?
No.
And do you believe the suspect went to the school as well? Were these both students within the school?
Do believe that they were both students.
Where in the school did all of this occur?
This happened in the near the cafeteria area.
And where was the student struck?
We are not quite certain right now. Again, like I said, I don't have all the medical information right now, but medical attention was given immediately, and the student was transported to the local hospital.
And this was a stabbing?
We don't know what was used, so we're still investigating.
Was there a puncture wound?
We believe there was a puncture wound. Don't know what was used.
Do you believe there was a gun on campus?
No. There's no information, there's no evidence that says that there was a gun on campus.
But no knife or weapon was recovered?
Like I said, still investigating, still assessing the scene as well as assessing other things.
What's your message for the district community who's obviously very rattled up about this?
The message for the district community is that our schools are safe. Alexander High School is safe. Our schools are safe. We have invested millions of dollars over the last 5 years in security procedures. As one of those investments has been my department, which was established 2 years ago. So we have law enforcement as a part of the school staff, as well as we have other things that are in place. I don't want to be specific about the other things that were in place because those are our things that help protect our students. But safety is our #1 priority.
What have you spent the millions on? Taxpayer money. They should know what their money is going towards. What are these safety?
Again, a police department as well as other things to use along with the security people that are in place.
Is that more staff, new technology?
I can go ahead and speak a little bit to that. Well, one of the things that we've invested considerable resources into is we have invested $5 million over 5 years into upgrades, and that includes security cameras. We've got crisis alert technology where our employees and our administrators are able to use their badges to immediately alert first responders with their badges to let people know and immediately lock down the campus, which is what we were able to do today. We have security cameras that are able to document things in just about every area of our campus, which will be able to assist us today during our investigation. And that $5 million over 5 years, that's also assisted us with our Raptor technology, which is our visitor management system. So we have invested considerable amounts of our funding into our technology as far as safety and security. So Douglas County schools continue to be very safe places to send our students to school, and it's a very safe place for parents to continue sending our students to school. So we continue to have a tremendous amount of confidence in our schools and our campuses.
You believe that this incident was captured on video surveillance?
Absolutely, yes.
We do, but again, it is being reviewed now to see exactly what's captured. So I can't share because we don't have all of the info right now.
But I'm getting to it should give you an idea of who the suspect is, right?
It will give us some information, but again, this is still an investigation, and we will continue looking to see what clues and what details that we can get from that video surveillance. And of course, but any investigation doesn't just involve video. It also involves questioning students. and that part of the investigation will continue. And because we have our police department, an independent police department, and that's yet an additional investment that we have made into our school system and the safety of our students, our Douglas County School System Police Department, we will conduct our own investigation, and we can also continue to partner with the Douglas County Police Department as well as the Douglas County Sheriff's Office.
Do you have the age of the
We don't
I'm
want
not sure we
to
wanna
give
release
any
that.
personal information right now. Again, we're respecting all the boundaries as far as allowing the parents to, contact who they need to contact and to go through their process.
Can you say whether or not they're adults, though, 18, or are these juveniles?
We do not believe they're adults.
There's a video circulating on social media of somebody in handcuffs. Can you speak on who that might have been?
Having not seen that video,
I have
no.
not seen that video.
And so if all the students are safe right now, why clear out the campus?
Well, the campus isn't being clear. If parents would like to pick up their students, we're allowing them to do that. If parents want their students to stay, there are several students who are still on campus, and they are, being taken care of by the staff.
Yes.
So it's not being cleared.
Classes still happening?
We still have many students still on campus.
How long was the lockdown?
At about 8:30.
Yes.
And it was lifted at 10:15.
What is a code red lockdown? What does that entail?
A code red, would you like to elaborate? But a code red is when there are no check-ins and no check-outs. Everyone is to stay where they are.
And that's a complete lockdown. All exterior doors are locked, and movement in the school ceases.
What happens to the perpetrator who did this? What happens to that student?
Well, hopefully, as we gather information for the investigation, the objective is to allow the courts to do their jobs.
Will school resume tomorrow as normal?
We're gonna. The school district will issue a statement later today, and that statement will be to the parents to let them know what the next steps are.
Right.
So this happened at the beginning of school?
Yes, this happened during the
classes wasn't in.
this happened during a transition period outside the cafeteria.
Was the elementary school also locked down?
Yes, it was. Bill Arp Elementary School was secured and locked down. That is correct.
And we heard there was a search in the woods. Can you speak on that at all?
Again, we believe that the suspect left campus on foot, so the search in the wood is part of the normal process for searching.
But to be clear, you've identified the suspect. You just haven't located him.
Yes, a suspect has identified, and we're currently searching.
It's just one suspect?
For right now, there's just one suspect that we're searching for.
And no one is in custody at this point?
We are questioning some people, but for right now, we're still searching for one suspect.
But no one is in custody? It has been arrested in
No,
connection?
no one has been arrested. Are there any further questions?
One question. Have you been able to establish what the origin of this incident, what started it?
No, that's going to come as we investigate. We appreciate everyone being here. We appreciate your time. As we get additional information, the district will make sure that we communicate what we can to you.
But we will say,
parents who are frustrated about the timing, they didn't know any answers until just now. Some of them are just finding out what happened. What do you tell them?
well, I will say this. The information that we've been sharing with parents at the district level has been, the main priority has been with keeping the students safe. Our main priority is keeping the students that are on campus safe. Our Douglas County School System Police Department, led by Chief Whaley, has done an outstanding job of leading this investigation, and they have kept our students safe that are on our campus, and he has also led the investigation at the same time. So that information has been designed to make sure that we keep the parents informed about what they need to do as far as knowing that their students are safe, but also we have not been sharing all the information because at the time the incident happened, all that information was not known. But now that more information is readily available from the Sheriff's Office and from the Chief of Police, now we are able to share more information, and we will continue to provide parents with that information. We are committed to transparency and honesty, and we will continue to provide these updates.
Can you share the district policy on weapons or stabbing of this variety, and then how does a weapon even get into the school, if that was the case?
Weapons are not tolerated on this campus or any of our campus at any time.
And that's the message that we want to send.
Consistently.
At no time is there any type of violence or weapons, that will not be tolerated in the Douglas County school system. That won't be tolerated in the Douglas County community together. You see that we have partnered with the Sheriff's Department, we partner with the Police Department as well. Nothing like this is acceptable and nothing will be tolerated.
And this is not an incident. We have no reason to believe that anything that happened today, any of this conflict or anything leading up to the actions today originated on this campus. This is something that may have originated off campus and may have continued on our campus today. So this is something that unfortunately happened on our campus, and we're going to continue working our hardest to keep our school community safe. We're going to continue to send our thoughts and prayers to our Douglas County school system student that was injured today, not just from our school system here at Alexander High School, but the entire school system. Our superintendent.
All right, guys, thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Listening in here, deputies still on the lookout for that suspect in this high school stabbing. Obviously, the safety of students is utmost importance as well. Want to just let our viewers know we do still have a lot more content to come here on Live Now from Fox. At the top of the hour, we'll be here with Ned Price. He's going to be giving us yet another daily briefing from the State Department. And let's go ahead, take a look at our stocks, especially since President Biden earlier this morning making some remarks on inflation. We'll replay those remarks a little bit later, but coming up next after this 2-minute break, we are headed out to New York. Governor Kathy Hochul going to be talking about some funding that she's moving into abortion support in their state. We'll give you that press conference right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Going to be listening in as New York Governor Kathy Hochul is announcing $35 million in funding for the state's abortion providers. Let's go ahead and listen into that update right here on Live Now from Fox.
Together at such a critical juncture in our nation's history. Last week's news confirmed what we have long known to be true. A majority of justices on the Supreme Court are poised and eager to overturn Roe versus Wade, the landmark ruling that legalized abortion in this country in 1973. Safeguarding the lives and health of those who need that care, and ushering in decades of progress for women. Now, after nearly 50 years, this unaccountable cabal on the nation's highest court is willing to put anti-abortion zealotry above the health, well-being, and bodily autonomy of millions of people all across this country. If the Supreme Court overturns Roe, we know what will happen. Nearly half the states will move to ban abortion. They will do so despite the views and needs of their residents, a majority of whom support legal access to abortion care. They will do so with no concern for the tremendous harm it will do to the health, well-being, families, and futures of hundreds of thousands of people who need abortion care every year. They will do so regardless of the harsh consequences for women and trans and gender non-conforming folks, our families, and our communities. They will do so throwing out decades of precedent and setting us on a course that we know will likely stretch far beyond abortion. Make no mistake, Justice Alito's callous and draconian draft opinion is a call to action. And this morning, New York is making a down payment and answering that call, as we have time and again, including in the days before Roe. I'm so grateful to be here today with such close allies and friends, including New York's first woman governor, a bold, forward-looking public servant who is creating the strategic solutions we face as we face this impending crisis in abortion care head on. Together, we're working to not only protect access to abortion care, but to make it more accessible, more possible for anyone who needs it, whether you're a New Yorker or you are someone who comes to New York seeking support and care. Because we know making abortion illegal doesn't take away the need for abortion. It just makes it much, much, much harder to get one. And no one should have to travel hundreds, if not thousands of miles to get abortion care. But if they do, they need to know that New York is here for them. As you're about to hear, Governor Hochul is taking a major step toward ensuring New York is prepared to meet an increased need for abortion care from those whose home state governments are turning their backs on them. The National Institute for Reproductive Health Action Fund applauds Governor Hochul for her steadfast and bold leadership to equip New York to rise to the occasion and meet the challenges before us. And we will continue to advocate alongside her and our allies in the legislature, as we all did to pass the Reproductive Health Act in 2019 and this year's budget amendment to enshrine coverage for abortions without copays, so that everyone who seeks abortion care in New York can do so without facing insurmountable barriers. We have an opportunity and an obligation to be a beacon for the people in our state and across this nation. Today, Governor Hochul and those with me are joining that call and answering that call, because this moment demands nothing less of us. And with that, it is truly my honor and my pleasure to introduce you to someone who never shies away from what must be done, even when she's facing COVID, who has been in the trenches with us and with so many in need in our state, our visionary and committed governor, Kathy Hochul.
Well, thank you, Andrea, and I want to thank you and all the volunteers and the workers at NIRH for just never giving up the fight. You have been sounding the alarm literally for years, and people never dreamed that this day would come, but thank God we've had you on the front lines, and so I look forward to continuing strengthening our partnership even going forward. And I also want to acknowledge some of the other participants here today to address this urgent issue, and that is the co-chairs of the Legislative Pro-Choice Caucus, our great friend, Senator Liz Krueger, as well as assigned member Karina's Reyes, and I want to thank them for being on the forefront of this battle as well as Michelle Casey, someone I've known a long time, who's the CEO of Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York, as well as I want to thank Attorney General Tish James and our legislative sponsors of other ideas that are so important as we work together to ensure that we have the rights enshrined here in our state, but also provide access to abortion. Like millions of Americans, I was horrified by that draft Supreme Court decision that came out last week. Just absolutely unconscionable to fathom what the majority of the Supreme Court is willing to do to something we have taken for granted and relied upon for half a century. And for the sake of women across this country, I hope that that is not the final decision, but I'm going to have to proceed on the assumption that it is going to be. But we will also reestablish here in the state of New York that access to reproductive health care is a human right. And we will defend that right to have an abortion with the full power of New York State government, and will ensure that every single person in need of care receives that care. And we'll never stop fighting to make sure that New York and women from all over who are seeking safe, accessible abortion service receive them. But to truly ensure that anyone seeking abortion in New York has access to that, we have to ensure that the providers have the resources and the capacity to accommodate all patients who walk through their doors. It's simple. If we're going to guarantee the right to an abortion, we have to guarantee access to an abortion. And I've said last week, we're not just playing defense, we're playing offense. And that's why we're taking immediate action starting today to deliver $35 million in unprecedented funding to urgently support abortion providers to provide this access and this vital care. The Abortion Services Provider Fund will get immediate help, resources for their clinics, while safeguarding access. And this is a nation-leading response. There's been a lot of talk about doing something, but here in New York, those who know us, we don't just talk, we take action. So today, I'm directing the Department of Health to create New York's first fund ever to support abortion providers. $25 million will expand capacity and access for patients seeking abortion care, largest fund of its kind in our nation. One other state has a similar fund, but nowhere near the scale. We are the first large state to launch this direct support for abortion providers here in the state of New York. But in addition to this direct support to the providers to make sure that they can be prepared for what will be an influx of patients, we also have to make sure that these facilities are safe, that the workers who go there, the clinical staff, the healthcare providers, the doctors, as well as the patients, know that they are safe when they walk down the street and enter the doors, because we are in a very different time right now. So we are announcing $10 million in security grants for reproductive health care centers. And no one should feel unsafe accessing health care, abortion care, and no one should feel unsafe providing that health care as well. So we have to be proactive. We have to get these security measures in place now. And we have seen the threats and actually the action of anti-abortion violence, and the climate is getting more extreme every single day. So it's only going to get worse as this decision is rendered in the next few weeks, and we need to be ready, and we will be ready here in the state of New York. In the meantime, we'll continue to explore every option available in the short term and the long term, working with our providers, our legislators, and our advocates on many different proposals. Today is about taking action. However, we'll take it action, not just talk about it in the future, but take it right now. So there's an urgent need to provide this access. I'm really proud that New York will lead the nation, hopefully set an example for the other states to realize that all of us have a responsibility to welcome with open arms those who need these services, as well as make sure New Yorkers, New York women, have complete access without wait times, that they don't have their services disrupted either. We've been fighting this battle for far too long, my friends. This was a battle my mother had to fight in her 30s. It's a battle I had to fight when I was in my 30s. Now my daughter, Katie, in her 30s. This is a fight that her generation is dealing with as well. But I sure as heck want to make sure that we don't have this battle still lingering when my brand new granddaughter, Sophia, is in her 30s. So we are laying down the marker today. We are saying that we refuse to go backwards. We have fought too long and hard for this access and for these rights. And New York has always led the way when it comes to enshrining these kind of rights. When you think about the women, it's the courageous women at Seneca Falls, all those who demanded autonomy over their bodies and the right to not be held as property of a husband. We like to think we've come a long way, but I feel we're going backwards and not forward in this country. That is why we are called upon as New York women. New York women have to continue to lead this fight with our male allies and throw down the gauntlet and say, no more, we're not going backwards. We know that here in the state of New York, we had access to abortion rights 3 years before Roe v. Wade. And we saw a huge influx of people come here at that time. Now we have to be ready. And I'll tell you, this is deeply personal. As the first female governor of the state of New York, this is a fight I am willing to take on. We'll roll up our sleeves and let people know where our values are. We're not backing down, and will not stand idly by when rights of women across the entire nation are destroyed. So I am proud that we are able to be continuing these battles. In 2019, we took the major step of ensuring that our state law has codified the rights within Roe v. Wade. I was proud to preside over the Senate at that time. It was a huge, huge point of pride for all of us in 2019. And earlier this past month, we made sure that our budget reflected those same values and said that insurance companies must cover abortion services as well. So we're going to keep examining our regulations, make sure that our laws are being enforced. We also are calling on social media companies to fight misinformation. We did that last fall when I stood with Senator Gillibrand in Central Park, saying that these platforms have to make sure that the lies stop. We see how lies like the big lie can perpetrate and be penetrated through society. We have to stop the
And thanks again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Listening into Governor Kathy Hochul's announcement from earlier here today. We are going to be going into that State Department briefing as soon as it starts, but let's go ahead, send some viewers off to a last 2-minute break of this hour.
All across this nation to receive something that we consider a basic human right. So today is not our first countermeasure in the fight being waged against denying abortion access. We'll keep playing offense. It's where I'm most comfortable on the playing field, being aggressive on these issues, and we'll do whatever it takes to defend the rights of not just New York women, but women all across this nation. New York will be there. We'll be there for them, provide essential health care. And so we finally say, don't mess with the state of New York. We're putting in the resources in place to make sure our providers and our patients have whatever they need to exercise those very basic human rights. So thank you very much, and I appreciate everyone who's joining this battle, and we are ready.
Thank you, Governor, for your leadership in our critical time in our state's and our nation's history. This time, I'd like to introduce to you Senator Liz Krueger. She has served in the New York State Senate for 20 years and chairs the Senate Finance Committee. Senator Krueger.
Thank you very much. I'm so proud to be here with all the women on this press conference, and I couldn't be prouder of our Governor, Kathy Hochul. We're doing exactly what many of us knew that she would do. She would immediately come out, stand up for women, stand up to protect abortion rights in our state, and realize that because of the insanity happening at the Supreme Court and in at least 26 other states in the country, that New York was going to need to stand up to help abortion refugees who would seek out healthcare services across state lines coming to New York for assistance. And it is very meaningful that she is committing $35 million to our providers so they can expand access and keep themselves and their patients safe. And I'm sorry, Governor, it's probably a down payment on other monies we're going to need to help to come up with to make sure that the people coming across state lines who will disproportionately be low income, young, and young women of color are able to come here and get the services they need. But what a tremendous, tremendous start for us all. And again, just to remind everyone, what I think people in New York know, the polling data shows 70 to 80% of Americans support legal abortion and believe that those decisions should be between women and their healthcare providers. Government has no business in this business. And that the fact is, nobody wanted to see this case overturned in court and throwing literally our entire country into potential chaos, as we are seeing state by state, city by city. And yes, you're absolutely right, Governor Hochul. The great state of New York needs to stand up and lead on this issue. And I'm very proud of my role with the pro-choice legislative caucus, that we've moved important legislation in our state over the years, and we are ready to move more legislation, perhaps within the next week, to strengthen our laws to make sure that New York is there for all women who need our assistance and to protect their right to have abortions without anyone getting in the way. So again, I so appreciate you're not needing an education on this. You're not needing to think this through. You're just knowing what the right answers are and standing up with us from day one to make sure New York is our leader in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. At this time, I would like to introduce to you an Assembly member and also a registered nurse of oncology at Montefiore Einstein Hospital, Carinas Reyes.
Thank you, Governor, and I want to thank all the women that are here today to talk about this very important issue. I'm here, I consider myself representing the 60+ members of the Assembly that are part of our bipartisan pro-choice legislative.
All right, guys, so once again, as you saw, Ned Price stepping up to that podium in the State Department briefing. Let's go ahead and listen into the latest update right here on Live Now from Fox.
The United States, countries around the world have already taken steps. The United States took steps last month through an executive order to ban the import of Russian oil, of Russian energy. Other countries have followed suit using their own authorities. Blocks of countries are having these discussions about how best they can do that. So I think what we've heard today only reinforces what we already knew. We knew that there has to be a near-term response to the disruptions in the global energy market that President Putin's invasion of Ukraine has caused. And as you've heard from us in recent weeks, we have been in close coordination and close touch with allies and partners around the world to surge energy supplies, in some cases tapping strategic petroleum reserves. In the case of the United States, tens of millions of barrels from our strategic petroleum reserve. Other countries have made similar investments in their own strategic petroleum reserves to ensure that supplies of energy are where they need to be for countries that need it in this interim period. And I call it an interim period because our goal over the longer term is to see to it that we take steps to lessen dependence on Russian energy. Part of that is going to be the transition away from fossil fuels towards renewables, towards green technology. That will help with that. But part of that too will be finding longer-term sustainable ways to ensure that our partners, especially those partners on the front lines who have found themselves over the course of years or even decades reliant on Russian energy flows, to see to it that they have other options to fulfill their energy needs. So that's something we're working on, including in the context of the US-EU Energy Task Force that President Biden established with his European counterpart a number of weeks ago. Francesco.
A quick one on Ukraine. Senators Graham and Blumenthal introduced a resolution today asking the Secretary to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Can you update us on the process, if there is one, to determine whether Russia will qualify as a state sponsor of terrorism? Is that something you're
aware of that resolution, aware of Congress's interest in this matter, and of course of Congress's broader interest in our approach to Russia and Ukraine. What I can say is that the state sponsor of terrorism statute is a statute, not to be too subtle about it. And that means that it is something, the criteria by which states are designated are not, those are not up to us, those are up to Congress. What is up to us is to take a close look at the law, to take a close look at the facts, that is to say what Russia is doing, whether it's in Ukraine, whether it's in countries around the world, to determine whether that fact pattern fits the criteria that is laid out in the statute. So that's something that we're always looking at, not only with this authority, but with every authority that we have. The broader point is that we are going to pull every appropriate lever we can to apply pressure on the Russian Federation until and unless its brutal invasion of Ukraine, its brutal aggression against Ukraine comes to a halt. And the fact is that together with dozens of countries across 4 continents, we have applied our own sanctions. We've used international authorities as well to not only apply sanctions, but also export controls. And so the practical effect is that much of what various authorities call for have already been put in place, given what we've already done vis-a-vis our own authorities and what other countries have done in terms of their authorities. But we'll continue to watch and to determine whether Russia's actions in Ukraine merit and qualify for additional authorities. If we feel those authorities are appropriate, we won't hesitate to apply them.
Does that just mean that at this stage it doesn't qualify, it doesn't meet the criteria?
We're always looking at the facts and the law, and we'll continue to do that.
Can you talk a little bit about terrorism designations in general, whether there are FTO designations or state-sponsored designations? And are you willing to say what a lot of people say privately, which is that, it's just a bit of show. And in terms of the 2 cases that we're looking at right now, the IRGC and Russia, that in fact
most, if not all, of what could be done if these designations were, one, kept or added, would be exactly the same as what you, this administration, and previous administrations have already been doing.
Well, I think your point is well taken, that there are various authorities we can use when it comes to the IRGC, to take that one example. It is an entity that is among the most heavily sanctioned entities on the face of the planet. In addition to the FTO, there are a number of other authorities that are used to constrain and constrict its activities and those of its leadership and its proxies as well. I used this data point the other day. But of the 107 sanctions the Biden administration has imposed on Iran, 86 of those, some 3/4, have been applied against the IRGC or its proxies. So the fact is that we do have a number of tools, but whether it's the SST, whether it's the FTO designation, both of these things are defined by statute.
Understood. But I mean, isn't the administration a little bit frustrated that people seem to be making political points out of this, out of both of these things?
Matt, we're cognizant of the town we live in.
And?
We're closely examining the facts and the law with all of these things. That applies equally to the state sponsor of terrorism designation as it does to the FTO.
But for people who have been around for a long time, including those in this building, in the legal advisor's office and others, do you think either of these decisions, if they go the way that the critics suspect they will make any difference at all?
I don't know what the critics, what they expect. What I do know is that we are going to follow the law. We're going to do what's in our national security interest when it comes to every authority under the sun, and whether the target of those authorities is Iran, Russia, any other state actor or non-state actor. But since you have raised Congress, I will walk through this open door and point out the fact that our assistance to Ukraine has been, just as we promised, massive. We have provided $4.5 billion worth of security assistance to Ukraine since the start of this administration, some $3.8 billion worth of security assistance since the invasion began. These are supplies, weapons, that precisely what Ukraine needs to defend itself. We started doing this well in advance of the Russian invasion. We started doing it last summer. We did it again in December in advance of the invasion, and of course we have announced multiple drawdowns during the course of this invasion. We are now at our 9th presidential drawdown. The fact, however, is that right now our coffers in terms of drawdown funding, they're dwindling. And after providing $3.8 billion worth of security assistance since the start of the invasion, we now have less than $100 million left, and we will exhaust those funds within the next week. And so Secretary Blinken, together with Secretary Austin, they have conveyed a very simple message to congressional leadership. The message is, we need your help. We need Congress's help to see to it that the strategy that President Biden pledged before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the strategy we have pursued in the midst of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the strategy that has proved effective in helping our Ukrainian partners be effective at defending their country. That is a strategy that requires funding and a strategy for which funding will be exhausted in key ways as of next week. We view the request that is before Congress now, the supplemental budget request, as vital in terms of what these funds will enable us to do, as well as the message they would send in terms of bipartisan support, in terms of the executive branch, the Hill, Americans of all stripes, for the people of Ukraine who are waging this fight to preserve their freedom, to preserve their democracy, and to preserve their country. This additional assistance we've requested, the brunt of our supplemental emergency request was in fact for security assistance, precisely what our Ukrainian partners need to defend themselves. That includes artillery, armored vehicles, advanced air defense systems, all for Ukraine. This funding will also go beyond the security realm. It will help Ukraine keep schools open. It will help replenish this and stockpile in support of U.S. troops on NATO territory. It will help our Ukrainian partners and also our NATO allies do precisely what we feel it is imperative that they be positioned to do at this moment. Nazir.
I don't remember asking about the assistance, but thank you for the 4-minute exposition.
But before you arrived, and I will point out that you arrived late for the cameras.
I did.
I said there would be no topper, so I wanted to make up for that.
Fair enough.
Yes, Nazira.
Thank you, Mr. Price. First of all, thank you very much for yesterday's your answer. Afghan women, they were so happy. But they still ask me and ask you that what option United States will bring to Taliban if they didn't fix themselves about a woman's job. This is regular job that every Afghan do it. We don't have any problem. But like that, it's unacceptable for Afghan women. And also Afghan people ask, based off your opinion, why United States failed to fix Afghanistan during this 20 years?
Thank you.
What's the reason?
So let me start by following up on the conversation we had yesterday about some of the very disturbing, very concerning edicts we've heard from the Taliban. Of course, what we've heard in recent days regarding the requirement for women's attire, what we've heard about the restrictions on girls attending secondary schools, and other steps. All of these have been deeply concerning. And it's not only concerning to us, in some ways much more importantly, it is much more important that it is deeply concerning to Afghans across their country, across Afghanistan. They have voiced their opposition to this edict that proposes severe limitations on half of Afghanistan's population, and that effectively limits and constricts the ability of half of Afghanistan's population to participate fully in Afghan society. So combined with the continuing ban on girls' secondary education, restrictions on freedom of movement and targeting of peaceful protesters, the Taliban's policies towards women are an affront to human rights, and they will continue to impair the Taliban's relations with the international community, including with the United States. We are discussing these developments with our partners around the world. The legitimacy and support the Taliban seeks from the international community, they know that it depends on their conduct, including and centrally their protection on the rights of women and girls. These are commitments that the Taliban has made privately. These are commitments, again, much more importantly, that they have made publicly to their own people, and these are the commitments on which we are going to base and we are going to judge any future relationship that we will have with the Taliban. And we know that other countries feel similarly. Other countries with whom we've worked closely on Afghanistan since August of last year and well before August of last year do feel similarly. In the interim, we've paused nearly all senior-level engagement with the Taliban in response to the Taliban's decision in March to prevent girls from attending secondary education. We do remain concerned about these other restrictions that we talked about. We believe, first and foremost, that the Taliban should respond to the Afghan people whose rights the Taliban have pledged, once again, publicly to respect. We have heard that very message from our Afghan partners in recent days. Tom West, our special representative for Afghanistan, Rina Amiri, our special representative for women and girls, Ian McCrary, our representative who is now based in Doha, have heard that message from Afghan interlocutors in recent days. Our Afghan partners tell us that they have seen a disturbing pattern of restrictions on their rights that doesn't reflect the cultural diversity or their hopes for Afghanistan's future. It also doesn't reflect what they heard, what the world heard from the Taliban. This, of course, brings back painful memories of the Taliban from the 1990s. We remain, as I said before, in close communication with our allies and partners regarding our shared concern with what we've seen. And again, the Taliban's responsiveness to the demands of the Afghan people and to the expectations of the international community will define not only our relationship with the Taliban, but the world's relationship with the Taliban. We know that we cannot have a normal relationship with the Taliban until they respect fully the rights of all of the people of Afghanistan. Yes?
Hold on. So what are you going to do? Can I re-ask my question from yesterday? So what are you going to do? And I don't understand. I mean, I saw that some people wrote, oh, U.S. says it's going to take measures to, if the Taliban doesn't reverse these decisions. But what measures have you taken, or are you going to take? And you haven't taken any, even though they've done these offensive things that you say, going back more than a month now. So what exactly are you going to do, and why should anyone believe you when you say we're going to punish the Taliban, or we're going to take steps to make our disapproval clear?
First, Matt, we have led the world, as you know, in providing humanitarian relief and humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan. So I think our credibility when it comes to the concern of when it comes to the humanitarian concerns of the Afghan people, I think we have established our leadership on that.
Did the United States lead the world in withdrawing from Afghanistan and allowing the Taliban to take control again? Yes or no? Yes, right? I mean, you can't deny that, can you?
I would absolutely reject the premise of the question that the United States allowed the Taliban to take the capital. And Matt, we can relitigate questions that have been litigated for the past 20 years about an investment that we have made in a country, including with treasure and, more importantly, bloodshed on the part of this country, and the assessment of this president that the presence of some 2,500 troops who would once again be involved in a civil war, who would be targeted, who would have a target on their back, not only by the Taliban, but also by elements like ISIS-K, a 2,500 strong contingent that would not, in the end, would have been able to prevent the Taliban or any larger force from coming to power. So you can argue with the decision that the president made to withdraw militarily from Afghanistan. We are confident in that decision. We know what's in our national interest. We also know what we can accomplish without having a contingent of military deployment on foreign soil. And that's what we're trying to do with our humanitarian assistance. The humanitarian assistance that we have provided to the people of Afghanistan since August of last year has led the world, just as our provision of humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan prior to August of last year has led the world.
All right, guys, so we're listening in with Ned Price here at the State Department briefing. Going to continue to hear the latest updates for you right here on Live Now from Fox after some of you go off to a 2-minute break.
It is central. that go into any relationship we might one day have with the Taliban. But I can assure you that human rights is central to that list. Yes?
Can we move to U.S.-ASEAN Special Summit?
Sure.
Yeah, so how on U.S.-ASEAN Special Summit, especially on Myanmar or Burma, how does the United States plan to work with ASEAN to hold the military junta further accountable for the coup and the violence afterwards?
Well, we support ASEAN's decision to invite non-political representatives from Burma to high-level ASEAN events, absent progress on the ASEAN 5-point consensus that was put forward. We will follow ASEAN's precedent for the upcoming U.S.-ASEAN Special Summit. And we're going to continue to follow that precedent because the regime has demonstrably failed to make progress on ASEAN's 5-point consensus, and it continues to escalate its violence, its repression against the people of Burma. We continue to support, in the meantime, ASEAN's efforts to press the regime to urgently and to fully implement the 5-point consensus, and including an immediate and meaningful visit by the ASEAN Special Envoy and facilitation of his engagement with all stakeholders, including representatives of the pro-democracy movement. Our partnership with ASEAN is central to returning Burma back to the path of democracy. I certainly expect it will be a topic of discussion as ASEAN leaders descend on Washington, descend on this building later this week, and we reaffirm our commitment to the Burmese people, and we will continue to promote a just and meaningful resolution to the crisis in Burma to help return Burma to that democratic path.
More U.S. sanctions against the junta on the table?
We will always look for ways to promote additional accountability for the military coup, for the related violence, for the repression, for the human rights abuses that have followed in the wake of the coup. As you know, we don't preview specific sanctions or specific steps, but we're always looking for ways to hold accountable those responsible.
If I may,
welcoming regional summits to be held in the United States. You know where I'm going here?
You could be speaking of the COVID.
No, I would be.
You could be speaking of Summit of the Americas.
Yeah. Do you have anything to say about threats, or I don't know, threats is the right word, but suggestions that some countries might not show up because the Cubans, the Nicaraguans, and others are not going to be there?
I don't have anything to say right now on that. Of course, we will have more to say as the summit gets closer. This will be an opportunity for countries throughout the hemisphere to come together to speak to our shared values, the shared interests that unite us. Of course, the White House, as the host of the 9th Summit, will determine which countries to invite. The White House has not issued official invites to the summit at this time, but I expect those will go out soon.
When you say countries throughout the hemisphere, does that mean all countries, or could some be excluded?
That is a question
that do not share your values.
The invitations are up to the White House, and so we'll have more to say once invitations are extended.
Can I please also ask who will represent Burma on Friday's special summit? I'm asking because the United States sent out the invitation.
Sorry, you're asking because?
Who will represent Burma in the special summit? Because the U.S. sent out the invitation.
We'll have, and I'm sure you will see more on that in the coming days.
Is
Yes.
Secretary attending in person?
He will. He will. That's a plan. Yes.
Going back to the security assistance for Ukraine, the president, of course, is meeting with the Italian prime minister. There's been concerns expressed in that country, other allies, about the amount of weapons flowing into Ukraine. Does the administration see a limit, especially when it comes to lethal aid?
We have made clear, and the president made clear before the invasion, Secretary Blinken and others have also been speaking to this, starting before the invasion, but certainly during the invasion, that we would do 3 things in response to a renewed Russian invasion against Ukraine. We would provide Ukraine with the security assistance it needs to defend itself, the weapons that it would require to defend Ukrainian freedom, Ukrainian democracy, Ukrainian independence. Second, we would fortify NATO. We would see to it that our allies, especially our allies on the eastern flank, had what they needed to deter and potentially even respond to Russian aggression. And third, we made clear that we would put an unprecedented amount of pressure on the Kremlin through financial sanctions, through export control measures, through tools that we would enact with partners and allies around the world. We have made good on all three of those steps. We will continue to provide Ukraine with what it needs to defend itself. This is about self-defense. It is about preserving what is important to the Ukrainian people and what is in turn important to us. And that is Ukraine's freedom, its democracy, and its independence. Yes.
Thank you, sir. John Zawadi from Airway News TV, Pakistan. Secretary Blinken called youngest Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Bilal Bhutto Zardari, and invited him to attend a food security summit. So what were the points of discussion during the talk, and are we expecting any one-to-one meeting between Secretary Blinken and Bhutto?
I don't have any bilateral meetings to preview during the next week's food security gathering in New York. What I can say is that Secretary Blinken did have an opportunity to speak with his new Pakistani counterpart, Foreign Minister Bilal Bhutto Zardari, last week, May 6th, I believe it was. They had an opportunity to reflect on the 75th anniversary of U.S.-Pakistani relations, to talk about how we can strengthen that cooperation going forward. It is a broad-based bilateral relationship. The Secretary underscored the resolute U.S.-Pakistan commitment to Afghan stability and to combating terrorism as well. They also discussed ongoing engagement when it comes to our economic ties, trade, investment, climate, energy, health, and education. So it was a wide-ranging conversation, as these introductory conversations oftentimes are, and I expect before long they will have an opportunity to follow up on that.
Former Prime Minister Imran Khan still blaming U.S. for his ouster from Prime Minister office and leading an anti-American campaign. So do you think that his anti-American campaign creating fractures among the structure of the diplomatic relations between Pakistan and U.S., or it doesn't matter?
We are not going to let propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation, lies, get in the way of any bilateral relationship we have, including with the bilateral relationship we have with Pakistan, one we value.
So ISI's chief is here in Washington, D.C. Is there any meeting with the Secretary Blinken or any other State Department officials?
I would refer you to Pakistani authorities to comment on his schedule. I'm not aware of any meeting with Secretary Blinken. Yes.
Thank you, Matt. I have a question about Taiwan. A Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson criticized the State Department has changed the explanation on Taiwan, wording related to Taiwan on the website. So could you help us understand the significance of changing of the words? And was there any change on legal status of Taiwan or a U.S.-Taiwan relationship?
Well, there's been no change in our policy. All we have done is update a fact sheet, and that's something that we routinely do with our relationships around the world. When it comes to Taiwan, our policy remains guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques and 6 assurances, as that very fact sheet notes. We regularly do updates on our fact sheets. Our fact sheets reflect, in the case of Taiwan, our rock-solid, unofficial relationship with Taiwan, and we call upon the PRC to behave responsibly and to not manufacture pretenses to increase pressure on Taiwan. Yes?
Is it oxymoron to say Taiwan is part of China if the United States has to?
Once again, listening in here to the State Department briefing with Ned Price. We'll be back with this in a moment. Did want to at least show our viewers that we have a lot of events still happening, especially when it comes to the Washington, D.C. area right now. The House floor, very active. We are going to be having some of those leaders speaking about this $40 billion Ukraine aid package. Also still coming up is going to be a Pentagon press briefing, a White House press briefing. It's all happening on Live Now from Fox. We're going to send viewers off to a 2-minute break, and when we return, back in that State Department briefing with spokesperson Ned Price.
details of what might be different. And you will find that our underlying policy has not changed. The fact sheet makes very clear that our One China policy has not changed. It remains guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. Yes?
On Russia, Ukraine, let me start with the Secretary's statement on cyber activity. Can you tell us more about your findings? Any, let's say, indications to Russia's increased capabilities that would tell other countries, like, immediate neighbors, that they are much more vulnerable than they used to be? If you talk to anyone in Georgia, Estonia, they will tell you, we told you so years ago, you never listened to us. But what does it tell you about Russia's capabilities right now? And also, secondly, I think the Secretary mentions new mechanisms to help Ukraine to detect and also to protect from Russian cyber attacks. Any additional details about them?
Sure. So on your second question first, and I'll get to today.
All right, so we were listening in with Ned Price, but you can see here John Kirby also stepping up to the podium. And let's go ahead and we'll be listening into this press briefing now here for you on Live Now from Fox.
I want to highlight 2 in particular. One, the award that went to the journalists of Ukraine, the Ukrainian reporters who are doing such a masterful job telling the story of their fellow citizens during this invasion and this war. It's tough to read, tough to watch, but you know what? It should be, based on what Mr. Putin's doing, and the bravery and skill that they're showing every day is truly inspiring. Just as the work of and the fighting of the Ukrainian soldiers is. I also would be remiss if I didn't also congratulate the staff of the New York Times for the Pulitzer that they won in their coverage of civilian casualties caused by the United States military and military operations. That coverage was, and it still is, not comfortable, not easy, and not simple to address. We know that we had more work to do to better prevent civilian harm, and we're doing that work. We knew that we had made mistakes. We're trying to learn from those mistakes. And we knew that we weren't always as transparent about those mistakes as we should be. But their reporting reinforced those concerns, and in some cases gave us cause for additional concerns. And it made us ask ourselves some new and difficult questions of our own, even as it forced us to answer their difficult questions. I cannot say that this process was pleasant, but I guess that's the whole point. It's not supposed to be. That's what a free press at its very best does. It holds us to account, it makes us think, even as it informs. It changes our minds, and it helps us better at our big job of defending this nation. The talented staff and reporters of the New York Times, some of whom work in this very press corps alongside you, have done all that. And yes, we are grateful to them for it. We know they're happy for the Pulitzer, but we hope that they are also content in the knowledge that they made a real difference on a real and very challenging issue. And with that, we'll take questions. Lita.
Thanks. Can you address the uptick in violence in Odessa? You've talked a lot over the last week or month or more about ongoing shipment of weapons, et cetera, into Ukraine. But has this increased tempo in Odessa made any of those shipments more difficult? And there's been conflicting reports about whether or not there were hypersonic missiles fired into Odessa. Can you address that also? Thank you.
I have no evidence to speak to with respect to hypersonic missiles being fired at Odessa. We have seen the Russians use hypersonic missiles in the past over the last 75 plus days, largely to hit buildings, essentially. But it hasn't been a preponderance of the missiles by any stretch used by the Russians. And there's been no impact to, that, at least none that I'm tracking or that we're tracking, no impact to the flow of and shipment of material into Ukraine, either as a result of the strikes on Odessa or the strikes anywhere else. That stuff continues to flow every day. Dan.
President Zelensky told the congressional delegation that visited Kyiv recently that the government wanted multiple rocket launchers, more advanced drones, and anti-ship missiles. And the multiple rocket launchers would obviously have a longer range than the artillery that the U.S. and others have given them. Is that something that you're seriously considering?
I'm not going to get into our deliberations with the Ukrainians, Dan. I mean, we get a version of this question almost every day. We are in constant communication with the Ukrainians about the fight. In fact, the Secretary spoke to Minister Reznikov just yesterday about the fight. We're in a constant conversation at multiple levels with the Ukrainians. And as we continue to put together packages of drawdown authority going forward, it is very much informed by what the Ukrainians need in the fight and what we can provide in the fight. I would just tell you that we are trying to focus, and have since the very beginning, on systems that they already know how to use and don't need any ramp-up time. Short of that, it's systems that are at least somewhat compatible and not totally alien to them, so that they can, again, the training is not onerous, it's not too lengthy, doesn't require too many people taken out of the fight, and that these are systems that we know that they can have an immediate impact. I'm not going to get ahead of decisions that haven't been made with respect to future drawdown authority or what systems might go. All I can tell you is that we're hearing directly from them. I mean, I understand that they also make similar arguments in public and also make similar arguments to lawmakers. It's not as if we're not talking to them about this in real time ourselves, and we do the best we can to fulfill those needs. And if we can't, then we're working hard with allies and partners who also have access to some systems that the Ukrainians desire and or are comfortable with, to get them to help provide it as well. And we're even involved in helping coordinate the shipments of that other material that isn't American into Ukraine. Go ahead.
There's been an uptick, it appears, in Russian sorties. Is there any change in the airspace? Do the Russians have more control in the air? Are they closer to air superiority or no?
No, we would not assess that the Russians have air superiority over Ukraine, and we would still assess that the airspace is contested. And one of the reasons it's contested is because the Ukrainians still have a viable air force of their own, and they also have a very effective air defense capability, both short and long range air defense capability. And we know that it's having an impact on Russia, because not only do they not have air superiority, but because of the kinds of flight profiles they're flying. Most of their sorties never even leave Russian airspace. So we're going to continue to stay focused on making sure that the Ukrainians have, again, that their air defense remains effective. Yes, Sylvie.
You have been speaking about the Ukrainian forces that were deployed along the Donbass front line. Is it your assessment that they are still holding this line, or did they move from this line?
Oh my goodness, Sylvie, there's movement every day in the Donbass, but the Ukrainians still have a force presence in the Donbass. I'm not going to detail where it is or how many. Again, that's force disposition data and information that I don't think we need to be publicly talking about. But they are still in the Donbass. They are still putting up a very stiff resistance, and they have prevented the Russians from achieving many of the objectives that they had in the Donbass region. They're still there, still fighting hard. Tara.
Pentagon's assessed that Russia is running through its stockpile of precision-guided munitions. Does this also include hypersonics? And does the Pentagon assess that Russia will be able to reconstitute this stockpile at all?
I don't have an update on their hypersonic inventory, Tara. They have not fired, from our assessment, a whole lot of hypersonic missiles. And again, it's a bit of a head-scratcher why you would use a hypersonic against a building, but I'll let the Russians speak for that. And I've talked about this many times from the podium, we do assess that they are running through their precision-guided missiles at a pretty fast clip. We know that in Mariupol, for instance, their use of munitions has migrated from almost all precision-guided to a significant number of what we would call dumb bombs, non-precision guided munitions in Mariupol. And we believe that the sanctions are part of this because it's harder for Mr. Putin to get the kinds of components that make up precision-guided munitions, and his defense industrial base is having trouble keeping up with that. I'm sorry, there was another question there. How long it's going to take? I don't know. I can't predict how long it would take or what efforts Mr. Putin is making to replenish his supplies. I mean, that's a question only he and his Ministry of Defense can answer. But we know that already the sanctions are having an effect on his ability to wage war.
But if they're having to rely more on dumb bombs, wouldn't those aircraft have to enter Ukrainian airspace?
I didn't say they're never entering Ukrainian airspace, but they're not. But the preponderance of them are not. I mean, and when they do, they don't stay in Ukrainian airspace very long, and that's because Ukrainian air defenses are still so effective. Yeah.
Thank you, Jim. Because it's a great public interest in Ukraine, I have to return to my question I tried to discuss with you last week. It was too early, obviously. Right now, after President Biden signed the Lend-Lease for Ukraine Act, what's the situation from the Pentagon point of view? Do you have any plan how, the aid will be separated between the foreign military sales and possibly...
Yeah, we're still, I mean, I think, look, we're still analyzing the Lend-Lease Act to determine exactly, specifically, what authorities and what capabilities it will help us provide. I would, remind that in many cases, it's going to require some bilateral agreements between the United States and Ukraine. That's what Lend-Lease is about. And when through Lend-Lease, when an item is given to a country, they're responsible for, either returning it and maintaining it and returning it, and or providing compensation for it should it not be able to be returned. And so there's, for each item under Lend-Lease, you've got to work through that agreement. So we're still analyzing all the authorities now that the act, now the law will give us, and we're certainly going to act in accordance with the law, certainly within the spirit and the intent of it, but it's just too early to know with granularity exactly what that's going to mean. In the meantime, however, we continue to urge Congress to pass the President's supplemental request, which he asked for $33 billion. $5 billion of that would include drawdown authority, additional drawdown authority, so that we can continue uninterrupted providing things out of our own stocks. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hi, John.
Hey,
Nice
Mike.
to see you.
How are you?
fine.
It's hard with the lights sometimes to see everybody's face. What's going on?
Can I ask you a sort of general question? What do you think is the U.S. strategic objectives in arming Ukraine with billions of dollars of arms, apart from helping Ukraine to defend itself?
That is the strategic objectives, to help Ukraine defend itself against this unlawful and unprovoked invasion. I gather that the question is kind of getting at, what does victory look like? And victory needs to be defined by the Ukrainians, by President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine, not the United States. So what we want to do is make sure that we are giving Ukraine the advantages they need on the battlefield and at any future negotiating table to be able to define for themselves what victory is going to look like.
So there isn't, as it were, an extra overarching objective?
An extra overarching objective, such as?
Such as vis-a-vis America and Russia.
I think, look, we obviously don't want to see, as you've heard Secretary Austin say, we don't want to see Russia in a position to be able to visit this sort of violence on their neighbors again. But this is not about the U.S. versus Russia, Mike. I mean, as much as Mr. Putin would love to make it about the West versus Russia, NATO versus Russia, U.S. versus Russia, this is about Russia against the people of Ukraine. And what we're focused on is making sure Ukraine can defend itself, that it is placed in positions of advantage on the battlefield and at the negotiating table. This is not about the U.S. versus Russia. It is very much about trying to help end this war and to give Ukraine the advantages that it needs to do that. Yeah, Tom.
Hi, John. Just an issue of Lend-Lease. It's very interesting. Should you have an open evening sometime to go back and see which nations actually have repaid the United States for the Lend-Lease Act of World War II.
Have you?
I have.
And the number is?
Oh, one.
One.
Yeah.
Who?
Great Britain.
Okay.
The Soviet Union, now Russia, has not, just parenthetically. My question is not about Lend-Lease, however. Yesterday you
I don't have any open evenings either, so.
I know that. So I guess it was a rhetorical offering.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're listening in with the press secretary for the Pentagon. Let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break for some viewers who are with you right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to listen in.
Russia, I did hear that.
Right.
But, you know, proxy war is that when one side supports someone in the conflict but is not directly engaged in the conflict, but acting on behalf of other parties. Would you call this a proxy war from on the part of the United States and some NATO nations?
No.
And why not, please?
It's a war that Russia started, a war of choice, a war against the people of Ukraine. And it's a war that's being fought by the people of Ukraine. Now look, have they engendered, and rightly so, the support of the United States and so many other nations in this fight for freedom that they are fighting? Yes, they have. But that doesn't make it a proxy war. Again, that's the Putin trope. That's exactly the narrative that Mr. Putin would love to have out there, that it's the United States fighting Russia, that we're somehow, trying to diminish Russia as a nation or force him out of power. None of that is true. And you could listen to those tropes throughout his speech yesterday. This isn't about Nazism. There's no Nazis in Ukraine. It's not about the West. It's not about the United States. It's about a completely fabricated justification that Mr. Putin put forth about his own national security being put at risk by Ukraine. That's what started this war. That's what this war is all about. And I think it's useful to remind that Ukraine threatened absolutely nobody, to include Russia. Anything else, Abraham?
Hey, John. 2 questions. One, I wondered if you could preview the British Defense Secretary Wallace's visit tomorrow. Why is he coming? What does Secretary Austin expect to chat with him about? Is this like sort of getting closer to the next Ukraine contact group? And then secondly, on what you mentioned at the top about the Times story and the civilian casualties, I don't want to rehash old news, but can you talk about any ongoing changes that are being implemented now?
Yeah, we're in the middle of working through you saw the Secretary stood up a civilian harm mitigation team and process, and they've started now a 90-day initial process of getting themselves started and manning up, and that's ongoing. And their whole purpose is to look for innovative ways to help us get better at civilian harm mitigation, and to be able to come back on a routine basis to the Secretary to advise them on better processes, better techniques, better policies to help mitigate civilian harm. So yeah, I mean, we've taken away not just from the reporting, but from recent experiences that we know we have to get better at this, and we are. And I think you're going to see, even before their 90-day initial assessment period is up, I think you're going to see the Secretary speak about this as well. I mean, it's something we take seriously, and it's something that we're not afraid to admit that we take seriously and that we want to do better. Unlike Russia, unlike the unmitigated violence and destruction that they're causing on the people of Ukraine, and without care, without acknowledgement, no investigations, no transparency, no effort to even not cause civilian harm, much less the war crimes that their soldiers are committing on the ground. Now look, I'm not saying that we have everything in order. We don't, and we know that. And here's the difference. We're willing to admit it, and we're willing to investigate, and we're willing to stand up teams to go look and get better at it. I'm willing to stand up here at the podium and talk about it, and so is the Secretary. And we're willing to acknowledge that sometimes your reporting, the reporting that all of you have done, not just the New York Times, but all of you have done on civilian harm, we also take seriously. And when you ask us tough questions, we answer them. You're not seeing any of that. from the Russian Ministry of Defense. None. Zero. And you know what? You're not going to see it going forward. And I'm all lathered up. And what was your first question?
I want to drill down a little bit on that. Does the Secretary anticipate there would be work with the U.S. Air Force, since airmen were involved and they're involved in some
Oh yeah, look, I
strikes?
mean, it cuts across services, Abraham. I mean, and it's not about looking at a service specific, but oftentimes in the last 20 plus years of warfare, when we have caused civilian harm, it's because of joint operations. So sometimes it's the result of people on the ground, sometimes it's the result of people in air ops. I mean, and sometimes it's kind of both. I mean, you can find examples where coordination and communication wasn't as good as it should have been, and intelligence analysis wasn't where it should have been. So, I mean, it cuts across. It wouldn't be fair to say, well, it's, we're going to go after the Air Force on this. I mean, we're going to go after ourselves, all of ourselves on this, and try to get better at it.
So the first was on Wallace and the Ukraine contact.
Oh, yeah. Well, we look forward to having Mr. Wallace back at the Pentagon. I think this will be his second meeting in the Pentagon with Secretary Austin. Of course, he's no stranger to the Pentagon. He was here in the previous administration as well. Great Britain is, as always, a terrific partner and such a staunch ally. So it's a real treat for us to be able to have Mr. Wallace back here in the Pentagon. The Secretary is very much looking forward to the conversation. Look, I think it goes without saying that Ukraine will be a major topic of discussion, and the British have been leaders and strong contributors in terms of providing security assistance to Ukraine and in helping coordinate that assistance as well. So I think there's a lot to talk about in terms of support to Ukraine. Minister Wallace was at the Ramstein contact group, now we're calling it the contact group, the consultative meeting back in Germany. There will be another one this month, most likely a virtual meeting. The May meeting, the Secretary wants to do these monthly, so the one in May will most likely be virtual. We don't have it all locked in right now. It'll be later this month. And I have no doubt that the Secretary and Minister Wallace will have a chance to talk about sort of what the agenda on that first contact group, second consultative meeting looks like and feels like. But there's going to be a lot to discuss, and we're absolutely delighted to have him back.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. I want to ask you about Taiwan. The U.S. warship, the USS Port Royal, transited the Taiwan Strait today. That this is the second transit over the last 2 weeks. Are there any particular concern about the Chinese military activities around the Taiwan Strait? What does the U.S. want to demonstrate by stepping up the maritime activities now?
I don't know that I call it stepping up, Rio. We've conducted Taiwan Strait transits before. It's not atypical for us. And you're right. This was another routine transit conducted today on the 10th. Through international waters in accordance with international.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing one final 2-minute break.
It is beyond the territorial sea of any coastal state, which is the way we do this. And the Port Royal's transit demonstrates, you asked what it demonstrates our commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. I want to stress again, we will continue to fly, sail, and operate anywhere where international law applies, and that's what this was about. This was the application of international law and our right to operate inside that law. I mean, we believe in a rules-based international order. International law is part of that rules-based international order. Okay, let me go to the phones here. Idris.
Hey, John. Earlier today during the hearing, the head of the DIA described the war as a stalemate. Yesterday when you talked, you wouldn't go that far, and I was just wondering if you now agree with him. Is there a different definition maybe of stalemate? I'm just trying to, sort of square the circle between the two comments.
We were talking yesterday about what's going on in the Donbass, which is the focus of the war right now. We still believe it's a very dynamic environment. It's a very kinetic fight, and villages and towns continue to change hands, and the Russians have not made much of any appreciable progress. But that's not to say they've made no progress over the last few days and week or so. So I'm comfortable with the way I couched it yesterday. let's see, Howard Altman.
Thanks, John. Let's change the pace a little bit. Next week, Congress is going to be holding the first hearing into UFOs in 50 years. There's going to be two people from the Pentagon testifying. Can you comment about that? And also, can you tell us any update on the Airborne Objects Identification and Management Synchronization Group, otherwise known as AOMSIG? Any update on what they're doing?
I don't have an update for you on the UAP group that you're talking about. We're still working to sufficiently staff that organization and get them into a battle rhythm, but I don't have any updates for you. And I could not hear your first question.
Can you comment about next week? Congress is going to hold the first hearing in 50 years on UFOs, UAPs. I was wondering if you just comment on that, since two people from U.S. military are going to be testifying there.
No, look, we're looking forward to the upcoming opportunity here to engage members of Congress on this very important matter. I'm not going to get ahead of that testimony, but we are absolutely committed to being as transparent as we can with the American people and with members of Congress about our perspectives on this and what we're going to try to do to make sure we have a better process for identifying these phenomena, analyzing that information in a more proactive, coordinated way than it's been done in the past, and that we also are doing what we need to do to mitigate any safety issues as many of these phenomena have been cited in training ranges and in training environments. And so we're very much concerned about safety of flight. So we're looking forward to the opportunity to talk to Congress about this. I won't get ahead of the hearing, though. Let's see, Mike Brest.
Sounded like Howard had a follow-up. If he wants to ask, he can go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just quickly, how concerned is the Pentagon that these might be some kind of adversary, objects from somebody like China or Russia, et cetera?
I don't have. We don't have a view on that, Howard. I mean, there's been enough of the sightings in terms of, particularly in terms of training ranges, that we do have, we think, legitimate safety of flight concerns here. But the department hasn't come to a conclusion about what all these phenomena are, what they represent. That's why we're putting this group together, so that we can do a better job of just collating the information. It's been sort of ad hoc in the past in terms of a pilot here or a pilot there seeing something, and the reporting procedures haven't been consistent. So what we're trying to do with this group is get together a process here, and I know process isn't very fun for you to report on, and probably not very fun for me to talk about, but that's what we need. We need a better process. That's what this group is going to do for us. Let's see, I'm sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. To follow up on Abraham's question, OSD said back at the end of February that General Michael Garrett's investigation into the 2019 strike in Syria was in its final stages, and we haven't heard anything about it since, so I thought I'd ask.
I think that work is complete, and the Secretary's working his way through General Garrett's report, and I think you'll probably hear more about that soon. Jared.
Hi, John. Thank you. Just wanted to check if you can confirm the King of Jordan is in town for visits at the White House and among lawmakers. Just checking if he's going to be visiting the Pentagon this week and meeting with senior officials. Thanks.
I don't have anything on the schedule to announce right now, but when we do, we will. Okay, got time for a couple more in the back.
Yes, there's a report that Belarus has sent the special forces down to the border, and it said that it was due to 20,000 Ukrainians that are currently on the border of Belarus. Can you collaborate that information at all?
I cannot, no.
And also, is there any update on the number of Ukrainian soldiers that are still at the plant in Mariupol?
I don't have an update for you. I don't think the numbers appreciably changed, but I would let the Ukrainians speak to their force levels in any one location. We do assess that they are still there, they are still resisting, and the proof of that, that the Russians know they haven't taken Mariupol, is that they're continuing to bomb Mariupol, and they still have force levels outside Mariupol themselves and in the city. Did you have one?
I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to this Russian media report that's saying that the U.S. and NATO have military equipment lined up on Finland's border with Russia. Is that just a bogus Russian claim, or is there any truth behind that?
Bogus. Okay, thanks everybody.
All right, thanks again to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We have made it through some of our big ones here today. The State Department briefing, now the Pentagon briefing, and we do have Jen Psaki up at the podium in the White House briefing. Wanted to show, though, that our stocks, you can see we are just kind of bouncing back and forth between the red and the green. So what we'll do is, of course, keep an eye on this, especially since we had such a rocky week last week. And today, President Biden making some remarks on inflation, obviously acknowledging it's a huge concern for Americans across the country. But coming up after this 2-minute break, we did have some news coming out of Elon Musk's Twitter bid. He did say that banning Trump for what he has been this amount of length of time, he did say it's morally wrong, so he could possibly be back on that platform once the Tesla owner takes over. We'll be giving you more of that story here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Elon Musk would overturn former President Donald Trump's ban from Twitter if his purchase of the company is successful. This is what the billionaire Tesla owner said just on Tuesday. Musk made the comment during an appearance at FT Live's Future of the Car conference on Tuesday. Twitter accepted his offer to purchase the company back on April 25th, but Musk says the deal will take another 2 to 3 months before it is finalized. He said permanent bans should be extremely rare and really reserved for accounts that are bots or spam accounts. I do not think it was correct to ban Donald Trump. I think that was a mistake because it alienated a large part of the country and did not ultimately result in Donald Trump not having a voice. Musk went on to continue to say, I would reverse the permanent ban. I don't own Twitter yet, so this is not like a thing that will definitely happen, because what if I don't own Twitter? So Musk had added that former Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey agrees with him that Trump should not have been banned. Dorsey, though, has yet to publicly respond to that claim, however. Another top story we're keeping an eye on here for you on Live Now from Fox.
So with regard to the case at hand,
we did have celebrity chef Mario Batali. He was found not guilty of indecent assault and battery just here this afternoon. This is following a swift trial in which the celebrity chef waived his right to have a jury decide his fate. Let's go ahead and listen in to what he was saying about this verdict being handed down.
Lesson for all of those people in public or celebrity positions. He's paid a high cost in terms of diminished reputation and financial loss. This case is about credibility, and it's the court's job to assess the credibility of the witnesses. It's the court's job to determine how much weight to give the testimony of the witnesses. This court, because it's a jury-waived trial, this court is the sole judge of the credibility of the witnesses who testified in this case. The complaining witness has significant credibility issues. Those issues were highlighted in her testimony. Her conduct as a sworn juror in another case, in a criminal matter in Middlesex Superior Court, was egregious, and it was offensive to the rule of law. The testimony about her scheme to evade a $200 gym membership fee by creating a fictitious legal document is indicative of that lack of credibility. These issues, these were just two of the issues, but they were significant in the mind of the court, and they support the defendant's contention that her motive was financial gain. As to the fact issues in the case, the pictures tell 1,000 words, and the complaining witness's image in these photographs, specifically it was Exhibit 2, pictures 5 and 6, which showed the separation between the complaining witness and the defendant, Mr. Batali. But her reaction and lack thereof to the alleged assault is telling. As I mentioned, the visibility of the flooring, the tile flooring between the complaining witness and the defendant indicated a separation and contributes to reasonable doubt. Significant as well is the 3-minute delay. The photographs, a series of photographs in that exhibit took place at 12:37 a.m. and then again at 12:40 a.m. There's a 3-minute lapse of time, and during that time it appears that the selfies were reviewed or retaken, or plans were made to retake the selfies. This is all allegedly as a serious sexual assault was happening. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard in our system of justice. As well it should be. It requires that the fact finder be satisfied or be convinced to an abiding conviction, to a moral certainty that the charge is true. That's not the case here. The Commonwealth has not met its burden to the degree that's required by law. So Mr. Batali and Attorney Fuller and Caruso, if you could rise. I'm going to find the defendant not guilty to the charge of indecent assault and battery. Yeah, you could. Yeah, that's great.
For the record, as to the Commonwealth versus Mario Batali, docket number 1901CR 1819. Court has made a finding of not guilty. Mr. Batali is free to go.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. That's great.
All right, so once again, Batali pled not guilty to indecent assault and battery in 2019, had faced up to 2.5 years in jail, and would have been required to register as a sex offender if convicted. Let's go ahead and show you a look at the White House. We do have Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She is giving us our daily press briefing, of course, on a number of different topics. Right now, we're still in that media portion, questions and answers. We'll be bringing this to you in its entirety. We'll start it from the beginning so that you don't miss any of the important topics and conversations right here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break.
To help us on our long overdue COVID needs. I will say that we are having conversations at a bipartisan level with bicameral about what the impact will be, which the President said in a statement yesterday. More Americans will die needlessly. And why? Because we're going to exhaust our treatment supply. We'll lose out to other countries on promising new treatments. We'll lose our place in line for America to order new COVID vaccines. We'll be unable to maintain our supply of COVID tests. And our effort to help lower-income countries get COVID vaccines into arms will stall, which is especially relevant given the international summit we're hosting. So we will use the remaining funds we have to kind of spread it as we can, but we need more money in order to continue to effectively run the programs we've been running to date.
If it takes a vote on Title 42, would the president be okay with a vote happening?
All right, guys, so once again, we do have the White House press briefing. Want to start it off from the beginning for those of you who are with us. You're going to be seeing her, Jen Psaki, from the top right here for you.
Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, to discuss the impact of President Putin's invasion of Ukraine on the rise in food prices at home and abroad. He's going to talk about the support we need to continue to give to farmers to help continue to produce more and more domestically to help address the food shortages that we're seeing in some parts of the world. We know that U.S. agricultural exports can help address that and can play an important role. Just as we are providing weapons, we are going to work on doing more we can to support farmers to provide more wheat and other food around the world. He'll talk about that tomorrow. We'll also see tomorrow morning the latest inflation numbers for the month of April, and the president will deliver remarks on the effect of Putin's price hike on the cost of food and energy, and his administration's actions to support farmers and food processors, lower their costs and lower prices for families. Later in the day, the president will give remarks at the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, 40th Convention in Chicago, Illinois, on his support for union jobs in the infrastructure and energy industries. Also wanted to note for all of you that this afternoon, soon, in the next couple of hours, the president will host Speaker Pelosi and other members of a congressional delegation who recently traveled to Ukraine in the Situation Room. The president previously spoke to Speaker Pelosi about the delegation's trip by phone. As we said earlier this month, he wanted to hear a more thorough account of their time in Ukraine in person after they returned to the United States. So this is an opportunity to do exactly that. The president is eager to hear from them and to continue working together on their shared bipartisan goal of providing Ukraine with additional urgently needed security and economic assistance as soon as possible. And we've heard good news about that, hopefully moving forward soon. With that, go ahead, Josh.
Thanks, Jen. 3 things. First, I was hoping to clarify something President Biden said today on inflation. He said his policies helped rather than hurt on inflation. Does the president believe that his COVID relief package played any role in the increase in inflation last year?
The president believes, as many economists, including within the government, that the main drivers of inflation were the pandemic, have been the pandemic, and our ongoing fight to address that, as well as President Putin's invasion into Ukraine and the impact on energy prices. What the president's done is taken steps to address both of those enormous challenges and tried to put forward solutions to them. We'll leave it to the Federal Reserve, outside economists, inside economists to make other projections on what's next. They've already made projections about when they expect inflation to come down. As he noted today, he is the president. We do control all forms of branches of government. That's why he laid out very clearly what he'll continue to do as president to bring down prices.
So then just to make sure, like, what he's saying is the pandemic is distinct from the spending in response to the pandemic, and he does not believe the size of the spending mattered with regard to inflation.
Again, no, we have spoken to this in the past, Josh, as you know. The president made a decision that in order to address what was a economic crisis that came in conjunction with the pandemic, that we needed to put forward the American Rescue Plan. And without it, the economy would have gotten worse. People would not have been able to put food on the table. We would not have 100% of schools open today. So no, he does not think that is the driver. He knows the pandemic was the driver. There was, of course, an accompanying economic downturn as a result. And we've seen in recent months the impact of President Putin's invasion and the energy prices that have gone up and been a main driver of inflation.
Gotcha. Secondly, Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi just now pushed for a limited ceasefire to allow talks to resume between Russia and Ukraine. Does the U.S. believe that these talks would be productive?
We certainly believe that this will be resolved through a diplomatic process and a diplomatic solution. But we know, and you heard, I think, our Director of National Intelligence on Capitol Hill today say that we don't see a sign from the Russians that they are open to or eager to engage in those discussions. There have been several fits and starts at attempts at ceasefires, even in smaller parts of the country in Ukraine, as you know. We've been supportive of all of those, but it requires the Russians being at the table and being willing to take part in a diplomatic process.
And then lastly, Mexico's president said he might not go to Los Angeles for the Summit of Americas if the U.S. doesn't invite Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. What does President Biden plan to do?
Well, the invitations have not yet been issued. The summit is not until the early June 6th through the 10th, I should say. We know that the summit is a valuable opportunity to focus on some of the most important shared issues, like the ongoing fight for freedom and democracy for every country, our shared climate goals and stronger, more collaborative COVID-19 response, and addressing the root causes of migration, like going after organized crime and economic instability. But no invitations have been issued at this point. Go ahead.
On gas prices, and despite the steps that the president has taken, despite tapping the strategic oil reserve, prices have hit a new high at $4.37 a gallon. How long should Americans be prepared to pay this much at the pump?
Well, I would say you heard the president say today and reiterate today that he is relentlessly focused on easing Putin's price hike at the pump. And that means taking as many steps as he can to continue to lower costs for Americans. Now, the steps that he can take, and he has taken, of course, include a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, leading the world in their release to ensure there's more supply in the global markets to reduce the price of oil, which is exactly what it has done. He's also taken steps that are definitely smaller, but meant to do anything possible, including issuing a waiver for E15 so that thousands of pumps in the Midwest could have gasoline that make it available to Americans, so that that's 10 cents less. But he also is noted, and we would note, and he noted this morning, that oil companies should also do their part in ensuring they are not price gouging customers at the pump. As oil prices come down, so should gas prices at the pump, and that's also something that we are going to continue to watch closely and continue to call on steps to be taken.
But given that the steps taken so far haven't been able to bring down prices, can Americans be confident that some of the steps that you're outlining now will be able to have an effect, or are prices just going to stay this way? Is Putin's price hike going to stay until Putin's war is over?
Well, we certainly won't accept that. But what I think is important to note is the oil market is global, and what the president can do and will continue to do is ensure he's doing everything in his power to ensure that supply in the market meets the demand out there in the market. But the point is, when there is enough oil out there in the market, oil prices come down, as we've seen them come down, and gas prices should also come down. And that is something that Americans should be watching closely and be clear about where we're seeing price hikes come from.
Just a question on messaging. Who came up with this phrase ultra MAGA? Why the need to kick it up a notch? Well, MAGA wasn't enough. I mean, why now use this phrase?
I will tell you is the president's phrase, and the president made those comments himself just last week, as you know. And I think what has struck him is how extreme some of the policies and proposals are that a certain wing of the Republican Party that is taking up too much of the Republican Party are for and are advocating for. And you've heard the president talk about this. But it's not just obviously putting at risk a woman's right to make choices about her own health care. It is also, as you heard him talk about this morning, Rick Scott's extreme plan that will raise taxes on 75 million Americans making less than $100,000 a year. It is Rick Scott's plan to get rid of, eliminate, that's what sunset means, get rid of, Medicare and Social Security, something people over 70 in this country rely on. And it's also the obsession with culture wars and wars against Mickey Mouse and banning books. President thinks that's extreme. That is not what the American people care about or what they want. And so to him, adding a little ultra to it, give it a little extra pop. Go ahead.
So then who is an ultra-MAGA Republican?
I would say people who support that portion of the Republican agenda.
So Rob Portman, Susan Collins, Mitt Romney, would they be ultra-MAGA Republicans?
They can all make their own choices, Ed, and we can let others evaluate that. But I would say that the president's view is those who support a plan by Rick Scott, by Chairman Scott, that would raise taxes on 75 million Americans and get rid of, sunset, eliminate, whatever you want to call it, Medicare and Social Security. That's a MAGA position. And that includes the chairman of the Republican National Committee. That's a MAGA position. That is the chairman of the party. So that's what the president considers, but also, obviously, given 2/3 of the American people, according to a Fox News poll, believe that that Roe v. Wade should be protected. If you're on the other side of that, you're supporting an ultra-MAGA position in the president's view. So we don't need to name call individuals unless they have positions that are aligned with what he feels is the ultra-MAGA wing of the party.
Two other quick on foreign affairs, just to follow up on Josh's question. You said invites to the Summit of the Americas haven't gone out yet.
Yeah.
Can you confirm, though, that someone from Venezuela, someone from Nicaragua, someone from Cuba will actually be invited to the summit?
I can't, because a final decision has not been made yet.
You don't rule out that those three countries might be exempt.
We haven't made a decision about who will be invited, and no invitations have been issued yet.
And then last night at a fundraiser in suburban Washington, the president said this about Vladimir Putin, quote, "He is a very, very, very calculating man, and the problem I worry about now is that he doesn't have a way out right now, and I'm trying to figure out what we do about that." Can you describe how that process is going? Does it involve, for example, considering the Italian Prime Minister's suggestion that there be a temporary ceasefire for talks?
Well, I think to be clear, we've long supported ceasefires. It requires both the parties, including the party that has invaded the other country, to be a part of that, and they haven't shown a willingness to sit at the negotiating table. So I think there have been efforts, as you know, humanitarian ceasefires and others in a limited fashion in the past couple of months, which the Russians have failed to implement. What the president meant by this, and I talked to him about exactly that this morning, or what he's referring to, is the fact that, as we all know, and we all have seen, and you all have reported, this war has not gone as President Putin has planned. He has seen his military be demoralized. He did not march through the city of Kyiv yesterday. The NATO and the West are united, and right now he's dealing with crippling financial sanctions in his country while he has become a pariah in the world. So what the president's point was is that we have to be clear-eyed about the impact that has on a dictator that has invaded another country, a sovereign country, that it hasn't gone as planned as he thought it would go.
If he's so concerned, why not try to directly engage Putin himself?
I would say our role right now, and we feel the most constructive role, is continue to support the Ukrainians' hands at the negotiating table and support them militarily. And I would note that our support, obviously their bravery and courage has been what has helped them win the Battle of Kyiv, but our military assistance, the assistance of our humanitarian and economic assistance is a close second. Go ahead.
So today the president said that a majority of Republicans have signed on to Senator Scott's tax plan. That does not seem to be the case. Senator Scott said that today. Mitch McConnell had said that the party is not behind this. Are there any Republicans that you can think of, or the president might be referencing, that is currently behind this?
Do you count the chairman of the Republican committee as an important Republican?
He is the chairman of a committee, but if no other Republican...
It's actually a she, the chairman of the Republican Party. So Chairman Ronna McDaniel praised Senator Scott's proposal as a, quote, clear plan for Republicans that offers, quote, real solutions. She's the chairwoman of the party. Rick Scott is not a random senator. He is literally in charge of winning back the Senate for Republicans and what the plan is. So he is the person who's put forward this plan. Senator Ron Johnson has called the congressional GOP plan a, quote, positive thing. Senator Mike Braun has said he was, quote, glad Rick did it. Senator Tommy Tuberville said he was, quote, on board with the congressional GOP plan. Congressman Matt Gaetz said he was, quote, proud of Senator Rick Scott for providing this bold agenda. So not only that, which seems to be quite a range of Republicans, but there isn't an alternative plan they've put forward. So it's either this put together by the person who is leading the effort to win back the Senate, or nothing. And the president this morning talked about what his plan is. If they have an alternative plan, we would welcome them putting it forward.
And they did say one was coming in this summer. And as far as Senator Scott goes, he acknowledged today that a majority is not behind him. He says this is his individual plan for this. I do want to ask as well, I mean, the Department of Justice was very swift in responding to school board members who felt like they were being harassed and intimidated a couple months back. Does the president feel that the demonstrations outside of, say, Justice Alito's home are those attempts to interfere or intimidate?
Well, I think I said yesterday, but I'm happy to repeat because I think it's important for everybody to hear, that the president's long-standing view has been that violence, threats, and intimidation of any kind have no place in political discourse. And we believe, of course, in peaceful protest. What I do find is interesting, and I think many people have noted, is that there are voices on the right who have called out protests that are happening while remaining silent for years on protests that have happened outside of the homes of school board members, the Michigan Secretary of State, or including threats made to women seeking reproductive health care, or even an insurrection against our Capitol. So I know that there's an outrage right now, I guess, about protests that have been peaceful to date, and we certainly continue to encourage that outside of judges' homes, and that's the president's position, but the silence is pretty deafening about all of the other intimidation that we've seen to a number of people.
This is a pending court case, though. That's where the federal law comes into place. This is a pending court case.
Well, but I think that intimidation and protests and intimidation outside of the homes of school board members, the Michigan Secretary of State, intimidation and threats against people seeking legal reproductive health care and against our Capitol and American democracy also warrant some outrage, and we haven't really seen that. Go ahead.
Jen, you mentioned this a bit yesterday, but the situation has changed since then. We've now heard a bipartisan Senate proposal, resolution from Senators Blumenthal and Graham, who are urging the Biden, or would be urging the Biden administration to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism under Vladimir Putin. Is there any new information from your view on that? Is that something the president supports, and if not, why not?
Well, we expect certainly, and Speaker Pelosi said this yesterday, that this is a topic she will raise, or we'll leave it to her if she wants to raise it when she meets with the president today. Well, I would note, as the president has said in the past, this is a legal process that the State Department goes through and reviews. And what they look at, it's defined by statute, by Congress actually, they take a look at the law and undergo a review of whether somebody has violated, or a country has violated, international terrorism laws. And that is what they look closely at. I would note, and when Speaker Pelosi spoke to this yesterday and others, they expressed a desire and an interest in making sure we were doing everything we could, maximum efforts to hold Russia accountable. And they looked at, understandably, what has been done to other countries that have been labeled state sponsors of terrorism. Only 4, of course, have been designated that way. And we have been doing already what has happened to those other countries. So extensive financial sanctions, export controls, also working diplomatically to limit investment by other countries in the pariah states, the other 4, and certainly Russia. So we've already been taking those steps. There'll be an ongoing review at the State Department. That process should see itself through, and that's where the president thinks it should be.
On the Ukraine aid package that the president's proposing, Congress is now, working on such a package. We heard from Mitch McConnell on the Hill a short time ago saying the Republicans don't want, in his words, extraneous items to be included. Does the White House believe that the Afghanistan Advancement Act should be included in there? Ukraine refugee aid, oligarch sanctions. I'll start with Afghanistan Act.
Well, I think as you're touching on here, but just to get others up to speed on where it stands, the House proposal that they're expected to introduce is about $40 billion, which is larger than the package that we had proposed, about $7 billion over our initial request. So while it has $3.4 billion more for security and humanitarian assistance, it's not expected to include some items, including, as you touched on, providing a pathway to permanent status for Afghan refugees, something we certainly support, right?
Do you believe that that should be included in this package?
There'll be a negotiation and a discussion in Congress. I'm not going to prejudge that. We've supported that being included, but obviously there's an urgency to getting this funding done, given we have 9 more days until we run out of money.
Okay, I guess the question is, if this is to delay your ability to accomplish this within 9 days as the president, would he be okay with that being not included in the final package?
If what were to delay?
If this were to delay the 9 days, you said, until money runs out, if you were not to include the Afghan aid, for example, the president would be okay with that being out as well?
Well, again, this hasn't even been formally introduced by the House. We have supported that, but the president has been very clear that it's not being discussed upstairs. It's being discussed with Speaker Pelosi when she comes, sure. But the president has been clear we need to get this funding and security assistance funding so that we can continue to provide assistance to the Ukrainians.
Let me ask one last question, because I asked the president earlier and he said it was being waived. This was as it related to dropping the China tariffs right now to help the domestic economy here. Is the president sensitive that doing that would be a political liability if it may help Americans in the near term in terms of their pocketbook, their costs? Say that. Does the president have concerns that basically lifting tariffs on China, which could be used as a battering ram by political opponents saying you're being soft on China, would be a political challenge for him, even if it would help Americans in terms of their pocketbook issues in the near term?
Well, we already announced some tariffs that we were lifting back in March, so it's been an ongoing review, and we expect to do more. And
he said he's weighing new ones. So
he's weighing new ones, yes, because it's an ongoing process, and there are more that are still in place. And we didn't feel that the ones that were in place when the president took office were all advantageous and were doing what they needed to do to make clear what our positions were on China's approach to investment and economic engagement, which we've obviously been clear about our issues with. And we have, but we are continuing to review where it would be advantageous to take steps that would help, reduce wages or increase wages and help certain industries that are impacted by these tariffs in a way that we don't feel is effective. So there will be more, and he's continuing to weigh them, but Ambassador Tai is leading that effort.
Is Jill Biden going to be in the Situation Room for that meeting, given her experience?
Dr. Biden, I don't know that she will be in the meeting, but she and the president obviously had a number of conversations since she returned. He was talking just this morning about how proud he was of her trip and how grateful he was that she traveled there. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff.
Jen, just to follow up on the tariffs, do you have a sense of a time frame for when the next round or when the next decision on lifting tariffs could come?
I don't have a prediction of that. What we're looking at is how to evaluate what's working for American workers, industry, farmers, and consumers, and change what is not. I mean, I expect we'll have more to say in the coming weeks, but I don't have an assessment for you on how expansive that will be or how many decisions about tariffs there will be at that point in time, but we expect we'll have more to say in the coming weeks.
Elon Musk today said that he would reverse the decision to have Twitter made to ban President Trump. Wondered if the White House has a reaction to that and how that would impact this White House's dealing with misinformation.
Well, I would say it's the decision by a private sector company to make on who will or will not be allowed on their platforms. What I will say, broadly speaking, is that our effort is to, of course, make sure that freedom of speech is protected across the country, but that also these platforms are not used for forums for disinformation. And we have seen a history of that, not just on Twitter, but also on Facebook. The president believes there's more that needs to be done in reforming Section 230, and there's a lot of bipartisan interest in that. So this may be a reminder of the urgency of doing that.
Lastly, the United States is about to hit a grim milestone of 1 million COVID-related deaths. How does the president plan to commemorate this? And looking back at the last 2 years, why has that number gotten so high in this country?
Well, we've been battling a historic pandemic, Jeff, I think, and While we have more than 75% of the country vaccinated, which is a significant number, we still know that far too many people have not been vaccinated, have not taken the maximum protections, even if they're vaccinated, not yet boosted, to massively reduce their likelihood of hospitalization and death. It is still incumbent upon us, and we are still working every day on increasing the number of people vaccinated, the number of people boosted, and expanding the protections. In terms of how we're going to mark that moment, the president will certainly be marking that day. I expect we'll have more to say soon. We look at the CDC data and the Johns Hopkins data. I know different news organizations evaluate it differently, but in terms of when we will mark it, it will be aligned with when that data hits the number. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Last November, President Biden asked the Federal Trade Commission to look into whether oil and gas companies were playing a role in keeping gas prices high. Has he gotten the results of that investigation?
Well, they're independent, so they would make any announcements about any intention to take steps on their own, of their own accord, out publicly to all of you, and obviously they have not done that. But what we can certainly see and watch, Caitlin, even without any announcement or indication by the FTC, is as we see the price of oil, barrels of oil come down, the price of gas should also come down at the pump. And we haven't always seen that trend take place, and that is something we are also closely watching, and certainly the FTC would be watching as well.
Is the White House's understanding that they're actually investigating that?
Again, you'd have to speak to them. They're independent. The president sent a letter. He's spoken about this a number of times publicly, but they would speak to any intention of investigating given they're independent.
And what's the White House's expectation for the inflation report that is expected to come out this week?
I don't have a prediction. I know I sometimes do, but I don't have a prediction on it at this moment from here. Obviously, once it comes out, I expect we'll have more to say, and our focus continues to be on taking steps to lower costs. And obviously, the president addressed this morning and outlined this morning what his plan is to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Question on Ukraine.
Yeah.
The president's comment last night that he's worried Putin does not have a way out of this that he can see. What does he believe Putin's goal is right now?
Well, I think what the president was referring to is the fact that this has not gone as President Putin planned. And that while he had predicted in a very public speech, we all talked about at the time in February, that he would not only subsume Ukraine and to make that a part of Russia, he would be marching through the streets and maybe he'd do more from there. And that obviously hasn't happened. The Ukrainians won the Battle of Kyiv. He also thought that NATO would be divided, that the West would be divided. That has not happened. And he certainly did not predict he would be facing the level of crippling sanctions enforced by all Western countries together that he is today. So the point he was making is that we have to be clear-eyed about the fact that this war is not over. That he still has ambitions, and he is still fighting the war. And we've seen that on the ground every day, but even as the Ukrainians have had successes, as Director Haynes said today, this is going to be a long war, and we need to prepare ourselves for that. Go ahead.
On Monday, you tweeted out that the president strongly believes in the right to protest, but such protests should never include violence, threats, or vandalism, and you specifically mentioned the ability of judges to be able to do their jobs. Is the administration worried that abortion rights protests may turn violent, and was there any specific group of protesters that tweet was geared towards?
Well, I think to be very clear, the protests outside of judges' homes have not turned violent, and I don't think we need to make a prediction of that from here. Just because people are passionate, it does not mean they are violent, and and that's probably why you're asking the question, Ashley. But I think it is important the president felt it was important for us to be clear that as people's passions are high, as people are fearful about their own health care, that should never resort to violence, should never resort to vandalism, and we have seen some elements of that, vandalism, and he wanted to be clear that his position was to call for peaceful protest.
And on a similar theme, Senator Collins called the police over the weekend after someone wrote a non-threatening abortion rights message in sidewalk chalk in front of her house in Maine. I was just curious sort of what you made of her response.
I don't have any specific comment on her response other than to say that even as passions are high, even as people are fearful, even as people are scared and frustrated, which is understandable, no one should resort to violence, of course, nor threats, nor intimidation, nor vandalism, and that those are not effective means. I'll let others define that, but there are lots of ways to peaceful protest. What's also important to note here is what I would call the hypocrisy of the silence on the other side when there have been intimidation, protests, outside of the homes of school board members, the Michigan Secretary of State. There have been countless women who have dealt with and navigated through threats made as they're seeking reproductive health care, which, by the way, has been legal for 50 years, and there has been no outcry about that. There has been outcry about protests that have been peaceful outside of judges' homes, which, again, have been peaceful and have not been violent, and the president has been clear about his view on them. Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you another aspect of what the president might call the ultra-mega agenda, which is election denial. More than 140 House and Senate Republicans voted against certifying his victory in January 2021. There are many more candidates running for seats in this election that have pledged that they would have done that and may do the same in the future. The president's ramping up his rhetoric and going after Republicans on economic policies, tax policies. Is he planning to go to voters and tell them that their vote this November could impact their ability to have their vote counted 2 Novembers hence? Or is he not concerned that a Republican House would refuse to certify a Democratic victory in 2024?
Well, I think the way you can expect, without getting into the politics of it, which I have to be careful of from here, the president to talk about voting and voting rights is about his view and belief that we should have people elected across the country stand up for protecting and expanding access and not questioning and making it more difficult or oppressing people's right to exercise their right to vote.
It seems more and more that a tenet of the Republican agenda is to denigrate him as illegitimate or worse. Is it hard for him to hear these things? What's his reaction every day to hearing that there are people referring to the administration as the regime and talking about him as if he's a dictator? Is he bothered by that, or does he just see it as politics as usual these days?
I haven't heard that one as much, but I would say that you heard the president, Ed asked him earlier today about Senator Scott's comments about him. And, the president's response was he has a problem. And his view of a lot of these comments is that people are freaking out in some capacity, because if you look at Senator Scott, his plan that is going to raise taxes on 75 million Americans, even some people in his own party, not enough, but some people in his own party are backing away from. So, I don't think he spends a lot of time worried about people's angry tweets or angry verbal, missives. He spends time on laying out the contrast of what he's going to present with what their plans are. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Briefly to follow up on the questions about gas prices.
Yeah.
Can you give us a little more specifics about any new policies the administration might be considering to address high gas prices? And how seriously is the administration considering calling for a suspension of the federal gas tax?
Well, I would say in the federal gas tax, that is an option on the table. It would lower gas, I think you can check me on this, I think you know the answer, about 18 cents, I believe. And certainly that's something that remains on the table. There are a lot of ideas in Congress about steps that can be taken to lower gas prices, even temporarily, or provide some relief to Americans. So we're in a constant discussion about that. He does continue to view the challenge as one being about ensuring there's supply in the marketplace. And obviously he's taken the steps he took with the historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We'll continue to talk with big global producers about what steps we can take, and he's going to continue to look at steps we can take to provide relief to Americans. I would say the other piece that's very much on his mind is that when we look at inflation and what the impact of inflation is on Americans, we know that it is driven at this point 60 to 70%, depending on the data you're looking at, by energy prices. And so in addition to addressing that, he wants to think about how to bring down costs for Americans in a range of ways. And a couple of weeks ago, he announced fixes to the family glitch in the Affordable Care Act. He's announced a pause on the repayment of student loans. And if you're a family at home, trying to figure out how you're going to pay bills, you're looking at what your costs are incoming, and he is going to take every step he can to provide relief as people need it in this moment, and he certainly recognizes that.
And speaking of inflation, is he concerned at all that widespread loan forgiveness would actually increase inflation, further exacerbated by pumping money into the economy.
I know some economists, and I don't have an official assessment from here, but I would say that Jared Bernstein, who is one of our economists, has spoken to this, and he's talked about more about the impact of pausing federal loan repayments, and the fact that in his view, and you can quote him directly, would be something like 0.001%, which in his view, the impact of that, the impact of giving people relief who need relief, who are stressed and can't repay these loans right now as they're having higher costs in other areas, outweighs that impact. But again, I don't have a projection here on specifically what the inflationary impact would be. Go ahead.
Just two things. Can you offer any further details on what the Women's Health Policy Council has in mind on executive orders for abortion rights, as you all seem to towards that issue?
Sure. Well, we've talked about, it may not all be executive orders. I mean, there's a lot of this is ensuring that we have increased access and funding so that women who are living in the states, if Roe were to be overturned, would be able to have expanded access and capabilities. And some of that could be from the Department of Justice, obviously, which they would make final decisions about. We've said that we weren't going to preview until there's a final opinion because we're still speaking about a potential opinion that has not yet been released. But what I would point you to is what we did around SB 8 and the law in Texas, which was to take steps, including by creating new grants to increase funding, given the fact that we know that 75% of women who seek an abortion are under 200% of the poverty level. So increase funding to ensure we're making it more, making sure that funding is available to people. HHS has also started a number of programs with the exact same objective, intended to protect patients and providers in response to the law. And the Department of Justice has also issued statements in response to SB 8 that reaffirm their commitment to using existing federal law to protect the safety of patients seeking access to reproductive health services. So what we're looking at, what we're trying to address is our assessment and understanding of what the impact will be. That 13 states have trigger laws, 26 states have indicated that they could overturn or ban or take immediate action should this be the final opinion, and we know who would be most impacted. So I don't have anything to preview at this point. As we said, we wouldn't before there's a final opinion, but those are the factors we're looking at.
And just one more question. Where does the White House stand on whether the DOJ antitrust chief Jonathan Kanter should be recused from Google cases?
I will check and see if we have a position on that or if it's something we'd punt to the Department of Justice. Go ahead.
With the COVID funding now separated from the Ukraine funding, what is the path for the COVID funds to pass? And also, should Americans start preparing for shortages of tests or vaccines or treatments this fall?
Well, on the second part of your question, I think we don't want to sugarcoat it, that we need more money. We don't have a plan B here. We will use the few funds we have remaining to continue getting tests, treatments, and vaccines out to Americans for as long as we can. And we're going to continue to work the phones, hold briefings, and make our case publicly and privately with lawmakers, imploring Congress to act immediately to help us on our long overdue COVID needs. I will say that we are having conversations at a bipartisan level bicameral about what the impact will be, which the President said in a statement yesterday, more Americans will die needlessly. And why? Because we're going to exhaust our treatment supply. We'll lose out to other countries on promising new treatments. We'll lose our place in line for America to order new COVID vaccines. We'll be unable to maintain our supply of COVID tests. And our effort to help lower-income countries get COVID vaccines into arms will stall, which is especially relevant given the international summit we're hosting. So we will use the remaining funds we have to kind of spread it as we can, but we need more money in order to continue to effectively run the programs we've been running to date.
If it takes a vote on Title 42, would the president be okay with a vote happening to try to block Title 42 going away in order to get a vote on the COVID funds?
I know there's a lot of talk on this out there, and so I understand why you're asking, but right now there's a lot of steps that would need to happen before that came to the president's desk. I would say his view continues to be that the lifting of Title 42 was a decision made by the CDC. It was the authority given to them by Congress. That should not be holding up funding that's necessary to save the lives of Americans. But again, there's ongoing discussions in Congress at this point. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have two questions. Oil and inflation. Oil first. The President referred to the strategic reserve. And then there's this, we talked about that again, but the rallying our allies to release the additional 60 million barrels of oil from different countries.
Yeah.
How successful has it been on this very convincing allies to release more oil?
Well, I would say it's the largest historic release ever by the global community, so I'd say that's pretty successful. In terms of the status of when the releases would happen, we said at the beginning that it would be over the course of time. What we're trying to do is fill the needs for the next several months until a number of oil companies have said they would be able to pump more.
Have you had commitments on that? I mean,
we announced commitments just a few weeks ago.
From countries?
Yeah.
From countries. I'll go back in my notes then. As for inflation, I just want to check something with you because, as you know, the 8-foot 2x4 goes to between $6 and $7 each these days. So construction is getting more and more costly. I was reading a report from Habitat for Humanity saying 30,000 houses are $30,000 more expensive because of the cost of material. As you know, the tariff on Canadian softwood is still over 11%. Is that a way to get rid of part of the inflation by getting rid of these tariffs, which actually Canadian softwood, secure, strong, easily accessible?
You love some good Canadian lumber. I don't have anything to predict in terms of tariffs on Canadian lumber. I will say that obviously taking steps not just to address the supply chain, but to manufacture more at home here in the United States as part of the President's longer-term plan to address these increasing costs over the long term. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Would you have a comment on the presidential election in the Philippines?
Sure. On the presidential election in the Philippines, I believe I have something in here. It's a lot happening today. If not, we will get you something right after the briefing because I believe we may have something on that. So why don't we venture to do that?
I had one on Afghanistan as well.
Sure.
There were dozens of women today in Kabul protesting the latest restriction, which is that they now must fully cover their faces and bodies in public, and this is just the latest in a series of restrictions. Is the administration surprised that this is all happening, and what is the administration doing to assist women and girls in Afghanistan?
Well, let me give you a comment on the Philippines first because I found it, and then I'll get to your Afghanistan question. So this is not very exciting. I'll just preface for you, but we are monitoring election results. We look forward to renewing our partnership and to working with the next administration on key priorities, including strengthening our alliance, advancing a free, open Indo-Pacific, and promoting human rights. We understand that vote tabulation is well underway, and that candidate Ferdinand Marcos Jr. stands in the lead, but we're going to wait for the official call and before we have a more formal comment. In terms of Afghan women in the street, I would say, even as the president made the choice to pull our troops out of Afghanistan after a 20-year failed war that cost thousands of American lives and spent billions of dollars of American taxpayer dollars, we still have committed to be supporters, humanitarian supporters, through a range of NGOs and other organizations of the amazing courage of Afghan women and girls. And does it surprise us that they're protesting in the streets? No. These are women who have been courageously standing up against oppression, against the Taliban for decades. We will continue to be supporters through any means possible of their efforts and their bravery and courage they're showing today. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Nancy asked you a little bit about the substance of some potential abortion EOs, but I want to ask you about something Majority Leader Schumer said just a little while ago to Reporters on the Hill. He said that President Biden is meeting with what he said was a group of people today to discuss possible executive action on abortion. Is there such a meeting on the president's schedule today?
Well, I would say that one of the steps we've said we've been taking all along is having the Gender Policy Council, our counsel's office, and the Department of Health and Human Services come up with options and proposals for what we would do were this opinion issued to be final or a version of it to be final. So those are ongoing internal meetings.
That's who he's meeting with today?
I'm not aware of a meeting today, but these are ongoing meetings, including with the president, that have been happening for the last several days.
And on the potential abortion EO, EOs. Is that something, in terms of the timetable, is it safe to assume that that's something that you wouldn't do until after you get the Supreme Court ruling, or maybe sooner given the things that have already happened?
I think we've been clear from the beginning that we are not going to announce specific steps until we have a final opinion. Go ahead.
Also on abortion, Jen, we've seen the president speak out against states that have passed laws that he disagreed with, voting rights especially. But last year he supported calls for Major League Baseball to move the All-Star game out of Georgia because of their voting laws. Would the president support private businesses pulling out of states that are passing or will pass restrictive abortion laws?
I haven't had that discussion with the president, so I don't have anything to comment on at this point.
Abortion policy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So thanks, Jen. So the president said today that inflation is his top domestic priority. Has that replaced climate change then for this administration as the top priority?
Well, I would say first that inflation and the rising costs for people across the country has long been the top issue for in every poll we've seen, and certainly has been the #1 issue for the president for some time. When he came into office, he said that his agenda was going to focus on 4 major priorities. That includes addressing the climate crisis, of course, and he will continue to do that. But we are certainly aware that right now in this moment, that inflation and reducing costs is what is most on the minds of Americans.
So the president was also asked if he took responsibility for any of his policies related to inflation, not just gas prices, but inflation. When he took office, inflation was 2.5% year over year. It's now 8.5%. The invasion didn't happen until about 1 year into his term. So why doesn't the president take any responsibility?
I think the president said today that he's president and that we control all 3, obviously Congress, the House and Senate as well. What is also true is that the pandemic was going on before he took office, that fighting this historic pandemic, which has been front and center for his agenda, we know, and every economist will tell you this, has been the major driver of inflation over the past year plus, and we've continued to fight the pandemic since then. We've also heard Chairman Powell, Secretary Yellen, and others convey, and we've seen this in nearly every element of data we've seen on inflation since President Putin invaded Ukraine, that energy prices account for the majority of inflationary increases over the past several weeks since the war began. So you don't have to take my word for it. That's what economists and data have told us. What our focus is on, and you heard the president say this today, is not whether inflation is or isn't an issue. We all agree it's an issue. What our plan is and what the president's plan is to address costs and bring down costs is what he outlined this morning. It's a multi-step plan. What are we seeing on the other side? We're seeing the plan proposed by Chairman Scott, which would instead raise costs on the American people and sunset or end, whatever you want to call it, Medicare and Social Security.
But last week, Chairman Powell did say that partly what the Fed did, as well as spending from Congress, is the reason that we're in this high inflation environment.
He also talked about energy price, the invasion and the impact on energy prices, did he not? Well, that seems like an important part of context, doesn't it?
But it wasn't until 1 year into the presidency that the invasion happened.
And you're asking me about recent inflationary data, which we know 60 to 70% of is because of energy prices, which even Chairman Powell quoted and said was because of the invasion of Ukraine, right? Okay,
Jen,
go ahead.
Jen, a couple of questions, one on abortion, following up on these meetings. Has the president in recent weeks been more deliberate in his conversations as to who he's talking with about the issue of abortion in this leaked draft that came out on the opinion, possible opinion?
When you say more deliberate, do you mean have we been having more conversations, or tell me more about what you mean?
The president of the United States been more deliberate in who he's talking with, abortion advocates or pro-lifers, pro-choicers. He's been more deliberate in talking to Schumer. Has he been more deliberate in his conversations about abortion since this leak?
Yes, but so has the entire administration. And he has asked the Gender Policy Council, the Department of Health and Human Services, his counsel's office, to put together a plan and proposal, which he's been engaged in meetings about, to discuss what we should prepare to do to protect women's basic fundamental rights that have been the law of the land for 50 years. I think there's no question, not just for Americans who care deeply about this, but for the president as well, that this leaked opinion, whether it's final or not, which we know the Supreme Court has said it's not, and they need to issue a final one at the appropriate time, has raised the alarm bells about what is at risk here. Even though we have seen prior to this a number 288 Republicans sign on to the amicus brief on the Mississippi case. So it's not that the effort to overturn Roe v. Wade is new. That has been ongoing for decades. But certainly this leaked draft raised the concern, raised the alarms, and certainly has heightened our focus on preparing what options are possible.
Right, but since 1973, there's been a stronger fight since all this happened. But now you have people like Elizabeth Warren and Senator Schumer who are pushing this hard. Has he been in conversations with both of them, and is he planning on talking to them before tomorrow?
We've been in touch with a range of senators. We don't read out those conversations as it relates to him from here. I understand we don't read them out per his ask. So he has a range of conversations. It's rare that I'm in the Oval Office and he doesn't pick up the phone and call a member of Congress. So I can assure you he's in touch with a range of members, and obviously this is front and center on their minds, as are other issues, but certainly we will continue discussing directly with Congress.
Please.
Go ahead,
All
April.
right, so the next question on inflation. The president has drilled down, and administration officials have drilled down on issues of price gouging, going back to Caitlin's question, but this is more on a broader scale. The Agriculture Secretary came here a few months ago talking about price gouging. He called out Tyson Foods. People who are profiting.
Record profits yesterday.
Right. What's happened across the board? You have gas companies that are profiting. You have food companies that are profiting. Consumers are having a hard time dealing with what's at the grocery store and at the pump. Is the president going to start putting more of a focus on this profiteering or price gouging issue? Because you're seeing these numbers from Tyson. You're hearing about what's happening at the pump. And he even talked about, he asked local gas stations to look at the prices and see if they can make a cut themselves. Is there going to be an extra focus or a more concerted focus on this issue of price gouging?
Yeah, you heard the president talk about it this morning, and tomorrow he's going to be traveling to Illinois, where he's going to be talking about how we need to continue to help small farmers on agriculture. So we have talked about this, we have elevated it, and we want to make sure people across the country understand that some of these conglomerates, you mentioned the meat industry, but also oil and gas industry, should not be raising prices on consumers while they are making record profits. Okay, let me do Lynn Sweet, because I have a soft spot for her. Lynn Sweet, go ahead. Lynn Sweet, let's hear it. Lynn Sweet is going to ask a question.
Thank you, and this relates to his visit to Kankakee.
Lynn, thank you. I should have phoned a friend on the pronunciation. I practiced it. I didn't get it right. I should have seen you here. Go ahead.
Okay, so on his visit to Kankakee and Chicago, I have noticed, as others have, that the language that you used today in recent days on calling this Putin's price hike and ultra MAGA. I'm curious, when you go to the IBEW to talk about supporting the new jobs infrastructure, energy issues, and the record on those issues, is this effective language to use in that kind of audience? Because when you go to Kankakee, it's really your event, and it's clear. You don't have to worry about an audience reacting one way or the other. Could you speak to that?
Well, I think when he's visiting a family farm in Kankakee. How did I do there? Okay. And so when he's there, he's really going to talk about the role of American farmers and the amazing agricultural sector we have in this country, and the role that all Americans are playing in standing up for democracy and against autocracy. We think of it often as weapons, and obviously he went to the Javelin plant last week, but it's also about providing American food that's produced here in this country, and what can we do more to produce more. So that's what those remarks will be more about. I have not yet looked at the remarks he will give at the IBEW tomorrow afternoon, but I can tell you, will, whether it's tomorrow or in days and weeks ahead, you will all continue to hear him talk more about his concern about ultra MAGA Republicans and their agenda. And of course, this is not the last you've heard from us about Chairman Scott's tax plan. That will raise taxes.
White House wrapping up there, still putting the focus on high gas prices because of Putin's war in the Ukraine. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here. As always, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but before we go to that, I just want to show what is coming up next. We'll take you out to Florida. We're getting some fresh new details on a robbery where two people They stole Pokemon cards and pizza. They were the lucky ones because they got arrested. Find out what happened to their getaway driver. We'll have the latest right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. As we always take live feeds and breaking news elements all in the mix right here. Monitoring a 3-alarm fire out in New Jersey right here, as it is a building fire. Elizabeth, New Jersey right there. So you can see the smoke there in the distance. Looks like Sky Fox leaving the scene right there. So if we get any updates, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll show you how the market ended up for the day. It was up, down, up, down, up, down. Another roller coaster, but at the end of the day, ending 84 points there in the red. Once again, that continues its downfall streak. That continues for the Dow. All right, everyone, next story here. We're going to take you out to Florida. This is surveillance footage from back in April. 2 suspects, they went into a Target. Police say they took a Pokemon cards and a pizza totaling about $40. Decided they didn't want to pay for it. They get in the car. Their getaway driver is waiting there, but so are the police right there. They were already in the area doing an exercise, and they just happened to come across this. Well, the getaway driver, police say, had a gun, and, well, they shot and killed that getaway driver. Now, attorneys for the family are speaking out, saying this wasn't justified. Let's hear from them.
Shannon needs one back there. We've got plenty. Thank you, everybody, for cooperating. If anybody's missing,
do you have more of the 15-pager one?
yes.
Yeah, we have 2 more.
Sorry, but we think it's just helpful. It'll make a lot more sense rather than disrupting things.
And then when we're done, for those of the Spanish-speaking outlets, I'll stay around and I can give a summary in Spanish for you if you like that.
Rather than cutting in and having it disrupted like yesterday, if that works for everybody. And as a forewarning, particularly for a couple, we are going to show another picture which is not nearly so graphic. So we'll let you know what it is ahead of time so you can decide whether you're going to show it, pixelated or otherwise. We're going to be showing you a picture of Michael Gomez. Michael Gomez was the person that you'll see entering the rear driver's side of the vehicle. He was shot 3 times. We have 3 pictures of him. We have the one, if you want to go off for a second, we'll show you the picture so you can determine ahead of time. We don't think it's very graphic at all, but may we show it to you, and then you can decide if you want to show it, because it's not nearly like the other one, but it does show where our client was shot in the back, which is very, very important. So you want to show that real quick? It'll be up here.
Just minimize it.
But we want you to know about it ahead of time so you can choose to see it, not not run it, your call, of course. And we're going to reference it during the conference, but we want, that's one.
Just hit to the right, and then the right arrow. There.
And there's the shot in the back. So I think it's, and that's the third, which appears to be a grazing or other. We're going to be emailing you everything. You just, don't show any more right now, please. Just, that's enough for now. We'll take you through it. Well, we're going to do it, but just so you know, we'll let you know when we're going to show it, and then you can decide to capture it or not capture it. Anybody that wants it, we'll be happy to forward it to you, just out of respect for your policies and your anybody's sensitivities. Okay, that's all the preliminary stuff. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. Anybody need white? We'll get started. All is highly questionable. We're going to highlight those for you. At least it started. And that's in large part because of the continued effort. So please keep it going. And call us out as well. You know, we're here to be transparent, not just talk about it. So if you think there's any questions, call us out. We're up for it. But please keep the pressure on. The public, the citizens have a right to know, and we can't allow this to continue. So thank you for allowing me that. Unfortunately, what was brought out yesterday was riddled with falsehoods, misrepresentations of the facts, and defamatory and irrelevant comments about what really happened on that fateful day on April 27th. The truth was denied by Sheriff Lopez. We're here to continue to set the record straight. We read the comments and all, and there's some who simply believe anything that they're told. We're not asking anybody to be so naive. Challenge us, challenge the sheriff, challenge that office to what the truth really is. We are hiding nothing and want to know why they continue to do so. First of all, we at New James Law represent all 4 of the occupants of that vehicle and their estates. So we have confirmed that all the stories are essentially consistent each with the other, and that there are no prohibitions about us representing the 4 of them. And they've all sought us out and have all requested that we represent them, so we are so doing. Our representation includes that of Michael Gomez. Michael Gomez was the individual who entered in the rear driver's side of the vehicle. He was unarmed and accused of stealing $46.26 of Pokemon cards and a pizza. As he got in the car, we'll go into greater detail of what unfolded, he was shot in the back by Osceola County deputies. Why has that not come out if there's been full transparency? Why was a young man shot in the back and I'm having to tell you about it? Where's the transparency? Where in their multiple reports do we see anything about that? There's nothing. And we're here to call them out. Whether it was a direct shot, a ricochet, a grazing, we don't know. But we're going to show you at this time, for those who would like to see it, the 3 gunshot wounds that were sustained by Michael Gomez. 3, mind you. 1 shot in the back as he was sitting in the rear of the car. Not leaving the car, not escaping, not running, sitting in a car and shot in the back. From all indications that we see. Make your own determination of what you're about to see. This is one side shot where we don't know if that was an entry wound or an exit wound. I happen to believe it's an exit wound from the shot in the back, but this is a side shot. You can see the roundness of the bullet hole. Next picture, please. This is the shot in the back, above the scapula on the right side. And you can see the shot. He's been in the hospital. He just got out of the hospital, and he's recovering currently. And then there's a third shot which appears to be a grazing, and that's of an arm. And so those 3 shots will take you back to the back shot. There we go. That we continue to be somewhat mystified because he was taken from there to the hospital under guard, remember, under guard by the sheriff's department for a misdemeanor. So that's what we're dealing with. Sheriff Lopez, we need some answers. This is insanity. The sheriff yesterday, we can remove that. The sheriff yesterday spent much of his time going through the purported criminal history of these individuals. Let me point out that Michael Gomez has no criminal history, but for the allegations in this case of petty theft. Significantly, he spent much time, as we expected it to happen, dirtying and commenting about the driver, Mr. Baez, deceased Mr. Baez. Let me share with you that these individuals were in a fishbowl. They were shooting ducks of the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. Sitting ducks, sitting in their vehicle, being riddled with multiple bullets, over $46 and change. And to listen to the sheriff yesterday, there was a gun in the car. Not one report, not one statement indicates that anybody ever saw a gun. Nobody brandished a gun. Nobody showed a gun. It happened to be in the car. It's completely irrelevant, meant to deceive the public, mislead the public, and to detract them from the facts at hand. He wanted to make much to do about Mr. Baez's criminal history. He failed to mention to you, and copies have been provided to you all, that the charges were no information. They were never even brought. You all have been provided a copy. Where's the full disclosure when he fails to mention that to you? He wanted the public to say, oh, look at what terrible people there are here. The charges were dismissed. And you've got it right there in front of you, no information. For those who don't know, no information means the information wasn't even filed. The formal charges were never even brought. Wouldn't it be nice if you had known that yesterday, before he had some of you reporting and dirtying up a dead young man? Wouldn't that have been nice in an effort for full disclosure? We asked the questions. They should provide the answers. They haven't. You're getting them, we're getting them. What are they hiding? Why this continued misrepresentation or leaving out of critical and crucial facts? You've got the paperwork. They should have had the paperwork, but apparently they didn't bother with it. Now, in addition to trying to dirty up everybody, the sheriff took a shot at me. I'll comment briefly. The sheriff suggested that some of us had a vested financial interest in the outcome. Well, let me share with you that the sheriff has plenty of lawyers who are all getting paid. And if the sheriff, who's also getting paid and also has an election in front of him, doesn't have a vested interest in this, then who does? The reality of it is, if he wants to talk about salaries, if he wants to talk about surrendering his paycheck and I'll surrender mine, tell him to give me a call. We'll talk about it. But to try to dirty us up for doing our job, shame on him. I want to point out something very significant here. In the 15 pages of police reports that were provided yesterday, I want you to pay attention. This is very critical. I literally caught this on the plane yesterday, and it's remarkable. I've helped teach police to law enforcement for over 20 years at times. So I know a thing or two about this, and I've done criminal defense for about 40 and personal injury for a couple decades now. So I'm not unaware of what goes on. Reports are supposed to be filed somewhat contemporaneous with the incident. Why? So there's not a chance of cover-up, collaboration, misrepresentation, or other things that are very questionable. That's standard police practice. Take a look at when these reports were filed. There's 4 of them by 4 deputies. All, do you have them on there? No. I'll show you. All filed on, remarkably, May 6th, 1500. All of these were filed on the same day at the same time. Where are the original reports? These are 11 days old that they gave you yesterday. Look at them. 11 days old. They got around to filing them. April 27th, 8th, 9th, 30th, 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. 11 days later, you get reports all filed on the same day, notarized by the same person, at the exact same time. Is it any wonder the entire community is suspicious of what's going on? And if they had ended their investigation, as they said, they turned it over to FDLE, what are they doing acquiring new statements that conveniently leave out almost everything on the shooting and speak to a CYA, which is what this is all about? Don't be deceived. Look at them. When in heaven's name do 4 reports from 4 deputies get filed 11 days later at the exact same day, at the exact same time, by the same notary in their office? When does that happen? A lot of you have been around a long time. I ain't never seen it in 40 years. The only other report that they gave us was filed even 2 days later from the Target security person. You'll see that at the end of the package there. That's the page 15. Well, if they've concluded their investigation, why are they still getting information? They're hiding behind the skirts of FDLE and an inapplicable law that says that they can't give information, but they're conveniently preparing it at the last minute, giving it to you, and then saying they can't give you more. That's not transparency. That appears, by every indication, to be something of a cover-up or a complete lack of telling you the full truth. Don't believe me. Look at the documents. All we're doing is presenting them to you and explaining them to you. I also want you to look at paragraph 4 of the first page you've got of your reports. There's 4 points we're going to bring out here. First of all, this is presented by them. Paragraph 4. Lieutenant Griffin informed all detectives involved in the training that the scenario was concluded due to the possibility of a crime occurring at Target. So they're claiming that the tactical lessons that were going on had ended, and now they had switched taps and they moved into a criminal investigation. When have you ever seen this many cars for a petty theft? And if they knew there was a petty theft, why did they not arrest them when they exited? Why? Because they were continuing their tactical training and using these young men as live guinea pigs as part of their tactical training. Why else? Why else would they let them get in the car, which is contrary to every police procedure and practice? You don't let them get in a car and get away. If you saw the crime, you arrest them before they get in the car and create and accelerate the situation. That's what they did. They're responsible for it. I want to take you through just 3 or 4 other things, then we'll be done. You'll find it in here. They claim in this report that a gentleman, I've been told not to call him, but we're keeping his name out, so we're going to call him John Cena. So John Cena, sorry, Albert. So John Cena, you'll see in there, claims in his report that he put on his tactical gear. We're going to show you a picture and a video that shows that ain't true. It's just simply not true. They also claim that the lights were on, which would have given the occupants of the vehicle warning. They weren't on. We're breaking it down for you. Never happened until after they created the situation. They also claim that our client hit their vehicle. Nonsense. Watch the video. We're breaking it down for you. We'll take you through it. The other vehicles created all the damage. and the deputy shot multiple times in the vehicle. Don't believe me. Presume I'm lying about everything I'm telling you. Look at the documents, compare them to what we're saying. We're going to take it to the video. My partner, you ready? Albert, I have the pointer. Where's the stick? Thank you. We're going to take you through this now. And then, Albert, would you mind standing up with me, bud? And then we're going to take you through exactly what happened. We're going to show you 3 videos. One of them to show you that we didn't touch it. You're unedited. Here it is in raw form. The second one we extracted. We got a little bit clearer picture of it, so you'll be able to see it, so nobody can claim it was manipulated or any nonsense. And then the third one we annotated. We then take you through frame by frame, and we've annotated it, but it's the original. So you can just put them right on top of each other, and you see that there's the original. But we wanted to make sure that nobody claimed they were manipulated or anything else. There's a lot of manipulation that's gone on so far. None of it's been done by us. All right, let's go with the video. This is the first one. You've all seen it, but we're going to let it go kind of fast. This is a red one. This is the car. This is Mr. Gomez getting in the car and then driving off. Oh, I'm sorry. You go ahead and explain.
No, that's fine.
No, go for it.
So the reason why we're showing it to you again unedited is so that you can see. This happens so quickly, and the devil's in the details.
Let me get it. May I get in front of you? I'm so sorry. No, you go over there. I apologize.
That'd be great.
No, you can't get it. Just, I want to make sure you're in place. You want to take my seat? No, take my seat. All right. If you write a good story, I'll give you my seat.
Thank you so much. I should probably sit there.
All right. So Albert, why don't you narrate, and I'll just point.
Okay, go ahead then. Okay, so we're still watching what here. This is the unedited.
Start the video again. I interrupted. I apologize. And you'll see.
All right, that's the only video that we got there from Fox 35, our sister station there in Orlando. But just wanted to show you that surveillance video one more time of this incident and as it all played out there for this police-involved shooting. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come from all over the country. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as you're taking a look at how the market ended up here for the day, down 84 points, as it was really up, down day, no doubt about it there. Take a live look right now. Elizabeth, New Jersey, we're featuring some breaking news out there with a fire that continues on at this building. 3-alarm fire right now as it continues on. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go out right now to San Francisco. We have the district attorney speaking there. Let's listen right here. This is live on Live Now from Fox.
Hoy estamos muy orgullosos de poder anunciar exitosamente una operación que ha tardado más de un año y ha puesto bajo vigilancia personas que cometen delitos en San Francisco, precisamente personas que quiebran ventanas de autos y están traficando electrónicos robados de esos autos.
All right, we'll check back in there with the district attorney just because it is in a different language here at this time. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that for you. Obviously, we have a lot of different breaking news and different types of stories to go to, but we're going to slide away we're going to get the last break here of this hour, because when we come back, we got a really high in-demand story that we want to bring to you out in Texas, where a bar is accused of over-serving underage people there at this club/bar, and it had deadly consequences. We'll have the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to Houston right now, where we are hearing from lawyers here in this suit here, where a nightclub is accused of serving underage patrons. In the last 5 months, 4 girls have passed away after leaving this bar/club. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Blow after blow after blow, physically kicked, stomped, chased right into a car, and she's got to hear this entire process ongoing in a panic mode, and has enough sense to go ahead and call the Houston Police Department, who then go ahead and do an emergency call onto the premises. So we're here because today is a very important day. Today is Mother's Day also. It's our Mexican Mother's Day. I mean, this is Houston. It's who we are. This is our community. So essentially, our community now is being impacted, our mothers are, by a locale called the 1111 Club that overserves on a regular basis minors and overserves the patrons that visit on a regular basis, along with the criminal activity that occurs. If you look at the screen, I will show you that is Jess or Jesslyn, like we like to call her, Zuniga, age 18, a wonderful young lady. She loved to work out. The next picture, Albert. And she liked to enjoy life. I mean, she was full of life. And she went and she died and she passed on February the 6th of 2022. Unbeknownst to her mother, who got a phone call from her daughter, who's here, where all of a sudden you can't find your sister, even though you were in the same location, because your sister lost her phone. You can't track her down. You have to call your mother and tell her, I can't find my sister. And everyone is in a panic mode. And what happened at the 1111 nightclub, and this happens again on a regular basis, is that this was in fact what was going on within 30 minutes of Jesslyn's death. So what we have here is the gentleman, if we play that real quick, that was the driver of the vehicle. Lower a little bit. That gentleman right there is Jesse, Mr. Orozco, like I like to call him. Mr. Orozco essentially was the driver of a pickup truck in which Jesslyn was the passenger. She was ejected from the truck and she died. She died when she went right over an overpass, landed on the concrete, maybe about 150 feet away from the actual accident. He hit a concrete barrier 3 times with his truck after he left this club. And this is how he left the club. He took the entire bottle of alcohol right there. You see that? That's Mr. Orozco with his buddy Renee. There's another gentleman right there, as you can see, just laid out on the ground, intoxicated. And you have a bottle of alcohol right there in his hand, just leaving the club. There are no rules here on alcohol consumption. That's Mr. Orozco, by his own admission, that he was the driver of that vehicle, that 2016 Ram pickup, that Jesslyn was in fact the passenger, that she was ejected, and that he's the one that actually crashed the vehicle. And so you have admissions, and then we can't backtrack it legally to go ahead and make an underlying charge of at least what you have here is a involuntary manslaughter due to intoxication. But this gentleman is still walking around without being charged for the crime that he committed. So what do we have after that? October 31st of 2021, we have these 3 wonderful young ladies, all under the age of 21. They leave the 1111 nightclub. Now, mom, in that case, lost 2 daughters, lost another family member, and the 3 young ladies were all under the age of 21. They were all served and overserved alcohol. They crashed on Highway 59 within 1 hour of leaving the 1111 nightclub. On to the next one. Mind you that the 2 deaths were 5 months within one another, which means Jesslyn passed away on February 6th, and the 3 young ladies passed away on October 31st of 2021. We have here the promotion of alcohol in this club, which is to drink straight from the bottle into your mouth, which is a self-pour behavior. So we want to promote alcohol consumption as much as you can ingest. If you go on to the next exhibit, please. What you have here, this is a photograph inside the nightclub. You have a bottle of tequila, and they are promoting essentially for you to self-pour the alcohol straight from the bottle into the mouth, consume as much as you can, as quickly as you can, without any supervision or an employee to stop you. And if you go on to the next one, please. This is the criminal activity that occurs on a nightly basis when the club is open. This was given to us by a neighbor. When he goes to work in the morning, this is what he has to walk through because of this 1111 nightclub and its location in Midtown. This is another photograph of a neighbor. This is a man that slept in the car after he left the nightclub, intoxicated, so he slept in his car, open door at 6 o'clock in the morning. So if you go on to the next photo, what you're starting to see is these are shell casings right outside the nightclub. So there's a discharge of a firearm at least every weekend at 2 a.m. right outside this 2402 Austin Street location at the 1111 nightclub. If you go on to the next slide, what you're going to see is the criminal activity of a man who was assaulted inside the club, leaving on a stretcher on his way to the ambulance. Now, this is all in the last 10 months. There's been 170 call-outs from the Houston Police Department on service calls to one location, and that is the 1111 nightclub. 170 service call-outs to one location, one premises, one bar, one club here in town. And we have the next slide. That is essentially a drunkard who left intoxicated. The nightclub passed out right in the middle of the street with the security from the nightclub staring at him. Like, this is just the way we conduct and the way we do business, because we promote the ingestion of alcohol consumption beyond intoxication to the point where you're passing out in the middle of the street. And that's why this family essentially lost their little girl, because it all started at the 1111 nightclub. The assault that took place with this young man started at the 1111 nightclub. On to the next one. This is what I call just playing football inside the 1111 nightclub. We just take a bottle of ceramic tequila, Azul tequila, and we just throw it from one end to the club to the other end of the club, and somebody's going to catch it, and then we're going to go ahead to the next slide and then consume it straight from the bottle. This is what happened to Jesus de la Garza Jr., age 21, sitting here with his mom. He's on a date, 1111 nightclub, by himself. They feed him an entire bottle of alcohol without any supervision. He's just sitting there, just two people. So you have to buy, if you want to sit at a table, a bottle. They turned their back, and now it's self-pour, self-consumption. There's absolutely no supervision. And if you look at the next slide, that's what happened to Jesus within an hour and a half from the time he walked into that nightclub until the time he walked out. He was there with no other human being. He was there with his girlfriend. He knew no one else there. He has no criminal history. He has no criminal record. He's not armed, doesn't have a gun, doesn't have a weapon. He had zero, nothing. He was not thrown out of the nightclub, not escorted out of the nightclub, but yet he was beaten and assaulted by the employees of the nightclub, which were essentially 3 bouncers and 2 security guards. Well, who was there for all that? Well, his girlfriend, who went to get the vehicle, well, he's taking too long to get to the car. So then she goes to check up on him and sees him getting beaten in the middle of the street by a security guard who's holding both of his arms back as 2 bouncers are just physically assaulting him in the middle of the street. He manages to run to his car. They give chase. On to the next photograph, please. And when he's trying to make an emergency 911 call, they take his hand and they stomp on it. See, if you're a security, you don't want the police to come and show up at the scene, because somehow that's not a good thing for you, right? Because you're security. This makes no sense to any one of us. So what happened is, what they're promoting is this criminal activity. This is the ambiance at this nightclub on a regular basis. That's the emergency phone call that he made to his mother. 4 minutes of her having to listen to her son get beaten up physically with all the injuries that took place that you've seen on the screen. And this is what happened to the vehicle. But really, this is about mom and about her son, and I really just want her to let you know exactly what she felt like when she got that phone call that night.
Well, it's something that no parent wants to go through. You let him go out on a date, on a regular night out with girlfriend, friends, and you expect for them to come home safe, and you're not expecting to receive that phone call saying, your child saying, "Mom, I'm getting beat up with the securities, the bouncers are beating me, call the police, call 911. So no parent wants to go through that. And seeing the pictures, I mean, thank God I have him with me right now, because it would have been worse. He was brutally assaulted. He was brutally beaten. He was followed to his car. They wanted to kill him. They followed him with a gunpoint. So we could have been talking about another total different story right now. But thank God it was just I still have him with me. But this could be could have been a worse case. These people are hiring criminals. They're not hiring securities. They're not hiring responsible people to take care of those places. These places should be shut down. Something has to be done. Something has to be done by the authorities. Somebody has to do something to shut these places. They have to have more security, police walking the area. You know, something has to be done.
How do you feel now that, it's Mother's Day for them? They cannot celebrate Mother's Day. You got lucky.
Yes.
But still, that now you're traumatized out of this.
Of course, because I can feel their pain, what they're going through, because I can imagine it's a lot of pain losing a child, especially your daughter. You want for them to have a good experience of life, having good experiences, but you're not expecting for them to call and say, you know what, she died because of the negligence of somebody else's property or somebody else's negligence. And I feel thankful that I do have him with me right now. I don't think there's any words that I can be more grateful and thankful, and I'm so sorry for their loss because these things should not be happening.
And again, I'm going to turn it over to the family, but you understand all this is going on because our youth is visiting the 1111 nightclub. And please share what's going on with your family at this point in time, please.
Well, us as a family, we're devastated. We lost our daughter. She was a beautiful young girl who had her whole life ahead of her. She crossed paths with the wrong person. This person got, totally drunk and left this club. He was being violent. He was a danger to my daughter and a danger to himself. And he left there, and 15 minutes later, she's dead on the side of the road, and we can't find her. They leave her there. She's dead. We find her the next day. Apparently she committed suicide. We blew that off. And we're just upset still because, nobody's been charged with causing her death. We believe that this guy caused her death. If it wasn't for him, she would be alive right now. So we want justice in that area. The guy hasn't been charged with actually causing her death. And we believe him getting in that vehicle, being that intoxicated, and having that wreck caused her death. So we believe that we would like justice for her. That's what we would want.
Qué difícil ha sido este Día de las Madres para...
Bien difícil. Mi esposa no pudo venir porque estaba bien triste ella por la pérdida de mi hija. Ella quería venir con nosotros, pero dijo que no podía, porque ahora es el Día de las Madres y sin tener a mi hija estuvo llorando desde la mañana y es una cosa muy triste y muy difícil. Y uno no crea que un club así debe de permanecer abierto. Ellos están haciendo dinero por las vidas de nuestros hijos y las autoridades deben de...
All right, everybody, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, listening into just a little bit more of the attorney here in this Houston case where a bar/club is accused of serving underage patrons, where in the past 4 girls have died in the last 5 months after leaving the club here. So let's listen to a little bit more here on Live Now from Fox.
To all the witnesses, the surrounding neighbors. We have a post from a neighbor that basically says, if you can please pull that up, the neighbor says, please do not move into this neighborhood. Please don't come here. Don't move into Midtown. And if you can just look at the last line, the crime rate and break-ins have gone up because of this club. It's awful. This is the neighborhood speaking. It's not just what's going on inside the actual club, is that it's affecting an entire neighborhood. The residents are in fear, and yet they continue to operate. They operate every weekend, and they move on like nothing happened, even though 4 girls are dead, and continuous crime and assaults are happening at the club.
Señora, ¿usted puede decir algo en español, por favor? ¿Cómo sintió cuando recibió la llamada de su hijo? ¿Cómo se sintió usted al recibir la llamada de su hijo y cómo se siente hoy de que afortunadamente lo tenga a su lado?
Bueno, pues gracias a Dios yo ahorita lo tengo aquí conmigo. Es una llamada que tú nunca esperas que que tu hijo te va a llamar. Tú lo dejas salir a tener una noche tranquila, salir a divertirse, piensas que van a regresar bien, sanos y sin ningún problema, y que te llamen a la 1 de la mañana diciéndote, mamá, me están golpeando, los securities me están golpeando, los bouncers me están golpeando, son 5 contra ellos.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as they go into the Spanish version here. We're just going to fast forward the tape just a little bit more to hear just some more on this, not only investigation, but this